So let's see, the stream should be live here in a minute. We'll hope for the best. I'll put on my the little logo here just to get us started, just to make sure we're in the right place. And hopefully people will be able to see all this. Oh, I see my logo up there. Okay, and we'll see how much the lag here is today. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to another fun edition of CEwire 2026. We're just getting underway here this morning, so thank you so much for being here. So it's Steve, Gretchen, and Adam with you here as usual. So the first morning, how's it going, guys?
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for joining us. I see some of our speakers are in the chat with us, which is wonderful.
Awesome. So yeah, glad everyone's able to make it in. So I was just telling Steve and Gretchen here, everyone, that this first morning of the first CEwire of the year always is the one that makes me the most nervous, right? Because you never know. Did we do our jobs properly, right? Did I actually get the tech set up properly? Is everything going to work? So step 0, right? You guys are all in the lobby, so good. Fantastic. So at least that works.
We got the low bar hurdled and on to the next one.
Right. We all have electricity. So, right, that's like sort of the base. We all have the internet, so that's good too. So all is well so far. So
let's see. We do have a few people in the lobby.
Yep. Well, and I suspect that we're not going to have as many this time around because so many people have taken CEwire before. I was taking a look at the numbers. The vast majority of people who are here today were here last year or the year before. So most people understand how the drill works. I suspect the people that we'll have here this morning in the lobby are going to be people who've never taken it before. And we can try to walk everybody through. And as we're doing it this morning, I'm also going to be here. You're going to see me looking away and looking in 50 places because I'm going to be answering emails from people who need help. So,
yep. And even if you don't see us on screen, there is somebody here in the lobby the entire time of the conference from dawn to dusk, literally, for Adam. In fact, you are pre-dawn there, I think, right?
Yep, that's true. I got started here at 4 a.m. So, yeah, we'll be here. So we're here to help. So, yeah, I hope everybody.
Your questions there into the chat.
Yep. Yeah, you just pop them right into the chat, and it's a pretty straightforward system. I think most people pretty much get how it works at this point. It's funny, when someone registers for ODwire that's not a member, what I have to do here is manually approve them. People, I don't know, especially if you're new to ODwire, right? And obviously some people still are. They don't realize that I manually approve people to get in, right? And I don't just let anybody in. I actually have to look you up and make sure that you are who you say you are, and so on and so forth, and what school you went to and all this other fun stuff. So for people who sign up for CEwire, though, it's a little bit easier, right? Because not only are you signing up for ODwire right now, but you're also telling me who you are by signing up for CEwire, because you're giving me your OE tracker number. So that gives me a much easier way to validate you. So what I'm doing right now is I'm validating people to make sure they can get into the conference.
It is really not plug and play here. It's a lot of manual behind the scenes and making sure that things are happening the way they're supposed to be happening. And it's, yeah, so you're looking at the team. We do not have a band of minions hidden away in the attics taking care of all of these things. We don't have hamsters running on wheels to get it all done.
That is true. And unfortunately, we lost sort of our spiritual leader here who operationally never did much, but was always there cheerleading. So as everybody knows, Paul unfortunately.
Paul Fox had him sad passed away a couple of weeks ago, so he will be doing some tributes, and he was at the very beginning. He was a vital part. We've been doing this for 15 years, and he had a lot of input. He used to get the sponsors together and the lecturers, and we would interview them. And Paul will be missed, and you'll have some information about the icon Paul Farkas, who really if it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have an ODwire. Probably we wouldn't have a CEwire.
Hmm.
Yeah, so I'm going to do a full tribute to him tomorrow. Actually, I decided to hold it off till Sunday because, as I know, that's when most people, a lot of people are here on Saturday, but even more show up on Sunday, I guess, because people work on Saturdays. So tomorrow, it's maybe around 10 a.m. Eastern time, maybe 11. We'll give it a little, we'll make sure the system doesn't blown up. But like by 11 a.m. Eastern, I'll do a little tribute. I put together a piece for Paul. It's what he wanted me to do, to just sort of review his life and times and just to sort of explain what he was about, because I think when you live almost 93 years, it's a long time. And there's lots to review. There's a lot that I think people don't know about him, and where he came from, and sort of his motivation for doing all this. So tomorrow we'll run over all of it.
I think the dichotomy of Paul can be summed up with opera and army. Two
Well,
things that don't really seem to go together.
well, the army really wasn't his choice. So remember, Paul is so
No.
old that he got drafted right in the 50s. So yeah, so it's interesting. He's led many lives, and I've divided his story into many chapters, and each one has an interesting story. But I hope that people take away some lessons from it, because I know I did. It was being with him these last couple of weeks was really interesting back out in Chicago, and getting to go through all of his stuff was really interesting as well, right? Having to, as one does, you clean up afterwards, and you have to take care of everything. But Paul was kind of a pack rat. He saved a lot of his materials, so I was able to actually go through a lot of it and kind of piece together his history, and it was kind of fun. So I'll share some of that with you guys. I mean, it's interesting looking back, all the way into the 1930s. You
Wow.
think about that, about how long that actually is, and he saved a
Yeah.
lot of stuff.
Almost 100 years.
Yep.
No TV, no internet. That's for sure.
Yep.
It's great that he saved it. When we moved down here, we had put everything, including even elementary school stuff, in a crawl space, and then we opened it up finally after many years to take it down, and it was a bunch of mold, and we said, nah, we threw everything out. I'm glad he saved it.
Yeah, yeah. He saved the important stuff. He wasn't, like a hoarder, which was great because it made it easier for us. But he saved, he saved a lot of the paperwork, which was good, because paper is kind of easy to deal with, and yeah, it was interesting just seeing it all. Seeing a lot of stuff I hadn't seen in a long time. Yeah, so that was kind of good. So, we'll share it all this weekend, and maybe you can get a little more insight. And it's interesting too, looking back at the sort of history of eye care as well, and sort of where the field came from, and maybe where it's going back to. I don't know. I don't know. Um, you sort of see these waves of professionalism and the way things evolved, and then you have to wonder as you're looking at stuff now, like, is this the peak? Are we going backwards? I don't know. Um, when I see the sort of stuff that went on with Kentucky this year, it really starts to make you wonder. You know, is
Yeah.
all that work that people have done to try to get things where they are now, are they sort of, are they moving backwards? I don't know.
We have
Michael's
a
asking
question in the
how.
chat.
Gretchen, go answer it.
There's
Go ahead.
a question in the chat. Michael, you're wondering how you get proof of attendance. So, first off, the system tracks you for whatever classes you are in. So, you need to be there for the entire time, and you need to take the survey after each class. And it's only 2 minutes. It's really more like a course evaluation, no quiz. And after you have taken that survey, then your attendance is recorded and your transcripts will be loaded into your transcript section within CEwire here. Give them a little bit of time to load up. Most do load up fairly quickly, but there are thousands of people here, and sometimes there are some lags. So we say to everyone, don't worry, give it all until Monday afternoon for everything to load up. Even if you've taken 4 classes and the fifth one hasn't loaded up, don't panic. It'll likely load up by Monday because, again, all of these people processing all of that data. So you don't need to do anything then. We send those credits off to COPE for you, and you can take a look at them again in your transcript section if necessary, or if you are required to send them out
Whoops.
as CE broker, but everything is automatically sent on over to Arbo for your COPE credits. So it's easy peasy lemon squeezy. You register, show up, take the survey, and then that's it. Now, if you are going to be watching some of the on-demand or asynchronous classes starting on Monday, you do need to take a quiz and pass the quiz following the class. The on-demand classes are on hold during our live events, so you'll see them back on Monday. And then when we have our other three events throughout the year, April, June, September, the on-demand classes are on pause, and then they'll come back again when we're no longer live. But it's the same thing. You watch the class, then you take the quiz, pass the quiz, and then your credits will be loaded up. So nothing you need to do.
Right. And
And
so
Carrie
Gretchen,
just
Gretchen, that's a good
Carrie's just saying
description.
that they went to see you broke on Missouri, so Carrie, you'll
Well,
have to print out your transcript and send it in to see you broker. We are a licensed CE broker provider. There should be no problem getting the credits, but we can't submit it directly for you.
right. So let me just review. So Gretchen got a really, you were thorough there, and that was awesome. And if you look on the, I just have up on the screen. I hope everyone can see it. This is actually the screen that you guys came into this morning, right? That main screen for CEwire. If you go back out to this main screen, wherever you are, you'll also see there's a spot where you can easily get to your transcripts. If you click on it, it'll open up the virtual transcript page here. This is not actually running right now. It's going to start running on Monday. There's a little note here letting you know that your transcripts are going to be available to you starting on Monday. So this is an area where you can always go and download your transcripts. It's available permanently, so you don't have to worry about, oh my God, it's missing, it's gone. As Gretchen said, we submit everything to the OE tracker for you automatically anyway. But if you don't use the OE tracker, or if you just want to keep on top of how many credits you've taken, you can always come back to this place, this transcript center. And again, if you go to CEwire.com, just sort of the main marketing website that everybody came in through this morning, whoops, you'll see a nice big old green link here at the top that says certificates. That'll take you always back to this page where you can retrieve your old ones. And you can actually see up on the screen right now, notice that we store the old ones here as well. So in the future, if you ever needed to go back and grab your certificates, like PDFs and so on and so forth of each individual certificate, or literally an entire transcript, this is where you can grab the old ones. Arbo likes us to keep this stuff, so we do. And that's why it's all here, right? We want to make sure that you always have access to this material, if that makes sense. A little?
Yep.
Okay, good. Always wondering if I'm making sense in the morning.
Depends on how much coffee you've had.
Yeah, not enough, for this hour.
Yes,
Michael,
I
you're
did double
asking
check.
about on demand. One thing that you need to know about CEwire is the schedule of all of the classes is the same for the entire year. So when you register for CEwire, you are getting an annual pass. So that means you have access to all four live events and to all of the on-demand classes. The classes don't change. We try to keep the schedule the same for all of the live events. Sometimes something has to move a bit due to speaker availability. And we do this for a very good reason, so that it's one, easier for you to keep track of what classes you've taken, because we can't give you credit for taking the same class twice. And also, too, for people who are wanting to come on our first event, you can sit in room one all day and get all of the classes in room one. And then during our April event, you can come back and sit in room two and get all of the classes in room two. So the classes do not change from event to event. The classes do not change from live to on demand. The classes are all the same. And we've got 70 plus hours here. So it's enough for everybody to get what they need. But yeah, so the things won't change. And also, one other piece of advice, we suggest that you print out that schedule or you download it as a PDF and you cross off the classes that you have taken, especially if you're moving from room to room throughout a live event weekend. That is a really good way to mix up what classes you've taken. And we want you to get the most bang for your buck here and get the most credits that you can. So you want to avoid sitting in through the same class twice because you won't get credit for it.
Right. And Gretchen, I put it up on the screen so everyone can see the actual schedule for today. And like you said, the schedule that you see in April, June, and September is going to look pretty much the same, right? Unless the speaker tells me, oh my God, I'm going to be flying to St. Louis on such and such day. I can't do it at this time. Can you move my time? Because according to Arbo, right, the speaker needs to be around to text chat with you or else you can't get credit. So let's say that somebody like, I don't know, let's say that Justin says, oh my God, I can't make it here at 10 a.m. Can you move me to later in the day? Well, sure, Justin, if you can find a spot in the schedule, we'll move you to whatever, 6:40. And that might be the only change you're going to see between the different live events, these minor movements between classes. And frankly, if somebody has a total conflict where they really can't be here, we'll just drop them from the schedule. But that only happens in a handful of classes between each live event. I think maybe we get a couple of changes, like 2 or 3 maybe at each live event. But for the most part, the schedule is the way it's going to be for the rest of the year.
Yep.
And as you mentioned also, Gretchen, on-demand classes are always there, except during the live weekends. We take the on-demand classes down during live weekends. We reconfigure the servers because, we're about to have today about 3,000 of you here. So the servers are fully focused on the live event. So the on-demand courses are out of the way. And on Monday, in the aftermath of all this, the on-demand courses will come back up, and you can easily get to all of the on-demand courses. We make links to each one. So there's going to be a link up here. God only knows if it's working right now. Let's find out. I should know this, shouldn't I, since I'm the one who put it there.
Well,
so
there's
a
a lot
link
going on.
to just on demand. Oh, there we go. So where I have a matrix here, it's very easy where you can actually easily get to every single on-demand class, every single on-demand class's handout and quiz, and even the discussion thread. Right.
Let's jump in and answer Annie's question. I answered it in the chat, but let's throw it out here for discussion. So Annie was wondering if she needs to exit a room if she is staying to watch the next class in that room. Kind of like when you are at an in-person meeting, you have to be scanned on the way out, then scanned on the way in. No, you don't need to leave the room. You can sit in the same room all day long if you like. However, you might need to just kickstart the system by refreshing your browser page at the lecture start time.
So,
And
so let me stop you there, Gretchen. If that does happen, it should not happen. Hopefully it doesn't happen, right? The idea is that you're supposed to just be able to sit there. If you're in room 2 and you just want to stay in room 2 all day, you should just be able to sit there. And the lecture should automatically start. If it doesn't automatically start, which is rare, right? We're talking about I want to say that when I looked last time, it was 1% of people had something where it wouldn't restart. Then you can just refresh your page and it'll restart. But I think the broader point is the way it's designed, in theory, you should just be able to sit in a room and have it go all day.
Sometimes it's the audio that doesn't start. That you're right, Adam, that the class usually does start. Sometimes people say that they can't hear audio, but your first rule of thumb is always just refresh the page. And it takes
Yep.
you 3 seconds.
Yep.
It's easy to do. But you should know that before a class starts, there isn't any audio, so there is nothing to hear. You will be able to chat with folks when class 1 ends, and then you're getting moved, everything is loading up for class 2. You can chat with people in the text chat like you are here, but you aren't going to hear anything until the lecture actually starts.
Gretchen, could you do me a favor? I'm going into various rooms, and a couple of rooms, the screen is kind of like up and you can't see the top of it. Try room 2 and see if you're getting that. I
Okay,
tried it on two PCs.
let's see what we got here.
Let's go to room 2 and see if you see like the first quarter or third of the slides are.
No, it looks good to me.
Okay. Room 1 is fine.
Yeah,
Room 2 is cut off though. I get practice pearls for optometrists just barely seen. You see what I'm
No,
saying?
I'm thinking that's you.
Yeah, it
See.
looks fine here. There might be something going on with your browser, but yeah, I'm seeing the whole slide on mine.
And I've what do you call it? Minimized, made it 75, 50, 25%, and still getting it.
Yeah,
I'll need to see.
I don't. I truly.
Yep, the
That's a
other rooms are fine. I was just wondering. Okay, I wanted to diffuse the problem before it happened. Okay,
Wow, and we have people in the rooms already 10 minutes ahead, which is great.
sure.
Yep. Yeah. So it's
And we have speakers in the room, which is even more important.
You don't need to announce yourself in the rooms. You don't need to type hi. You don't need to type a period, anything like that. The system all automatically tracks you. So if you want to chat with your fellow attendees, you are certainly welcome to, but you are not obligated to put a greeting to, quote, prove that you are there.
right.
And
So
in fact, it'll do nothing. So don't
yeah.
do anything because it won't do anything.
So the reason that some other providers do it that way is because their software isn't purpose built for Arbo's rules, right? So they are using off the shelf whatever, and so they're trying to make you do the work. They make you do the labor of announcing yourself being there. Whereas this thing was purpose built for Arbo's requirements. That's why it tracks you, right? This is what they told us they wanted, so that's what we do. So yeah.
Hmm. Well, so far, so good.
Yeah, I mean, the important thing is that people can get into the rooms, right? That seems to be working, which is great.
Yep. And so far, three of our four speakers are there, and I'm saying hello. We have some great new speakers and some always fabulous returnees.
And we are going to be here throughout the day to answer questions that people have. And Jacqueline has a question about registering for individual classes. Nope, you go watch whatever classes you want throughout the live event weekends. You register for an annual pass for CE Wire, so no need to do that. And Harry is asking about surveys if they need to be completed immediately after the class. No, they don't. It's easier to do that because you get a little pop-up message in the room of the class to say surveys are now available, but you don't have to. You can take them next week if you like. Just know that your transcripts will not reflect that you've taken the class until you complete the survey.
This person's saying the same thing, Barnett Nelson. I did go to room two, and the top was cut off a little for me also. So some browsers are getting that in room two only. Just a little bit of a heads up, Adam.
That's a weird one because yeah, I'm not seeing it on any of our machines here, so it's definitely something browser specific. You might want to try a different browser, or I don't know. I don't even know what.
Yeah, but he's using Chrome, which is
Which is no, and I'm using Chrome here too, which is really funny that people are having trouble. These are the kinds of things that like these corner cases where they're very difficult to troubleshoot, right? Because if 99% of the people aren't having a problem, but 1% are,
Yep.
you have to try to figure out what's going on in real time, and especially in one room, that's really weird. So Ben is in
Actually, he's in
Firefox.
he's in Firefox. I'm in Chrome. So
Yeah, so I truly don't know because this is the kind of thing where, especially when it only happens in one room, that's like even weirder, right? Because remember, the software is the same across all rooms. And in theory, the lectures are the same. So I don't know. I'll pop back into room two here and just see because I'm really curious.
you just get the word practice pearls for optometrists. Three-quarters of is there. So you're going to see the lecture. There'll be probably no problem.
Yeah,
But
and in fact, when the lecture starts, I'm going to guess that when the lecture finally kicks on, everything's going to refresh and it'll look fine. Because right now you're still in that holding pattern, right? Where we still have a few minutes before classes start. So, oh my goodness. Always something, right?
Always
well,
something.
I just wanted to give you a heads up, not be a pain in the neck.
No, I mean it's when you're doing this and having so many people logging in. I guess that's the beauty of having so many people, right? Of having 3 or 4 thousand people show up for something like this, is that you get a full range of problems. So it's good. You can really see what works and
It's
what doesn't.
good.
It's good. Well, no, look, this is the first one of the year. You know Gretchen better than anyone, right? The first one of the year. This is when if something's going to fall apart, it's going to be
Yep.
like today. This is going to be it.
And right now.
Yep.
And right now, like
In the first
literally,
hour or two, yes.
what was so funny too is like as I was making the schedule, one person said to me, "Oh my gosh, you're giving me the leadoff position. I'm honored." And I'm like, "Oh no, don't be honored." This is like literally the worst place you can be, because I mean, it's great that you're leading off and everyone's excited to be here for the first one, but like this is where things are going to fall apart. The very first one on the first day. So we'll see. Truly, actually, the spot of honor, if I'm being honest, looking at through all of our history, if you're doing it at like 1 p.m., that's usually the sweet spot, right? A few hours from now, because people on the West Coast are awake, and people from the East Coast are, at full attention. So,
And back from work.
and back from work. So there's almost like a curve, a bell curve, as with most things in life.
And just to reiterate, anybody who needs DEA credits, we have at least 8, which requires by the federal government. We have enough orals for New Jersey, enough glaucoma for California, and certainly enough TPA and disease for pretty much every state.
Right, and the DEA stuff is tomorrow. If you actually look at Sunday, room 2 is all drugs all the time, except for a brief diversion. Lan's going to give us something about Gen Z, because we had a couple of hours here. But other than that, tomorrow, if you stick around in room 2, it's mostly narcotics, basically all day.
Okay, we have some classes that some questions there. So first, links to the room. If you go to the top left and you see there is a word that says back right above the video player with an arrow, you can click that and that will take you to the welcome page and that will give you a list of the rooms. That's where you can go. Some people keep a lobby window open just to pop back in if there are any questions, but that's the only additional room you can keep open. You do need to have only one room open at a time. Abraham is asking about handouts. Yes, you can find handouts right below the video player in each room. You can see that. And also, if you go to the transcript page, you can, I believe, is it transcript page, Adam, where there are links for all the handouts as well?
Yeah, so if you go, or you can just go to CEwire.com/handouts and they're all there. And hey, this system just removed a link. Interesting. Why did it remove a link from me? All right. That's now I'm offended on behalf of all CEwire users. So in the chat, usually you can put hyperlinks in there. It just removed mine. How dare it?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
All right, Jake. What did you do here?
Yes, I just tried one also. It removed mine. You see it?
Yeah, let me actually ask them why it's doing that, because that's no bueno. I need to be able to put hyperlinks in here.
I put the
Andrew had
survey.
a question about Illinois. I'm not sure what you need for your specific state, Andrew. So for live classes, all you need is the survey, which is like a course eval, but it's when you take on demand that Arbo requires a quiz if it is not a live class that has interaction with the speaker. Now, what you need to do for Illinois, I'm not sure. That's something that you'll need to check yourself with your state board. But as long as you are using OE Tracker, classes are sent automatically over. If you are using something like CE Broker, then you'll need to send those in yourself. Anisha, you had a question about the Starbucks card. Just drop an email to support@CEwire.com and we'll make sure that that gets to you. It does take a little bit at times to arrive, so it is not automatic. It is another one of those manual things that Adam has to send. So it'll likely happen next week after the live event is over. Abraham, you're asking again about the handout link. If you go into the classroom, I'm not sure which one you're looking for. look underneath the video player window. There are links for all of them that say post-course survey, download handout, and discussion thread that takes you to the discussion thread on
Yeah.
CEwire.
If you type the link, Adam, I think it goes in. If you cut and paste it, it doesn't. That's what I just tried.
Really? Wait, let me
If
actually.
you
I'm gonna actually. So I just tried to actually post that as a regular user. Let me actually post it as an administrator. It could just be a permissions issue, which is like, of course
okay,
it is, right? Because that's again
you see, if
the
you look
first
at,
one. Let me.
I put the WWC wire work, but I tried the survey link and I got the link removed.
Let me tell you.
Okay, the course we should be starting.
Yep. Everybody who's listening to us needs to jump into a room to get their classes.
And
And sorry we're quiet here. If anybody is still in
yep,
the lobby, we're just making sure that things are working as they should.
yep.
Hey everyone, Adam Farkas here. Thanks so
Whoops.
much for coming out to another.
There we go. Just testing it, making sure that the video is streaming and the audio does work, and I say yes to both. I heard my own voice. That means it's working.
Yeah, that was me. It started and I wasn't fast enough on the
That's a good
on
thing,
the mute.
though. It actually worked.
Yes,
Hallelujah.
and mine's it's good for me for that room too because I can't get to the unmute button, so it automatically mutes, which is good.
Right. And again, that's not something that we did. That's just something that most major browsers are doing these days. If you have a video that starts to autoplay, it'll just mute it
A quick
automatically.
post.
Yep.
That's me. I'm going back into all the rooms again now that the video started, so you're going to hear it for a second. Let's see. Here we go. Room 1. Let's get it started there. Okay. Excellent.
Good, good. So everything works. Well, hopefully everybody's away from here in their classes and not listening to us right now.
Yep.
And I'm just trying to answer some emails here. This is again always the first one is always where people are asking me for, oh, how do I log in, and so on and so forth. So
Oh, Gretchen, he's here. Don't worry about it.
Okay, thank you.
He popped in. So all the speakers are here, and they actually get credit for their lecture, believe it or not. They should. I remember when I used to do things. I forget what we did for Arbor or whatever, or as a professor. You got 2 times the credit for one thing and 3 times the credit for another, but that's long since gone. Okay, now I'll go out to room 2 and let's see what's happening here. You know what? It's fine.
yeah, that's what I figured. That's what I figured, is that once it actually really started to load a video in, it would work fine.
Yep.
Well, this is good. So far, so good.
Yes.
The videos are playing, and the correct
All
videos
quiet.
are playing. The correct videos are playing, which is the important thing too. Again, when we load the system for the first time, we need to make sure that all the correct content is there, and it's not always obvious that it will be. So
stopping in all the rooms to see any questions. So if I'm not talking, it's because people are answering questions. By the way, let me give you a tally of how many people were here just at the very beginning, which is complimentary, whatever the word is 400.
Adam, if you're pinging Jake,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it is possible, but putting us back into green, I think is helpful.
Yeah, it just helps us see speakers, etc.
And
Yeah, I
also for
mean,
folks when we answer them.
yep, yeah, I can find out. I can see what he can do. I doubt they're going to be able to do too much, right now, but we'll see.
Hmm.
But that was always there. So it's almost like they're reverting back to some code that they had.
Yeah, interesting that given what we changed and more importantly didn't change, that that dropped off somehow. So we do still have some folks showing here in the lobby, but I am going to guess that they simply have a window open um, to keep the lobby open for quick chat, which is not a bad idea.
Yeah. I'm reminding people in all the rooms to complete the survey at the end. So let's see, we have 3. Okay, boy, for the first hour, I'm going to have as much hair as I began the day with.
All right.
Yeah, this is smoother than smooth. It's each time it gets easier and easier. We will take it.
I'm going to give you guys a running total. How many people? I know it's not up to date, but it's close. Wow. We have over 1,300 people that I know for sure are there, and probably even more. So let's say 1,500 people are in the rooms now presently. That's pretty darn good.
And just to let you know, Gretchen, Jake heard your pleas and acted with extreme rapidity. So when people refresh, they may not show up for them immediately. The colors will be different for speakers, and
Good.
and the hyperlink thing he's also worked on, but he's not going to actually fix that. I told him not to until the end of the day, because to fix it
Right.
triggers a rebuild and all this other crapola, and I'm like, don't even bother. Everything's working great.
Yep.
It's all good.
Yeah, it's not green yet, but it'll be. But and by the way, we should at least talk about the first 4 lecture rooms, just to be complete. In room 1 is Dr. Thies, and she's talking about practical prescribing strategies for adult diplopia. She's a neuro person. Mo Rafidari is talking about sharpening your OCT skills, practice pearls. Susan Gromacki is talking about beyond the ocular surface, the optometrist's guide to the cornea. And Justin Schweitzer, a new speaker to our presentation, nationally known, plays codes, not so fast, uncovering the clues hidden in your glaucoma cases. So you have 4 high-profile different lectures, one on posterior segment, one on glaucoma, one on anterior segment, and one on neuro. So
Yep.
you have your choice.
Yeah, so the schedule this year was actually a little bit challenging to put together. Normally, when I put the matrix, when I have a blank matrix in front of me, what I try to do is group similar topics into a room, right? So then we'll have different things in each room running at the same time. So if you're interested in a certain topic, you go to room 2 for narcotics, room 3 for glaucoma, or whatever it is. It was a little bit more challenging this year with the topics that we had. So that's why you might not see as clean a separation of topics into different rooms this year. So you may just be bouncing around a little bit more from room to room to see what it is that you want.
But you did an excellent job of getting all the DA stuff pretty much together, all the glaucoma stuff pretty much together with other glaucoma lectures interspersed. So
yeah, and the challenge of it is actually really interesting because a lot of our DEA folks, you'll see on day 2, these people are giving multiple lectures at CEwire. So just out of courtesy to them, what I try to do is stack their lectures together, right? So they don't have to come in at 7 in the morning and then 3 p.m., right? So I try to get them contiguous. But to do that, that means other stuff has to be shifted around as well, right? To make sure that people who have multiple hours are contiguous. So that starts to get much more complicated. That's why the separation of classes isn't as clean as you might like. If everybody was just giving an hour-long lecture and it was just 1 hour for each person, then it's almost like Lego blocks, right? You can easily put whatever you want wherever. But that's just not the case here. So that's why it's a little bit more disjointed. Fortunately, moving from room to room isn't like being, at a real conference where you have to run down the hall, right? It's pressing one button. So at least that's easy.
Jake, thank you for responding so quickly. I don't mean to be a pain. I see that you made our icons green, which is better than nothing, and I'm grateful for it. What would be really helpful is if we could have the names of the speakers be green. And I don't know if that's something that can be changed now, or we don't want to interrupt the matrix, but having
Gretchen, your convenience is none of our concern.
It's not convenience. It's
not
we're
trying to help you, Adam.
I just, I'm glad though that it's Jake is always impressive that he can get this stuff done so fast. He's sitting right there and he's like bang, bang, bang. But yeah, I see what you're saying, Gretchen. I think a lot of the stuff we're gonna wait to make big changes on until the end of the day. Because like messing with something where people, and as you know, there are thousands of people already here. To change something like, I want this to look a certain color, we don't want to do that. Same thing with the hyperlinks, right? We saw that there was an issue with the hyperlinks in the chat. If you don't actually prefix them with HTTP, you can get them in there for right now, but it'll be fixed by the end of the day. For this very first one, on the very first day, we don't want to touch anything.
Oh yes, I'm not asking him to check now. I'm saying just in general. It's better for the names to be green.
100%.
I'm not asking him to check
100%. Yeah, it's funny. Like all these last minute things, it's like, oh my god. Like the question is, do you want to risk stability for something like that? And for me, the answer was always, you just wait till the end of the day and then regroup and fix. So, but what's good is we're doing this 4 times, right? So. We're gonna knock out all the problems that we have in the next 10 minutes, probably, right? Anything that we're gonna complain about, we're gonna complain about in the next 10 minutes. We'll fix it at the end of the day, and then for the rest of the year, it'll be fine.
In a perfect world, you don't have to change colors. Just make the speaker appear at the top of the roster of people in the room.
Well, that's not going to happen now, Steve, because that's a major change to the overall platform. So that's not going to happen given what we're doing. The name change, I think, is something that is easier to do, but that is a coding thing that we will need to address next year.
One of my pet peeves, it's always funny that when people say, "Oh, that's easy to do." So whenever you're doing anything with a system like this, and I think Jake would probably agree with me on all of this, this is like doing work on a car with the engine running, right? And getting under the hood while the engine's running, and you're like, oh. Hey, just, pop this fuse out and put in another one, or whatever. When the engine's running, right, and everything's lit, doing any sort of change is much more difficult than just shutting everything off, making the change, and then restarting again. So that's why in a running system, you try, if you can, not to make too many changes while everything's in progress. So, it happens on ODwire all the time too. Paul was actually famous for this. Oh my God. He would drive me up the wall with, oh, you need to change X, Y, Z right now. How hard could it be? right? It's just a banana,
Actually,
Michael.
very hard,
What could it
Paul.
cost? $10, right? Like that is literally what it was like. He'd want changes that to him would appear minor, but would actually be somewhat major and would be disruptive for people using the system. So a lot of the times, what would end up happening on ODwire is I would wait to make a lot of these changes until like 1 a.m, right? When I moved out to the West Coast, it got a little bit easier, right? Because 1 a.m. for you guys, it's still kind of humane time for me to work on the system, but yeah, it was always an interesting thing trying to make changes in real time when you knew it was going to disrupt what people were doing. So
somebody can't find the rooms. I just told them it's very easy. Just hit the back button from the lobby. They're in the lobby, and you'll see all 4 rooms highlighted.
Well,
And
you
you can
have
go
to
to
hit January synchronous classes.
yeah.
You have to scroll down and you see the lobby and then you see January classes. So you do need to click on that.
So if you go, let me actually pull it up again. So if you go out to the very main page, let me show everyone what I'm talking about here. They're on the left. You don't have to hit, anything else for the synchronous classes. They're just on the left side of the screen from the very main screen. So if you just go out to CEwire.com, right, that main lobby where people landed today, on the left side of the screen, that's where you'll always find the room listings right here. So pretty easy. Or as Steve said, the back button will always take you right back out to this main screen.
Yep.
Yeah, on my live stream, I don't have it. I have to back out, but it's fairly easy. Or not fairly, it's very easy.
Yeah, this is one of those. It's one of those things where people learn once and then they have it, and it's like, oh, okay. That's why the support requests are so low, I think, right now, just because people know how to do it. We haven't really changed anything year over year. So if anybody was here at 2024 or 2025,
But the sound is also working perfectly. They usually have problems with sound and not getting it, but they all seem to be getting it perfectly.
Yeah, so the unmute button was made much more prominent. I'm sure you guys noticed, right, in the classrooms. Like it's like dead center at the top of the screen now with stuff is muted. There's that big button that says unmute. In the olden days, it was much more subtle and hidden, and the lecture would start and you'd be like, why am I not hearing anything? And you'd have to sort of scroll on the screen, and then you'd see in the lower left-hand corner a little thing with a slash through it. It was really annoying. I think they got the message right at the streaming service who wrote the actual video code where they're like, let's make this button huge to show people like this is muted. Here's the unmute button, click it.
Yeah, I have both, by the way, so they have 2 bites of the apple.
Oh, good. Yeah, so they tried to make it easier because I'm 100% certain they got huge complaints. Although, of course, this is inside baseball. We'll get into it later. The company that actually handles the video transport. So CEwire itself is made up of a bunch of different parts. And one of the parts handles that video bandwidth, right? Which is kind of, even though this looks like a coherent whole when you're browsing CEwire, everything that's going on inside that video window is distinctly separate from the rest of the software. The stuff that's going on inside that video window is made by a company that specializes in video streaming, right? So that no matter where you are, the stream should be coming in looking good, right? It shouldn't be, stuttering or buffering or any of the other nonsense. And they're also the ones that are responsible for the controls on that window, right? The unmute and mute and all that other fun stuff. That company was just acquired by private equity. Thank you very much. And so, the question is going to be going forward for the folks who are handling the actual video bandwidth portion of this, what's going to happen to them? And I was hearing rumblings that a lot of their engineering staff was let go. So that's always reassuring, right? That the people handling your streaming are gone. Fortunately, the great part about CEwire, and Jake will attest to this, the way that the platform's been written, we can interchangeably plug in other video service providers and other bandwidth providers. So not saying it's like totally plug and play and easy to do. It's going to be a monstrous pain if we have to. But if we start to see that it starts to get unreliable, we can always switch. So
all hail Jake. Hail.
So yeah, so this has actually been on my mind a great deal over the past year, right? You're seeing a lot of, in the tech sector, right? Because of this overheated AI bubble, you're starting to also see a lot of more traditional providers being sort of snapped up by private equity. The cost of hosting more traditional products like a CEwire or an ODwire, it's starting to go up, right? It's starting to get more expensive. We're seeing that acutely as well because data center space is now becoming, more expensive, right? And these legacy companies, like the ones that handle the actual video streaming, are being acquired by private equity, and they're not necessarily treating their staff with the greatest of respect. So, we have to have alternative plans, I guess, to try to move our video provider, which is, we can. This year, obviously, the conference was put together under slight duress over this past month and a half. So, we went with the usual providers, but if we discover that they're unreliable, then obviously we'll make changes. But as of today and as of right now, it looks like they're streaming everything just fine.
Yep. Woo!
Yep.
We'll take it.
Yeah. I mean, in theory, the only terrible thing that I think is going to happen, if I had to read the tea leaves with this company that handles the video streaming, I don't think they're going to become unreliable in the next year. What I think is going to happen is they're going to become extortionate, right? They're going to start demanding higher and higher fees, right? So there's this process of enshittification, and I should probably actually just write a whole slide deck about it if I'm going to be ranting and raving about it this weekend, which I am going to, where they reach a point where companies just try to extract as much as they can from consumers, as as we've all witnessed and we've all unfortunately been a part of. But now the enshittification goes up a level where they start to try to extract everything from their business customers, right? And that's like even worse, right? So you have service providers who are coming back to you. They think they have a gun to your head, and they're like, you know what? We were charging you $5,000 to stream these videos. Well, guess what? We feel like charging you $10,000 now. And what are you going to do about it, right?
Right. If you need it, you need it.
And so that's why you always want to have alternatives, and that's why I'm constantly thinking about it. When this video provider goes, Busto, what can we do to actually shift over to a service that's just as reliable, if not more so? And again, all transparent to the users, right? Our users shouldn't notice anything different, right? The CEwire should work the same way as it always does, even if we have to snap in a different video provider. So,
right.
Fun.
We mentioned we don't rely upon our sponsors, but should we mention at least a few of them?
We can verbally talk about it. I was so unprepared for this moment today that I don't even have a real slide deck set up.
Okay.
I might have a slide deck. Hold on. Is it the slide deck? I don't know. Let me actually see what I have. Yeah, this has been a rough one to be sure. Let me actually load up PowerPoint here and see.
We could talk about easy. iTech Consortium is a group that is free to join, and it's a very profitable one for ODs to have various companies be able to give you discounts. They're great people that work with it. I've been with them for a few years now, and they're very, very nice to deal with, and it costs you nothing. And you get certain products, frames, lenses, equipment at a much better price than you can get yourself.
Yep. Yeah. And of course, we have our usual sponsors as well. Beyond iTech, we have Visionix, right, who are a great partner, and they've been with us, I want to say from the beginning, for a really long time. So Visionix, OptiView, incredible to work with. And I mentioned enshittification before. Never use that sentence with them. So, one of the nice parts about working with them is that they, are very sort of grassroots in terms of if you need to get a hold of them, they are always there, which in this day and age is a remarkable thing. So, and obviously their products are first rate. Everybody, I think, knows OptiView's products and Visionix and their exam lane equipment. So, it's funny actually, Gretchen, you and I have attended a lot of Vision Expos and everything else together over the past few years. It's always kind of nice to be able to go, as much as I love doing the virtual stuff, and actually see them in person, to just remember that there are actual people running these companies, right, that are there that you can reach out and touch, right? It's not sort of like the internet companies where they're going to try to, shake me down for another 10 grand to, to increase our bandwidth, right? The eye care space is really interesting to me because companies like Visionix are still, even though they, seem, quote, big, they're still very much run by normal people, right? Who are in touch with reality, and you can still get a hold of them for service. And they're still very much in a competitive marketplace. So thank you to Visionix for, sponsoring and being who they are.
Many thanks to Visionix. They have been very supportive in more ways than one. They are a true partner, and that is valued.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think even, more so these days than ever before. It's just nice to have, companies that actually care. They want to service you, properly when you're having issues and get you set up. I don't know. I sort of feel like, and maybe this is just because I'm internet poisoned, sitting here every day working with these other, sort of larger companies, you get the sense that business has become disconnected a lot from their customers. And at least in eye care, fortunately, for a lot of the vendors, that's not the case, right? You still can actually reach out and touch people. So they are a good example of that.
Yep.
Okay. No, I mean, literally zero complaints about volume, getting in, getting out. People didn't know how to do it at first, but as smooth as it could possibly be. This is more like a Sunday in September. That's the last lectures we give.
Yep.
Or
yeah.
Synchronous portion.
Yeah. I told Jake if the hyperlink thing in the chat was the only thing that was broken, I'll take it. This is fantastic. I didn't think it would be this easy out of the gate. Although part of the other this other part of the secret sauce, obviously having Jake here is very reassuring. He's incredibly helpful. As we've done this a lot, we always had to try to figure out how, dedicating the resources to the servers on the live days, it's a balancing act, right? Because in the olden days, when you do this, you would literally have dedicated pieces of hardware sitting in a rack somewhere, and that's what you'd have to serve all of your stuff. These days, it's not like that, right? You're using virtual servers that you can scale up and bring down as you need them. And so the decision we always have to make beforehand, before one of these conferences, is how much? How many of these machines do we want running on the days of the live event, and how much bandwidth do they get, right? How much CPU do they get? And my answer to Jake was always just crank it up to 11. And I'm sure to him, that's probably a little bit horrifying, right? Because at least as an engineer, you want to try to, match supply and demand. You want to try to, get it right. And I've always just erred on the side of just crank it all the way. I want to make sure that everybody has good performance. And I think we've pretty much hit that sweet spot now, as you're seeing. There's not, freezing. There's not stuttering. There's nothing like that. People can get in. And so since the software is integrated with ODwire, on the ODwire side as well, I crank it to 11, right? Because I want to make sure that everybody can log in. Or, for instance, like those ridiculous handouts that our speakers have. I mean, I call them ridiculous, but they're only ridiculous because of their size. Like, some of the handouts that people handed me, these PDFs, are like 20 megabytes big. Right?
Wow,
they wanted
that's
because they
bananas.
look, there are retinal photos and stuff in them, and they're like, look, we could crush them down and make them small, but they're gonna look like garbage. What do you want to do? So I'm like, well, I don't want it to look like garbage, so let's just keep them as big as you want. And so all of that crapola is hosted on ODwire. And so imagine 1,000 people in a classroom all clicking download handout.
Yep.
So what happens?
It's like 1,000 people going to the same folder in a filing cabinet, which is banana pants.
And so they're all going to ODwire, like Kayla's lecture, which is, the one on Gen Z, which is a really beautiful lecture, by the way. I can't wait for you guys to see it. She did a great job. Her handouts are enormous. And I'm like, all right, we'll go with it. But if we have 1,000 people downloading that from ODwire itself all at once, I'm like, oh God, this is going to be a disaster. So I, had to really crank up the resources on ODwire servers as well, at least temporarily. So anyway, that's just kind of behind the scenes stuff.
Do you prefer just the slides without the audio?
Oh, no. So there's no audio on the handouts, right? So they're just PDFs, but the PDFs themselves are large, right? Because let's say that you're Mark Friedberg, right? And you have a lecture that's 100 slides long, which is not atypical for him. and they're literally
pixels.
they're all pictures, right? They're all retina photo, and it's like, do you crush it down into a piece of garbage, black and white PDF that's like 1 megabyte big that nobody really wants, or do you just go for the gusto and like, give everybody full high resolution pictures? So I'm like, give high resolution pictures. I don't care as long as the system can handle it. So that's why we crank the resources up on ODwire, just to make sure that it can handle it when there's a crush of people hitting it. And so far, I haven't seen anyone complain yet about ODwire, and the server hasn't fallen over, so that's good. As far as I can see.
Fingers,
Wait, let me go back there. Oh no, it's still there. It's still working good. So yeah, so there's a lot of that sort of stuff that goes on behind the scenes that you don't see during the live weekends. And then once the live weekend ends, we just sort of scale the resources back down because the on-demand stuff is much less intensive. So yeah, but it's shockingly expensive. That's the other, I think that's the point I was trying to make, that because these service providers are getting more and more expensive, data centers are getting more expensive, to be able to do this, to crank it up to these levels. I was shocked the last time I saw our bill for the last event. I'm like, I'm like, okay, well, no, but it is what it is, right? Like that's just, it's table stakes to actually do this, and it's fine. But it's just, that's life, it's, I think there's the perception that a lot of people had that the internet was, quote, free and everything's free, and nothing's free. It's all expensive.
Yeah.
And in fact, I just found out that ChatGPT and Gemini are going to start putting ads on their free service, so they'll monetize that way.
Well, that is not a surprise, honestly.
Well, no, and I don't think ChatGPT. I have a feeling that OpenAI is going to be gone by next year. They're going to be absorbed by Microsoft because they're going to run out of money by next year. And I have a hard time seeing anybody putting more money in, and Microsoft's probably going to get sick of this at some point and just say, you know what, you go bankrupt, we're just going to acquire you. We'll take all your assets.
And Gemini has Google, so they have plenty of money.
Right.
Now, it's funny, twice I got the warning, Adam, that I'm on 2 tabs, and all I'm on is on the Zoom and in one lecture. I go back and forth between lectures, so maybe it's sensing Zoom. No, I can't sense Zoom as that. I've looked at all my tabs. No. Okay. Maybe I won't get that again.
Yeah, I'm just trying to help some other people log in here. Hang on a second.
But you can't defeat the system. You can't go on 2 computers or a phone and a computer and go on 2 different courses at the same time. The software will recognize it, and you'll get neither, and you'll get a warning that you can't do that.
Mm-hmm. And so far, the everything seems to be pretty stable, which is good. And interesting, the number of people that we have for the first hour.
Almost, I'm counting about 17 to 1800, Gretchen.
Yeah, that's great. For the first hour, I mean, before West Coast is really up and moving, I think this is the highest we've ever had for Saturday morning.
Sure, and East Coast is still working. I mean, there are ODs that work on Saturday, especially since they lost a day last week.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm checking out the surveys just to see if that works. So far, so good. Okay, my survey went through. You can complete I don't suggest doing it, but you can complete a survey before you finish the course. I would wait to finish the course to do it. I just would test in the system. And you'll see there is on the lower left-hand side, post-course survey on each lecture. You click on that and complete the survey. It takes 1 or 2 minutes. You get better and better at it's all the same survey. And Adam will have something pop up on the top of the screen near the end of the lecture to remind you also. You will not get credit unless you complete the survey. That's kind of an arbor rule. We try to abide by it.
It's been quiet here in the lobby. Very few questions.
Yeah. Hey, I've gotten 3, now 4 thumbs up on one lecture. And we never get thumbs up. That and a token will get you on the subway. It's good to do. I don't think we keep track of those, but we do look at the surveys, and we do get reviews from people about what they liked, what they didn't like. So it's highly appreciated, and And by the way, we're always saying if you have any other speakers that are either people that you heard that are excellent, please let us know. I'm always looking for new speakers, young, old, doesn't matter. And their knowledge base, if it's something new and different and unique, that'd be great.
Yep.
And pretty much all the speakers we have this year are all new heavy hitters that we see at many of the conferences, and they were thrilled to be asked to join CEwire. So good getting them in the fold. And every year
We're
you'll
happy
see
to
us.
have them.
Yep. And we'll rotate people in and out, in and out. And some icons we've kept for well, 15 years. I'm trying to think of the ones that, well, they're dropping slowly but surely. But certainly Mark Friedberg, um, Richie Whitland. I'm trying to think of others that have stayed all through the time. Pismente, Polino, all I well regarded ODs and MDs.
Adam, I'm sure you're having people still sign up.
Yep, that is true.
What always happens on Saturday morning.
I'm handling some support requests. It's funny. I just had a string of 3 different people with AOL email addresses have trouble getting in. So
Shocker.
So that is more a function of, you know, people having an account for a long time, I think, and not wanting.
I still have an AOL account. I don't really use it, but I still have it. It was my very first email address. I'm not giving that up. I've had it since 1993.
I believe, can't you forward the AOL account to Gmail or Hotmail at
Yes,
this
you
point?
can because Ben Casella still has an AOL account. And when he started with me at Optometry Times, I had a look of horror on my face. And I insisted that I was not publishing an AOL email address for the editor, the clinical editor of my publication. And I said, dude, I'm sorry, this is unacceptable. So he got a Gmail and just had it pointed toward AOL to mollify me. And all love to Ben for doing that. But it works for him and he wants to keep using it. And it just makes me laugh. So, yeah, I still have mine and I'll never give it up.
Well, you know why I use SpaceDoc at at MIT.edu? It's a forwarding service and it forwards to Gmail, Hotmail, and Yahoo. And so occasionally, if one is down or I'm having a glitch with it, I can always check my other accounts. So it's really, most universities nowadays will have EFL, email forwarding for life. And it's a little bit harder to hack into because you have to get through their servers to your account. So far it's worked really well for me.
Isn't that a nightmare though, if you have all the emails go to, like you have 3 or 4 other accounts and it all has the same information? That would drive me bananas.
Well, I almost always am on Gmail 98% of the time. There's an occasion where it was locked up or it wasn't working properly, and I just shoot over the Hotmail and there it is. So it really hasn't been a problem. If anything, it gives me a three. People don't know my email, so they can't hack it. They try to hack SpaceDoc, and that is not an email. It's just a fake forwarding email. And if you see when you get a letter from me, you'll get it'll say Steve Silver at Gmail most of the time. But when I send it out via SpaceDoc.
Hmm.
I know my 2 daughters, one's use Syracuse, one's use Columbia, and they do the same thing.
I don't know if Temple University does that. I mean, I had one for a while, but
I bet you they do. Alumni, it's alumni service. I bet you they do. Just Just go on this website
Well,
and
I need
see.
another email address like I need a hole in the head, so
Well,
I'm not
it's a
gonna.
phony one, so it'll say Gretchen Bailey at Temple .alum.edu, something like that, or whatever you want to put before. It doesn't have to be Gretchen Bailey.
Yeah, interesting.
Well, so far
This is
so
pretty
good.
private.
Let me.
Yeah.
How's everyone doing here in the chat? So it seems like things are pretty much
Quiet.
just rolling along. Yeah.
Yeah. There is some interaction with the speakers in the rooms, and the lectures are all really interesting. Well, we have top-notch speakers with Mulrafferty, Schweitzer, Gromicki, and Thies.
And our servers haven't crashed yet, which is good, at least on
You
the ODwire
shush,
side.
shush, shush, shush.
Well, we have this is almost a record, Adam. I think the only other time it was
You
more
shush,
was during
shush, shush, shush.
during.
That was me. The lobby said that I didn't have permission, so it restarted me and I wasn't muted.
Yeah,
So
I saw you double. I twice have gotten a message that I'm in two rooms, and I clicked because I'm not. But we'll see. I don't need the credit.
oh, I always get those messages because I mean I'm not looking for credit, so I keep all the rooms up all the time, and I do have the messages pop up.
Yeah, I go from room to room to room to room. To...
There's
I
some
mean,
really good interaction in these rooms, which is lovely. This is really the object of the exercise, so I love that.
since I've been teaching the AI course, you wouldn't believe how many people don't use a PC or a Mac. They just use their phone for everything. And it's just not as efficient. The screen is smaller. You don't get all the data in the mobile app. They just and they certainly can use it when they're home and in the privacy of the little room. But it is good for presbyopia and reading glasses. That's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think the average person who doesn't really do that much with a computer could probably just survive using an iPad these days, right?
Yep.
If you really think about what people use these things for, I mean, right now, the CEwire use case is kind of an exception probably. Like I'm just surrounded by an unbelievable. Or I should actually take a picture of this so people can see what the control room actually looks like here. But like for most people though, an iPad would do it. And I watched the way my son, who's he's a teenager, right? He's a junior in high school. I watch the way he interacts with technology, and it is interesting for him. Obviously, computers are how they interact at school, right? It's what they do, right? They're always in the classrooms on the computer, but for the most part, I think he spends the vast majority of his time on an iPad when he's just screwing around. And obviously, if he's playing games on his PC, then you need a big honking computer. But for the most part, you get most of the stuff done just on an iPad.
Yeah,
I just
that
read an
makes
article
sense.
yesterday, Adam, about it might be the death of the iPad. The iPhone is going to come out next year with a foldable iPhone, which when you open it up will be almost the size of an iPad mini.
Yep.
And therefore, the iPad, the tablet in general, might go the way of, what do you call it, suspenders.
It's very possible. I mean, Apple's a little bit behind the curve even with this because I've used the Samsung Fold. If you've ever seen one of those, so that's
Yeah.
I mean, it's big, right? It does fold out to Samsung just came out with a trifold, right? Which is even more ridiculous. So it's like literally like a trifold wallet. It actually does open up to something the size of a tablet. I think Apple did their usual Apple thing, and there's behind the curve a little bit on purpose because they know if you've ever used the Samsung Fold, where it actually folds, like right at those fold areas, the screen gets all deformed and shitty. It's like
Right.
it gets these little creases,
That's not good.
and it's like,
The
well,
it's not going to have a seam in the middle. They said it won't have a seam.
right.
So,
So that's been the
that.
challenge for them, right? Because you have this fundamental tension, right? To make a screen that's bendable like this, but that's also hard enough to survive the rigors of being an actual phone is really hard. And I think that's why Apple has really taken their time with it because Samsung, I mean, whatever, the Galaxy phones are fine. They're like throwaways though at some point, right? No one cares. You're not going to keep one for 10 years usually. But with Apple, they like their phones to last for a really long time or their iPads. So they really focus on the quality of the device. And I think that's why they've kind of just held back from doing this until they have a material that really will work. And you could fold it like this thousands of times. I don't think they were just holding off from doing it.
So
So
we
we'll
might get
see.
that I think it'll be the 18 next year.
Yep. I mean, I would definitely get one if it would actually work properly and I could have one device instead of a phone and an iPad. It would be tremendous, but we'll see. But then again, of course, it's going to cost $3,000, so maybe I'm not getting one.
The starting model will be $2,400. They said so. Yeah, or
That's,
at least that's their. So
I
imagine the
mean,
pro version, 3,500.
yeah, no, that's so. Again, like I think people are finally getting to a place where this may be a bridge too far. I have a feeling. We're seeing that right now too with computers in general and the price of memory, and it's getting to a place where it is a bridge too far. Where, it's hilarious because I'm looking at the machines right now that are run that we use to set up the conference here, and I'm like, holy crap! If I had to put together one of these today, this machine would cost like $5,000. Like that's ridiculous.
Wow.
I'm looking at, I have a one machine that I have over here that I use for some of the transcoding. I built it right at the beginning of COVID, and it's got 128 gigs of RAM. And I'm looking at this thing and I'm like, oh my God, like just the memory in this thing, if I tried to go on eBay today and sell it, would be $1,000. Like that's crazy. So I think consumers they're probably getting to here with this. Like they just don't want it anymore, but we'll see.
So far, I haven't answered more than one question in the rooms. It's just fabulous.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, to me, it's I'm actually shocked. I shouldn't be that Jake's on top of everything and the software is working great. But like, yeah, we have so many people in the rooms, and it's just quiet.
Yep. This is the first hour of the first day, and normally we're running around. And I think we also have some really good, reliable speakers that knew what they're doing in terms of their lecture and the quality of the. I know you probably go through every lecture yourself, but the quality of the audios on these and the videos are great. Slides are fantastic.
Yeah, so
Yep.
for each of the videos that we get, I do actually go through all of them and I redo the audio on all of them because the part of the problem is that everybody records at a different level, right? So you'll get some people who are low talkers, other people who are really loud, and when the videos come out, you don't want people to be like blown out of their seats, right, when the next one starts. So we try to actually level the audio out so that it's the same pretty much across all the lectures. But with I get to actually watch each one of the lectures too, which is fun. And this year they are really good, and I think you can even see the quality of them. They're starting to really ramp it up, and I think people are getting better equipment too. Like if you notice, like the one that's going on right now with Susan Gramacki, take a look at the quality of the slides and the quality of her sitting there. When I was working with her on it, the biggest challenge with that lecture was actually getting it to me because it was, I want to say it was like 4 gigabytes. It was humongous.
Wow.
I mean, it was just huge. And we were actually having trouble getting the stuff over. And because it was so large, and if you think about how big that is, if you have like a normal internet connection that's like not fiber at home, just uploading something like that takes forever. And so it took us a good day and a half actually to figure out how to get this gigantic file off of her computer and over to me for processing. So it's one of the more interesting challenges that we're having.
She has a lot of video. Is that because of all the data?
Yeah, so it's the quality of the slides, right? So you can see she has a little bit of that. You can see her in the little window with her. She's moving at 30 frames a second, as you can see. So it's very smooth, right? So again, as people start getting better computers, you can almost tell when someone's using a Mac for a lot of this stuff, right? When they're using right? Because like you can hear it, you can see it. It's like, oh, okay, this is great. But the only problem is just the sheer size of what they're producing is huge. And again, in the future, this will not be a problem because everyone will have fiber and uploading the stuff will be easy. But for now, it's just one of the sort of the newer challenges that we're having.
Yeah, it's to have the first hour be running this well is fantastic.
Also, tallying the amount of people in the rooms. and it's pretty stable. It's not that people got in late or are leaving, etc. So that normally there's a little variability, very little, which is it shows that people know what to do.
Well, we're going to be seeing how the first transition goes because we're coming up to 50 minutes past the hour, so people will start to take the surveys and switch rooms if need be.
Mhm. The
Yeah,
first
I guess we'll
transition I
see.
remember, Gretchen, was terrible. Didn't get dark enough, and the car was terrible. Yeah, Joe, sorry.
Well, I think that the challenge that people have, a couple things. First, they think that it's immediate. They forget that there's a little bit of buffer time there for you to take your survey, get into the second room, run to the bathroom if you need to, get another cup of coffee. And then like, oh, geez, there's no audio. Well, actually, there will be when the course actually starts. So, yeah, that's
Mhm.
sometimes where we see a little bit of question coming. But yeah, people might
Yep.
jump in here to say hi in the lobby.
I forget in between. Do we have music playing, Adam?
Mm-mm.
So in between, when the first one stops and there's nothing, there's only music. There's a minute in the beginning, right? When you see the countdown timer, that's when the music starts again. But literally in between sessions, there's absolutely nothing running. It's just there's no video. There's just nothing.
And that's, I think, where some people are thinking, oh my God, there's nothing here, and they panic.
Yep. So sometimes what'll happen is after a few minutes, there'll be a countdown timer for the next lecture that should automatically come up. But if a lecture is super short, right? If it comes in like just at Arbo's limit of 45 or 50 minutes or whatever it is, then there's a gap there, right? For several minutes. That's when I think people are like, "What's going on here?" So yeah, that's something we have to try to work through.
Some people are losing the video in room two. I'm just going to tell them refresh because I'm not. I'm there.
Yeah. So again, it's not anything that we can do for them. Yeah, it's running
It's their
fine.
own internet
It's their own
connection.
internet connection, right? So again,
Yeah.
these videos are big, and yeah,
Oh, that just happened in room 3 as well.
Yeah. They might be on 5G also. They might be on phones, traveling. You just don't know what platform they're on.
yeah, it's
Okay.
it's a it's a challenge. We
One
we
person
can't.
said it didn't work the first time and refreshing the second time worked. So
Yeah,
it's their
again,
connection.
yeah, it's almost always because again, I'm here on a gigabit connection and it's everything's working fine. So, um, we're not getting that sort of systemic problem, right? Those are the things that I really worry about, right? Like if you're seeing 100 people have the same problem, then it's like, oh, what's going on here? But with the number of people that are accessing this thing by mobile phone, you are bound to have some people who have it just stop, right, and freeze up. And there's nothing we can do about that. They just have to refresh it themselves.
Okay, people like Dr. Rafferty's lecture, Susan Gromaka's going for 2 hours. And did you
Yep.
help Dr. Whitland this time, or did he do it by himself?
So with Dr. Whitland, he was actually an interesting case. So I recorded the lecture with him, which was fun. He, we always each year we record the lecture together. He's one of the few guys who actually just wants me to do it for him, and I'm like, fine, we'll do it together. And I love it because we actually then just get to chit chat and talk about his
Well,
talk
he's
and
an
everything
interesting
else.
guy.
Yeah, I mean, I wish I could do it with everyone else. I can't do it though, right? There's too many hours, 75 of them. I would shoot myself if I had to actually go through 75 recording sessions. But it's wonderful when I get the opportunity to do it because I get a little bit of insight as to why he wanted to do the lecture and how it works. His is really cool though because it's talking about sort of emergencies. When you really need to get nervous and what you should do. Going just through a bunch of his cases. I think he recently retired, right? Not too long ago.
Yes,
So, yeah,
he's still active, but he retired from actual surgery. It
yep,
was great. I used to refer all my surgeries to him. By the way,
yeah. So
Dr. You talk.
Yeah, so I was going to say he's got a wealth of cases, over a career of 40 years or more, whatever it is. So that's why it's so great working with him, because he really does have this history, and it really comes out in his slides.
Dr. Raffateri's last slide is an AI slide. I can tell it's an infographic. I don't know where it was produced by, but it was a really interesting slide, and I complimented him on it.
Yep,
Had you seen some of my? Yep. Sue's going strong. And there were about 400 people, a little bit less in his room.
Crazy. Crazy crowd here.
Yep. Everybody's nice, though. Only one time now it's 16 years? No, it was
11. This is the 11th.
This is the 11th.
We have a confrontational audience for one speaker, and it was some sort of political thing, whatever. And that's amazing. With probably, let's multiply it out, almost 1,000 lectures.
Yeah, we haven't had too much in the way of trouble, which has been good.
Especially in this society.
Well,
trouble starts with T, and that rhymes with P, and
well, I mean, I think most people, this is the other thing, right? This is not a free conference, which I think, again, it kind of makes all the difference, right? You're not getting people who are just showing up here as a stunt, right? People want to be here. They paid for it. So they don't want to have a bad experience, right? It's like you don't pay, $200 to go to Disney World to shit all over it, right?
Right.
I mean, you're there because you want to be there. And I think most people agree that they want to have a good time here.
And actually get some education.
Yep.
Which you won't get at Disney World.
Well, you might get an education in capitalism, maybe. I don't know.
One of my friends' child, she doesn't have any children. She's about 40 years old. She's very wealthy. And they have this whole society that nobody knows about for Disney. And you pay like $30,000 a year. And you you get a lot of amenities, including going to the back of these exhibits and have exhibits that nobody else sees. And it's just amazing that she does this. And she has an illness where she could live 1 year, she could live 30 years. It's called LAM. Ever hear that out? LAM? It's a lung condition. But it's rare, but she pays the money with her husband, and they go and they see all these special events, and of course caviar and lobster and stuff. But they deserve it for what they're paying.
Absolutely.
Wow, 30,000. That's a lot of money
Yearly. Forget the name of the society, and it's limited to about 300 or 400 people. Okay. Still asking questions to Sue. Some of these lectures are challenging for you, Adam, because they go almost to the very end of the hour.
Yeah, so that was actually the biggest challenge this year. I told people, please try to try to be respectful, because if you make it a little shorter, then people have time to take the survey. If it's too long, then they won't, and so on and so forth. And we only had a couple of cases where people legitimately used so much time where I was like, please, you gotta go back. You gotta fix this. Like I can't have people sitting through this long, because they're never going to be able to take the survey and then move on to the next class. But yeah,
I would think that what people do is what I do is I make the presentation first, and then a day, a week, a month later, I overvoice it. And if I see as I'm going through the slides that I'm running short time, I start speeding things up. But I think most people should do that.
Yep.
Do you use the timer function, Steve?
Of course, yes,
PowerPoint?
absolutely. Have to. So every slide goes 3, 2, 1, boom, but then it gets a continuous how much you've done in total. And so you could really time the end of your lecture. And I try to get about 15 minutes, but if you see that you're talking too much, you can certainly shorten some of your presentation to end up at the right spot.
Yep. We have some people who actually did recordings, using alternate technologies, not using PowerPoint. They use like Zoom and stuff, and those are always funny because they're not recording it like slide by slide. They're actually just click, 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 and they're giving you can actually almost see them like looking at the clock out of the corner of their eye, like, oh man, I better speed this up, because they're just kind of doing it in real time instead of doing it frame by frame in PowerPoint. So yeah, it's just a different experience.
You know, if slides and Drive, did you record off of?
I've never done it before. I've seen people do it. And in fact, my wife was actually making fun of me the other day because she's like, "You're still using PowerPoint? What year is this?" Because a lot of people now are doing that. They're just using Google Slides instead.
And Google Docs also.
Yep.
Okay.
And in fact, it's kind of funny, actually. I was talking to my son about this because Google Docs are really the way that they do things in academia now, generally, right? Microsoft is losing their monopoly on Office. Not right now, right? Because old people like us will still use Office, but the next generation wants nothing to do with it, and I completely get it. It's at this point, if you actually look at the feature set between that and like Google Docs, they're not that far different for what most people use these products for. So it's just
Gemini and AI. You could integrate that with Google Docs. So
it's horrible. It's the worst thing ever. I know you love it, Steve, but oh my God, this thing needs to be ripped out and burned with fire. Like, it's great to use optionally if you want it, but the way that they are doing this, all of these companies, this is why I'm convinced this crash is going to come sooner rather than later. Consumers hate this. Hate with a capital H, because it's like the worst version of Clippy. I like to call it Clippy's methed out cousin, because that's what it is. It's Clippy's methed out cousin. It will not leave you alone. It's like, just go away. Leave me alone. I know how to write. I don't need your help. Like, it's just horrible.
I've written so many emails, and then I go back and they say, I put it into one of the, or two or three of them, and the emails are just better. I hate to say it, they write better.
They write better than you.
Yes, better than me. Yes,
but that's the thing, right? Like, if you want the help, and it's great that it's there, right? That, which is really the whole idea of software to begin with, right? It's there to be assistive, right? It's there to help you do things that you couldn't do. They've crossed the line, businesses in general, but software companies in particular, where they're trying to force feed this crap on people that don't want it, and with no easy way to turn off. And I think Microsoft, I saw, they're probably the worst offender. And of course, their stock just took a major nosedive because people finally realized, like their CEO is so, he's got this mindset that this AI is the greatest thing ever, and he's trying to push that on everyone, and to the point where the rest of their products are degrading, actually degrading. Like, Windows has become a mess this past year. And yeah, I say this as a Windows power user. I'm using it right now to stream all of this. It's become an unreliable mess because they are trying to shove so many of these unneeded features into the product that they're actually hurting their core product, to the point where people are fleeing to other platforms. I have a couple of laptops here where I just wipe Windows from it completely. I'm using versions of Linux on it because why not? And I think that they're finally going to have to step away from this. And I think you saw that on yesterday, where their stock took a tumble, and now they recommitted to making Windows 11 better by backing off from some of the nonsense. And I think that it's an unfortunate position that they're in, because their CEO is kind of all in on this AI stuff. And for him, it's like all or nothing. He made his bet, right? He put down $500 billion or whatever it was. If it blows up in his face, he's out of a job. There's no going back for him. This is it. And so it's going to be interesting to see what happens in the next year if they don't actually start making money with this. Yeah, it's so funny, actually. This morning I came to set up everything here, and Windows, of course, rebooted itself, and I'm like, "Are you kidding me?" Like, it's starting to do it's starting to do things like that you never wanted, that you never asked for, where the user is completely not in control of the actual machine, and that's no bueno. You can't do that. I think that's why a lot of people are moving to Mac as well, right? Just because you feel like you're at least a little bit more in control. Obviously, with Linux, you're totally in control, and that's why I use it on a lot of our laptops here too. It may not have some of the things that you might want to use. Like I can't use like the streaming software that we're using right now. It doesn't really work well with it. But for just day-to-day web browsing, it's a much better experience and the battery lasts longer and everything else because it's not doing all this crazy nonsense in the background, right? You're just, a browser's a browser.
Yep. But I'm finding with Chrome, like literally every week it wants me to update Chrome. And it's no
Yep.
big deal. It updates and why are they doing it so frequently?
It's a really interesting question. Why are they doing it so frequently? Like, what is the team at Google doing behind the scenes to Chrome? And are the things that they're doing for the user, or are they doing these things for Google? That's the broader question, right? With a lot of these software companies at this point, they don't seem to be doing things that are in the user's best interest, right? They're in the company's best interest a lot of the time, but they're not in the user's best interest. Google's
So you're seeing
becoming.
that also, right?
What's that?
Upgrade, etc. Upgrade
Yeah.
up right in the corner, and you do it. It comes right back to the browser. It's no big deal. It takes about 10 seconds. But I don't know why.
Right. So, I mean, in the olden days, of course, a lot of the things would be for the user-facing stuff that was important. But now, as you said, you don't know why it's doing it, right? Chrome will restart. You won't outwardly see any real changes to it, but you can be certain that there's stuff happening behind the scenes. And again, I'm not a huge fan of this in any real way. These software companies have reached the point in their life cycle where they're monopolies and they are, I mean, the enshittification's moved one step up, right? They're abusing consumers, which they've been doing for a while, but now they're starting to abuse their business partners as well. So I take exception to all of it. And again, moving off to alternatives like Linux is a really useful thing if you can do it. And in the future, I think, it's going to be much more common, but we'll see. Meanwhile, though.
Okay. So far, so good.
Yep. So far, so good.
Yeah, it's almost boring, which is great. I love it.
We'll take it. We will take it.
Huh, interesting. That was a weird and irritating Mac feature I just discovered.
Oh,
so
yeah?
I got a MacBook Pro sitting here next to a Mac Studio along with the Windows machine. I really should take a picture of this so you can see the disaster. On a Mac, again, because the two systems are so integrated together, if you're using your MacBook Pro and it's sitting next to a screen running on a Mac desktop, if you use your trackpad and you move the cursor too far off the right side of your screen on your Mac Pro or the left side, the cursor will reappear on your desktop and you will start controlling your desktop machine with your laptop.
Well, that's because of how you have it set up.
So that's a function I believe they call continuity. And I don't ever remember enabling it on either of these machines, but there it is. So
Maybe a software update did it. I
Yeah,
haven't been at
probably.
my desk in a long time. This is going to sound weird, but I've been working from everywhere in my house except my office since my mom passed away, which I don't know why. It's just how it's been. So all I've been using is my laptop screen. I haven't been attached to an external monitor, which is how I normally work. But yeah, it's interesting how sometimes you start controlling something that you weren't intending to.
Yep. Oh my gosh.
Okay, so we have people asking about how to get to rooms, and you need to hit the back button, not on your browser, but at the top left here, right above the video player, where it says back. Click back, and then you can click on the three little lines to drop down to take you into a room, or you can scroll down a little bit and click where it says January synchronous classes.
So Gretchen, most people don't have that hamburger menu there like you do with the 3 little lines. You must be in the super presbyopic setting, because if you actually maximize your browser, it'll just say from that main menu, you'll actually just see the, I'll show you. You'll actually just see the, yeah, so look, so if I put it up here, you can see on the left side of the screen, you have a hamburger menu because you either have the text like super big.
No, I don't.
Or your browser's minimized to the point where if the window gets too crushed, then this disappears and you get the hamburger menu on the left. But for most people, it looks like this. So,
okay, that's good to know. I haven't, yeah, so everybody just click back, and mine is looking weird then for some reason. It isn't maximized or minimized, and I don't have giant text.
Huh. I don't know what to tell you so either, the view you're actually getting there, if you have the hamburger menu, is when you can't fit all the text on the screen, the browser gets small. Let me show you. And then it gives you the hamburger menu because it can't fit everything, right? So boop, like that. But what it really looks like, or should look like, is this, right? Where everybody sees everything. Now, if you're using a phone, right, then it's going to be that's what you'll get. But for most people, this is what it looks like. And yeah, I'm not sure why yours looks like that. So, or if you make the text too big, right, then sometimes you get the hamburger menu too if you go for super presbyopic setting.
And I don't. Yeah, that's wacky.
Yep.
I'm just counting how many people. Wow, we're about 1,600 that show up, and Dr. Whitman is leading the pack.
His lecture is good. It's fun. I was going to actually show you guys too. So I just snapped a screenshot. If you want to see like what a dump looks like, let me show you a dump. So this, if you want to see like. And there are 2 more computers sitting here out of frame, so you can see there's a lot of like crap going on here to actually keep everything running.
Adam, here's a question from somebody in a room, because I made a comment about watching on a phone, because there were a couple people who are saying, "Oh, we've had video interrupted," and it's not us, it's them. And I commented about watching on a phone can be dicey, because your phone automatically wants to preserve the battery. Somebody said, I am using my phone, but I'm casting to the TV.
Woohoo.
Does it appear okay? And should I get credit if my phone is on lock doing this to preserve battery?
Woo-hoo-hoo. So they're casting. Now that is interesting. Who is this person? Wait, let me actually look and see.
This is in room 3. And I said, it's a good question, and I'm not sure.
You know what? Let me think about this for a second. Let me actually... So if you're casting, obviously your machine is still active because it's actually transmitting that video from whatever device you're using, from whatever phone, to... But is the JavaScript running that's measuring? Am I stumped by this? Maybe. So actually, let me see who that is, because I can now.
His name is Samuel Stack, and I am okay saying that because he posted the question in the text, so it's not like it's a secret.
Just a little heads up, Adam. The transcript function still says coming soon, because I try to stay in one room.
Yep.
So you can't click on the transcript either by going to ODwire and clicking on it, or by going to this platform and clicking on it. It says coming soon.
Yeah, so the transcript system, right, always before the first, it's not up and running yet. Jake actually sets it alive after this first, I think after this first day or on Monday, so I don't think there's actually anything there yet. So you're not going to be able to see much. So for the first session here today. But eventually, as soon as I know that the system is hooked up and running, we'll actually put it... You couldn't see anything right now anyway, right? Because remember, this first day as we're running out the transcripts, it takes a while, and sometimes the system falls behind. So you wouldn't want to look at it now anyway. So just wait till Monday, and it'll be up and running.
So It says coming soon, which means, like Adam said, coming soon.
Yeah, and I can actually, does it actually say coming soon? I don't remember what I wrote. That's how.
It does.
Okay,
In
so I'll
parentheses, yeah.
actually, does it say, it doesn't say available Monday or anything like that?
No.
Okay, let me actually make that clearer.
I'll go to it. I'll go to CEwire.
I'll actually just, I'll fix that page right now and actually put a better message on it.
Yeah, coming soon available. No, it's available starting Monday, February 2nd.
Oh, okay, so it does say that. Okay, good. I knew I wrote that. I'm like, eh.
Okay. So
Keep
we won't get
doing
any
it.
we won't get any complaints because people can't get them. Okay, another hour or two. Well, I bet you we get over 2,000 people at some point in time. We have about 1,700. And those are the ones that show up. Some don't show up.
Yeah. I am going to get another cup of coffee, guys, so I will be right back.
Good idea.
You know, it's quite easy. I'll start making mine also. I have a new curve. It takes a while, but the coffee's delicious. Actually, I'll stay here until Jesse gets back. That way we have remaining the fourth.
That's okay.
But,
You can go get coffee. I trust me. Coffee's something I understand. You should go. It's all good.
Yeah,
I think
but
we're.
I want to go in all the rooms to see if they're all playing. And they are. And John Nolan's giving us credit at the CEwire team. He's been, I think, since the very beginning also. I saw him at an iDoc lecture, maybe 15 years ago. And the guy never ages. He looks like a kid now. And he was a kid then. And he has one focus, and he knows that field pigments of the retina and the macula more than anybody else. So every lecture is playing, and the sound looks good. Okay, good.
Yeah, I mean it's been pretty dead. This is good. I like this.
Yeah. Even my own phone, I haven't had text messages from the idiots who every single year can't do anything. So they either have given up or know what to do finally.
I mean, the biggest issue I had, we had a couple people who couldn't log in, and we had a couple people who just signed up for ODwire as I was talking to you guys, and I had to validate them.
Yes, the Commodore 64 will not work.
So, actually, so one of the biggest problems we have client-wise like that is people trying to use very old Macs where they're using ancient versions of Safari, and those will actually bomb out. You have to keep it relatively modern, like within the last, I think 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, and I hope all of you have distanced yourself from Windows 10 because it's vulnerable to a lot of things now. So either upgrade or throw the computer away.
Yeah, that's another problem that Microsoft has is that there are so many Windows 10 computers that can't be upgraded to Windows 11 because they made the requirements higher, which is crazy. So you have a lot of people who are stuck, and those are going to end up in a landfill, unfortunately. Or you can install Linux on it, I suppose, if you're a more advanced user. But yeah, it's kind of a shame.
Also, in the optometric, and I'm sure other devices in medicine, it came with a Windows 10 computer. It could be an OCT, it could be etc. And those are real problems because they can upgrade them, like you said, and still work with the hardware.
Yeah, so those are going to have to be partitioned away from the internet in the office, right? You're not going to be able to just leave them running safely.
Right.
So that's going to be a challenge. So, yeah, it's
especially medical record keeping. If they can access your database, you have a lot of problems.
It's a sticky issue. Like I don't know what one does about that. I mean, I guess internet connectivity makes, because you think about it, like these computers that are running like Windows 10 are fine, right? Like to run an instrument, the requirements haven't changed, right? So you just got to keep it away from the internet. I guess that's going to be the answer.
Right. Just run it locally, and then if you have to do something, just take a screenshot and send it that way.
Yep. Well, I guess yeah, we're pretty set here. Not much happening. I put up that picture again just to show everyone, sort of what it looks like behind the scenes here with how the computer's actually running. So there's a lot of stuff happening here to keep the streams going.
I have two computers, so I feel ancient.
Yeah, so off to my left, actually, there's two more computers running here where I'm actually logged into the conference, seeing what's going on. So there's just a lot happening, a lot that's manual that, you might assume would be automatic. That's not. So yeah, I'm interested about that casting issue that Samuel had, will casting actually work? And I'm assuming it does because I'm sure other people have casted before and not told me about it. But I'm going to actually keep tabs now on his count and see what it's doing, credit-wise, if the system's keeping track for him. Maybe this afternoon I'll go back and just take a close look at his just to make sure.
Well, I'm watching I have such a good wife. She's outside now, moving all the plants to one spot so we can cover it with canvas while I'm working. What a girl. I was going to help her, but she didn't want to wait.
That's funny.
We got a letter from the head of golf saying he's been here for like 25 years. He's never had to worry about a freeze of the grass, and that's going to happen tomorrow. 30 degrees, maybe 29. And that is cold for even New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, Philly, where Gretchen is. So yep. This is historic all over the country. You're lucky. Everything east of the Mississippi is really in bad shape in terms of temperature.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing. We did get lucky here. I mean, we're just having a usual Portland, winter where it's hovering around 30 something or low 40s for the most part, and just raining. So
I got, for some reason, because I have an iPhone, I have Cupertino is at 49 degrees, but that's your neighborhood.
Yeah, so Cupertino, yeah, so it's a little bit south of here, right? About a 9-hour drive. So yeah, weather here is usually pretty temperate.
Right now, my daughter lives in, it's kind of northern New Jersey. It's 8 degrees, so it's balmy. And I'm sure there's people up north in upstate New York and Maine and Vermont and et cetera that are even cold in Massachusetts. So stay inside, get a hot tea or coffee, and watch CEwire. I mean, you can't get a better show than this. And things are running hot today.
Well, people are asking me
about. So you can go get more coffee, Steve. I have mine.
And speaking of coffee, people are asking me about the Starbucks thing. We have one more batch of Starbucks cards to give out in honor of Paul. I never took the Starbucks promotion off until today because I wanted just everybody who was coming to the event this year to get a card, like right up until now. So this last batch for people who signed up in January, that'll be going out today. So you got to check your inbox and yeah.
Excellent.
Paul always found that promotion to be ridiculous and funny. So I'm like, you know what? I'm going to keep this running.
I just did a similar thing last week. Slack asked me for my opinion about something, and they billed it as a $50 Amazon gift card. And I didn't do it for the gift card. I just did it because I like sharing my opinion and I don't need to be incentivized to do so. But when I got the actual gift card, it was one of those gift card choice kind of things. And it turned out that the Nintendo store was one of the choices. So I gave it to my daughter, and she is going to get herself a new game for her new Switch too. So, yeah, nice. Those things do work. But as I said, I would have done it for free.
Yep. Yeah, they do work. And the whole thinking about Starbucks in the beginning was just to try to make it more like a real conference, right? Because as you know, Gretchen, as we go to these things endlessly, in
Coffee.
person, where the longest line always is at the Starbucks in the lobby. So, a little light bulb went off in my head. I'm like, you know what? Let's simulate
Yep.
the true Academy and Expo experience. And yeah.
Absolutely. And I even like it when there's a Starbucks at the venue because that way I don't have to stand in line. I can just use my app to
That's
order the
true.
coffee ahead of time, and then by the time I get there, it's ready. Because sometimes, whoo, I mean, people will cut you to get their coffee. I mean, and I understand. It is really quiet. We will take this. I am just stunned. I mean, usually we do have a couple of, handfuls of people asking a lot of questions and how do
Yep.
I do this? I mean, we've just had how do I get into the rooms? That has been the biggest thing.
Yep.
Um,
The
wow.
casting question was the most interesting one to me. I believe it's going to work, and I say that because I have faith. No, I say that because the, other people must have done it before without ever telling me, right? Because
Mm.
casting is a really common thing. And the fact that they've done it before, no one's ever told me about it, and they got their credits means that this must work. So I'll keep an eye on Samuel's account, though, and we'll find out for real very soon.
You need to tell me about your glasses. I asked you about them last night and I don't think you heard me. So why are you wearing your glasses?
I'm tired. My eyes are tired. These are the neural lenses. So I'm just
You're actually using them now. Excellent.
I'm using it just because I need to give my eyes a break. So yeah, there's a little bit of prism in here, I guess. So yeah, still wearing my lenses. The DT ones are still
Yep,
there, but
same here.
these are just
Same
on
here.
top. So
And you know that I wear my Neuro lenses all day, every day.
yep, not a sponsor.
No, not a sponsor.
Not a
I am
sponsor.
not being paid to say that.
So
Okay.
I'm wondering if it's time to throw up a webinar or something just because there's not much cooking, or do you think it's too soon?
we could do that. I mean, for sure. What time is it? I have no idea. Where am I?
It's
It's
8:30 your
8:30.
time.
8:30 my time. So yeah, we could do that. I mean, otherwise I could, there's not man, talk about being unprepared for today. Here, let me put up some slides. So again, there's headquarters looking like a real dump. Um,
It is not a dump. I've been to headquarters. It is not
oh,
a dump.
it's
Here's
gotten
my here's my coffee. It's double caffeinated cyclone cold.
And I
um,
still have my decaf. I am so happy that because we have an espresso machine, they finally made a double shot of decaf espresso because I drink lattes. I'm high maintenance coffee, but caffeine rips up my stomach. So I would get decaf pods and use two of them for a double shot. And now they make a double shot of decaf espresso. I know this is concerning many people out there. I thought I'd share that news, but it makes me
Yes,
happy
yes.
because it's just easier and less expensive to make my coffee because I don't need to use two pods. I can use
I
just
never
one.
I never got the concept of decaffeinated coffee. To me, I use coffee to wake me up.
Well, there's still a little caffeine in decaf, and it's the smell and the taste. I mean, I don't put sugar in my coffee, and if I'm drinking like regular brewed coffee, I don't put milk in it. I drink a latte, which is espresso and milk, but if I'm at a restaurant and we're having coffee and dessert, I just get a cup of decaf and drink it
Okay.
straight. So I like the taste.
The house down in Boca here came with something called a Miele coffee machine, where you grind your own beans, etc., etc.
Mm.
And it was such a pain in the ass. You have to clean it out every third day. If you use milk, God forbid, or if you're making a latte, the milk would get all turned up. And finally, it broke, and now it's a planter. I don't want it's in the cabinet, so we store pots and pans in it. Seriously.
that's funny. So let me put up this on the screen just for a second before we go do webinar things, and maybe I'll get more coffee too or something. But
You definitely need more coffee, Adam.
yeah, I really do. This has been tomorrow. I promise I will be in better shape because I want to do this little thing about Paul tomorrow, so it'll be hilarious. And I'm glad my audio sounds good. I'm not echoing to you guys anymore, and everything sounds great. So,
and you don't sound scratchy.
Yeah.
I don't know if you got a decent night's sleep. I am betting no, but you sound better than you did last night. That's for sure.
I'm feeling more energetic. I haven't taken any Provigil, so this is like naturally me. But you just wait. So anyway, if you look on the screen right now, though, I'll put up some slides just really quickly. We're ahead of the pace actually from last year in terms of the number of people who are at today's conference. Steve, you noted that when you started counting people.
Yep.
So it's kind of crazy actually. And of course, the West Coast hasn't even really gotten up yet. People like me, we usually aren't awake this early here. So
just an example, there's 600 people in Dr. Whitland's conference, which is amazing for people to full also.
Yep. So anyway, I'm really happy with the turnout. Thank you everyone for being here. And this was a rough one to put together. We'll go into it a little bit more tomorrow. But I'm really glad that it's turned out and everything's working properly. So thank you to everybody for being here. It really is appreciated. We're here to help. So again, you know how to chat with us. The support email, support@CEwire.com, now and forever. You can see that the domain name has changed. We were able to secure the rights to CEwire.com after 10 years. Hooray for us. Support@CEwire.com is always the place to get us, no matter what year you attend a CEwire conference. There it is.
It was interesting. Somebody had that domain name and wouldn't give it to Adam. They made him pay for it. And why would he have CEwire? What was the purpose? I don't understand.
Well, I mean, so this is what domain squatters do, right? They take domains that they think might be valuable and then they try to extort from people. So, this guy wanted, I think, $10,000 for the domain 10 years ago, and I told him where he could stick it. And every year I would come back to him, and every year he would say $10,000, and I'd say, where you can stick it. And we went on like this for a decade. And then finally he relented. He realized that I wasn't, ever going to pay that. So, yeah. I thought that was pretty funny.
Then inflation helped a bit also.
Yeah. So anyway, if you need to download the schedule, which you should do, CEwire.com/schedule. We'll always have the latest up-to-date schedule. Again, we went over how to get credit. You have to take the post-course surveys. Everybody knows how to do that at this point. If there's asynchronous, if you're watching asynchronously, which you're not probably right now because they're not available, when they are available, you got to take a quiz. This is an ARBO rule. You won't get credit without the quiz. This is probably something that people don't realize. The DEA courses can be taken on demand. The DEA could not care less when you watch these lectures, right? They're not like ARBO. But remember, if you take it asynchronously, you got to take the quiz. So I've taken those quizzes. They're not difficult. If you watch the narcotics courses, they all start to blend together after a while in terms of the content. So you'll be able to answer those questions. If you sat through 5 of these things, you literally should be able to take these, to get 100 on all these. They are not hard.
Which is the purpose of getting 8 hours of the same course.
Yep. So synchronous dates, again, you can see here's when we're doing it over and over and over again. And it's going to be the same 75 credits, hopefully, at each one in the same place, so you can come back next time and get more credit. The other big question is it takes 2 weeks to get your credits over to ARBO. There are reasons for this that go beyond our control. We send them out typically on the Thursday or Friday after the CEwire. They're going to go in, and then it takes them about another week to post. And how education is produced, no one cares about this, so I won't care about it either. So that's fine. We'll talk about that a little bit more tomorrow. In fact, I'm going to talk about the entire process of free stuff, and I think that the sort of what people have referred to as the rot economy of perpetual growth and endless quest for growth is sort of coming to a close. I feel like we're sort of at an end right now as opposed to a beginning. And, maybe with this AI bubble, when that finally, crashes, which it will, Silicon Valley will have finally run out of sort of the next thing, right, that they're always looking for. And maybe it'll mark a return more to rationality and making products that people actually want and need. But we'll get into that tomorrow, maybe a little bit. So, yeah. So anywho, that's about it. I just have to validate more people. Hang on a second. As we're talking here, people are still registering for the conference.
Just so you know, there's quite a few speakers watching lectures, so they actually need credit when they want education.
Yeah, I love that. I love when I go and check out who's hanging out in the classrooms or seeing who has commented, and I see some of our speakers. I think that's really cool when they sit in on other classes and participate. I think that shows the value of CEwire as a whole, and it's just great when you have other subject matter experts in certain fields participating as well. And I will also say that our speakers aren't arrogant about it. They aren't chiming in and trying to show that they're smarter than the speaker in the class they're actually attending. They'll ask questions and it's very collegial, and I love that. It's everybody standing around having a group hug and being respectful of others and sharing the learning, and I think that's great.
I was about to say no gunners. You know what a gunner is?
Yes, I do know what a gunner is. Yeah, nobody's trying to do that, trying to one up somebody else, which is awesome.
Well, the people who are lecturing as experts in this particular field, so that they're doing so it's hard to try to one up them.
It's interesting too, even with the speakers, when they're creating the quizzes, I have to remind them, this is not like, you're not trying to figure out like who the best of the best is with your quiz here. You're trying to see if the people actually comprehended your lecture. So don't make this test hard, right? Yeah. You're not making this for the person who wants 100%. You're just, it's to see that, people have absorbed the information. So I find that really interesting.
Right. Were they actually there?
Right. Yeah. So it's not about a competition at this point.
And we have to be really careful to explain to our teachers, speakers, ARBO has certain rules. You can't have all the above or none of the above or A and B or C and D. It has to be 4 multiple choice questions and that's it. Answers, excuse me. And why they do it that way, since every other test in the world is done differently, I have no idea.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing. This year, again, I let not a lot, but because of the sort of situation I was in this past fall, some of the stuff I couldn't check as thoroughly, like with the tests or whatever else. And some of them got through to Houston, or to Alabama, where they got first checked and then off to Arbo with an all of the above or none of the above, and they made it through. And there were 3 of them. There were three quizzes that made it through with all the above or none of the above, and they didn't say boo about it.
I apologize because I went through every quiz I thought, but
no, there were 3 or 4 of them, of those quizzes, that had them, and I left them in place. And I'm like, you know what? Let's see what happens here. So my suspicion is that Arbo is caring a lot less about the all the above, none of the above nonsense.
Actually, all above is actually a very knowledgeable answer, because you're learning that those 3 things are correct.
So I'm not sure what the deal was, but I think they may have dropped that requirement and just not told anyone or been very quiet about it, because like I said, there were at least 4 lectures that had them that went through completely. There were a couple of lectures too where people gave me 5 answer choices. Of course, that I edited straight away.
That's it. Easy.
Yeah. So, but yeah, for the most part though, the speakers know exactly what to do. The quizzes were in good shape coming in. So yeah. One thing that's funny actually to appreciate though, when you think about it, things that are easy to do with 1 lecture, when you're repeating 75 hours worth, start to get really tedious. Inputting the data for all the quizzes into the system in a structured way, I got to tell you, there are a few things that are more, I don't know, more mind-numbing than doing that. Taking what our speakers have given us, typically in a Word document, and translating it into something that a machine easily and accurately understands is not something that AI can do, Steve, so don't even go there. to actually
I was about to say that.
it will not do it properly, and I can tell you that from experience. And this is stuff that, again, AI is good at slop. If your answer can be off by a little bit, if you can do something general, it's great. If you need something structured that's accurate and has to be 100% right, you can't use AI for it without constantly having to hover over it. And so again,
which kind of defeats the purpose of using AI.
Exactly, defeats it purposely. So that's why, and I tried, right? Because I'm like, all right, whatever, I'll see. Couldn't do it manually. Getting every single quiz question and answer into the system over and over and over again. It sounds stupid, but 75 hours, 10 questions each. Each one has 4 answer choices. Think about how much cutting and pasting is. It's.
I'll do the math. 750, 3,000.
3,000. By the end of it, like, honestly.
75 times 10 times 4, yeah.
Yeah. That's kind of what you have to do to get through this. And, it would be nice if it was an automated way, or if I had someone here to do it for me, but that's just the way. As they say, the only way was through. And I'm glad we just made it to this point. So.
Yep. And all the rooms are still quiet. Everything's
yeah.
No,
woo woo.
Refreshes. One person lost internet connection. Refresh. She's fine.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of what we're seeing too is as people are using phones and iPads and stuff, the cellular networks are getting better, bandwidth-wise, and I think that a lot of what you're seeing a couple of years ago is people trying to be a little bit ahead of the curve in terms of using their phones in ways that they were never meant to be used. But now the networks are getting better too, so they're not seeing that stuttering, right? I think that's a lot of what you're seeing now too, is that the cellular networks are catching up to what people are actually using them for.
Maybe people aren't using iPhone 7s anymore, but they're up to 13s, 14s, 15s, and 16s. So that helps a bit.
I was thinking about that today too. My iPad that I have sitting here, it's got an M1 processor in it, I think, but that's actually better than some of the other laptops I have around the house. So there's no reason it couldn't be used. So
I just have one that's a big one. It's heavy as hell, but I love it. It's a computer. I mean, I take it everywhere, and it's as good as my PC in terms of things.
Right. So, the modern iPads, have more processing power than even like I have the MacBook Pro sitting here, right, from 4 years ago. And so modern
iPads,
which is an
eternity in computing time.
So modern iPads certainly have more processing power than this thing. So they should be able to stream this stuff easily. So.
And I have to take a picture with it.
There you go. All right. Well, I think maybe we should actually duck into maybe a webinar or two right now just to get it going, because really things here are quiet. What do I have actually is the question. Talk about being unprepared.
Paul in his old contact lens museum.
Yeah, we could always do the contact lens museum video. Let me see what I have tomorrow. Here. Yeah, Paul. Tomorrow's going to be all about Paul. We'll have the. Let's see. I have interviews here that Gretchen did, and let me see if I can find some webinars too.
Visionix and Oculus.
Yep. Let me see what I got here. So. Oh yeah, I do have some good good webinars that we did with Visionix and Nate Lighthizer from last year. Maybe we'll get a couple of those going, and Julie Rodman, of course, has a bunch of them as well.
Julie's are always great.
Yep.
Yeah.
The stress level is less also, Gretchen, because I'm getting better at picking speakers who we know will show up.
I think most people have gotten the message now, though, right? Because the ones who don't show up, obviously, we don't usually have them back. People who can't be reliable. So, yeah.
Anybody who can't show up for a particular lecture in the future, not this particular weekend, but has a conference or a vacation coming up. Have you been told that?
Yeah, so there are a couple of people, but they give me warning, right? That's the critical thing, and that's what I always ask people. I'm like, I don't care if you can't make it, because obviously stuff comes up, right? But the critical thing is getting a warning, because if you warn us, right, that's all we really need. is to know that you're not going to be there. So, yeah. So far, we haven't gotten any. I'm trying to think. Maybe one or two people said, oh, maybe that they'll have trouble. But for the most part, people have been pretty good about it for the future events. Let me actually see what we got here. Trying to pull up our schedule here and see. And there we go. Yeah, I'm trying to just remind myself. I think most people have said they're going to make it for the next one. So I haven't gotten anybody who definitively can't show up. If somebody definitively can't show up, what happens is we just scratch them from the schedule. I just literally remove the lecture entirely. Again, the sum of all fears, the real problem is if somebody just decides not to show up at the last hour.
Right. And that's not good for our attendees. We promise them that they'll get credits, and that's not good for anybody.
Yep. So hopefully that won't happen. And I don't think it's going to happen today too. All the speakers are pretty reliable. They've all been in contact with me. They all know what to do. Someone was complaining on ODwire before about the discussion threads that we have set up for each lecture. The dirty secret about those is that they're set up for the user's benefit, but they're set up really for my benefit as well. So each lecture has its own discussion thread, as you can see here on the screen. And what I ask the speakers to do is to start engaging with the discussion thread. And what that actually does is it lets me know that, first of all, the speaker is of this earth, they're around. But it also lets me know that their account's set up properly and they're ready to speak, right? Because if they can post here, that means that they're logged in properly, they're set up as a speaker, and everything's good. So that's why I ask them to contribute to the discussion threads. It's a quality control mechanism that I've set up in the system. And so people just see it, and it's a fun way. You can interact with speakers here too, right? You can easily privately contact them by clicking on their name if you really want to, or you can publicly talk to them about their lecture. But to me, the most important part about this is that I know that their account's ready to go. So
Right.
that's why you're going to see far fewer people either not showing up or having difficulty getting into their talks. You're not going to see that at all anymore, whereas we did a lot in the olden days. So
that's a good point, Adam. Not only the speakers, but any attendee, if you click on their name and you type something, you're messaging them within the ODwire platform, and they'll answer you eventually, so you can have a conversation, just not in real time.
Right. And when you send a message like that to somebody in ODwire, they get an email about it too. So it's not like they have to come back and look. So that's the beautiful part about it. And I tell all our speakers, like, hey, post something here. Say, hey guys, how you doing? And then if anybody follows up to you, you'll just get an email about it. You don't have to come back here and obsessively look at it. So you don't have to be like Paul and constantly monitor it as he always used to.
Yeah.
I'm like, Dad, email's a thing.
People missing Paul's moderation.
Yep. Yeah, I know. It's kind of sad, actually. And I'll tell you guys, the truth is, every morning I wake up now, I don't get that pile of email from him. And it's really weird because normally I'd wake up in the morning and I'd already have like a request to do 5 things from him. And, and it's just not there. And it feels very strange.
We never knew that back office stuff.
Yeah. It's, so much of what he did, people wouldn't see. It would be nagging me endlessly. And it's fine, right? Because his nags were valid. The things he had to say were valid. But it's just strange waking up in the morning. It's like, oh, it's not there. What has to get done? I have no idea. I don't know what I'm going to do with myself.
Paul at 92.5 or whatever he was just as sharp as anybody here.
Absolutely.
He really was, and I'll tell you guys this. Hopefully no one's listening to us. Is anybody actually listening to us? I'll tell you guys. So if anybody's listening to us, they're obviously hardcore enough to hear this. I always wondered about him and how he did this. And I actually figured it out when I was looking through his papers, because what I discovered was he actually kept a paper file next to him with acronyms. If he forgot what an acronym was or what it was supposed to stand for, he literally had it there. like
Oh,
these
really?
sheets of paper to remind himself of what a certain acronym was. So when he's engaging with people online, if somebody launched into some jargon, he knew enough to know, okay, I'm going to forget what that acronym actually means. He had it there, almost like a glossary next to the computer.
Wow.
And so that's
That
how he
was
did it.
smart. Using
Yep.
tools to fill in with things you don't know. I mean, not everybody is going to know everything, but if you are able to use a tool or figure out what you don't know right there, I mean that is the game-winning play.
Yep. So there were just
There's a lot of,
little tricks he employed like that.
at the end, he had AOA and Igna.
Yeah, so he was interesting that way, but we'll talk more about him tomorrow for
Yep.
sure. I have to finish working on my little PowerPoint about him because the more I do it, the longer it gets, and the more details I discover. So I'll try to get through as much as I can tomorrow, I suppose. It's hard for me too because, you know, a lot of the stuff was before my time, right? It's much easier for me to pick up his story, you know, in the 90s because I was there, right? Like
Right.
I experienced a lot of it, but a lot of the stuff before I wasn't really around, or if I was around, I only had a peripheral understanding of what was happening. So I've had to go through, you know, he left me a memoir that's got to be 50 pages long. And so I'm able to sort of take that and also correlate it with a lot of the other data that I have in the papers that he left behind. So to try to come up with a narrative.
Trouble is, you can't talk to his contemporaries because they're long since gone.
Right, and that's the reason why he didn't want any sort of funeral service or anything else. He's like, screw it, they're all dead. I'm like, all right, well, I'm like, okay, Dad.
If Ted Castle was still around, you could get a lot of stuff from him. But
So
Ted died a few
here's
years.
the thing I discovered, and you're going to see it tomorrow. When Paul retired in 1992 or whatever it was, Casolo made a video for him, like a movie. You know, describing what their life was like, their early practice and everything else. And they played it back at Paul's retirement party, which I also found a DVD of that somebody transcribed, right? This was a long time ago, but I was able to actually unearth it and transcode it. So you'll see some of that tomorrow too. Back from the dead, you'll see Ted Casolo talking about stuff. So yeah, so it was kind of cool actually unearthing that too. This was in Paul's archive that he kept. I'm like, wow, he just left me with a lot of material. So, yeah.
Great. One of these days, you should show your son, you know, because it'll get lost.
Well, you know, we're recording all of this, so tomorrow he'll actually get to see it too once it's recorded, and it'll be on ODwire. So, yeah.
Just not only for him, but for, you know, multiple generations in the future. Because I
Yeah.
would love to see my family from 6, 7 generations ago, and that's long since gone.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, you know, he left behind a lot, which is good. So hopefully we won't lose it, you know, digitally. We'll get to keep it. That's another interesting thing too, you know, as Paul was sort of fading out this last month, you know, through December and into January, he was able to communicate with all of us via Zoom, which was good. So, you know, Reed got to see him a lot, and we, you know, obviously I was out there numerous times, but people got to see him, and his friends got to see him, which is good. He amazingly still has some friends who are still alive. I don't know what the hell was in the water back there in his neighborhood in the Bronx, but like he's got, you know, multiple of his peers who are still with us. So that was kind of nice. So yeah. Anyway, maybe we'll play a couple webinars, maybe come back here in an hour or two.
Perfect time for lunch.
Or
for
you
us,
know what?
Gretchen.
Actually, I want to play the couple of those radio episodes that we had with Paul and Art Epstein and all the people who aren't here anymore. I think that might be a nice thing to play. So,
Yeah.
so we'll
Especially
start that, and maybe we'll come back in a couple hours and we'll pick it up again. Otherwise, I'll be available here to chat.
We'll always be here in the chat, even if we've got a video running.
Yeah.
Yep, sounds like a plan.
I'll
All right,
be
well,
here for the next turnover at 12 o'clock for the speakers.
excellent. So let me make sure that this is going to run properly for you guys, so you could hear it too, possibly. Nothing is easy. Okay, so this should work, and I'll get it started here, and you know, maybe see you guys in about 2 hours.
Okay.
Okay,
All right,
we'll be
see you
here.
then. Hey everybody, it's Adam Farkas. Welcome to another edition of ODwire Radio, and as usual, I have with me Paul Farkas.
Hi everyone.
Now, a few weeks ago, Paul was able to actually rope in Norm Hafner, and if you've heard that interview, you know the great thing about having Norm here was he was not afraid to speak his mind. And I always love when Paul gets us guests because he always gets the most outspoken folks, and today is no exception, actually. We have what we would call a living legend, Paul. Is that correct?
I would say so. And I think he's still living, right? Right, Irving?
He's very well living.
Yeah. So today we have Irving Bennett, and Paul and Irv go back a very long way. So, Paul, I'm going to let you introduce Irv.
Okay. It's really my pleasure, and it's a delight to have him here with us today. And, I have a long 2-page bio, which I certainly don't want to take up our whole hour together just mentioning, but let me just give a few highlights. One, I was amazed that Irving is probably one of the last optometrists around who served in the medical corps in the Army Air Force. I think it was called the Army Air Corps during the big war, during WW2.
Wow.
So that's one thing. And basically, however, as far as optometry is concerned, he's been a member of the Board of Trustees for PCO for as long as anyone could remember. He was the second editor for the now defunct the Journal of the American Optometric Association, which we may have to discuss a little bit and how that seems to have vanished from the scene. He was on more committees than you can imagine, and being chair of many of them. He started the National Optometrist of the Year program. He has been and still is an advisor to the American Optometric Association leadership. Whether they take his advice or not, that's a secondary issue. But more important, he affects every optometrist around by being a founder of Advisory Enterprises, which was optometric management, which then morphed into ophthalmology management, optical management, and more important than that, he started OptiFair, which then morphed into Vision Expo. But the most important thing of all is he and Dr. Richard Hopping are the only two optometrists who have received 3 recognitions: AOA Optometrist of the Year, he was inducted to the National Hall of Fame, and the recipient of the Distinguished Service Award from the AOA. With that said, well, Irving, take it away.
It sounds real good. Can't wait to hear him.
It's not an exaggeration to say that Dr. Irving Bennett is the father of optometric managing, not optometric management, but making the art and science of optometric management something that every optometrist should have in their practice. The managers and those that are handling management for optometrists are standing on the shoulders of Dr. Irving Bennett. Now, with that said, Irving, when you considered becoming an optometric management guru or expert, how did you get interested in the whole thing? When you first went into practice and you started writing about it and lecturing about it, how did that all come about? How were you first?
It was a simple thing, Paul. I got out of the Army and didn't have any money like most other optometrists didn't have. We were not commissioned in those days. And I looked for a job, and I found out that there weren't any jobs that paid very much, and those that did weren't not very attractive to me. So I started a practice. I learned squat in school about payment. I learned absolutely nothing. I had no idea on business practices at all, and I floundered. I was successful, probably successful because I did things and tried things, but I could understand that people who get out of college, whether it's out of medical school or dental school or osteopathic school or whatever, optometry school, of course, don't have any business sense. They might be well trained, but they don't have any business sense. So I always had in the back of my mind, somewhere along the line, I have to contribute to doing that. you mentioned in the bio that I used to be the editor of the AOA Journal, and I was the editor. And those were the days where the leadership of the AOA looked over my shoulder because we were certain things we could and couldn't publish. Of course, that was before the days of the AOA News, and the publications that were read by most people were not the AOA publication, but probably the old Optometric Weekly. Most of the audience won't remember that, or the Review of Optometry, which still exists. But anyway, the last editorial I wrote for the AOA Journal, the very last, it was in 1965, in which I said, what optometry needs is to teach and learn business. They should have a publication for business management. They should have schools that would teach business management as part of the core curriculum. The AOA did not like that. The AOA leadership did not like that, but the public liked that. And that was the beginning of the career.
Right.
I've got a question, actually. Why didn't the leadership like that back then? That's kind of interesting to me. It would seem like this is an essential skill for people to survive in the field.
Those of us that lived back and practiced back in the late 40s and early 50s knew that the word business, the word sales, was absolutely no-nos in optometry. In those days, if an optometrist practiced on the ground floor of a storefront, he was not allowed to put glasses in the windows. He was not allowed to say he was eyes examined and glasses fitted. And if he had a sign, it would have to be no more than, for upstairs, no more than 11 inches tall, and for the downstairs, no more than 7 inches. I think those numbers are correct.
Yes.
Optometry leadership wanted us to give the image to the public that we were real doctors, we were professional people, and we were not commercialists.
Yes, I remember exactly, because my first practice, we opened up on the second floor in a professional building, and what greeted me was the local optometric association coming in, not to say hello, welcome, but with a tape measure to measure the sign that I had on the second floor. True story. So after all that happened, Irving, optometric management came out. I remember the first issue was a tiny little pamphlet type of thing without any advertising.
What you don't know, Paul, and what most of the people that are listening don't know, that after I wrote that editorial in 1965, a little magazine called Dental Management, published in Stamford, Connecticut, edited by a fellow by the name of Mel Goldberg, read that publication, read my editorial. And he said, my God, what's the difference between optometric management and dental management? Nothing, other than the words. So they started this little publication, which was the old Reader's Digest size. They charged more for the advertisements than charged in any other of the optometric media, and started publishing optometric management articles. He asked me at the time, where I had just left the AOA Journal, to be one of the consulting editors. He asked Larry Creasy and Jerry Stein and a lot of other people to do that. They had no job. They just wanted their names for window dressing. And they started the magazine. I did not start it. They started the magazine in 1965, this little publication. Unfortunately, they didn't have very many optometric writers. There weren't very many optometric writers. There weren't Jim Greggs around, and there weren't the Jack Runningers that would write for those kind of publications. So they took dental management articles and changed the word dentistry to optometry. It's funny, sometimes the proofreader missed it, and sometimes the word dentistry came in the article.
Oh, my gosh.
And that went on from 1965 to 1970. In 1970, the owners of Dental Management sold to a company called Harcourt Brace Johanovich, one of the largest publishers in the United States. And they ran the figures through the computer, and they found out they were losing money on optometric management because it didn't have any advertising after they found out the articles weren't very sizzling. And so they wanted to sell it, and I was one of the purchasers.
Right, right. And then from there on, the rest, as they say, is history. However, what you did do was something unique called OptiFair, where you got all the eye care professionals, including opticians and ophthalmologists and optometrists, to come to one kind of meeting in New York at the New York Hilton.
Let me briefly tell you how that happened. I shall be brief. After we got the optometric management, we paid a sum of $10,000 for the magazine Lock, Stock, and Barrel. The only thing we really bought was the name and a mailing list. So we sent everybody a mailing list, and those optometrists who are over the age of 80 that are listening to this publication got a letter from me, signed by me, saying we were going to continue this magazine and put a sizzle into it. And we asked them to renew their subscription. Of course, they never had a subscription, but we asked them to renew their subscription and send us $10, and in 1 month we got $40,000.
Wow.
We could have quit then because we worked 4 times, but we worked hard, and we established the magazine and started. Then as the magazine grew, we added opticians to it. So we had optical management. We added contact lens specialists like you, Paul, at Contact Lens Forum, and then we added ophthalmology to it, and so forth. Fast forward to 1977, when we had all of the optical manufacturer industry in one room at the Plaza Hotel in downtown New York, and we had as bait a statistician from Washington, D.C. I'm not sure who commissioned him, but he did the first study of the optical industry and the optometric profession ever published. I don't have any idea who did it. I don't think the AOA did it, but they could have possibly. Anyway, in 1977, he estimated that the total optical industry valued at $6 billion. And he showed where the trends were. And I thought that was a great story, and I hired him to speak. Now, can you imagine? We were in New York, the Plaza Hotel. Everybody had a very nice lunch, and here comes a speaker who was boring. Not boring, but really boring, as he spit out all these numbers. This was the days before computers and PowerPoint and screens. And he started putting the audience to sleep. And it was very disturbing for me to be at the speaker's table having this speaker drone on and on. So when the time came, about 40 minutes into his speech, and he paused, I stood up and I said, "What a wonderful speech," as I applauded. And the audience woke up and applauded. Well, the speaker said to me, "I shall never speak for you again." And I said, "You're right about that." Anyway, the audience looked at me and I said, "What this profession needs is a show in Madison Square Garden for optometrists, ophthalmologists, opticians, and for the consumers with a fashion show." And they applauded spontaneously and vigorously. And my 3 partners in the back of the room said, "Herb Bennett is crazy." But we met after the meeting, and that was when OptiFair was born.
Right. And,
true story.
And you can't imagine the exhibit hall in the rather tiny exhibit hall, but it was so packed and it had such a sense of success that it was absolutely remarkable.
Well, you probably went to that first show in March 3, 1978. I don't have any notes, but I have that engraved in my brain. March 3, 1978. I made some very stupid mistakes. I advertised that show all over the country to every optometrist, optician, and ophthalmologist whose name we could get. And we told about this great show. I promised all the exhibitors 5,000 people. We had never had more than 3,700 people at an optometric exhibit before. I charged $750 for a 10-by-10 booth. The highest it was ever charged before that was $500. And we took a pre-registration for lectures. We had 13 concurrent lecturers. And lo and behold, the night before the show, as I walked into the Hilton Hotel, that's where we held it. We held it the ballroom floor and exhibit floor, full sold out. We had 800 registrants. 800. I promised 5,000. My wife, Trudy, our dear Trudy, said, "Please try to go to sleep." I couldn't sleep. I came downstairs at 6 a.m. that morning, and I couldn't walk through the hotel because there were so many people. We ended up with 6,511 registrants, all optometrists, no wives counted, no staff counted. We had 6,511 people. The floor was full of people. The fire department told us that they were going to shut us down if we hadn't let any more in, and it was electric.
Wow.
So, and then after a couple of years, it morphed into Vision Expo. How did that come about?
Well, the inside story is that the Optometric Manufacturing Association, the Optical Manufacturing Association, of whom I was an associate member, decided that why should Herb Bennett run a show and make all this money on the exhibitors when they could do the same thing? Because that's what they did in England, and that's what they do in England. The Manufacturing Association runs those shows. But one fellow, and I would name him out loud, he probably has deceased, George Rich, who used to own Starline Optical Company in New Jersey, got on the floor, and he said, as long as Irv Bennett is running OptiFair, I will not support any show that this association runs, and that my friends won't do the same thing. So the OMA laid back and let me do it. When we sold Advisory Enterprises in 1987 and got our money, I released George Rich from his promise, and that's when Vision Expo started.
Right. Well, amazing story. Now, just to move into another area, we have to put your AOA hat on now. You've always been active in the AOA, beginning with in the very earliest years when it was more, becoming an AOA member was more than just the price of admission. When you were an AOA member, you were proudly put up a plaque and you had certain ethical rules that were your guidelines. How do you see what's happened with the AOA through the years?
Well, I think AOA's current board, and the boards that they've had for the last few years, are probably the best educated optometrists that were ever on AOA boards. And the first thing I can say is bring back the smoke-filled rooms, because in the smoke-filled rooms we may not have had educated optometrists, but we had optometrists that had compassion for the profession, not that the current people don't, but their compassion is expressed differently. We had the members of the boards of years ago were probably interested in elevating our profession, and they were true advocates. They did not want divisiveness. They did not want divisiveness. And if I could give the AOA board a shaking, I would shake them up and say, stop it. Stop this fighting over such thing as board certification. Stop this fighting over the numbers of schools. Stop all this business, and let's be optometrists first. We need to expand up the profession of optometry, as I will talk about in a few minutes, but we have to stay together. We can't afford to have our profession divided as it is today.
Right, and if you were actually made king for a day, I'm really curious as to what's your perspective. What would you do if you actually had the power?
What I do today?
Yeah. So what would you do if you could actually waltz in, take over? What would you do?
Well, first of all, I would correct the mistake of board certification. Now, let me say that before anybody takes that out of context. I'm not opposed to board certification. I'd like to do it the way ophthalmology did it. When my son, who was an optometrist turned ophthalmologist, became an ophthalmologist, he became board certified after his residency. He did not have to take another exam. The minute he became, through his residency, he became board certified. And he's board certified today practicing in Kentucky. I believe that when the board certification resolution was adopted, and I question how it was adopted, but when it was adopted in 2009, I believe, it should have had in it an amnesty for all of the optometrists who had passed state boards. And it should have taken effect for the re-examination of those optometrists who were licensed after that. That's the way ophthalmology did it, and that's the way it should have been done. If they had done that, it would have been fine. So now I'm saying, let's go backwards. Let's say that those optometrists who have passed their licensure and are TPA and DPA certified should become board certified through the state boards. That's board certification, and stop this nonsense of trying to divide the profession.
Right. So then we have the other issue, which many optometrists feel might be the downfall of optometry, is the excessive number of optometric graduates and the opening of optometry colleges. You almost hear of almost one new one a year. So what's your take on all these new schools?
It's not quite that bad of one a year, but I was on an AOA manpower study way back maybe 15 years ago, in which we said that if optometry could fill its chore in life, its goal in life, its expertise, there would be plenty of patients to go around. Now, that was before the days in which autorefractors are as wonderful as they are today. But what's going to happen today, if we don't do something else, is that we're going to have a overabundance of optometrists because machines and ophthalmologists and pediatricians and PCPs, the primary care physicians, will do our job. What in order to be paid properly under Medicare or under the health care program, PCPs are going to have an eye examination from patients. And the way they're going to do the eye examination is through hiring optometrists or taking fundus pictures and sending them to somebody to interpret them to get around this law. So optometrists have to say, okay, we've got to expand our goals. We have to reinforce the COE, which is a Commission on Optometric Education, so we don't get schools that are really opening merely to sell education and producing optometrists like one of them is definitely going to do. We have to stop that, and we can do that through the COE and enforce that. But we also have to expand the parameters of the profession so that optometrists can do what the legislator in California is trying to do in California, and that is to expand the profession so that they will be able to handle patients who have systemic diseases that have eye symptoms and eye signs. So that would mean that they may have to add a year of education to the schools. They may have to train up the current optometrists to do this type of work like they did when they got TPAs and DPAs. But optometrists should be the first line of defense against diabetes and high blood pressure because they see the patient more frequently than a PCP, and they should be able to treat those conditions. Once you expand the parameters of optometry, and once you control the schools by having a strong COE, you'll have no problem. Now, in addition to that, if anybody's been watching, in Illinois, there's a retired optometrist by the name of Floyd Meisner. Floyd Meisner has recognized, as does Bill Sharpton down in Georgia, they both recognize at the same time that patients of theirs and friends and people on this phone don't enjoy 3D movies because they don't have binocularity. So they have Meisner has worked with a fellow by the name of Willis Johnson, who owns 150 theaters in the Chicago area, to give clients of the theater a booklet, which he does, after you see a 3D movie or before they see it, it provides saying that if you don't see the depth in this movie, get your eyes examined by an optometrist. So optometry not only has to move that way all over the country, the AOA has to join with the National Association of Theater Owners, NATO, and get together. And optometrists have to start examining more for binocularity than they currently do. Now, Meisner has done so well that an optometrist in Illinois by the name of Ingrid Vargas Lorenzana, I hope I pronounced it correctly, and an optometrist by the name of Michael Halikas are named the King and Queen of 3D, and they're going to receive an award. They already got one award, but they're going to receive an award, like an Academy Award, in February in Hollywood, because the theater owners have something at stake. They want to get that 20 million people who probably have binocular dysfunction to be able to appreciate the 3D movie so they can go there. And optometrists have something at stake. What a wonderful marriage.
Right. Just to expand a little bit about your letter to the editor in the AOA, recent AOA news. So you feel that basically optometry should become sort of a primary care profession for general examinations. Could you just expand a little bit about that?
Well, let me tell you and the others what happened. I went to my concierge physician who said, you've got a little spot near your nose that I think might be cancerous. Why don't I send you to an ophthalmologist? And she sent me to an ophthalmologist here in Sarasota, and the name could have been a woman or man. I didn't know the person she was sending me to. I said, please make the appointment. She did. And so I walk into the office. I was the only person in the reception area. I was the first patient there that afternoon. And a very well-dressed lady, physician, I don't know, came to the thing and said, come on in, Dr. Bennett. And so she sat me down and said, would you like me to check your whole body in addition to that little spot on your nose? And I said, yes. And so she did. And she gave me a very good examination. And she said, well, I'm going to take a biopsy of these two little spots and to see if they're cancerous. And I said, fine. And then looking around, I said, I'm curious, is there a doctor on the premises? And she looked at me and she said, no, he's down in Venice, which is very close to Sarasota. And I said, oh, you work by yourself? She says, yes, I'm a PA, a physician's assistant. Now, I was very impressed with her work. So I didn't say anything about it, but I did say, well, would I have gone there had I known I wasn't going to see a dermatologist? And I'm not so sure I would have, but I'm not so sure I wouldn't have either. Comes a week later, I get the call and say that the biopsy was positive, and they made an appointment. So I came to see the appointment to get the surgery done, and I walk in, and another PA, I now look at the badge, it says PA, injects me with the anesthetic, preps me for the operation, and then the physician walks in. He was a man, and he cuts out the thing, said that we're going to check it to see if it's okay, and then we'll let you know. And I went to the reception area and sat there for an hour. He finally said, no, everything was fine. And I went in and saw him again, and he said, okay, one of the physician assistants, my surgical physician assistant, he said, will now close the wound. And she did. She gave me 18 stitches. Now, that's a lot of stitches. The wound was closed beautifully. I never saw him again. So I never saw him to make the diagnosis, to do the original biopsy. I never saw him after he closed the wound. He was the technician that did the cutting. And that is what modern medicine is going to be. Now, why can't optometrists do the same thing? I get my eyes examined. I have high blood pressure. Why can't the optometrist order the various tests and prescribe the medicine to control the blood pressure or the diabetes or what other systemic disease? And that's where I think we've got to go. And that's what the bill in California will do if indeed it passes and if indeed the COA and the AOA support it.
Right. And I actually just have one other question for you because we're running out of time here. My understanding is, getting back to the optical side of things, you were one of the first clinicians to actually use progressive lenses, Varilux lenses in the country. Is that true?
Well, back in 1964, when there was a World Fair in New York, I took my family to Copenhagen, Denmark, to the IOL meeting. There's no longer the IOL. That was the International Optometric Optical League. It's now called the World Optometric Congress. And I went there essentially because I read a lot of publications, and I read in a British publication about this fantastic lens that was developed by a Frenchman by the name of Bernard Martinez in France in 1959. That would allow the vision to go from distance to near without a line. They called them invisible bifocals, but they weren't. It was like the automatic transmission of an automobile instead of the stick shift. So I was fascinated with it. I looked over the lens. I was invited to Paris, went to Paris on that same trip, watched the movie, watched the lenses. They gave me 6 lenses to market test in the United States at no fee. I had to send them to France for fabrication. I used 4 of them, was successful with 3 of them, gave 1 to George Elmstrom. Those old guys on this broadcast will remember George Elmstrom from El Segundo, California. Was a real good practice management man. And to Brad Wild, who was vice president of Ohio State at that time. They both did people, and they were successful. And so I was asked to, I began importing the lenses, the only person in the United States to do that. That was the Varilux lens. And I was asked by SL, that was prior to SLR, to form a company in the United States for the franchise. And though I know it would make millions of dollars, I did not do it because I'm an optometrist and I didn't want to get into business at that time.
Right. Well,
wow.
It's a great story.
Are you kicking yourself at this point? Did you know that the Varilux would become what it did?
You know, I haven't, and I've had several opportunities like that. I'm married to a very fine lady for 68 years, and she says to me every time I come in with one of these, what she might think is ring-brained ideas, do we really have to do that, Irvin? That's what she said when I was asked to go to Portland, Oregon, to the Pacific University. That's what she asked me when I was invited to fill the Benedict chair in Houston for a year and get on faculty. And that's what she told me when I went to New England and she wanted me, and I was going to be head of the clinics. Do we really have to do that? And the answer has always been, no, we don't really have to do it, even though it would be successful. So when she said the same thing about Varilux, I understood.
Yeah, and I think our listeners understand. I can't imagine anyone listening doesn't kick themselves for opportunities and who say, what if? I would have done that, that, and that. So
I can only eat one banana for cereal in the morning.
Yep. But, just to round out a little bit more, you've been so active with your the college where you graduated from, the Pennsylvania College of Optometry, and you set up the Bennett Center. Whatever happened with the Bennett Center? What's going on now?
The Bennett Center still exists. It probably didn't do what I really wanted it to do. The idea was, when I got Optometric Management, the magazine, and OptoFair, I did think that it was necessary to have teaching in the schools on business. They still don't teach. They have the Bennett Center at PCO is very active. Janice McNoney is the director and has been for the last 8 or 9 years. It's been an impact, a little impact, but nothing like it should have been. I was hoping that idea would translate into other schools. It did, because Jerry Hayes started one down at Southern College of Optometry, but it didn't catch on like I had hoped it would be. I had hoped that the schools would begin to understand that the optometric profession is a business. And though you don't have to be blatant in advertising, you don't have to be blatant, you have to know certain public relations things, you have to understand certain things, and these are the things they should teach in school. They should teach a lot about pricing their services, pricing their materials, whatever. But it still exists, it still does a good job, but nothing like I had hoped it would do.
Right. Well, Dr. Bennett, it looks like we're just about out of time, but thank you so much for being here with us today. And I hope if people have questions for you on ODwire, maybe you can come onto the site and answer them.
Right. We look forward to the comments of our readers after hearing this program, because I'm sure it gave them a background that they never knew. And as a matter of fact, I learned a few new things when I thought there was nothing new under the sun. But Irving, you sure showed me something today. Thanks so much.
Thank you for having me.
Hey everyone, it's Adam Farkas along with Paul Farkas.
Hi everyone.
And welcome to another edition of ODwire Radio. And today, Paul, it's not often that we can say that we actually have a living legend on the show, but actually today we do. So today we have Dr. Norman Hafner as our guest. And, Paul and Norman go back a long, long, long way. How many decades would you say, Paul?
How about 50 years or more?
Good Lord. So, Paul, I think then it's probably appropriate for you to make the introduction.
Wow. Well, I have...
Wow was not part of the introduction.
I have the Norman's, Dr. Hafner's bio here, and it takes up too many pages. It would take the whole hour. So it's going to be a very brief introduction. For those of you that do not know Dr. Norman Hafner, he was the president of SUNY. I say that because he was there for many, many years. However, what's more important, during the second half of the 20th century, Dr. Norman Hafner was responsible for more ideas and more movements in the organized optometry and in education than any other single person that I can think of. Anyone that is in education today or optometric leaders today must stand on the shoulders of Dr. Norman Hafner.
Well, I'm very flattered by
with
those
that
comments, but I think they're a little extreme.
Well,
we shall talk more during this interview.
Well,
and why don't you let the people who are listening to this make their own judgment?
Okay. With that said, Ad, you have the first question for Dr. Hafner?
I do, and my first question is this. So how do you view optometry from a historical perspective?
That's an important question. Optometry was founded legally in 1901 when the state of Minnesota was the first state in the nation that legally recognized the profession and established the rights within which the profession could be practiced in the state of Minnesota. The last state to recognize optometry was 1924, and that was the District of Columbia. From 1901 to 1924, optometry was born, state after state after state. And historically, I view, to be more precise in answer to your question, I view optometry from its legal beginnings. That is, the times that each of the states recognized the existence of a profession and defined its obligations, responsibilities, and entitlements.
Right. Well, so that's going to move us into 1956, when one of the crown jewels of optometric education closed their doors. Columbia University decided that the optometry program was no longer needed. Can you tell us something about the background of what happened there? Well, why did Columbia just dump optometry?
Well, I was not a graduate of Columbia, as you already know. I'm a graduate of Pennsylvania College of Optometry, now part of Salus University. But I was a very keen observer, and given the role that I undertook as the director of the Optometric Center of New York, this little clinic that was established after Columbia closed, I was a keen observer to the toing and froing that resulted from the closure of Columbia. Paul and Adam, I think all our readers should, or listeners should, recognize the fact that though Columbia did not offer a doctorate at the time that it closed, its terminal degree was a Master of Optometry degree. It was the only Ivy League institution that optometry has ever had. No other Ivy League institution established an optometry program, not before and not since the closing of Columbia. I will tell you two anecdotal stories that are emblematic of the terrible tragedy, I view it as such, of the closing of Columbia. Professor Isidore Finkelstein was a senior professor at Columbia. He lived in the Bronx. He traveled to Lincoln Center, which is where the final optometry program resided, on East 60th Street, West 60th Street, excuse me. And he was reading his New York Times on the train. And he suddenly came across a major article that said that Columbia was discontinuing the optometry program. The faculty had never been notified in advance that this was going to take place. Neither were the students. They learned about it from the press.
Wow.
That's an awful, awful way of behavior, but it's also emblematic of the bitterness that already existed in the university. They wanted to get rid of this optometry program, and indeed they did.
Well,
I will, Paul, excuse me a minute. Yeah. I will relate one other story. I said there are two stories to show the bitterness. one day, 3 weeks into my tenure at the Optometric Center of New York, I got a call from a person who managed a warehouse for Columbia up in Morningside Heights. And I said, to what do I owe the honor of this call, sir? And he said, we've been rummaging through some of the effects of the optometry program and have thrown out most of the stuff. But we came across a painting of Dr. James P.C. Southall, the great opticist who taught at Columbia and whose legendary book, Mirrors, Lenses, and Prisms, is a hallmark of our history. They were going to throw out the painting. I said, please don't do that. I'll jump into a cab and I'll come up to Morningside Heights. I want that painting. I went up there, I secured the painting, and while there I was able to look around to see what else they had. And there was a painting of Dr. Isidore Finkelstein, not identified with optometry, but they were going to throw that out too. I said, may I have this painting too? It goes with the other. And I went back in the cab with both paintings to the Optometric Center of New York. Both paintings still sit in the college. They hang on, I hope, respected and admired walls of the college. These are our forefathers. When I got back, and days later, I showed Finkelstein his painting, and this was a grown and mature man who broke down into tears. He said, I thought it was lost. I said, well, it was not lost, and it'll remain with the institution for a very, very long time.
Yeah, speaking of the Optometric Center, it became the child of the optometry clinic at Columbia. I assume.
No. Let me clarify that for you. When Columbia announced that it was closing the program in June of 1956, a group of very interested optometrists, headed by Dr. William Feinblum, Dr. Daniel Wolf, Dr. Max Cohen, and Dr. Fred Brock. Those are stellar names in optometry. They said, let's put a little clinic together to try and salvage at least a segment of the program. They took a loft in a dinky old loft building on 36th Street. It was 11 West 36th Street, and they established the Optometric Center of New York.
And that's
how it got started.
Wow. And then the Optometric Center stayed in existence until SUNY Optometry came into existence, I assume. Is that correct?
When SUNY Optometry came into existence, when the college was founded by State University as a result of legislative authorization, the clinics were turned over to the college, and the name and charter of the Optometric Center of New York became the charter of the foundation for the college. It's the campus-related foundation to raise monies for philanthropic, scholarship, fellowship, and other kinds of campus-related activities that a philanthropic foundation can do. So the Optometric Center of New York, founded in 1956, April 15th, 1956, and later chartered by the Board of Regents of New York State, is the campus-related foundation of the SUNY College of Optometry to this day. And it's had a brilliant, absolutely successful history.
Right. And parallel to all this going on in New York, there was a movement in optometry. Up until that time, there was a slogan by most optometrists and to the legislators saying, a lens is not a pill. And optometry proudly indicated that they were a drugless profession. But some individuals in optometry felt that it was necessary to move on, and optometry as a doctoral program should have the use of therapeutic, diagnostic and therapeutic drugs. So can you move on to what happened at a meeting in LaGuardia Airport?
Well, let me just correct something you just said. The lens is not a pill was an issue in the Pennsylvania legislature and with the Pennsylvania Optometric Association in order to break free from the supervision of organized medicine. Medicine dominated the pill. The lens was not a pill, and therefore the reasoning was that optometry should not be dominated by a medical board or by the profession of medicine. It had its own history, its own standing, and its own future. Now, LaGuardia. That is a wonderful story, and one that ended and successfully for the profession. It's regarded, Bennett is a person who says that it's the meeting that changed the future of the profession. And I'm very proud of the fact that I was part of it, even an integral part of it. I managed the meeting. I set it up at one of the motels at LaGuardia Airport. The meeting took up the single most important issue that I think the profession faced at that time. And that was, should the profession remain within the confines of its original legal jurisdictions, or should it expand and make use of diagnostic and even therapeutic drugs for the treatment of eye problems? And that, of course, would have meant a major expansion of the profession. But, Paul, let me make one observation, which I try to make all the time when I'm asked this question. When optometry was first recognized legally in the state of Minnesota, all you needed was 2 years after high school. 2 years. By the time the LaGuardia meeting came about, optometrists were required to have at least 3 years in college, undergraduate college, and most people came in with a baccalaureate degree. So we had gone from 1 or 2 years of preparation to almost 4 years of preparation, plus 4 years of optometry school. We had gone from a small amount of training to almost 8 years. And yet, the professional and legally recognized responsibilities of the optometrists were exactly the same as they were in 1901. Now, that was a tremendous imbalance. We were now requiring up to 8 years of training, 4 years undergraduate, 4 years in professional school, in order to graduate and become an optometrist. Yet the role and responsibility of the optometrist legally had not changed essentially since 1901. That was an enormous imbalance. And we had a choice, in my respectful opinion. We had a choice in the profession. We could either cut back and reduce the extent of time, and nobody chose that route, and I certainly didn't advocate for it. Or we could turn around and say, we now have a profession that requires 8 years of education and training, and therefore the role and responsibility of the profession should be altered, expanded, and certainly for the good of the public, always with the good of the public in mind. So I viewed the LaGuardia Conference as a means to re-stabilize the profession from its preparation to its role responsibility. In a strange way, Paul, we're at the same precipice now. We can either move ahead or we're going to be stuck with what we have. And that, in my respectful opinion, is not stable or may not be stable.
Now,
we'll talk about that more.
One of the challenges then and now is we had some individuals that felt strongly about a movement, and you had organized optometry. Were they happy about this meeting, or did they feel that this group was usurping their responsibility?
I think that the last statement is true, that I think there were people within the AOA who were very hesitant to move in this direction. Optometrists were extremely successful, and everybody knew that moving in this direction would distress and disturb the medical community, and it did. It certainly did. But it was necessary to do for the public's benefit and for our benefit. Nothing that we recommended, Paul, absolutely nothing that we recommended was not in the public interest. It was all in the public interest. Right. That's the way it was projected. That's the way it was sold to the profession. That's the way the legislatures throughout the country recognized and understood it.
And we had an aggressive leadership, a leadership that was willing to take a chance. They weren't always interested in this antitrust fear. Was Harold Cohn the legal head at that time?
Harold Cohn was the legal counsel to the AOA. Harold Cohen also was the legal counsel to the Optometric Center of New York.
Yeah, and he was a tough lawyer.
I knew Harold well and admired and just adored the work that he did. He was, in many ways, my godfather, and I respect his memory. I delivered the eulogy. The family asked me to deliver the eulogy at his funeral, and that funeral was jam-packed with people who knew him, who respected him. They came in from all over the United States to attend that. And I delivered that eulogy. It's published somewhere by the NYSOA. You can look it up.
Right.
So, excuse me. So Norman, pushing forward into 2013, healthcare is at this point changing very rapidly. You have healthcare reform, so-called Obamacare. What sort of pressures do you see on optometry in the current healthcare landscape?
Well, there's no question that we have two systems of change currently going on. And let me explain what I mean by two systems of change. You have the overall environment within which healthcare is delivered, paid for, organized, and follows regulations. That's the overall system. And then you have within that system optometry itself, which is changing. We already have 2 or 3 different kinds of optometry. You have optometry in the state of in the state of Oklahoma, in the state of Kentucky, which authorize and permit optometrists to use laser surgery on a limited basis. And indeed, there are other states that will probably move in that direction. Now, there are some states still angling to get the opportunity to treat glaucoma, as in Massachusetts. So there are states behind the current situation. There are states in front of the situation. But that's what progress is all about. It's never clean and easy. It's always with a great deal of difficulty, both externally and certainly within the profession.
Norman, you spent your entire career in higher and professional education and its institutions. How do you view the future direction of these institutions?
Well, let me first say that I admire the institutions of long standing. I call them our heritage institutions. The New England College, the Pennsylvania College of Optometry, the Southern College of Optometry, Southern California, and the Illinois College of Optometry. Those 5 are our heritage institutions. But even they are facing very substantial pressures. Some have decided to convert into a university. Some have decided to advance programs outside of optometry. Where this goes, I will not make a judgment. However, let me make this comment, Paul. I am concerned in the extreme with the profusion of new schools, some of which should never have been recognized. There's one school that I absolutely define as a public embarrassment to the profession. And I don't think you can view it any other way. Please understand that 3 institutions affiliated with academic osteopathic medicine have come forward with new schools. One is the old Southeastern University of the Health Sciences before it merged with Nova University. That seems to be a well-established and properly functioning optometry program. We have the school at Western University of the Health Sciences in California, and that seems to be operating well, although it's a very new school. It's less than 5 years old. And we have the school in Arizona, which is sponsored by an osteopathic academic center out of Illinois, which, by the way, has also made rumblings that it's going to establish another school of optometry or another college of optometry in North Chicago. And that will be an interesting thing to watch, given the presence of the Illinois College of Optometry in South Chicago. So, osteopathy, academic osteopathy, has made quite a move in our profession. But you have this school that is being proposed in rural Virginia. You have this school that came about as part of a pharmacy university in Worcester, Massachusetts. You have the school that was established by a religiously related university, the University of the Incarnate Word. And those schools are, at best, fragile. What is being proposed is certainly more fragile. And come to the point, Paul, my greatest fear for academic optometry is that we're involved in a slow drift away from professional education and toward vocational education. And there's quite a difference.
Right. Coming back, we could almost...
And the optometrists who are listening to this program and the optometric leaders throughout the country, all of whom are my honored colleagues, had better understand the differences and wake up, because the drift toward vocational education is not in the public interest, and it's not in optometry's professional interest.
So is there any lesson that we can learn from Columbia's closing that could be brought to bear on the excess of schools and the lack of new applicants?
Wait a minute. You said excess of schools. We're still waiting for the AOA authorized workforce study. It's currently underway. I think it should have been done long before this, but at the moment we don't know whether we have a surplus of optometrists, whether we will project a surplus of optometrists with all these new schools, or whether we have a shortage of optometrists. I don't see a shortage. I tend to see a surplus. There will be, with the Affordable Care Act, more demand for services, and it's the demand curve that will have to be looked at very carefully. Let me give you an example there. The office handling the insurance side of the Affordable Care Act has said that that when insurance is offered for children up to the age of 18, that it must afford eye care, including eyeglasses and whatever treatment is indicated for children up to the age of 18. That's a very major step forward. Now, we need more and more people in the profession who are going to take care of children. We need an expansion in the clinics of the schools and colleges of optometry, further emphasizing children's eye care. After all, that's where our young students are going to get their training, their clinical training. As a matter of fact, I might go one step further and say the clinics of the schools and colleges of optometry, all of them need major expansion. Though they are very expensive to operate, but there are ways to do this, and with a broadened student base, you surely need a broadened clinical base in order to educate and train the future optometrists.
And that brings us to the $64,000 question that we're debating now for the past 5 years about optometric board certification. So much has been written and debated about it. What are views on this
I
particular
have
subject?
largely remained silent about it. I delivered the convocation address at commencement at the Ohio State University this past June. And in my convocation address, I said that it was my personal opinion that the board certification effort by the national organization would prove to be an historic blunder. I say that for three reasons. The first is that the American Board of Optometry equated incident to admitting people to its examination 3 years of clinical practice with residency education. That is a fantasy, nothing less. A good residency education is an intensive, supervised clinical program to further advance the clinical skills of an existing, recently graduated optometrist. To do that demeaned the standing of residency education. That was a fundamental mistake. The second issue that troubles me with regard to this whole problem is that it has split the profession. If there was a referendum conducted, a genuine referendum conducted, it is my opinion that most optometrists, 60 to 70% of the profession, would say you're splitting the profession. Don't do this. You're damaging unity. Don't do this. And the third issue that is of concern is the recent court case in the Federal District Court in California, which in effect said board certification means nothing. It means what you say it is. And it doesn't prevent any other group from coming forth and saying board certification. You can call yourself that if you wish. Now, the fourth and most important point here is the fact that board certification in the health science, in the health services, generally means a recognition of advanced standing because of specialization. You're board certified in one area, another area, and so on. So by taking board certification the way it has been taken nationally, we have stymied the effort to establish specialization in the profession, because how are you going to recognize them now? Board certification can be for anybody.
Right.
The final point that I would make, it's simply a punctuation point, is that the VA system, the military health system, the U.S. Public Health Service, the Indian Health Service, they won't recognize and don't recognize board certification as the profession has projected it. I think it will prove to be, as I said at the Ohio State convocation, will prove to be an historic blunder. Now, the bigger issue is not projecting it forward, but how do we creep out of this?
Yep. You know, Norman, people listening to this, I'm sure, are now standing up and applauding. Those of you that are driving your car,
I don't hear anybody applaud.
well, I'm telling you, there's, and those of you that are listening on podcast, don't take your hands off the steering wheel to start applauding now. But many people feel exactly the way you do. But if you were a leader, or you are a leader, but if you had the responsibility of AOA leadership today, what's the single greatest concern that you have?
I proposed 2 years ago. It's not well known, but it's known among the leadership of the AOA. And by the way, I honor the AOA. It's the only really national organization that we have, and it's the organization that has done so much good over the years in so many ways. And I honor that. I've been a member of the AOA from day one of my career, and I would never think of giving that up. That does not mean that I cannot criticize things that it does, and I have over the years. I am concerned and expressed myself 2 years ago in a special memorandum to the board through Dory Carlson, who was then the president of the AOA, and to Ron Hopping, who was then the president-elect, to create a commission, high level, bringing in people, if necessary, from the outside, in order to address problems that we were facing: the profusion of new schools, the fact that our accreditation system through ACOE needs major upgrading, the fact that the clinical aspects of accreditation that were being proposed through the Council on Clinical Optometric Care were just beginning to take hold when the AOA abandoned that effort. I think it was a terrible mistake in '94 when the AOA discontinued the Council on Clinical Optometric Care. So I think there's a need for a new charter. I personally had gone to speak to people I know in the U.S. Department of Education, which recognizes the extent of the charter of all accrediting bodies. I think there was a major need to upgrade that. I still think there is. I also wanted to look at the extent of borrowing by the students. That whole issue of student loans is ripe for discussion. There are some younger people now who feel, and I've heard this on a number of occasions, so I consider it important enough not to ignore, that given the nature of reimbursements today, can they repay in the long term their student loans?
Dr. Hafner, can I stop you for a second? I'm just curious, and I've got Paul here too. Do you have any sense of how much you actually paid to get your advanced degree? Do you have any sense about how much it was way back when?
Well, I know for a fact that I was able to work in the Catskill Mountains as a waiter during the summer, and the money I saved, I didn't play cards every night, so the money I saved just getting tips from 10 weeks in the Catskill Mountains was enough to pay my tuition at Columbia University for the following year.
Wow.
Well, let me answer your question, and it's a good question. Let me answer it this way. Tuition levels are not going to go down. They're going up. I never heard of an institution that reduced its tuition levels. They only add to it. The College of Medicine of New York University now has a tuition bill exclusive of living and books and maintenance of $60,000 per year.
Wow.
That's $240,000 for 4 years in a medical school.
Wow.
And NYU was not that far ahead of any other institution. Cornell is very much like this. Mount Sinai is very much like that. That's where we're heading. And how much can students borrow?
That's correct.
Is it proper social policy to deny talented students the opportunity to go to college and to earn a degree, particularly if they're talented and able to gain admission? Do we deny them the opportunity because they don't have the resources? Well, the answer to that should be obvious. The answer is no. Well, how much can they borrow? At what level do we reach when somebody says it's too much? We're at that level, folks.
Absolutely. I mean, it's very, very hard for optometrists to go out.
But there are ways out of that, Paul. And there was a proposal made a number of years back which involved practitioners, which was resoundingly ignored, not rejected, ignored. And there is some measure of validity in it because medicine has tried a number of experiments in this regard, and so has the profession of dentistry. And the only two professions that we should look at with regard to how we structure ourselves is both medicine and dentistry, because they are the dominant personnel in the field.
Right, right. You know, well, one final question before we wind this up.
And then
you just got started?
I was just getting started.
Well, what's happened since you left the presidency of SUNY? What are you doing for fun? What have you devoted your time and energies to?
Paul, you know that I can't sit still for very long. I'm a member of 5 boards of directors of major organizations in New York City. I have headed one of them for a period of 3 years. One is a major mental health, mental retardation, developmental disabilities agency, $100 million agency a year. It's a wonderful organization. The Institute for Community Living is its name. 3 years ago, I was elected to the board of the Orchestra of St. Luke's, which is our major chamber orchestra in New York City, and we operate out of Carnegie Hall, although we have our own offices and rehearsal studios. You know, I have always been interested in the arts, and it's a delight to be with those kinds of people interested in the arts and promoting the arts for people, for all people. So I've been kept busy. I'm doing some work for the New York Academy of Medicine. I'm the only optometrist, regrettably, that was accorded fellowship in the Academy of Medicine, 1984, and I serve on the School Health Committee and another committee of the Academy, and have tried to be helpful there.
Well, let's not forget that you're still, we hope, remain active in optometry, and be a thorn in the side of those leaders that don't want to listen.
I don't want to be a thorn in anybody's side. What I want to do is point out that there are other ways to approach problems, and that not all the wisdom comes from a single source.
A very, very good thought. Okay, Ed, you want to finish up, please?
So on that note, Dr. Hafner, thanks so much for spending the time with us today. And, we're going to actually post this podcast right up on ODwire. And if you've never been there, Dr. Hafner, people will type in questions. They will come asking questions about this show.
Well, then you'll answer them.
I'll pass them on to you, however.
But you better answer them correctly.
I see.
Or you will hear from me.
Absolutely.
Well, Dr. Hafner, thanks so much for being here today.
Well, it's been a delight.
Yes.
And Paul, you've been a colleague of mine for so many years, and I honor the work that you've done in the profession.
And I can't say how much I appreciate what you've done. And
Thank
with that,
you
we
so
say
much.
so long.
Be well.
Hey everybody, it's Adam Farkas. Welcome to another edition of ODwire Radio. With me as usual is Paul Farkas.
Hi everyone.
And it's a beautiful fall day here in Portland. Amazingly, it's not raining for once, so we're having a great time here. Paul, today we have a great show for you all about dry eye. But before we get into the topic, I just wanted to thank our sponsor for today, and our sponsor is Oculus. And Oculus has actually been a sponsor of ODwire going for how many years? 5 years, 6 years?
Yeah, at least. Yeah.
So back when we were very, very small, Oculus was one of the first companies to actually come on and advertise with us, and we really appreciate it. Oculus is interesting. They make these very high-tech instruments from Germany, but when you deal with a company here in the U.S., you feel like you're dealing with a very small company. Their U.S. division is actually, it's in Seattle, actually not too far from here, and it's actually great dealing with them because you feel like you're dealing with a small business. And if you're on ODwire, you know that Joel and Michael from Oculus are always on the site mixing it up. So thanks again to Oculus for helping us out today. Now, business aside, let's get on with the talk. So today we are very, very fortunate to have the great Art Epstein with us. And instead of me doing the introduction, I think, Paul, it would be appropriate if you did it, since I guess you and Art have a history.
Oh, do we go way back? Art, of course, is known to everyone. Basically, from optometric physician, you hear his opinions. He's very free with opinions on the editorials for Optometric Physician. But in addition to that, Art is an extremely well-known speaker and clinician, and his area of interest and love is dry eyes and ocular surface disease. And that's what we're going to be talking about. There will be no politics today. So for those of you that are interested in politics, this is not the program for you.
We're not talking about board certification?
Nothing. Whoa, a board what?
I'm so depressed.
more,
I'm relieved, actually.
what's really wonderful is, Art and I go back a long, long way. I know Art from his very beginnings. When he got out of school, he opened up a practice, and he was brave enough to open up cold in the New York metropolitan area, which very few practitioners had the guts to do. And amazingly enough, he opened up in an office building that was in our suburban practice over 30 years ago. And Art and I were neighbors. He was 2 floors down in this office building. So I know Art for a long, long time, and it's a real pleasure to have him here today. So, Art, with that, I want to just start off with one question, and then we can go from there. At your stage of the game, you probably got an invitation from AARP by now. and most people at that particular stage of the game don't think about opening a practice cold. They think in terms of maybe associating, or in your case, there should be a lineup of people that would want you in their practice with them, or you could even be teaching. So the question is, why did you want to open up this practice? And can you describe your practice a little bit, where it's located and its demographics?
Sure, that's a great question. Well, first, thank you for having me. Thanks to Oculus for sponsoring this, and Paul, you and I do go back a long way. And as I said, in a very, very good way. I have some very fond memories of Roslyn and that office building, which, by the way, was the best location in the area. I think to answer your question, the first the first word that has to be addressed is sane practitioners opening practices. So some people have actually suggested that somewhere along the line I've lost my mind, but no, I actually it was a decision that took a considerable amount of thought. It was very carefully done. As you know, I'm married to my lovely colleague, Dr. Shannon Steinhauser, who is a little bit younger than I am, and that was certainly part of it. I had anticipated, as you so eloquently said, ending up in academia, but I also have that entrepreneurial streak, and I had the opportunity to actually do it again and do it right. I really love optometry. I've had an amazing ride. I could spend hours just talking about the wonderful things that I've done in optometry, and I had a chance to build essentially a dream practice. So we looked for quite some time in Phoenix. We live in an area that we like, and looked around for office space. Wanted a private independent practice. We found a location in a hospital compound, actually very close to where we live. It's great because, I figure at my age, being in a hospital compound means that they can wheel me right over in case anything happens. So there's a little bit of safety. We're in a medical building. We got an ideal space. We have a glass front, ultra-modern office so that patients going to see other physicians in the building see our office. Shannon designed an incredible logo using crowdsourcing, and that's visible from the window. State-of-the-art instrumentation. In fact, we have an Oculus Keratograph 5M, which is a perfect example of that, in keeping with the sponsor, which I absolutely love. And it's amazing. It's just, I could not, if I was going to dream the most pleasant dream of creating a practice, this is exactly what the dream would be. And I just saw two amazing complex patients today. Phoenix is filled with dry eye patients, so it's for me, this is in a sense a retirement strategy. Maybe a little bit less traveling, a little bit more focus on clinical care that I love, and I can slow down as I get more intensely focused on that. So that's the thinking.
Great. And you just brought up something very important. You talked about dry eye, and Phoenix being one of the great dry eye centers of the country. Can you sort of tell us or give us the demographics or statistics all about dry eye throughout the country?
Oh, that's a great question, Adam. And I think everyone recognizes the fact that dry eye is a major issue. It's one of the primary reasons for eye care office visits today. It's also a growing demographic. It's associated with aging, as everyone knows, with medications. And these days, literally spend 5 minutes taking the medication list. That's after they check in online. So all of the factors that weigh in favor of dry eye, including relocating to places like Phoenix and Denver and Albuquerque, they're all here. So it's growing. So traditionally people say, oh, it's a third of the population. In Phoenix, it's probably 60% of the population. And the best part of it is this is literally classic, right out of the book of optometry. We're very patient-centric as a profession. These patients can be helped, especially with the advances we have today. And it's an amazing opportunity for optometry. And it's really unprecedented because instead of the grab bag of drops, most of which did the same thing, which was very little, that we used to hand out, asking the patient to tell us what worked, now we can target specific therapies, and it's only going to get better from here.
Right. So what actually has changed since you and Paul might have been, back in the olden days when you first started? What's changed with dry eye?
Well, the first thing is we no longer pump the chairs up and down. That's
really.
there are very few people listening who even understand what that joke means. But
my pink refracting area is gone, or maybe it'll come back soon.
Things are considerably different. Well, first of all, and that's another great question. First of all, we've had literally an explosion in our understanding of dry eye and the ocular surface. We understand that the ocular surface and the tear film are intimately related, and you can't separate one from the other. I mean, just 2 seconds of clinical perspective. So essentially, I see the tear film as a structure very much similar to a house. It has a foundation, and it's like the poured concrete foundation of a strong house, and that's the microvilli, which adds surface area, the glycocalyx, which actually converts the normally hydrophobic epithelial cells of the cornea into hydrophilic, water-loving surface. And we have transmembrane mucins, which actually anchor into that, and then we have gel-forming mucins, which form the walls and the studding, very much like a house would have. And then we have the roof, which is, and I think most people know where I'm going, which is the lipid layer, except what's interesting about the lipid layer is made up of complex lipids, because oil and water don't mix, and the lipid layer has to be completely cohesive and coherent. It has to cover the entire tear film, and the way it does that is through phospholipids, which actually tack the roof down, almost as if you're nailing the roof to the structure, nailing the shingles in. And the reason why patients experience dry eye symptoms is because the structure fails. We talk a lot about tear film instability, and we now recognize that it's a failure in one or more of those individual systems that have to coordinate and work together. And the body is very reactive. The body tries to fix that. So that's essentially my perception of the ocular surface environment. Now, what are the things that have changed from a clinical point of view? Number one, we have targeted products. We have lipid supplements that have phospholipids, so we're complete supplements which actually glue the tear film in place and make it more cohesive. We actually have viscoelastic bulking agents, because the tear film is viscoelastic and has protective qualities. And we have a much broader array. In the past, back in the day, we would basically give people essentially saline, and then it was balanced saline, and then it was saline with methyl cellulose to sort of bulk the tears up, which didn't stick to the cornea, didn't really do very much. We still use that, and some people still do. I'm not going to get into philosophy about specific brands and branded technology, but you can now target specific layers of the tear film and actually supplement them in very effective ways. And the other thing is our diagnostic ability. Before we would just use a Schirmer strip, which really didn't tell you very much. We'd look with a slit lamp, and you wouldn't get an objective reading, measure breakup time, and again, that was very subjective. Don Korb addressed that years ago with his dry eye test. You flood the cornea, the anterior eye with fluorescein, and then the patient looks like they have no breakup because you have too much fluorescein in. So we have much better ways of measuring that. And probably the last and to me the most meaningful and most important thing is our better understanding of meibomian gland dysfunction. And again, I invoke the name of Donald Korb. We recognize that the vast majority of cases are of dry eye, that is, are either caused by primarily or contributed to by meibomian gland dysfunction. And again, that goes back to technology. We can now address it. There are devices, instruments that can help us manage that, but we can also diagnose it much more effectively.
Right. So the question I have is then, stepping back and going back to the base principles here, how do you actually diagnose dry eye? How do you know where the dysfunction is actually occurring?
It's again a beautiful question. I just had an elderly woman who was here this morning. She had Sjogren's syndrome.
Be careful what you say about elderly. They're getting younger every year.
Yeah, exactly. It's I keep seeing my hair going through stages. It's starting to look like driven snow in some areas, which I'm reminded of periodically by Shannon, by the way. But Well, she was a very nice young woman, as I like to say, and she had seen a cornea specialist. She wasn't particularly happy, and really severe dry eye, as you can imagine. And I sat and spoke with her for a few minutes beforehand, and I said, you know, part of the problem here is it's very easy to see you as a patient with Sjogren's syndrome, and that means you have aqueous deficiency, but you're not just that. There's a lot more to it. You know, live in an environment that is particularly dry. You take medications that have effects on your tear film. You have other conditions. You have an evaporative component because you have very little aqueous production. So we have to be very respectful of meibomian gland function because we need to keep that intact. We have to see how your lids function, how your eyes function. So essentially, you have to look at the patient in a holistic fashion, and you have to step by step analyze the lids and tear function. The reason why we have tears is so we can see. That's the primary reason why we have tears. And the body does everything in its power to maintain a balanced normal tear film so we can see, because that way, if we see well, we can see predators coming, and the selection process is, you know, strongly in favor of that. That's how we survive. So you have to sort of go back to that. So you have to focus on the net result, which is to get the patients comfortable in seeing, and then you have to break it down piece by piece. So in her case, it turned out that she had exposure. She had a poor Bell's phenomenon. Her lids didn't close completely, and that's one of the reasons why she had significant breakdown of tissue in the inferior cornea, because it was exposed every night. No one had given her an ointment or had addressed that. She was a partial blinker as well, which made that worse during the day. And again, that's something that you can observe. You can even measure it. There's a device called the LipiView sold by Tear Science that actually can quantify partial blinks. And then she had significant meibomian gland dysfunction, and that was diagnosed using meibomography, which is one of the components of the Oculus Keratograph 5M, which is great. It uses infrared, and you can literally assess meibomian gland health. And not only that, use it to educate the patient. So she was able to come along with me on this diagnostic journey. And I explained every single issue that I saw, came up with a game plan for addressing it sequentially. And I think she's going to do just fine. And a lot of this would have been missed without the instrumentation and without that step-by-step approach with this more global understanding that we have today.
Great. So let's actually talk about the keratograph for a second. If you see a patient who's having symptoms of dry eye, walk us through how you might use the device from beginning to end to make your diagnosis and guide your therapy.
Well, I have to tell you, I'm a gadget freak, and I absolutely love this thing. I mean, it's like, it is to me, it was like the first iPad, you know, when I got it. It was so neat. It's so perfect. It's literally an engineering thing of beauty. So from that perspective, if you can be in love with a mechanical thing, an electronic thing, I definitely have a problem. So it's neat. I just like using it. It does so many things that we couldn't do before. So what I do is I have created, essentially using the device, a dry eye assessment, which is helpful in, number one, determining what specifically the cause of the patient's dry eye is and the severity of the dry eye. So, for example, the keratograph has an automated non-invasive breakup time function. So you literally can take an image of the eye. It monitors tear breakup time using Placido's ring, and it quantifies the instant of breakup, plus gives you the severity of breakup on a color map along with the temporal qualities of that breakup. And so you basically have this color map which shows you exactly where the tears are breaking up, and it shows you exactly how rapidly they break up. You can then show it to the patient and explain how this relates to their discomfort. It also gives you some inkling into why, understanding that breakup can occur either as a function of insufficient lipid, which sort of destroys the cohesivity of the outer layer of the tear film, or in severe cases where you actually can see staining, it has to do with damage to the underlying ultrastructure, if you will. Basically, the structure of the cornea becomes damaged and it becomes hydrophobic. So that's one essential element. Meibomigraphy is another element. So you can do meibomigraphy by transillumination, but it's difficult, and certainly you can't share that with a patient. You can't really take effective pictures of it, not in real time, and then turn to the patient and say, here are your meibomian lens, this is what they should look like, and this is what your meibomian lens look like now, and this is what we need to do about it. So you can track it, you get pictures of it, you can educate the patients with it, it's a really neat, easy to perform test. There's also a lid, the tear meniscus height independent measuring tool, which you can actually measure the lacrimal lake. And what's really nice is these things are quantifiable, so you can go back after treatment and you can follow how well the patient's doing, which is nice. So it gives you not only insight as a diagnostician, but insight from a therapeutic point of view. So it's really neat.
So, you know what, we understand about helping patients comfort, but why is it so important to have a stable tear film from a clinical point of view?
Well, so you know, I often ask that same question, Paul, and it shows, you know, that we didn't, our apples didn't fall far from the tree of eye wisdom. Why is it important that we have a stable tear film? You know, and it sort of goes back, I think, to the point that I made before. A stable tear film is, number one, the best way of achieving sharp vision, which affords multiple benefits, from protective to appreciating the world around you and things of that sort. I mean, those are modern day concerns, but certainly in a primal sense, a stable tear film is a tear film that will allow you to see no matter what the situation is. Whoever designed a system realized that there were going to be significant challenges to that stability. So, for example, man lives in the Gobi Desert and in Phoenix, and lives in Antarctica, and lives in Tampa, Florida, and lives in Singapore, and yet man functions in all of those environments. So tear film stability is so important that we developed a whole constellation of ways of maintaining tear film stability, both short-term and long-term. For example, we talked about meibomian gland function. That's critically important for tear film stability because it prevents evaporation. Modern times, we're not talking about evolution and masses of people moving from continent to continent. We're talking about people going from the warm, humid outdoors in Tampa into the cool, dry indoors in Tampa within 2 seconds, and the entire environment shifts, immediately. Same thing when you get in the car in the winter, you turn on the heater, it blows in your eye, dries out. But yet, most patients still see well enough to drive. They still function in office buildings, despite the variation. They go out and they can order food, outside, sitting in a restaurant in high humidity, and then go back in the office and address work. And so tear film stability is absolutely critical for that. Because without stability, without those mechanisms, those active mechanisms to maintain stability, we'd be non-functional with even minor environmental shifts. The problem is when the system gets out of whack, and that's when patients get into trouble, and then they begin to have symptoms and signs of distress.
But from a clinical point of view, wouldn't the contact lens practitioner and the cataract surgeon and the refractive surgeon be intimately interested in this tear film problem?
Oh, absolutely. In fact, you hit the nail right on the head. The first description of meibomian gland dysfunction, which really is one of the major contributors to tear film instability, was Korb. Korb in, I think it was 1980, coined the term meibomian gland dysfunction, and he associated it with contact lens intolerance. And today, where our ophthalmologic colleagues who once were completely ignorant of optics now understand optics and higher order aberrations, they could probably design lenses to correct the Hubble telescope. They're certainly very concerned about tear film stability because they're putting in premium IOLs, and every little tiny improvement in vision becomes important for their patients. And again, it goes back to it. Where does the rubber meet the road? It's the interface between the tear film and the air. And if you have a tear film that's unstable and irregular and corneal tissue is exposed, or the tear film comes and goes in terms of its stability, patient's not going to see well and not going to see consistently, and then they don't appreciate all of the skill and cost of some of these advanced technologies. And the same with us in contact lenses. An unhappy patient is an unhappy patient. It doesn't matter if your prescription's off or they have meibomian gland dysfunction and their tear film's unstable.
Right. You mentioned making the diagnosis using the keratograph. What about, once you've made that diagnosis, let's talk about treatment just for a second. I know we don't have much time, but what do you see on the horizon in terms of treatment for dry eye?
Well, it's actually interesting. Dry eye is such an unusual place. Well, some of the things that I've learned over the last couple of years, and I should say last couple of years, last 2 years, say, are that we have some very, very effective products that work reasonably well under certain conditions, and that there's more to dry eye than meets the eye. So, for example, with meibomian gland dysfunction, which I've been treating, since the, I'd say probably early 90s, when I first recognized it as an entity, or maybe even late 80s. I used to prescribe warm compresses and lid massage. I still do, but I know that you cannot get enough heat to melt congealed, saturated meibom by applying heat from the outside without risking burning the patient's lids without a lot of time. And even then, it doesn't work well. And in fact, Cord was showing that very nicely. So there is a device called the LipiFlow, which actually addresses that. And I think listeners are probably familiar with that technology. It's becoming much more popular. So that's certainly a major advance, that and a recognition that meibomian gland dysfunction is a major issue. We now have tear film supplements that are actually targeted to different areas. For example, we have some of the older cellulose-based products that I alluded to before. Cellulose is hydrophilic. It really doesn't stick very well to a hydrophilic, so it's not useful for patients who have advanced disease. We do have products that do stick to the surface of the cornea quite well, that have hydrophobic ends or elements in their formulation. Sustain Ultra would be a great example of that. It actually bonds the hydroxypropylene, will bond to areas that are damaged and sort of create an artificial mucin-like structure. We have new understandings of how to use steroids, which is very gingerly. So that certainly has helped some patients that have inflammatory dry eye. And Shire Pharmaceuticals is now about to, I think they're not far away from releasing a new product, which hopefully will be the first approved since Restasis was probably about 10 years ago. And there are a whole host of products that are in the pipeline that I think will address this. But again, I think the biggest advance at this point is our understanding of meibomian gland dysfunction and managing it.
Right. So I guess let's get to where the rubber meets the road here. You have been described as having a very successful so-called dry eye center, where you've actually become the go-to place for the treatment of dry eye. Now, for all of our listeners out there, maybe you could step us through how someone might want to set up a dry eye center of their very own, if possible.
Yeah, but it's funny. This was sort of a passion of mine all along. That was my thinking from day one, and I've been very fortunate to have had a number of mentors that have been very influential in my development, and Donald Cord being one of the best examples of that. Ralph Stone, who's a chemist who worked for Alcon for years, really just expanded my understanding of the chemistry of dry eye and dry eye products, and a number of others. Eric Donenfeld, Hank Perry, Gary folks. I certainly look up to the Nichols. They're very inspirational. And I realized that everything was moving in this direction. Our understanding was getting better. My understanding was getting much better. When it came time to open the office, I said to Shannon, this is really my passion. I want to focus primarily on that. And in fact, I even debated whether or not to do specialty contact lenses, which we ended up, sort of incorporating as well. As you guys know, that was our passion back in the day in New York. So essentially, establishing the dry eye clinic, outfitting it with the proper equipment, for everything from the keratograph, which was we were looking for a topographer. When I saw what this could do, I immediately gravitated towards that keratograph cam, of 5M rather, because it was dry eye centric. We will be incorporating shortly LipiFlow, LipiView system. I'd say we're probably a month or two away from that. We're just waiting for our patient volume to catch up. And all of the other accoutrements of a dry eye practice was easy to put in place. Now, the problem is, it's not like if you build it, they will come. You not only have to build it, but you have to figure out how to get them to come. Well, the first thing I had, which was great, was Shannon already had a presence in Phoenix and had a significant patient population that suffered from dry eye. And she was generously willing to minimize, although we share, many patients and she is heavily involved in managing dry eye, we partner on it. We work together, which, is great. So I've sort of accumulated a fair number of severe patients that came from the existing patient population. For my colleagues that have existing practices, they just have to look and see, number one, they probably already have a significant patient population. Number two, they have to identify many of the patients that they're missing. We used to talk about allergy and say, that a significant percentage, 40 some odd percent of the patients sitting in your waiting room have allergies and only a fraction of them are being treated by you, even though 80% have eye allergies. It's even more so with dry eye. Patients think it's just aging. Patients think it's, just normal, for whatever. It's the environment. And the truth is there's a tremendous opportunity to improve patient quality of life, literally sitting in the office. So you need to identify them. And again, diagnostic workups, screening techniques do work. So that's another thing. And once you're willing to commit to that, once you recognize that you have that population and it's an unmet medical need, that these patients are underserved, you really have to invest the time and effort to understand the dynamics and literally, and no pun intended, immerse yourself in dry eye and ocular surface disease. You have to be able to look at a Sjogren's patient and realize that it's more than just aqueous deficiency. You need to break it down, as we talked about before. And once you do that and begin to develop more and more expertise, the Dry Eye Center begins to evolve, word of mouth, patients tell other patients. Another thing that's important is web presence. We have a specific website, Dry Eye Center of Arizona. I think that's been very, very helpful. We've networked with other colleagues around the country, which has been very, very helpful. We're not the only ones. There are a lot of people who are doing this. With the advent of the LipiFlow system, there are dry eye centers of excellence scattered around. In fact, this was a concept that Dave Sadler at Alcon had come up with years ago, Dry Eye Center of Excellence. It's now really beginning to take hold. I think we've just taken it to maybe a little bit more intense level.
Yeah, well, as someone that built a specialty practice, I've always felt that professional referrals is the lifeblood of a specialty practice in addition to patient referrals. So my question is, in addition to eye care professionals, which I assume have the word out, are you reaching out to any other healthcare professionals where they will have dry-eyed patients?
Absolutely. In fact, that's on our agenda. One of the biggest problems that I have is that In fact, it's really a problem that Shannon and I share. We both have other lives, and we discovered that the practice didn't understand that or respect it. So, I'm still traveling and still, speaking and consulting, and so taking in a lot of these practice building. I'm sure, Paul, you had an amazing practice in New York. You literally built, one of the premier practices in the world, and you did it largely with relationships with colleagues, tremendous referral base. And patient referrals, and so you know exactly how hard that is and how much time and effort it takes to do that. So, we're doing it, and we're literally staging it, slowly. And Shannon's at the university 2 days a week, so she's someone, and she loves teaching. So it's very difficult for her to break away from that, even though the office continues to get busier. So what's happened is we've actually put some of those practice building strategies. I don't want to say on the back burner because that's not accurate. We do get referrals. We certainly have reached out to primary care physicians in the area, so they're aware, and that segment is starting to grow. But we're doing it more slowly than I think most people would who were primarily focused in practice and didn't have a lot of other balls in the air.
Sure. I'm just thinking off the top of my head here, just sitting around just listening, that rheumatologists would be wonderful to reach, but more important, plastic surgeons, where after they do the job and you check the patients for nocturnal lagophthalmus, they sleep with their eyes open, where I'm certain that they are having dry eye problems. So this should be an issue.
Well, that was a definite issue in Rockland. In fact, we just had this conversation with a patient this morning about how New York and California, the epicenter of exposure from overzealous plastic surgeons. They don't bother to check Bell's phenomenon. They don't realize that the patient does not need to see at night, so their eyes can actually close. So, but you're exactly right. And frankly, you know what? When you said it, it's probably not a bad thing to try not to be insulting, but maybe a little bit of an educational system. Although we do have a couple of ophthalmic plastic surgeons in Arizona. In fact, one of them was a resident that I worked with years ago, who is a great ophthalmic plastics guy. So there are. That's probably one of the best things about Arizona. There's only one neuro-ophthalmologist, I believe, maybe two at this point in all of Arizona, but we do have a couple of ophthalmic plastics guys.
Art, I got a question for you off the top of my head too. I'm not that old, kind of old, right? Just a little bit presbyopic, but I know back when I went to medical school, things like topographers really were not common in optometric offices or even in medical practices. And in fact, topography is almost like black magic to most GPs that you see out there. So I'm sort of wondering, when you go out and reach out to professionals, what do they think about the tools that you have at your disposal now? Do you have to educate them about it, or is this something that they just take for granted?
Well, that's a great point. In the beginning, I remember we adopted a topographer fairly early. At first, I resisted. I was curmudgeon-like and goes, who needs that? I can just put on a spherical lens and look at the fluorescein pattern. It's like, and I quickly developed an appreciation for it because it really was so much easier and so much faster. And back in those days, having we were an odd bird. Very few people had them. I still think they're certainly underutilized. I think that less people own topographers than should, because it's such a critically important instrument for differential diagnosis of visual loss and surface integrity and a whole host of especially in this day and age of refractive surgery and premium IOLs and things. You really need to understand the surface. But most people, I think, understand topography, certainly in the eye care community. I think outside the eye care community, I think you're right. I think people don't quite understand it. They understand the basic concepts because they're used to MRIs, they're used to CT, so they understand tomography. So you can actually send them an OCT or reference an OCT. They'll understand that. And when you describe topography in a referral note, if you do it carefully, I think they get it. So not as bad. I think people are more tech savvy than they were in the past.
Sure.
So now the hard question, and you better just limit it to the topic at hand, because this could go on for hours. Is there anything you would have done differently? But let's not talk about life now, only about dry eyes. Anything differently going into practice, into the dry eye practice?
No, actually, in this practice, it's funny. It's an interesting thing. I've told my kids. As you probably know, I do a lot of flying. Although I've cut back a little bit. So this year I won't be executive platinum on American and chairman's preferred simultaneously on U.S. Air. It's like last year I flew like 240,000 miles. So this year I'll probably come in at about 150, 160. So I know it's just that risk is independent, but it's also cumulative. So I've told both of my kids, listen, I just want you to know that if anything ever happens to me, I have had an absolutely amazing ride. I certainly would have changed a lot of things, but of the things that I didn't, my experiences, I never dreamed that I'd travel all over the world and make friends. I just reached out to an old friend in Japan that I saw on Facebook last night that I hadn't spoken to in a couple of years, who I last had tempura in Tokyo with probably 7 or 8 years ago. And so I've just, optometry has been phenomenal. As a poor kid growing up in the Bronx, I never in a million years would have expected to have all these experiences. So I've had a great ride, so I have no regrets. And if I disappear tomorrow, I certainly don't want to, because I enjoy being here too much. But it certainly has been great. Now, as far as the dry eye practice goes,
don't disappear. Who's going to get your frequent flyer miles?
Oh, as I've discovered, your wife typically does.
Is that right?
I didn't discover it through death. I discovered another one, but that was a negotiation. But that's another New York story, which we won't get into. In fact, I think I'm over. Well, forget that. And then the other thing I've learned is sometimes not to say everything that comes to my mind. It's hard, but I'm
you're
trying.
Learning, right? You now have a wife to control you, right?
Well, she's been a great influence on me. She has been the best addition that I could possibly think of. And so she's absolutely phenomenal, and she's a phenomenal clinician. So the best thing is I get the best eye care in the world. So it kills two birds with one stone.
So
great.
I don't have a wife that's a phenomenal clinician, but she's a phenomenal cook. So we got to. I don't know which is more important.
Well, at this point, it's probably at this point I don't need to eat any more salt. I'm happy with the clinician.
So we're just about out of time. My gosh, where'd the hour go? But anyway, do you have a final words of wisdom for us? Anything you'd like to pass on about dry eyes? Go for it. Yeah. So to finally answer your question, this practice I wouldn't change a thing. I absolutely love it. It's just great. We may even expand it. That would be the only caveat. The one word of advice, and I don't know if it's wisdom, but it's certainly my perspective is when you have friends like you, Paul, and I mean this sincerely, when you have people to emulate and model, people that are excellent in their own right, it makes it so much easier for you to become better. And if you always strive to have every day where you learn something, every day where you help someone, every day where you can make a difference in someone's life, and you surround yourself with people like you, and I was fortunate I had Norm Hafner as a role model when I was in school, and again some of the people I've mentioned, Don Korb and Ralph Stone and a host of others. I have been so blessed with people that I look up to and respect that have taken the time to answer my sometimes stupid questions, educate me, and elevate me, that it sort of makes me feel obligated to do the same, for others. And, I'm a great believer in paying forward, and what goes around comes around. And those two things, I think, drive all of us to do the right thing. And, frankly, I know, you've sacrificed to do the right thing. If I can give one piece of advice, be nice to everyone. Be kind. It's sometimes tough out there. Right. Okay. Well, with those thoughts, Adam, anything?
This has been a really, really great hour. And Art, I hope that once folks listen to this on ODwire, perhaps we can keep the conversation going on the site, and maybe you could even follow up on the site as well.
Okay.
I'd love to. You guys do a phenomenal job. Thank you for this, and thank you for giving so many people a voice on ODwire. I think it's so important. You guys are great.
Well, thanks, Art.
Thanks, Art.
All right, and I guess thanks everyone for tuning in, and we will see you all online. Alrighty, I am back. Let me get myself situated here. Always fun hearing those old guys. Let me get Steve and Gretchen going here again too.
Can you hear me, Adam?
Oh yeah, I can hear you loud and clear. How's it going?
I'm wearing a hoodie now. It's freezing in this house. The heating doesn't work well in Florida.
I'm sure when you turned your heater back on, when you turned your heater back on, it must have been like puffs of smoke and like all kinds of nasty crap came out, right? Because you never use it.
We don't turn it on. We have a thermostat that either goes by itself to heat the temperature. And it's actually the air conditioner going backwards. We don't have a heater per se. It's a different system. Anyway, you're right. It smells like hell.
Yeah.
Air conditioner going backwards.
So like an inverter. So like an inverter, right? Like a mini split. Yeah. Well,
don't ask me how it works. Anyway, that was so real. Listening to Art and your dad is both sad and happy and a lot of emotions at the same time.
It's weird. As I was listening to it, I mentioned it in the comments that I'm the last person who's alive in all of these things. As we're listening to all this, I'm like, oh, I don't like this at all. Everybody else.
Gretchen and I are still here.
Yeah, there you go. But like, yeah, these ODwire radios, I mean, Paul and I did, this was, 15 years ago. We did, I want to say 50 of them. We did a lot of them. And, we have this archive of them of many, many pieces. And it's just strange to think about how many people are not here anymore.
Yeah. Bennett and Hafner, and I don't know if you ever did Luanda.
I think we might. And again, I got to look through all the archives. The ones that I dug up, those first 3 that are there were just like the most, easiest ones for me to access. But I'll look for more of them now. But yeah. But meanwhile, as we're going on here, I think Srini set a record here in his classroom in terms of the number of people.
He was going to break the internet.
Yeah. So Srini had it was close to 700 people in his room, right?
Yes, I saw that. And he was really animated. He has 2 classes in a row, I believe. Yeah.
Yep.
So that was a good pickup. Where'd you find him? Because I didn't know of him. I'm always looking for speakers. He contacted you, I think.
No, we met him. We knew him from his company Rinsada that he runs. Even though it's funny because he's a retinal surgeon, but he has this company Rinsada, which is all about rinsing the surface. But he's a funny dude, and I didn't realize how good his lectures would actually be if you actually sat through them and listened. He's a really good speaker too, very engaging.
Mm-hmm. He was there early. He was, it's so far. I mean, this is like ridiculously easy today. I don't know how it is on your end in terms of support, but very few support questions in the lectures, etc.
Yeah, it's been minor. Some people registering, needing to be validated. A couple people couldn't figure out how to log in, but that was easy to fix. Yeah, I mean, it's been ridiculously easy. Really, really good. So, knock on wood.
Take it.
So yeah, it's trying to just see here. It's man.
Dr. Underwood's getting a lot of action also in his lecture in terms of give and take.
Yeah. Every class that I've seen so far has been very, very interactive. The speakers engaging, all the attendees asking questions, and I think it's great.
So I was just in Kayla's lecture actually about Gen Z, and it's that one fewer. It's a smaller lecture, right? Because again, it's practice management. We knew going in that those would be smaller in terms of the overall population, but I felt it was important to do because my feeling was that a lot of people start to lose touch with their audience as they get older. I mean, not a feeling, that is actually what happens. And so I thought it would be useful to have a few hours with Kayla, and then we have other talks, 2 other talks actually on it as well, about the younger audience to try to,
see if people can connect a little bit better with them. So it's interesting though, just seeing how people respond to this, because it's just natural, right? As you get older, you tend to relate less to younger people, and Kayla just brought up the point, the poor work ethic, and they're lazy, and they don't look at me when they're doing customer service and blah blah blah, and it's like people have been complaining about this nonsense since Roman times, right?
Yeah, they absolutely have. Get off my lawn.
Yep. So I just thought it was really a useful thing to have.
Yeah, I just popped in for a few minutes, but she certainly doesn't just sit in front of a computer and record. It's a whole production team.
Absolutely not.
Well, and Kayla's, her expertise is, she's optical, right? This is what she does for a living as an optician, and then she consults to help people build out their opticals. So she's somebody to listen to, because she doesn't just do it for herself. She has hundreds of practices that she works with to make sure their optical is optimized. So she tries to keep, very current as to what's going on. So.
Yep. Big diversity. Let's see who's coming up next. I haven't looked. Let me minimize you guys a little bit.
We have one of those little blocks that are open. We've got Ada No talking about systemic disease. Tammy Petrosian with her first class talking about pediatric eye care. And then the second hour of Kayla's Gen Z. And then room 3 is dark during the next hour, starting in about 15 minutes.
Yep. Mm-hmm. So that space left intentionally blank.
Yep.
So
move.
Yeah. So in the olden days, the way I would stack the schedule is I'd really just front load everything and then leave the blanks till later. But what I learned was it's always useful to leave a couple of early blanks if you can, because inevitably someone's going to want to move up from later to earlier because they have to. So that's why that block is there. That
And we have a consistent, I believe, 1,700 people. So a lot of people, and the system's not breaking down at all.
Yeah, so we should be hitting peak, in a little while. It's usually a little bit later that the West Coast starts to wake up and the East Coast people still haven't given up. So, so it's good that the system's running fine as far as I can see. Those little errors that we had today, like with the chat not being able to do hyperlinks and a bunch of those little ditzels. I was just talking to Jake during our break. He's going to fix all that tonight as soon as we're done. He does not want to touch the system, and I agree with him. Like right now, don't mess, right? No bueno. So he's going to wait till after we're done here tonight when the last class is over, and he and I will just make sure that those little things are fixed. Other than that, we're going to be good for the year once those are done. Yeah.
And Sherry Brogman has the advantage of being the only green speaker.
Yeah, I don't know what was up with that. That was interesting. So have to figure.
Yeah, I do see that. I didn't clock that earlier.
I think, and this I'm not entirely sure, but Jake was telling me that sometimes you have to refresh, like the user has to refresh themselves, meaning like they have to leave, close everything, and come back.
Oh, Kayla too.
Yeah, so maybe somebody who got here a little bit later, after he made a little adjustment, that they logged in later. That could be why they're green. So I have no idea. Okay. But I suspect then tomorrow we're all going to be green. So.
Cool.
We'll see.
Cool. Yeah, still very, very quiet.
Yep, I saw Mike Olson try to chat with us in the lobby, but not in the right lobby. So he was actually watching this live stream on YouTube itself, which I found really hilarious. I'm like, dude, what are you doing?
And there's no sports on TV that's of any interest. So that's why people have nothing to do.
Yep.
Well, we have only a handful of people here. Well, because the classes are finishing, but still, yeah. Everybody's doing what they need to do.
Yep. And we have certainly a lot of diversity. I'm trying to listen to Doc Dunwood's lecture. It's pretty interesting about what he's talking about. Where did we find him? Did he volunteer? Did he kind of like ask us to speak, or
Yep.
did we know
Yeah.
about it?
Yeah. No, he asked if we, wanted somebody new, and I'm like, hell yeah, let's. New blood, always good, and he's a good guy. And again, it's always fun hearing somebody new and seeing what they can do. And his lectures are good. People really seem to like them. So
Yeah, he
excellent.
was getting response and interaction as well.
Yep. Look at this lecture. There's a lot of interaction.
What was interesting too about this year is that a lot of the old guard decided to just give it up. And in fact, I spoke to a couple of guys who have been with us for a long time, who, obviously you'll see who's not here this year. And it's not that we didn't ask them, but like some of the really long-standing guys, one of them even said to me, he's like, no, just give the younger guys a chance.
Yep.
And, it's kind of nice to see when sort of people, they realize, yeah, I've been doing this long enough, and somebody else give them a
Which
shot.
is good.
Yeah.
Because some of them have introduced younger people to us, and they kind of like handed it off, and
Yep.
they work really well.
Yeah. So that was really nice to see. Hopefully someone will force me into retirement soon. If anyone would like to come here and throw me out of this office and take over for me, it's available. You just got to come right down here.
I think there's a handful of people in the whole world that can do what you're doing now.
Well, I hope, I was always trying to lure my son into doing this kind of tech stuff, but his interests lie elsewhere. Although he did, compose the music that you guys are listening to before every lecture. So there you go.
Right.
Yeah, I was
And
actually,
copyright
it's funny actually, yeah, because the one piece that you're hearing, that just fell off copyright in January. So we're starting to get to an era now where like jazz songs are becoming public domain. Always before that, it was just classical. So one of those pieces is classical because it's a couple hundred years old, but the other one's jazz. So I'm like, oh, this is cool. So over the next several years, you're going to start seeing, more of these more popular pieces become public domain, and you can actually play them, and I don't have to worry. Mm-hmm. So we actually had 2 lectures here this year too, where speakers tried to insert copyrighted material into their presentation. So part of the reason that I go over the audio on all of these as well is because I'm looking closely to see if someone's going to do something like that. And the reason you can't, I don't really care about copyright. I'll be honest with you. Like if someone wants to use like a 30-second clip of something, what do I care? Right.
Especially if they reference it and give credit to it.
Right. So, I mean, I truly don't care one way or the other. But the problem is, and in fact, most people don't even care. But the problem is there are algorithms. When you upload something to the internet, like to our video provider, as soon as you upload it, they look at the data and they have automated scans that look for copyrighted audio, right? Because it's the easiest thing in the world for a computer to do. And if it finds a snippet that's copyrighted, they can do 2 things. Well, they do 2 things. The first thing is they notify the copyright holder of your violation, which sucks. And which is usually, some large publishing house, right? Warner Brothers or whoever else. The second thing that then happens is they issue you a strike and they take your material down, right? Mm. And they're like, so you have 2 choices here. The copyright holder can then decide, well, we're going to let you keep this thing up, but you're going to pay us for the right to do it, or your material is going to be struck from the internet. And this all happens in an automatic fashion. Like there's nothing you can do about it. So that's why I look through the submissions that we get. So there was one that had, and you'll know which lecture it is when you see it, that had the theme from The Muppet Show starting it out, right? The full thing, like no bullshit, like 2 minutes long or however long the intro of The Muppet Show is. And I was listening to this and I'm like, this is the greatest thing ever, but this is the worst thing ever. Like this has got to go. Like you can't have this here. So she had to go back and actually edit it out and put in some, public domain music for that spot. So
if there's some sort of public domain usage that you have a grace period of like you can use 10 seconds or 30 seconds of something?
Yes and no. So yes, you can, but if the scan catches it and sends it to the copyright holder and they feel like being complete dickheads about it, they could just say, you're done here. And what I didn't want to have happen was the risk of a lecture all of a sudden going down as everyone's trying to watch it, right? Like that's like the sum of all fears. Like if it happened months ago, that's fine because we could work it out. But if it's going to happen like the day before the conference, can't do it. So that's why I had them remove it all. And that's why even for the CEwire, for that opening little bit with the piano pieces, I just had my son do it because I could go try to get some public domain music or what I think is public domain or what people are claiming is royalty free. But God forbid it goes up there and then the copyright holder hears it and they're like, you know what? I said it was royalty free, but for commercial use like this, screw you, you're going to have to pay us, right? Like I didn't want any snippet that could be found by an automated system getting back to somebody else where they could have control and say, this is going down until we work it out. Like, so that had to go. So, yeah, it's all about automated systems.
If you deliver a live lecture to a group and you have it on your PowerPoint presentation or whatever, they can't catch that because they're not there and it's not going on the internet.
Well, right. That's again, because there are no automated systems catching you in real time doing it, you can get away with it. Nobody really cares. And again, even if you use 10-second snippets generally online when you're creating a video, it's not a problem. But in a situation like this, where these lectures are being given back to hundreds or thousands of people in real time, you don't want to have the situation where it just disappears, right? Like that would just be a disaster. So that's what I'm trying to protect against here. Everything we do, we have to look at it sort of as what's going to happen to us in real time if this lecture goes away. So, yeah. So anyway, that's why that one had to be redone. We had another guy who used some SpongeBob footage, and as much as I love SpongeBob, and I really do, had to go. So
I think I told you, I might be repeating myself. My daughter made me a website in about 2000, a practice website, and she took a lock off a line and get a letter from somebody I never heard of called Getty Imaging, suing me for $25,000 for a picture of a lock. And I researched it, and my other daughter was in law school at the time, or going to law school, and she told me what to write on the back of the check, give them $1,000, and they'll hopefully cash it, and they did, and that was it.
So Getty is actually one of the largest rights holders of images on the internet. So if you are a freelancer, typically what you'll do is you'll sell through your image to Getty, and you can go to their archive online. You can look if you need, a photo, and then they price out each one of the photos there if you want to use it. So yeah, you don't want to run afoul of them.
If you look at ESPN, almost everything is Getty Images protected.
Yep.
In a previous position, I had a subscription to Getty, and I'll tell you that makes life a whole lot easier when you're looking for stock art or something to illustrate if you don't have something. And it's so interesting how much people don't know about this, because I would have doctors sending me articles to print after I asked, Dr. Smith, would you write me an article about blah, blah, blah? And imaging is always very helpful, but some doctors just don't have that capability, and they go and grab images off the internet somewhere, and they don't understand that you can't do it. And working for a big publishing company, that is someone who would be, I was leaving us open to liability for that. So yeah, interesting. But Getty is great if you have it, but purchasing a license for Getty is very, very expensive, especially for commercial use.
Yeah, and so it's hard. And even if you look, Steve, at like if you listen to the voiceover for the 85th time when I do it, you'll see there's a bunch of graphics now in it in the beginning. There's a few of them, like a cat falling asleep on a computer or whatever, and then a few sound effects as well. So those I had to exhaustively look and make sure 100% that these were public domain. No restriction. Had to actually read the license closely because we're using them commercially, right? So like
I hate to beat my own drum, but use AI. Create your own images with Banana and some other programs. That is pretty and it might be hallucinating in some certain things, obviously, but when you're making an image, you don't care about hallucination. You care about what it looks like.
That is true. So that is one use of sort of the so-called AI slop, right? Is just being able to put it in graphics like this. But in this case, I just wanted to, I had access to this free archive, so I used it. The sound effects the same way, right? So those are, professional grade sound effects, and I just figured they're public domain. I'll use them, and that'll be fine. So yeah, it's an interesting issue as to what, and I mean, companies like Getty Images or iStock Photo or whoever else, I think they are going to be, of all the companies, if there's any business model that's going to be hurt by AI legitimately, because I think most of it's crap, that's one that's going to be, right? Because you have those images that aren't really mission critical, that are just kind of filling space, and why would you ever pay for that again, right? If you didn't have to. So yeah, I could see that as being an absolute application of AI for these sort of low impact, like images and presentations and stuff. 100%. And in fact, Gretchen, you and I were talking to somebody who did that the other day too for some of their logos on their website or whatever. They're like, I don't feel like paying for this nonsense. I'm just going to do it myself with this. I mean, if they don't care and it's not really that important, well,
Yep.
yeah.
And as somebody who creates content, I'm not going to get into an AI debate with you, Steve, because I know how you feel and I understand it. And I'm not anti-AI. I think it does have a place. I don't think it's the best thing since sliced bread. It does have a place, but I think a lot of the content generation I think that's questionable. And well, I'll just leave it at that. I don't like having somebody create a piece of artwork when there are graphic designers trained to do that, and not everything created by AI is perfect.
So Gretchen, but Gretchen, I think the difference is like there's some stuff that is mission critical, and there's like that's how I like to separate in my mind. There's mission critical and there's not, right? And it's being able to tell the difference. That's the really important thing. So for instance, like in games, right? We saw in Steam right now that Steam is now forcing any publisher that uses AI assets in their games to actually disclose it. And they're not doing that because they hate AI or because they're altruists, right? They're business people. They know that if they allow AI to overrun the Steam store with randomly generated crap, what it's going to do is start to drown out, right, the better games. And it's going to sort of flood their store with stuff that people don't like and ultimately turn people away. So that's why they do it. But at the same time, if you're telling me you used AI to procedurally generate a maze or something, right, in a game, fine. You're using it as a tool, right?
Right.
And so there's a difference there. And I think that's been the real problem here is that there are distinctions to all of this, right? Of the classic machine learning that's older than all of us, to the LLM chatbots, which are ridiculous, right? There's happy medium.
Well, I'll give you an example. We gave 2 lectures, one to a gardening club, and I took pictures of flowers around and threw it up, and it told me how to take care of it, etc. And I said, well, let's take this home, which has a regular driveway, and make it a circular driveway. And it did it really in 15 seconds. Another lecture we presented on home decorating, and let's make this wall a stone wall or wood or whatever. And so we were able to show the people how they could, with their own imagination, look to see what they can create, and then pull in the professionals, say, look, I'd like something like this. So there is and you don't have to worry about hallucination because you're seeing what you want to get. It does it so rapidly and so easily, and you could make iterations so easily. I don't see anything wrong with that.
Yeah, I mean, I think like that's the thing, right? There has to be a distinction there, and I just obviously, Wall Street and Silicon Valley are going to sell you piles of crap no matter what, because that's what they do, right? This is what they've always done, whether it's the .com era where there was this ridiculous stuff, to crypto, which was nonsense, to NFTs, which was bigger nonsense, to this, right? They're going to try to tell you, this is going to change the world and not really discriminate and think about that. Like, where is this useful and where it's not? Because to them, it doesn't matter, right? It all has to be useful because all that matters to them is line go up, right? That's all they care about. But to us, the people who have to use it, I think the most important idea is to try to figure out where it works and where it doesn't. And I think that's a more nuanced thing that a lot of people haven't really gotten to yet. So
we have a guest lecturer coming in 2 weeks, and he's a principal at Oppenheimer, and he's lecturing on, and we have 400 people coming to this already, on how brokers, etc., are using AI behind the scenes to get better than other brokers. Now they all have the tools, but whoever uses it better. So that's what's happening behind the scenes in investments.
Yep. Yeah, and it's interesting. Like, I don't know. I mean, my prediction, I do not have a crystal ball, is that this bubble will burst probably within the next year as OpenAI runs out of money, and they're scheduled to do so probably within a year at the amount they're burning. I think you're going to start to see a couple things happen, right? I don't know if anyone's going to continue funding them at the same level, so they're going to have to figure out a way to continue. But past that, I think
maybe
a lot
that's
of
why they're running it.
Yeah, no, I mean they have to, right? They're getting desperate. They need revenue somehow, or they need to get to profitability. I don't see that's going to happen, but I think the real bubble bursting is going to be the data centers not being built. I think that's what you're going to see next. And you have companies like Oracle who legitimately could go bankrupt. Like Google's not going to go bankrupt and Facebook's not going to go bankrupt, right? They have almost infinite amounts of money to throw at this nonsense, as Meta proved with their stupid VR goggles that no one wanted. Right? They threw $90 billion at that. They didn't care. But a company like Oracle has now leveraged themselves to the hilt, right? They made like hundreds of billions of dollars in commitments to data centers. Like, what? They actually had to take out loans to do it. So it's just insanity. So I think that's going to be, if you're going to see a bubble burst, it's going to be there first. The data centers that don't get built, and then people actually calling in their loans and wanting to get paid finally.
Yeah, and these companies are just going to...
Well, that's the other problem, right? The downstream effect. So you have companies, and you all know them, and even in the eye care sector, right, who are using AI. They're using OpenAI's tools or Anthropic's, right? They're using the APIs. What's going to happen to them, right? When Anthropic finally says, holy crap, we need to make money, we're losing money. Okay, guess what? We're going to boost your API charges by 10 times. What's going to happen to the company then that's using their AI for transcription, right? They're going to have to start charging their customers much higher rates, right? Because right now it's all being subsidized by venture capital, by outsiders, right? By loans. That's really the real problem with this, is that it's all being funded with debt. Debt and then, equity from rich people who have given it to venture capitalists and private equity firms to do what with, I don't know. So I guess that when that money furnace stops, I'm not sure what's going to happen, and that's going to be interesting to see. Yeah, I mean, it could be very .com-like again, where you have, a lot of companies absolutely crash and burn, and then in the wreckage you have a couple who survive, like Amazon, right? I mean, that's what happened at Amazon, right? They were part of it in the beginning, everything crashed, but you have a few survivors who come out of it.
I'm actually talking to Ada No, because her lecture is on using the eye for systemic disease. It perfectly dovetails mine, so it's kind of cool.
Yeah, that is neat.
Wait, putting a dot means that means the lecture's good? I'm really confused.
No, people do that to quote unquote prove they are there.
Oh.
Yeah, people say hi from Alaska. They think that we you can say it a million times. They think that that'll be their attendance, but they could do it. It doesn't hurt, but it doesn't help.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be a pain in the ass by telling people that. I'm trying to share information.
Yeah, they just don't know. Other platforms maybe use that as proof that the person.
Yep.
Well, I mean, I could have my 5-year-old sit there and do that.
Well, as Olson himself told me, he's like, look, everyone here is a professional, right? In theory, somewhat. Mm-hmm. So policing them in this way almost starts to feel petty at some point. So they're like, it's a best effort model. That's why when people tell me, well, your system didn't record all the time that I got, I think I had some dropouts, whatever else, I give them the credits for it because they made the effort. They were there mostly as far as we could tell. So I guess people enforce that to a lesser or greater extent.
Well, you're going to have bad apples in every bunch.
Yep. So, yeah.
So we're well into our class for starting at 2:20. Well, we had only two of them. Room 3 is dark right now, and Kayla is going into the second hour of her lecture and smooth sailing. And then after that, we've got another 2-hour lecture from Tammy. And so everybody will switch over in about an hour at 3:25.
Yep.
We have plenty of time. And you look at all those names, and I'm pretty comfortable that everything will be fine. Let's leave it that way.
Yep. You know, Steve, getting back to the AI thing, though, which is pretty funny, I saw at the Consumer Electronics Show this year, a lot of the chip manufacturers are trying to really downplay, because the consumer reaction to AI is getting so negative because of the RAM shortages and everything else that it's been causing. They're trying to actually downplay the AI branding in laptops. And I find that really interesting, right? For the past couple of years, you've seen the ridiculous Copilot key. I think we all have it now on the Windows laptops and whatever. And in fact, AMD was calling their chips like the 370HX AI at the end. They lopped that off, which I find really interesting. They, the consumers are like, I'm not so sure about this. So they're trying to kind of downplay their involvement in all this, although the chip companies themselves are the real beneficiaries of all of this, right? If there's anybody making money with this, it's literally anybody that can manufacture a computer chip that can do some sort of neural processing.
For now.
Even in Word and PowerPoint, it's becoming a pain. They suddenly put my Pilot in Word.
Yep.
And
yeah. So, but yesterday when Microsoft's stock collapsed yesterday, lost 15%, whatever, in minutes, the CEO finally came out and said, like, we're going to back off this plan because, the quality is getting so poor and people really don't like this. So we're going to keep doing it. We'll keep putting Copilot around, but we're not going to, shove it in people's faces. And as I learned yesterday, at least on the machine that's running CEwire right now, the Windows machine that we're broadcasting from, you can completely uninstall Copilot if you want to. And obviously for a machine like this that's purpose-built to broadcast stuff, I don't need Copilot here. I don't want it. So yeah, it's kind of interesting that they're realizing that, okay, these tools are useful, but let's make it optional. The other thing I discovered too was inside of Windows, a lot of the tools now like Paint, which I was surprised by, or their photo editor, if you want to actually do some of the functions, you have to pay for it. So you actually have to buy tokens. They give you a certain number for free, and they're like, no. If you really want to use this editing to remove such and such from your picture, you have to buy 15 tokens. And
what
I'm like,
are you?
that's
Video games in the arcade in 1985?
So a token is a sort of a unit of measure, right, for AI. And so it's fascinating that Microsoft is doing that. It's like, why are they going to charge me for this? Have they reached the point where they realize, oh my God, we can't subsidize this forever? We have to, if people are really going to start using it, they really have to start paying for it. So I wonder.
Questioning of cost tokens when I write a simple thing in AI is astronomical for the company. It costs me nothing. It costs me the $20 a month, whatever. That could be one little thing I do. That'll be $20. I don't know the exact conversion, but they're using billions of tokens sometimes to do things for me, and each token costs like a 10%.
Right. I mean, Steve, you personally must have cost Anthropic and OpenAI thousands of dollars already, right? I mean, just with
you use it a lot.
Yeah.
How many trees have you killed?
But I mean, but Steve, what do you? But Steve, here's the question for you though. This is my big question for you. So when Anthropic or OpenAI or whoever comes back to you and says, "Oh my God, we're about to go bankrupt," your $20 a month subscription is now $200. When does it stop? What's your personal I can't do this anymore?
Yeah, I would think a fee like that would be astronomical. I'd probably stop at $50 a month.
Yeah,
I'll monetize it. It's kind of a small business for me. And I'm using it in my club. So
sure.
I'd ask the club to subsidize me. But at some point, it becomes, you can't pay thousands of dollars a month to do it just routinely. You can't use it as Dr. Google, for example.
Right.
It's not going to be feasible for the public to want to or need to use it. When I'm teaching people how to do things and how to write poems and letters, it's fun. It's just a fun thing for them to do. They didn't realize they can do it and if you could integrate what you have in, I'm telling people, don't put Google Drive in your AI because it could steal all your, if you're throwing up your tax returns and things like that. Don't put those things in. Don't integrate them. And people still do.
Yeah, that's the problem. Security is also, as you mentioned, a huge issue right now. They haven't really taken it seriously to this point.
And I mean, it's truly amazing when I start talking to it. And I say, "Remember that lecture I gave in April to the club? Tell me what you said in that lecture." "Hi, Steve." "Oh, yeah, sure, I remember that." And
Yeah.
and it starts talking as if we're regular people and remembered every word it said. If you click that tab to remember things, it'll remember everything.
Yeah, that's a little bit scary. I mean, it's
It-
less scary if you're doing it like on a local machine like I am with DeepSeek, which I have here, which never leaves the premises. But like, I don't know. I don't necessarily trust, and I think I have a pretty valid reason to mistrust a lot of these companies at this point.
Mhm.
All
Amy's
right.
lecture is excellent, but her slides are not like my slides. I hate to say it. I did a lot of infographics, and they look cool, and it's easy to see rather than text-based slides.
Mm,
Well, the
You
slide
know,
I'm
you don't
seeing right now is very clean. She does have um, some artwork around the side,
right.
but
It's nice,
I can
but
read it and it's clean. And to me, as a lecturer or as a lecture attendee, the most important thing is that your slide is readable. I don't want it cluttered. I don't want it filled with
no,
junk. I want the font to be readable and the point size large enough.
absolutely. I don't. I have her sound a little bit. Let me lower it because she might be able to hear it. Yeah.
I really wish, Adam, moving forward, and obviously this isn't going to happen anytime soon, but I really wish that there was a way that we could prevent the whole watching it in two different places and error messages. And because I see you responding to the same attendee that I am, and it's some people understand, some people just have something wacky happen. But I really wish that if you log into place number two, of course, this would screw me personally because I keep all the windows open, but I'm not looking for credit. I wish that it would automatically just punt you out and keep you in whatever live window you have.
yeah, I
I
mean
think
that would be a better behavior for sure.
And I
I've
don't even
noticed.
know if that's feasible. And I also am aware of unintended consequences that it might solve problem A, but create problems B and C. But I know that it is something that we get comments on a lot.
Yeah,
One
and
thing I've noticed out of today is that the system is much more sensitive to the open tabs, closed tabs, in the respect that I'm jumping from room to room, and it's still giving me that error message, even though I don't have two tabs open at the same time.
hmm,
So it's sensing you're kind of like it's just being a little bit more finicky, but I don't think it'll affect
Well, but
the person
Steve,
getting
the
credit.
average attendee isn't jumping in and out of rooms the way you and I
Right.
are.
right.
Hmm.
The big use case where it becomes a problem for people is if they're using multiple devices like a phone and an iPad, which is what we're seeing, right? People just,
Yeah.
and again, this is the way of the world. I'm not going to be like an old crank. People have multiple devices that they like to use, and it's just a matter of the software figuring it out. So what's happening, behind the scenes, as far as I know, and Jake can actually tell me if I'm being a moron or not, but the way the web works, you have sessions that are open inside of the system. So there's a gigantic memory table inside of all of these servers. When you log into something, almost like a registry where it says, oh, Gretchen is here, and here's her IP address, and here's what she's doing, right? And it keeps that session open until such a time as it's closed. And when a session like that gets closed, it can happen in a variety of ways, right? Usually it's because you've abandoned the connection. It hasn't been open for a while, so you're gone. You're not there anymore. In our case, it's constantly trying to ping you to see if you're still there. Sometimes what happens is that session that shows you in a certain room stays open too long. So you go to another room. You now have a new session open in the registry. So now it's saying, hey, there's two things open here in the registry. She's in two separate rooms. I'm going to send her that nasty gram. When really what should have happened is that first room should have been closed, right? That session should have been deleted.
Another thing that other
Oh, on the
websites do.
uptake in the case of Steve. moving from room 1 to room 2, for example.
Exactly. So it's just lagging, closing out the previous session. And that's what it's bitching about when it sends you that message, is that I detect that you have 2 sessions open at once. Yeah, so it's kind of annoying.
And what other websites do, some will, as if you're not responding, it'll say, are you still here? And if you don't respond in a few minutes or whatever the time they put in, it just closes the site.
Right. And again, this isn't a huge problem for most people. It's magnified for us because we're constantly going in and out of rooms all the time, so we see this constantly. But for most normal people, they might switch rooms again once an hour, once every 2 hours maybe, once every 6 hours if they're staying on a track. So it doesn't really impact them as much. So it is a problem, but not as big. Yep.
And for me, I just ignore it.
So Kara made a good point.
Which is?
That is, when you try to click on to do a survey from the link at the bottom where it says post-course survey, it pops open a new tab or a new window to take the survey. Mm-hmm. If you then decide to take a class using that tab, right? So let's say you're in room 1. You say, okay, I finished my lecture. I'm taking a survey, right? You're now taking the survey for room 1, but then in that tab where you just took the survey, you decide to watch a class in room 2. You also now have room 1 open in your other tab that you abandoned, right? And if you're not on a mobile device, that tab is still active, right? It doesn't, the way desktops and laptops work is they don't automatically shut that tab down like your phone does, even if you've minimized it. It still runs for a while.
I see exactly what you mean. I wonder if that's something we can fix on our end.
So this is a little bit challenging to do because anytime you pop open a new tab, then what's happening in the old tab is no longer any of our business, right? So, yeah.
And if you made it such, Adam, where you opened the survey tab to close what you were watching, that's not fair game either, because people might do it 5 minutes before the lecture ends, etc.
Yeah.
And so it's good to. I like the fact that it opens a new tab, and I just unclick it.
It's important actually that it opens the new tab. You're right, because you don't want people to miss out the next lecture. But what most people do, the behavior should be, and if the UI was clearer, when that survey is over, it should say, please close this tab, right, and get back to your lecture. Mm-hmm. That's what it should have done. That's what it doesn't do. I don't think there's an easy way right now for Jake to actually modify that end message. It would be nice though, to say if you opened up a new tab to get to this survey, please, it's complete. Please close this tab. I can ask him though. Yeah.
The last question you can put at the very bottom. Please close this tab. After they get that last question.
Yeah, so after they finish, it says, thank you for filling out the survey. There should be a message there. We could even say, close this tab. But I'll look at it tonight with Jake when we go over our, few small things that we want to clean up.
That's just prose to put it at. That's just, putting it HTML in. Yeah,
so here's what's fun. Well, so again, this is not as simple as you think. So like, here's what's funny about the system. And again, we're alone here, right? Nobody's around, right? What is there? 10 people here talking? Listen.
Very few. Yeah,
well, people, just the people who care, right? So let me. It's not easy to make changes to the system itself. Like I can, try to show you. Some parts of this are hard coded, and there are only certain spots in the system where you can actually add stuff yourself, right? You can add prose. Like for instance, you're looking right now at the landing page that people get to when they're on the site. A lot of the stuff is hard coded, but some parts of it aren't. See this? I wrote that. This I wrote. This is hard coded, right? So some stuff can be changed. Most stuff cannot be. And on the lecture page itself, where it has the little links where the handouts are and whatever else at the bottom, I wrote that. The rest of that page, 100% of it is hard coded. So it's hard to make changes sometimes to a lot of the stuff.
So yeah,
that's the challenge.
Yeah, and these are little things. We've been doing this for a long time, but Kara's point was well taken.
Yeah,
and even know that. So I mean, that's really interesting.
So that's user behavior that you don't think about. Again, this is why showing things to users is so important, because in my workflow, I would click open a survey, which is on a new tab, finish the survey, close the tab. But clearly some people aren't doing that. They're finishing the survey, sticking with that tab, and just opening up a new room. And unexpected behavior, but that's why it's so important to actually test the stuff and get it in front of real people. So that would actually solve, I think, a lot of those problems. But so thank you for that, Kara.
At the end of the day, they have 8 tabs open, which were completed surveys.
Yeah, so no wonder people are getting these errors. And they're probably thinking, why are they telling me to close tabs? I don't have any. And we're thinking, how big of a moron can you be? Close your damn tab. It's not that hard. And they're thinking, I don't have a tab. And yeah, I totally understand how there is a huge disconnect there.
Yeah. Well, it took 11 years and 30.
For sure. Yeah, there is nobody hanging
And
out.
Kara makes a good point that it's easy to see on a computer, but not on a phone or a tablet, especially a phone.
Yeah.
Where you have a whole array of boxes with all your open websites.
Oh boy. All right. Well, good. Well, we learned something today.
Always good to learn something.
Oh, and meanwhile, look at how many people are in Ada's room. This is scary, actually. And the system has not blown itself up.
Oh,
It's
wow.
got 900 here.
Yep. And you know why? It's a really cool lecture. It's on stuff that they want to know. Systemic diseases that you can see through that. It's everyday care. I already said to her that your lecture dovetails mine perfectly because between the two, one is on what ODs and MDs can see themselves, and one is what AI can see that ODs and MDs can't see, even with the software and the equipment. So put the two together and we'll be junior, well, not junior, but senior internists.
So
Ada's class has now, we had 2 almost records in a row that we've got Ada in here with almost 900 and we had Srini with 700. I mean, we're just killing it today.
I think Ada may set the record for the day. I mean, I'd be surprised if we had more, but that would be fascinating if we did.
Well, if I had to go to a lecture, it would be hers, and then Kayla's the second hour. One room is closed, so there's only 2 choices.
That's true. Yeah. I mean, when you have a dark room and plus a 2-hour class, you're right. You're really your options are limited. So maybe just by default. I mean, that sounds like a slam to Ada, and I don't mean it to be.
But she was a Cupid doll. It'll be interesting to see what happens next in April.
Yep.
Because people there's only maybe a fourth of the people taking it now, so you'll get a whole other population in.
Yep.
Right.
Yep. And I confess to doing a really crap job of marketing this event. So I'm very happy that we have the number of people that we do.
And yet people still came. That shows that we don't have to do crap.
I mean, we marketed, very little. I sent out 2 e-blasts and that was it. And, the social media stuff didn't work either. That I could tell just by looking at the number of people visiting from, all social media throughout. The biggest actually impact of social media was just some of the speakers trying to corral their fans. That's the
I saw at least 7 or 8 of them. I did LinkedIn and Facebook last week, a week, and I did it yesterday. That my one day more looking at Les Mis, what do you call it, video on YouTube.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting because everyone has their own little group of fans, and when I look at the statistics for our server, right, where CEwire, where people register for it, you can actually sort of you see these like little ditzels of people coming in. Like when the e-blasts go out, you see like this flood of new people, right? That's where most of the action comes from. But then you get these small social media posts, right? That, Nate Lighthizer or whoever, they post something and you could tell they have a nidus of like 100 fans or whatever. and those people are the ones who come to the site and then bump up the numbers. So it's just interesting in that way that social media has become so fragmented. And it's so difficult to reach people right now, right? Because again, the enshittification process is almost complete where messages that you want to share with your friends are getting completely subsumed by actual advertising. That it's really hard to get messages like that out. So you have to do it on a very micro level and then hope for the best. So yeah, it's hard.
People spend so much money on Facebook with fake ads. My friend bought a golf club for $300, $299. That looks totally legitimate, and he never got it. And the company disappeared, and probably 3,000 people ordered it, and they'll have to go after them.
Well, so fully 10%, or maybe even now, bigger now, 10 to 15% of Facebook's revenue, admitted by them in their quarterly statements, fraudulent, completely fraudulent advertising, and they continue to accept it. That 10 to 15% of the ads are just complete frauds. And how they're getting away with this. I mean, it's, yeah, right. I mean, well, it's lucrative, right? If Facebook is going to allow you to advertise scam products, why wouldn't you do it, right? If you're a scammer, if that's the way you're so inclined. So that's why it's just shocking, though, that they're so revenue hungry and money hungry that they're willing to accept 15% of their revenue as just complete garbage that actually harms people. I'm always blown away by that.
The cost of advertising is superseded by the cost of the product they don't even have. It's simple for these companies, and they know their what's it called, their get rate or acquisition rate. Acquisition rate is, if it's higher than the cost of it, then it's a perpetual motion machine almost.
Yep. And so it's to a point, right? Because the more scam ads you have, eventually people are going to be like, nope. And you're already seeing younger generations who have completely noped out of Facebook or anything related to it. Even Instagram, which was their pivot to younger people. People are moving away from it, right? They tried to make it as addictive as they could. But I think young people in general, it's funny actually, again, living with a teenager, I get to see this every day. You know, see their sort of attitudes towards different kinds of online media. I mean, I'm beyond dinosaur, and Reed lets me know it every day, but I get to see, you know, what kids are actually doing, and I can tell you it's nothing Facebook related, and it's certainly not even Instagram anymore, other than if they have small groups of their friends, that's what they're looking at. They're not looking generally at Kim Kardashian or whatever else, right? They're just looking internally at their own groups, which I find really interesting. They've splintered off. And of course, as a boy, most of what he does is on Discord. It's video games, right? Like that's just, that's what they do.
TikTok?
He doesn't use TikTok other than occasionally just mindlessly scrolling it for a few seconds just to laugh at it, but he's fully aware that it's crap, like complete crap. And now, of course, getting even crappier by the minute. So
it's U.S. crap now.
No, it's U.S. crap. It's all American crap.
China.
Yeah. So it's just interesting the way kids are doing it. So TikTok is even, you know, considered like, but I think the main takeaway I'm getting from him, just, you know, watching what he does and how it works, is splintering off into smaller groups, not being as beholden to, you know, getting stuff pushed, right? The larger messaging, staying away from it as best he can. And just doing most of his interaction with his friend groups, which I think is how it's going to be, just because the public social media has become so corrupted, you know, both shitified with terrible ads, right, and terrible messaging and everything else, that people want to get away from it. And AI, of course, is considered a terrible joke. I hate to say it, Steve, among younger people. It is considered like, how do I even put it? Not just uncool, but like if you write your paper with AI, everybody knows it. And like it's considered like real loser behavior, which I find really funny, at least in his peer group. Although he admits to me, he's like, look, everybody knows that if you submit a paper with AI, you're a moron. He's like, however, if I have a really tough calc problem and I want to check my answer, he's like, yeah, you know, I'll go in or I'll go into Replit and I'll be like, yeah, you know, help me with this math problem. And that makes total sense, right? Because the AIs have been fed with basic calculus problems, right? Millions of them over and over again. So checking your calculus work is probably one of the more interesting uses of AI, and just having it step through the problem, because, you know, these are problems that were solved hundreds of years ago that kids don't know, right? Because he's taking calculus 2 for the first time, but it's a good way for him to check his work. So I find that interesting. So writing, no way, because you can tell it's a machine, but math homework,
Yeah. Well, also you could ask it to show your work and show the steps that you've gone through.
Right, and that's what he does. If he gets really stumped, he's like, show the work here and see what. But it's not something that they do for a grade, because again, teachers have gotten much smarter about this, at least in good schools like his school, where they're not just accepting anything, right? Because we have a generation of kids who just totally, you know, cut and paste their their education. But now what they're doing is like for essays, it's in class, blue book, old school. So, they're not going to get away with this forever. It's pretty funny, actually. The old blue book, which I thought I would never see again. God damn it, there it is.
You have to have good penmanship then again.
Oh, and his handwriting is awful. And I'm like, how do your teachers even deal with this? But yeah.
In fact, in one of my grandkids' school, they actually went back to teaching cursive writing.
Yeah, I could see that. I mean, they teach them a little bit of cursive when they're in like 3rd grade, I think, here, just enough to sign your name probably, and to be able to identify the characters. But yeah, they're definitely going to have to get better with penmanship now, though, because those blue book tests really are a thing. It's interesting. So anyway, it's fun to watch how the schools have evolved, and I know that some crappier schools haven't, and I'm sure they're overrun with kids just submitting whatever and getting their degrees and moving on. But the better schools, the teachers are really trying their best to engage the kids in class much more than just giving them rote assignments that they can plagiarize. So,
well, I'll show you where it comes in handy, and it really does come in handy. I'm on this nominating committee where people have to, we're submitting questions to ask potential board members. And people gave me all these questions in different forms and stuff. I uploaded each one. I said, please collate it together and make it into one nice document. It did it in like 30 seconds, and it did beautifully. It didn't rewrite the questions. All it did was make it look neat. It's just a way of saving time, basically.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, that's
like that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And again, like as Reed was doing with his math homework, right? Like, he was asking me like to get the integral of this. I'm like, what are you talking about? I don't know anything about spheres or cones or anything else. Go talk to somebody else about that. Your math skills have now surpassed mine. And so if you want to talk to AI about it, that's great.
Better AI than you.
Yeah, for sure. I can talk to him about some things that calculus at this point, not that. Don't know it, don't remember it. Yeah, I mean, he's accelerated through. I mean, he's like 3 grade levels ahead or something now.
Probably Calc 2 now, which is, probably end of freshman, beginning of sophomore year.
Yeah, so he's accelerated into all college classes now, and I'm like, dude, you're so far. I can't help you anymore. Like, literally, there's almost nothing I can actually help you with except for biology. Like, thank God. I remember something about that. Right?
Or
chemistry, I can still do. I can do chemistry. I can still do a little bit of organic chemistry, but like anything math related, wow, I've gotten really dumb.
But don't you need that? You need that for chemistry.
Oh, a little bit. I mean, yeah, there's some.
It's like physics you need it for.
Oh, physics, forget it. I told him, like, don't take my advice. You're going to get a 30% on your tests. So.
But you could, if it was a computer language course, you could probably help with Python or BASIC or something like that.
Oh, computer stuff. Yeah, computer programming for sure. But that's more like language, right? And symbolic logic. That's stuff as you know, that's stuff you never forget, right? Symbolic logic. I don't even know if they teach that anymore. I had to take it as a freshman, and it was so useful. You never forget.
A person explained to me, because I learned Fortran. You probably remember that.
I remember Fortran, sure.
That the logic is pretty much the same as the new stuff.
It's all the same. Any NP complete language, it's like Turing complete language. It's all the same, and it's all the same crap. So yeah.
It's just if then you kind of just go on a tree, but it might be more efficient now and built better.
They're just different. I mean, the control structures are all the same. They're just easier. Higher level languages like Python or whatever, they're just easier to read and they're easier to code stuff. But a lot of the control structures are the same and the logic is the same. They're also, the languages are much harder to hurt yourself with. Like the older languages, it was very easy to write software that could just blow up the whole computer very easily. Because you could overwrite memory locations and everything else. These days, a lot of even the operating system software now, they're starting to write it in languages where it's impossible to blow things up. And that's a good thing. It's a good thing because it makes it easier to secure the software, easier to read and easier to maintain. It's a bad thing because it performs a little worse generally. It's not as fast.
There's probably ways to syntax them where if there's a simple syntax error, it'll be detected. Well, I would send these punch cards into the computer center, come back 2 hours later and get a very thin thing because it didn't run. Because I forgot a comma, parentheses, or something like that.
Right. So syntax errors, right? That's even, they can even catch those now when you're actually writing the code as you're writing it, almost like a spell checker, right? And it can tell you if you're doing something really dumb. So yeah, it's definitely gotten a little bit easier to write the code, but I don't know. They're not even doing that much of it at school at this point. Python's a very easy language to learn. So a lot of kids are just learning it, and they can use it as a tool in other classes. But we'll see. We will see. Of course, you know, something like CEwire, like the platform that we're using right now, is slightly more complicated. There's
just a tad.
There's a lot going on behind the scenes there. Jake could probably tell us chapter and verse if he ever came on here about how it's all written. But the other thing that a lot of services are written differently than in the old days too, is that in the old days, a lot of these things would be monolithic. They'd be written for one platform, right? Running on one server, whereas a lot of these services are running in multiple places at once, which is very different, right? They're using components that are all over the place. So, you know, you have that video window, which is coming from God knows where, using a video service integrated in with the chat window on the right, which is coming from somewhere else. The authentication services, which are coming from ODwire itself, which itself is running in a different place. So
yeah, I mean, got all this cobbled together.
Yep. So it's all, yeah, it's all over the place, and that's how modern services run these days. They're very rarely just all hosted in one place. So
bits and pieces here and there.
Bits and pieces everywhere, and it's important that it runs that way.
It's also a good, I mean, sometimes if something craps out, it isn't good for the whole, but it's better for the whole if it isn't all living in the same spot. If something does crap out. That's
true, although it can make it so that if one thing craps out, though, you're going to have a hard time doing anything, which is a little different. So for instance, like if our video provider crapped out right now, what would people do? They'd stand around and just chat with us. That would be bad. Or if ODwire fell over and died, no one would be able to log in. Like that would be bad. So it makes it a little more complicated that way. But what it allows you to do is focus each individual service on what's important, right? I sure as hell don't know how to write something that'll stream this much video reliably. And, you know, I certainly don't know how to administer something like that. But this company does. You know, so you do what you're good at, I guess.
That's a good point.
Which is funny because like some things are harder than others. Like for instance, I've been the sole system administrator of ODwire from the beginning, which is actually kind of scary to think about. You know, I've been running the service now for how many years? 25 years through multiple data centers and whatever else and platform changes. But it's to the point where it's easy enough to run that I can do it myself. Whereas running something like a Vimeo, hosting all the videos, or even running something like Realms, I don't even want to know. It's just it's too much. Like it's like the difference between like flying a twin engine prop plane and a 737. Like that literally is the difference. So
the mechanics are the same, but devil's in the details.
Exactly. If you put me at the controls of something, you know, if I have controls of like a 747 or whatever, even if I knew how to fly a Cessna, you're all going to die. Like that's
don't know what button. What?
Yeah, that's yeah.
Put on autopilot. How many people were
auto the autopilot, just like an airplane.
Right.
We just watched that movie not long ago, and Troy and I were stupid enough. We saw it on some weird cable channel. We watched Airplane 2, and I had never seen that before. And after it was over, I looked at him. I said, "Did we just sit here and watch Airplane 2?" And he said, "Yes, we did." And the first one, absolutely, I'll watch all day long. The second one, not so much.
But yes, I remember having the same drinking problem.
Yes. Steve, I don't want to tell you how old I was until I figured out what that was. Yeah. I didn't understand. It was such stupid slapstick physical comedy, and I was trying to read way too much into it. And because I remember something else.
I was an adult, but I remember watching cartoons when I was like 6, 7 years old, and how they put stuff in for adults just to make them laugh while the kids are watching it. I'll give you an example. There was a show I watched called Crusader Rabbit with Raglan T. Tiger, a cartoon. And they had a returning person who was an opera singer, and she was heavy, and her name was Aida Lot. But did I get it when I was 6 years old? Of course not. But I realized years later that they were fooling with me with a pun.
Yeah. That's the thing, though, about really good cartoons. They'll do that. I mean, like SpongeBob, in fact, is an interesting one because, obviously as Reed grew up, I was watching it with him, and I'm like, wow, like this is actually funny. And then you look back and you notice like Robin Williams was doing it, and all these other comedians came in, and I'm like, okay, so they were actually serious about this. Like that's why it's so funny. They have good comic timing, and the writing is good. So yeah.
What I don't get it in some of the movies where they pay these stars millions of dollars to do the voiceovers, and I have no idea that it was the star.
Yeah.
And it could Joe Schmo doing it, they would do just as good a job.
I mean, maybe it's like getting a good CEwire speaker who's famous, right? Maybe like that's the theory is that you.
Tom Hanks is doing Toy Story, it's Tom Hanks.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's amazing. This has been the easiest day yet, and it should have been one of the hardest, being that, one of the choices you made is not switching platforms was, I think, a good idea.
Yeah, well, it's not over yet. So, like, again, we have to see if I loaded the system properly. And that's why I keep looking. I keep waiting for a lecture not to come up, for just people to be staring at a blank screen or to be staring at the wrong lecture or God knows what. But so far, it seems to be okay. I did try to check everything many times.
Mm-hmm. I've checked transcripts several times, and it still has the same message. So nothing's coming through today as it should not.
Right. Yeah, because I'm not even sure if Jake has actually activated it yet. Usually we wait till the weekend's over and then he does it. He's he'll be on top of it as soon as it's safe to be ready. He'll do it. Again, today we have so many transcripts to go through. I really didn't think we'd have a crowd this big today. I'll be honest with you. I'm shocked that this number of people have showed up.
It's January. It's the first one. A lot of people's cycles have resynced, and it's also damn cold weather in a very large part of the country. Nothing else to do, so might as well come hang out, get some education. I'm not surprised.
Yeah, it's also like I found from Massachusetts, the beginning of the year is also the beginning of the annual ennial, whatever you want to call it, for getting credits. Might as well get it early.
Right. Yeah, their cycles have just refreshed. So
yeah,
totally agree. And given that most CEwire attendees are previous attendees, they're getting the emails, and that's all we need.
Yep.
Well, keeps up like this, maybe we'll break the record, the non-COVID record this year.
Yeah. I think we might. I mean, it's just going to be a matter of marketing more over the next several months and trying to see if we can get more people to turn up, and yeah, we'll see. I don't know. I mean, it's always I'm always interested to know why some people come and why some people don't. So if we get 4,000 or 5,000, you're talking about a tenth maybe or an eighth maybe of anybody who needs to get their license redone. And so my question would be to the remaining folks: do they just not know about it, or do they just say, forget it, I'll just do whatever's free, or what they actually do? And obviously then there's states like Florida where they're trapped and they have to do everything in person anyway.
I'm seeing things from New Jersey, people that haven't been here before. I might have missed them. So maybe the word is out there that it's easy. And New Jersey's still keeping everything online. That's the big deal. So why spend all that money with a hotel and et cetera when you can do it in the comfort of your own home?
Yeah.
I think we'll have to find a medium if we go break some record and to send Paul a message that he'll be happy.
I think
Yeah. I mean, who's here? Is anybody in the lobby? Is it just us guys? Because I'll tell you, there's only 9 of us. Good. In confidence, though, he really was upset. Not upset. Is that the right word? He never really got upset about anything ever. slightly concerned when I showed up on his doorstep, as he was ailing, because he's like, why aren't you setting up CEwire?
Forget about me. Go get your work done.
I'm like, are you freaking kidding me? I fly across the country and this is what you say to me?
He needed his students.
It's so funny. That's what he cared about. But he was actually sort of apologetic about it, about falling apart when he did, because he was like, man, he knew, right, that this was like
apologizing that his death is coming at an inconvenient time for CEwire.
I'm like, who does that? Who does that? But he actually felt bad about it, and I get it, because this, he really loved it, and it was his life, and loved working on it, and he knew that this was the time, that sort of that sprint from Thanksgiving until right up until today, setting everything up is such a bear and such a monumental undertaking. He knew that what was going on was causing a lot of challenges for us as a conference, and so it drove him crazy that I was even there. And in fact, I left. I was there for when he had the first part of his descent, when I thought he was getting better, in December, and I went home for a while because I wanted to be with my family here for the holidays, and I was Zooming with them, and he's like, don't you dare come back here. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about, old man? He's like, you stay where you are. Don't come back. I'm fine. It's all good. This is from a hospital room. I'm like, Dad, come on. He's like, no, don't come back, no matter what.
From the ICU. Paul's
in
like,
the ICU.
I got it.
He's like, yeah, I've got it. Don't come back here, no matter what. You got enough to do. You got to deal with it. And I'm like, Dad, what are you even going on about? So, yeah. So, moral of the story, I came back, and he shot me a look. So
if it was a wedding taking place or something like that, but not CEwire.
Yeah. So that was, my basically a 5-week period of just complete insanity. But he just loved it so much that I don't think he wanted the conference to suffer. And I told him, I'm like, look, who cares? It'll be fine. We'll get it done. I tried to give him the attitude that he would give me, right? Just trying to be cool about it, that it'll work. It'll all work itself out. It always does. So hopefully that made it a little easier for him. I don't know.
He really was pissed at you?
I think so. I mean, certainly he told me not to come back out. And in fact, I delayed going back out to him for many days because of his directive. He's like, don't you dare. And I was like going back and forth about it. And I'm like, you know what? Not only do I have to be out there, but my sister's going insane because she's out there already, right? She lives in Chicago. I'm like, I really do have to get back out there. But literally, I delayed for several days because he told me not to come out. So, yeah.
Well, I wonder if he knew. I mean, it's all well and good for him to say don't come out here, but I'm sure your sister was grateful for the support.
Yeah, she was kind of overwhelmed with it all. So I was very happy to get out there and help. But yeah.
Yeah, don't come out. And your sister's like, Dad, it actually would be nice for me if Adam were here.
Yeah, but he never thought that way. So, yeah, it was a challenge. Classic Paul for sure. Ridiculous, completely insane, over the top. Yeah. I don't even know what to say. I mean, it's just yeah.
Total classic Paul.
But yeah, he really, I don't know, he just did not want me out there. So, but I'm glad I went anyway. I kind of had to be there.
I think he's trying to be nice to you. Why you couldn't do anything to help him, so why be there to be upset?
Yeah, I mean and I was glad that I was able to go back.
He didn't want to make a fuss.
Yeah,
he didn't want to be attention like that. Don't put yourself out to make my life easier.
Right, the usual spiel. So yeah,
as he's bleeding out on the floor. No, I'm fine. It's just a scratch.
Just a flesh wound.
Yeah, the typical boomer mentality like that, no, it's all fine. Don't worry about it. I'll be fine.
Yeah, it
Did you
was.
I don't think he's a boomer though.
He was
Uh,
a super boomer, right? So he was a silent generation, I guess. So
silent
past boomer.
generation?
But it was
That's
funny.
even
Like I put it up on the screen just to like show you guys. So as this was all going on, like I was. So like this is how I actually put together like literally the vast majority of CEwire. This was in a hotel room in Chicago. So at nights when I'd come back after being with him, so obviously you don't have the computing horsepower that you need to do a lot of the stuff when you're on the road. At least I didn't. So a lot of the stuff had to.
around with that.
So this was a challenge. So
and hotel interfaces Wi-Fi are never as good as home.
oh, it was terrible. It was like a 5 megabit connection or something. It was at the Courtyard and it was a shitty hotel in a shitty place. It's like yeah. But, you know, it got the job done, which was good. I had to just, you know, back end a lot of the stuff. Like I did whatever I could over slow bandwidth connections there and with small screens there, and then really saved it up for when I got home. And that's why the last like 9 days were just an unbelievable sprint of getting stuff done. So, you know,
I try to leave you alone. I didn't send emails or anything.
No,
I know Chris didn't either.
yeah, I mean, it was like there were some days where it would just be like 18 hours of just doing nothing but this. Like, it was endless. But the funny thing was, like, remember the ice storm a few years ago? I always thought this is the worst it's going to get, right? Like, nothing ever bad is going to happen around CEwire again, right?
Well, and your computer crapped out that one time too.
Oh, right. Yes, that was another fun thing. Yep. So, I don't know. I think the month of January is just cursed.
Yep.
I've always hated January. It has always been one of my least favorite months. It's just damn depressing. So I completely concur.
And
Yeah.
you know you have a lot more winter to go. That's why, Gretchen. When you could accept it at the end of March, but January is just the beginning. And by the way,
Yeah, the fall is my favorite time of year. I love the fall. And then so we get into I love the smell, I love the leaves. Halloween is one of my favorites. Then we get into Thanksgiving and then we're getting ready for holidays, you know, Christmas, all of that. That's great. And then you have no light and it's just damn depressing. So that is why I really, really loathe the first quarter of the year. And I would always, and still do, I mean, if I'm able, I would always rather travel during the first quarter of the year just to break it up some, because it's such a crappy place.
and this thing is just, I think you're right, Adam. Mark Blumenstein just came into Ada's Lexical. He's next up, and
Yep,
he's
I
green.
saw that.
So
Yeah.
he's green probably because he came in last.
Yep. So I
no
think
big
I think
deal.
that's what's going on there for sure. So
Maybe we need to log out and back in, Steve.
Yeah, but you know, at this point in time, I'll wait for tomorrow. It's no big deal.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, and he's the next lecture, sure. And people like Tammy and but the true test will be Corey and Viola because I haven't seen them in any rooms. So when they come on, will they be green? If they're green, then we know we're green.
yep.
It's not easy
So-
being green.
So what time is it now? So 12:15 here, so 3:15 on the east.
Yeah.
So let's see what's going on here. Course
My
Not
wise.
a
lecture is
lot.
when
Very quiet.
I have a perfect lecture time. I like it.
Well, Adam heeded your request, Steve.
My request was to do it Saturday or Sunday.
Yeah, so Steve, you always get short shrift because like literally you're the only person I know I can schedule in anywhere and you'll make it.
Yeah.
So
I don't want. In fact, we have at our club a magician tonight with dinner beforehand, and I'm here, and my wife about 5:30, 6 o'clock will be leaving and going to dinner, and then see a magician or mentalist, something like that.
that's funny.
I didn't care anyway.
Yeah, so let's see. So 3 o'clock. So Blumenstein's lecture is actually pretty funny. You're old. I'm like, yeah, that'll be interesting to see if that gets past Arbo. They
Yeah.
didn't care. So
He is funny though.
Yeah, he is. He's definitely a character. And Ben Gaddy, you know, this is his first time out with us, which is interesting. I would have thought after all these years, he'd done webinars with us in the past, the distant past, but he'd never done a CEwire, so it'll be interesting to see how that goes for him.
We've asked him, but you know what? I think his father volunteered, but he was, I think, I don't know if they liked this topic or he was too old or whatever. I think he's retired now.
Yeah, and I thought that like they were tied up with Jobson or something. There was a whole to do, and back in the day, I don't remember.
Well, Ben was with Expo for the longest time.
Right. Yep. And also we have Shelby here, who's doing 2 lectures this time around, and this is another one that I kind of sort of asked for. Again, we have that one about Gen Z that Kayla just did. This is another take on it, focusing not just on Gen Z, but on all the generations as well, and how they contrast from each other. So just trying to get people in the mindset of sort of the younger folks, and, you know, because again, I know that through history, the young folks have always been demonized in some ways or vilified, or, you know, it's the nature to complain about them. But I think what's more important than complaining is just to try to understand them a bit better. Since they are going to be a very large group of consumers very soon, and by the way, your peers very soon. If you look at what Gen Z actually encompasses, you know, within the next, 5 years or so, you're going to be working with these folks. So
interesting to see if people switch rooms or if people stay in room 1, because now they have diversity. The next,
yep.
At 3:25.
It'll be interesting because, you know, Tammy's lecture is on pediatrics, which is a more selective topic for sure. You know, I know that there's a core of people who really like it. Some people aren't as into doing eye care with kids, so it'll be interesting to see what happens.
But Lance Underwood's talk really had a bunch of folks and had some
a lot of interaction. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, Lance's talk was aimed really at the generalist, which was good. To try to get people less afraid. So I like that topic. Because really dealing with kids, what is it they say in Hollywood? Dealing with children and animals, it's like the same thing. Terrible when you're on set. And I think a lot of people have that mentality too, that having kids in your practice is going to slow you down or make things much more difficult. So I think that's why some people shy away from kids.
I watched some things, streaming, whatever, where animals are in it and they have to do certain things. It's just amazing that these things are trained so well.
Yep.
A lot of takes, probably.
I would imagine.
I bet.
And these precocious kids who are 3, 4, 5 years old that can really act.
And so let me see if I have to let anybody else in. I've been ignoring my duties here of verifying people. I'm sure I've got some hate mail here. Oh, yeah.
You have over 100 today from last night to
this morning? About 100, give or take. So yeah, so
amazing. The procrastinators, and we'll always get somebody September. I forget what date it is at 6:30 trying to get in on Sunday.
I don't consider anybody this weekend a procrastinator because
no.
in some respects, why bother registering until you actually need to show up? So that part I do get, but somebody coming in September, unless you are really desperate for a certain type of course in a very short time frame, you're really missing out on a lot of benefits. But because our price is so right, nobody cares, I guess.
So we had one person who couldn't submit a survey, which is interesting. I don't know how that happened. I'll talk to Jake about it later as well, just to try to figure out what that's about, where some people are getting to the end of a survey and they click submit and it doesn't go. And I don't know if the servers are too heavily loaded. Let me actually grab Jake right now. See, it wouldn't be a CEwire without an incident.
Well, Ben Gaddy said hello to everybody. It's becoming like Christmas. So what time is it in New Zealand at 7:40, at 8 o'clock our time? 8 o'clock in the morning? That's when Graham Lacus is lecturing.
Yeah. So he actually requested that time. So whenever it is, it's what he wanted. I always, the non-North American people always get priority because I just can't even. I can't work out the math.
Well, he's doing it tomorrow, I think, in his time. But he's the one that has to work out the math to Eastern Daylight Time.
No, we're not
Standard.
daylight time.
Standard, yes.
Eastern Standard, yeah. We have the two mics complaining about the coffee and the food at this conference, and I said I agree. I think the catering here is shitty.
Yeah, it sucks.
Yep. I had an idea to enlist Dunkin' Donuts as a sponsor, and they would deliver to the houses, but it never went anywhere.
Actually, Adam got coffee delivery one time. That was a time when you were like half dead, and I sent coffee to your house. Do you remember that?
I do remember that. That was in the dark times.
Yeah.
That
How was
was
your back, by the way, Adam?
both of our parts.
Adam, how's your back? A little bit better?
Oh yeah, back has been doing fairly well. So yeah, no, I've it's funny actually. The thing that seemed to help, which I find ridiculous, but I will accept it as a medical doctor. So the one thing, the last desperate move before surgery was I had electroacupuncture done. And so the only reason I did this is because I went through the literature and I saw the clinical trials. And I'm like, okay, well, there's actual scientific evidence here. They, had real, actual double-blind studies with people who had electroacupuncture done on their cervical spine. So essentially, you stick the needles in as deep as they'll go, you crank up the electricity, and you let it go for a half hour, and you do that twice a week for 5 weeks. And I think what it actually does is it promotes the inflow of certain healing factors, right? Proteins into the discs that resorb some of the tissue that pushes on the nerves, right? Because that's why it hurts when you have back pain and shoulder pain and through your arms, right? The nerves are actually getting crunched. And so I think what it just does is it promotes resorption of the disc, which puts space around the nerves, which makes it feel better. So after about like 2 months of doing this twice a week, which is a misery, it finally did something.
I love that Adam found relief with voodoo medicine.
Now, again, when voodoo medicine actually has science behind it, it's just called medicine. So, yeah. I mean, intuitively, it made sense, though, right? Like sticking a needle that deeply into someone's spine and then throwing electricity through it for a half hour at a time. You'd see how it might stimulate something. So, yeah.
And Kenalog worked for me. Within a couple of months alone.
I know steroids are miraculous a lot of the time until they're not.
Ray is on steroids right now for his back, so we'll see what happens. I keep telling him I'm just going to take him out back and shoot him.
Did it kick in yet, the steroids? Because once it kicks in, it really does work.
I don't know yet because I haven't really talked to him today. He just started taking it yesterday, I believe.
It won't be effective. Give it 72 hours at least.
Yeah, and he's on a very short course, so I don't know how
Is
well
it orals he's on?
Beg pardon?
Or injectable? Oral or injectable?
Orals.
Okay, so yeah, I think even longer, yeah.
So we shall see what happens. Yeah, your steroids are great until they're not, until you have the crash.
Yep.
I hate the crash. The up is good. The crash is not.
So I'm going to try to find... What's that?
Adam, did you get psychogenic effects with the shot? Because I never did. It's a bolus and that's it.
No, it stayed where it was. When I first got it, I felt hot for a little while, and that was about it. So otherwise, it was totally fine.
Adam, we have a question here about the surveys, and I don't take the survey, so I don't really know how that works. Are you able to take the same survey again, does it indicate that you have taken it if you go look? Because somebody has a question and I'm not really sure the answer.
I know the answer. You can take it again and change your answers. Is the answer?
Yep. Yeah, you can go. You can go back and change your answers. Sure.
So I guess my question is, if somebody is unsure whether they've taken the survey for Kayla's course, how do they know?
I see what
Click
you're
on the
saying.
survey. When you click on the survey, it'll say, "Hey, you took this."
Right.
Does it?
Or
That's my. I haven't taken any.
Now, I'm saying that if you take a survey and you go back and you're not sure, and you try to take it, it'll say, "Hey, you took it. You want to change your answers? Fine." I'm
Okay,
paraphrasing,
so
but
it does
it'll
tell
tell you.
you. Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, Jacqueline, I hope you heard that, and I hope that answers your question. Just go try and take it again, and it'll tell you already took it.
Adam, when you look at the surveys, do people in the comments where they have to write something, do they write something or they just kind of go through it with a placeholder?
so it depends.
The word is the best speaker ever.
Yep.
Yeah. So that's yeah, that's an interesting point because like some people, if they have something to say, will say it, right? If they really are passionate about something. Most people, though, if they don't care one way or the other, will just give the numerical grades and just be done with it. But if somebody has some advice or they really want to get something off their chest, they'll write stuff in. So yeah, and it's a safe space. So we're not going to tell people, what you wrote. I just review it. I don't rat people out.
It should start to be loading now. Is it 325? Yep. Yep. I have trouble doing it because my face gets in the way, but Ben Gaddy has. I like when lecturers do their have their pictures as they're lecturing or the
Yep.
video of them. I found that I would have to keep on switching my picture all over the place because of where how the slides came through.
Sometimes that's a challenge because of how your slide might be constructed. And I
Yeah.
think it also makes the file a whole lot bigger. Some people, attendees, really like seeing the speaker, and I understand that. It makes sense. I would like it too. But I guess it depends on people need to be aware of how they are going to appear in the small little video window when they are creating their master slide template.
Yep, that is true. Yep.
Yesterday we had two speakers ask in the trial room whether if they're giving answers, will their face pop up in the chat? And it never was asked before. And yet two people asked it in the same evening. No, you're not going to pop up.
Yeah, recording it really defeats the purpose of doing something live. So, or I didn't say that correctly. You know what I meant.
Yeah. And the 8 of the people don't care.
Yeah, I found that interesting that that some of our new speakers thought that they were answering the questions live simply because they hadn't been here before, they didn't understand, but that would make our lives really, really difficult if we needed to make sure that speakers could pop on and answer questions live. That would be really, really hard to do.
I think we'll definitely have to change the software to integrate into the camera of the PC. That would be challenging, I think.
To say the least.
Now, if you do a live like YouTube, which I go to frequently, there's a couple of the platforms that you know about, but they're really doing live lectures, but it's on YouTube or Zoom or something like that, and it's like what we're doing now. You see our voices and our
Right.
faces,
So
but
just to be clear though, the platform here can actually do live lectures if we really wanted to. But
I'm saying it would be a nightmare for us.
Oh my God, logistically to do this many? Ooh.
Yeah.
Live. Remember the NORA conference, which is when we had live stuff. I had multiple computers sitting here. We did 3 tracks at once. That was amusing. But the only way it worked was because each one of the speakers did, I think it was 5 hours straight. So we weren't having like different people bopping in and out the whole time. So like each track had like one person or a small group doing it. So functionally, I would set up the lectures once and then just let them go. And then I'd have 3 computers in front of me running each track. It was still very stressful.
Yeah, and just the amount of bandwidth would be crazy, crazy, crazy. Okay. Oh boy.
we have Naz Galahadari, who's used to be a speaker for us once or twice, and she's in the room with Ben Gaddy and said hello to me. He, I think, lives in Utah, so it's got to be pretty cold there also.
Yeah, normally. It seems like several people are having trouble with sound, and I'm guessing they may have just hung out for a while and didn't refresh.
In which room? Oh,
I think, yeah, and people have other tabs open, and yeah, and other users are jumping in to say. So, I mean, we're addressing it. It's just that I'm seeing it crop up as it does from time to time.
Yeah, I see it here. Okay. It's amazing how with the 4 rooms open, room 1 emptied a little bit and things are more equally divided.
Yeah, interesting.
Yep.
9, 14.
What are you getting in total?
We have all told about 1,500 people.
Yep, that's been consistent throughout the day, and I'm sure it's not uniquely the same.
Yeah, interesting, to be sure.
Well, it might be a good thing. I see you saying a little bit also that with only one Vision Expo and not needing as many speakers when you have 2 programs, we'll get some of the ones who were locked in to come over to CEwire. We already have a few, as you said.
It's still quiet in the lobby.
Yep.
Let's see. Like, it's great to see in honor of Paul that Roy Lappin is doing a lecture on ocular aesthetics. He asked for that several times this year.
Yep.
We accommodated you, Paul.
So Paul was not outraged, but I think he was surprised by the lack of contact lens content. And to me, it was just very interesting how people are telling us that they don't want as much of it anymore. So I find that really interesting.
I mean, how much really changes in multifocal contacts? Or we have one lecture on presbyopic drops, and we've done many on scleral lenses and keratoconus. We do have a few, but there's just so much you can say, and people either have the information or can get it from the 1 or 2 lectures.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, right? You'd think that. I'm trying to think of any really new products that are on the horizon or that have come out recently that are, sort of a sea change. It's I don't know. It's you're right. It is a little bit challenging. I think there are some new materials that are on their way, but
there's a bunch of new IOLs that are in Europe that are in the United States that are really cool and superior. But again, that's 1 or 2 lectures.
Yep.
And you're not talking about a large percentage.
I think in some ways not having as much contact lens content is, in fact, a testament to the industry, that things have calmed down a lot. There's a lot more stability, that we aren't having as much discussion with, say, problems with material and solution interactions, that people are replacing more frequently. So we're not seeing the kind of complications that we did in the past. So due to technological advancements, material differences, just people moving along, marching along with time, with things improving, we aren't seeing the same challenges.
Right.
Just
and the whole area of quality control, people have learned it. There's not that much new stuff out there. And I think they're starting to teach it in school, so there's not that much you have to learn when you get out and practice.
Mm.
Now, I think when something is a little more challenging, requires a little bit more nuance, I mean, there's always a need for more GP lens instruction. And if we want to talk about sclerals, or if we want to talk about hybrid lenses, there's still a lot to learn there. And it's good to have that kind of a refresher, but we don't have people talking about lens and material interactions. We don't hear people talking about mucin balls anymore, or any of those things that we talked about with the mechanical challenges we saw with the with silicone hydrogel lenses. So I think that's all a good thing.
Or GPC or hypoxia, etc. It's pretty much. And how many people truly are wearing extended wear lenses now? Just think about how few.
Yep.
Well, I do, but
my wife wears dailies for a month. I've sued her many times.
So I'm going to be a hypocrite here in a few minutes, and despite not having contact lens content, one of the webinars I want to queue up is a sclerolens webinar with Dr. Brujic about OCT and topography that Visionics did last year. So I thought that might be a useful one that people can watch.
Great.
Yeah.
And that's the point, Adam. Now with technology, you do the OCT, you put a scleral lens on, you send it off to the lab, and they design the lens. So it's becoming a lost art to design your own materials.
Yep. And in fact, Charlie McBride, as a matter of fact, since this is a good segue, he's giving a talk. Charlie is a major, when is this? He is a major scleral enthusiast. Where are you, Charlie?
It's tomorrow.
Is it tomorrow? I don't remember. I only made the schedule. I don't really know the schedule. Where are you? Oh, there it is. So 5:30 tomorrow. So he talks about scleral lens optics, and I actually, as you know, I try to sit through as many of these things as I can. It's sometimes hard, but I wanted to sit through his because I was curious. And he really dumbs it down, which is fantastic. As they said, I was told there would be no math. There is no math, which is good. So he just goes over the optics and how they actually work and how to actually design a really good scleral lens. So it's a really interesting talk. Physics without math. So
I
physics
like
for
it.
poets, you know? Yeah, it was more my speed.
Okay, so we're throwing up a webinar.
Yeah, I might put two of them up here because we have one of Nate Lighthizer as well about the Solix from last year. Surprisingly, we didn't have any webinar content for me to share. Like, because I've just been, again, so harried since the last time we did a CEwire and getting everything together that we haven't really done many webinars. So we don't have any really new ones. We're going to have one coming up in February.
Yes.
But yeah, not too much new. So I can put up one with Mile and then with Nate Lighthizer. So that's about 2 hours total. And then we'll be back again. How does that sound?
That sounds like a plan.
I will be in my class at 5:35, so I'll be there, but I'll be one ear on you guys.
Okay, cool.
That's okay.
All right, guys.
I'll have to have the sound on there, so I have to mute you guys for obvious reasons.
No, and I'll mute you guys. Yep. All right, guys. Well, I will see you in a little bit then.
All righty.
Okay.
Webinar. Thanks for coming out tonight. Tonight's topic is mastering scleral lenses with OCT and topography. And it's kind of funny, you know, I remember when I was a young boy as a contact lens tech in my dad's office back in the 80s. So we're going back a long time now, right? And I remember his practice was especially contact lens practice, right? That's all he did. He had almost no scleral patients, at least in my memory, thinking back, right? I remember asking him about it back then even, and he went through why and how difficult it was to actually fit the patient and use moldite, and it was a whole to-do, and actually, you know, the process of actually fitting a patient would take a long time, wouldn't be the most successful, so that's why these other lenses were more popular. So I filed that away in the back of my brain, but over the last, say, 15 to 20 years, sclerals have become incredibly popular, and that's for a variety of reasons, right? The indications for using them have been expanding, but most importantly, the technology has improved. So fits are becoming more successful, faster, with fewer remakes, and anybody can, if they have the desire, can learn how to do this. It's gone from sort of a black art to real science. And I think that's what we're going to talk about here tonight, how you can implement sort of cutting edge science to really help you fit sclerals properly. But obviously to do that, we need experts. You don't need me. So we have two experts here with us tonight. So Mile Brujic, who scarcely needs an introduction here. He's done more webinars here than I can count. So he's a partner in Premier Vision Group, a successful 4-location optometric practice in Ohio. He obviously practices full scope. He's been active at all levels of organized optometry. You know, certainly you've read many of his publications, as he's given thousands of lectures and written hundreds of articles over the past decade. So it's really great to have him here to give us a perspective from the clinician's perspective of how to actually go about fitting these lenses. And we also have Jeff Sonsino with us. And again, you know, Jeff scarcely needs an introduction. He's the past chair of the contact lens and cornea section of the AOA. He's the founder and CMO of Iris, and he's been a tireless advocate both for patients and for doctors in Washington, D.C. So he's doing a lot of the work that many people don't have the stomach for. So Jeff, kudos to you for taking it on. And so with that, let me actually turn control over to our speakers.
Great, Adam. Thank you so much. And I appreciate that. And this is the perfect introduction to the discussion because, Adam, you set it up perfectly. So I graduated 23 years ago. And at that time, scleral lenses weren't even a real kind of implementable thing. And over the last 20 years, we've really seen them evolve. And it really involves two things. One, the technologies that we're utilizing in the lenses, and also, in addition to that, the way that we're metricizing the lens on the surface of the eye. And that's what we're going to be talking about this evening, really harnessing the power of anterior segment OCT and what it can provide us in terms of that additional information that's giving us precision-based fitting processes within our practice. Saying that, though, both Jeff and I have the the Solix by Visionix in our offices. And we're going to be focusing 98% of the efforts on anterior segment. But it is important to understand that this is a full scope OCT. It offers full range anterior segment that we're going to be talking about, but it also offers full range retinal imaging, not only traditional OCT, but also angiography. You can also do external color and infrared photography that you'll see here in a few moments. There's angioanalytics, there's angio wellness, and there's also the glaucoma scans that provide with and without angio capabilities. So you're really looking at a system that provides you with essentially everything that you would need in the optometric practice. But we're here this evening to talk about its role in scleral lenses. And I remember in 2006 when we got our first OCT and it measured, and it had the small little end that you put on the front of the instrument to measure pachymetry scans or corneal thickness scans. And I asked the rep, I said, what would I need this for? And he said, well, I think people are using it to measure angles. I said, okay. And I think people are using it to measure corneal thickness. I said, oh, okay. That makes sense. And little did I realize that glaucoma and angle scans were going to be just the minority of what we were using this instrument for 20 years later. What you're looking at here, and just to calibrate everybody, because some people online tonight have the Solix, so we'll understand these scans, and some people do not have a Solix. So I want to go over the basis around what you're looking at here. So on the top left, and you'll see a lot of these scans have similarities, but on the top left, you can actually see what's physically being scanned here, and that's the front of the eye. And all of these radial scans right here represent different radii of the scans that are being created. And what you're looking at is a 10 millimeter total scan of the cornea. This is the cross section that you're looking at right here that's being denoted by this small little arrow right here on an angle. And what you can see on the bottom left that I'm showing you here with my arrow, that's the total corneal thickness. And on the bottom right is what's being represented as the epithelial thickness. And what you can see here is there's a scale beside the total corneal thickness, and on the right-hand side, there's a scale that denotes the epithelial thickness. And what you can see in these individuals or these patients is we oftentimes forget that keratoconus in and of itself is a corneal thinning condition that manifests as ectasia, but ultimately, this is a corneal thinning condition that results in ectasia. And you can see that here, where the cornea is thinning, and that's denoted by the darker blue colors. But when you look at the right-hand side of the screen, you can also see centrally that as the cone becomes more severe, you'll actually start to see epithelial thinning as well too, typically where the thinner region of the total corneal thickness resides. And in some of these individuals, you'll also see a donut of thicker corneal epithelium surrounding that region centrally that's of the thinner corneal epithelium. Now this sets the basis, but you can also see too that you can even isolate different parts of the cornea. On this scan, again, you can see exactly where we're looking at this cornea through. It's a vertical scan. And on the top right, you can actually see the cut through that vertical section of the cornea. And on the bottom left, you can see what the total corneal thickness is, but on the bottom right, you can actually see what the stromal map actually looks like. So instead of isolating the epithelial thickness, we're actually isolating the stroma. And what you can see here is that in this individual, it's actually more pronounced when you look at the stromal thickness and how it is thinning in this region where we typically tend to see the cone. Now, this is where the technology just starts to get kind of interesting, because this is where we do one of two things. It helps us in the diagnosis, and it also helps us in monitoring these patients over time. Jeff, how are you utilizing these scans in your practice, not only in terms of identifying the disease, but also monitoring it over time?
Every single year when we see a keratocone, and to preface this, I'll just give you a little bit more about my background. My practice is 100% complex contact lens, so I don't see patients that don't have some kind of corneal pathology. I do about 25 patients a day, and I'm in practice 3.5 days a week. And so we do a decent volume of keratoconus in my practice. And every single year when I see a keratoconic patient, we're doing pachymetry on that patient, and we're checking to see if there's any progression. And one of the things I love about this system that we're using is you can see a map of every single year that you see the patient. And so it will show you every pachymetry that you take, and so you can really get an idea of if there is progression or not.
Jeff, one of the things too, and I love that you point that out, because it does give you the baseline, and it also gives you what that future will look like in that individual and whether or not we're seeing change. It also denotes, and you can see it right here on the total corneal thickness. And Jeff, can you confirm that you can see my cursor on the screen right now?
Cannot.
Okay.
But if you go to the little, there should be like a little laser somewhere.
So there's a small, tiny little asterisk on the bottom left scan. And that small, tiny little blue star asterisk denotes the thinnest part of the cornea. And it actually shows you over here on the left-hand side of the screen what that minimum thickness reading physically is. So again, you go over to the left and the second line down says min, and that's actually the measurement of the minimum part of that cornea. This is important because when we're classifying the level of keratoconus for various vision plans, they make us, or they require us to use this as one of the guides on whether or not we're dealing with an early keratoconic patient or a more severe patient. One of the things that I love doing for patients, in particular when we haven't seen them in our office, so if it's a new patient to the practice or if they're being referred in for a specialty fit, I love this anterior segment imaging capability, because one of the things we do on every patient is we do corneal map, which encompasses not only the anterior segment pachymetry scan, but also topography and tomography of the front and back surface of that cornea that we're going to talk about in just a few moments. But it also has the ability to show us an anterior segment image of that eye. And what you can see in this individual is that you have a clear media that you're looking through. So we should, barring a healthy posterior segment, we should get very, very good vision from that patient if we fit them appropriately. This individual's chief complaint was, I want to see better out of my left eye than I'm currently seeing out of my current scleral lens. And we know that there's going to be limitations just based on nothing more than the corneal clouding that we're physically seeing in this individual. And I know this with this technology before I even walk into the exam room with this patient.
Hey, Emil, can you go back to that for just a sec? So I have this conversation with patients all the time, when they ask, what am I going to be capable of seeing before we even put on a scleral lens? And the way I describe it is I say, look, you have a corneal scar, and that's going to represent a speed limit that we're going to butt up against for visual acuity. And we're going to take it right up to that speed limit and take it as far as we can, but that is going to limit our vision. And that's the way I describe it.
Jeff, I love that description, and I love the fact that we have the ability to share this imaging with our patients so that they can understand this a little bit better as well, too. So as we start kind of thinking about the other things that we can do, and this is all done on the OCT, you can actually take mybography on the OCT as well, too. And the mybography, and simply the way it works is it's an infrared image. And infrared imaging, all it does is it takes tissues that are more metabolically active, and it shows them to us as whiter regions or areas, which is part of the reason why when we take mybography of the upper and lower palpebral conjunctival surface, we will see where my meibomian glands are more metabolically active, and they'll show up as white. And you can see in this individual that they have shortened glands inferiorly, and they have some irregular gland length superiorly. Why this is important is we all know that a contact lens wearer, and especially contact lens wearer, doesn't live in isolation of just simply a cornea that we're fitting. It's an ocular surface that we're fitting, and we need to be well up to speed on what's happening with that ocular surface so that we know how to guide that individual. And Jeff, this is one of the tools that we have to identify ocular surface disease and risk for it. How important do you think that is with our specialty lens wearers?
I mean, you basically cannot be prescribing scleral lenses unless you are also running a dry eye center in your practice. I mean, the two go hand in hand. The number one problem we see with scleral lens patients is dryness. And the second I see that, the second I see the front surface of the lens, you can actually see between blinks, the front surface just kind of evaporates away. Immediately when I see that, I'll take a video of that in the slit lamp, and then we'll run over to the OCT. We'll do my embography and get an idea of what the lay of the land is for the meibomian glands. And that immediately starts the discussion of, okay, you know, you're going to get a great result, but we have to be addressing the dryness at the same time. And if you say that ahead of time, before it becomes a problem, then you're the hero. If you let it happen to you and you get the dryness on the front surface and you hadn't said anything about meibomian gland dysfunction, then you as the practitioner are now the zero.
Yep. So you're helping identify it initially. It's the patient's challenges with their ocular surface they have that you're helping them with. I love that strategy, Jeff. You know, we understand that keratoconus is a disruptive condition. And again, we always talk about it as this ectatic condition, but the reality is it's a corneal thinning condition that results in ectasia. And this is just another way to look at the data that we showed you in the previous slides, where you actually have total corneal thickness for the right and the left eye at the top. And you can see the scales respectively on the right and left-hand side. And then you have the epithelial thickness at the bottom, and you can see exactly where the early cone changes are, that early thinning is inferiorly in the total corneal map, but also in the epithelial map. But this is where it gets really, really interesting, because in addition to measuring that corneal map, you also get topography findings as well too. Now I want to decode this as well for you too, because this gets very, very busy very quickly. And I'm going to kind of give you a map on what you're looking at here. So to give you the lay of the land, on the left-hand side, what you're looking at is, so top left, you're looking at what's equivalent to the anterior tangential scan on the OCT. So this is the anterior surface of the cornea and what that looks like. On the bottom left, you're actually looking at the posterior surface of the cornea. In the middle column at the top, you're looking at the epithelial thickness. So again, you can see that there's some irregularity in this individual where the green region represents some thinning areas. And then the bottom center is the true net power, which ultimately highlights any irregularities in terms of the power delivery to the ocular system. On the far right, you have something referred to as anterior elevation BFS, and in the bottom right, which is one of the most valuable scans, is the posterior elevation BFS. BFS is an acronym that stands for Best Fit Sphere. And what this is describing is how much does the posterior surface of the cornea vary from what is the best fit sphere on both the posterior surface, which you can see in the bottom right, or the anterior surface, which is the top right. And what we know is that keratoconus, some of the earliest signs of keratoconus are actually seen as this deviation from best fit sphere on the posterior surface of the cornea. And you'll see some examples here where when we look at about 15 to 20, that's like the early indications that something is not what we would expect it to be in terms of its best fit sphere deviation or elevation. So again, this is just representative of a highly keratoconic patient and what you would see in this individual. And this is the patient's other eye. So again, you can see when you're looking at the left-hand side, you're looking at the anterior surface and the posterior surface. You're looking at the epithelial thickness and the true power net. And in the bottom right, you're actually looking at the elevation from the posterior best fit sphere elevation. And again, you can see the red region at the bottom of that map showing how much it's deviated from where that best fit sphere would be. So one of the beautiful things about this as well too, is as you're scanning these patients, you can determine what's normal from abnormal. So this is an example of an individual who I recently saw. It's a 6 diopter astigmatic patient. It's with the rule, but with that level of astigmatism, you're always wondering if there's any type of ectasia that's associated with it. So these are the pachymetry scans. And fortunately, just from these pachymetry scans, nothing really stands out as concerning or risk factor for keratoconus, other than that high level of astigmatism. And when we look at the topographies, essentially, and when we look at the anterior surface, that's the top left, you can see it has that classic dumbbell appearance. There's a little bit of asymmetry there, but it looks pretty symmetrical for the most part. And when you look at the bottom right image, the deviation or the elevation from the best fit sphere, you can see it follows a very, very classic high cylinder patient pattern, where you're not seeing that best fit sphere elevation deviation in the center of the cornea or just in the inferior portion. You're seeing it equally displaced in the inferior and superior portion. And this gives you guidance and security that you're dealing with a normal cornea in this individual. And again, in the other eye, it's virtually the exact same thing for that individual or that patient. And what's also interesting with these patients too is that we've learned a lot over the years, first going from the 6mm radial scans to now the 10mm radial scans on the cornea. But sometimes the answer to the patient's reduced best corrected visual acuity lies in the epithelial thickness map. And this is something that we look at very, very carefully for those patients where we can't get them to 20/20. There's something that's limiting them from getting there, and we're not seeing the answer in standard topographies, and we're not seeing the answer in total corneal thickness maps. Oftentimes it resides in this bottom right-hand scan, which is the epithelial thickness map. So again, you can see the variation that exists here with all the various colors. We expect that coloring to be much more consistent. And whenever you see a variation in that color pattern, that really gives you indication that something else is occurring. This is a post-LASIK patient where you can see the anterior tangential scan in the top left looks, relatively speaking, pretty normal. But it's the epithelial thickness map that really gives us indication of what's causing the reduced best corrected visual acuity. This is another example of an individual who has a small little scar just inferior to the patient's pupil. And when you do a topography, it looks relatively normal, but when you do the corneal pachymetry scan, you can see on the bottom right-hand side, which is representative of the epithelial thickness map, you can see the irregularity that exists there. This patient's best corrected visual acuity is 20/40. And when you fit them with the scleral lens, so this patient we got down to 20/15. And when you look at the cross-section of the actual OCT scan up here to the top left of it, you can actually see where that scar is located. Again, just left of the center of that top image. Again, to the very anterior surface, just beneath the epithelium. So again, it gives us indications of what's going on with these individuals or with these patients. So there's a lot that we can look at here, and we're now even leveraging epithelial thickness maps, again, which is the bottom right-hand scan, with our orthokeratology patients. So you can see where the epithelium is actually being flattened and where it's being pushed out. And you can see in this instance, you're actually having the lens decentered inferior nasally on this individual's eye, and you can see it by this cuff of larger epithelial thickness in this bottom right-hand scan. But we now do this in addition to topography scans on this patient, because with the Solix, you get all of this information at the exact same time with simply one scan. So for the purposes of time, what we're going to do is we're actually going to jump into the scleral lens section, because what we're talking about right now is really identifying those things that help us monitor the cornea over time, whether it be the disease itself, whether it be identifying the disease, or whether it be looking at the orthokeratology and what that does to the epithelial thickening. But when we're thinking about these types of tools, yeah.
One thing to point out that I think is really important about the topographical map that you get generated from the OCT is that it's a true elevation map. So this does not rely on Placido disc. And the reason that's important is that in Placido disc, you can get fooled, right? If the patient has a dry eye, it can look like an irregular astigmatism, whereas it's really just dry eye. And you can kind of sort those patients out and make sure that you're doing the right thing for the patient.
Jeff, I'm so glad you brought that up. That's such a key point, and it also brings up the point that a lot of times the technicians, when they're doing traditional topographies, they're actually masking some of that dry eye because they're putting an artificial tear on the eye so that they can get those good placido rings. This is, as you said, placido ring independent. So that's one of the strong suits with this, is that you're going to get that same image the same time every single time you take that scan. I'm glad you brought that up, Jeff. So when we're thinking about scleral lenses, there's three big places that we think about. That's the central corneal clearance, the limbal clearance, and the landing zone. And we're going to show you what it looks like right now when you're leveraging the power of the OCT to actually help you guide all of those measurements. Because at this point, the only thing I'm using the slit lamp for is to assess whether or not there is clearance when we first put the diagnostic lens on eye. I presented this poster several years ago at Global Specialty Lens Symposium that actually showed me and compared my slit lamp estimates to what we were actually measuring at the OCT. And I was absolutely way off. And it just showed me that we need to be as precision-based as possible. And the OCT gives us the ability to do that. So Jeff, give us guidance on what you're using and how you're using this during the scleral lens fitting process.
Right, so now I'm just going to take you through exactly what scans we're taking at every single visit when we see scleral lens patients. And the one that you'll see on the left side of the screen here is kind of a standard. It's a line scan, really just through the dead center of the cornea. And with a horizontal scan, you're looking for a few things. Number one, what's the central vault? But number two, is that lens centered or tilting on the eye, or is it decentered nasally or temporally? And then to the right of the screen, you'll see we also take a vertical line scan to look to see if it's vertically decentered. As most of you probably know, the number one problem that most of us have with the fit of a scleral lens is inferotemporal decentration. And so this will let you know how much decentration you have. And especially like in this case where there's an intact segment in the cornea and the cornea is elevated inferiorly through that segment, you want to know how close you're coming to, you know, the scleral lens to that plastic within the cornea. Because the last thing you want is plastic sandwiching tissue, sandwiching plastic. That's a recipe for disaster. Next slide,
Jeff,
please.
what's a typical target that you're looking at for central clearance?
Great question. So, you know, this target was laid out in a series of papers that Longy Michaud published back in 2012, where they were looking at the amount of oxygen that reaches the cornea through a scleral lens. And what those papers established for us in the industry is that you really should be shooting for 200 microns of vault. Now, the paper didn't say when you should get that 200 microns of vault, whether it's, you know, right when you put that lens on, or if that's at the end of the day. But basically what the papers told us is that the closer you get to 200 microns of vault throughout the wear of this lens, the more oxygen you're going to get to the cornea. And further, in a second paper, what they showed is that if you go up to 400 microns of vault, you reduce the amount of oxygen getting to the cornea by 30%. And that's a big deal. So what that tells us is, gone are the days where you can just kind of like eyeball how much, you know, vault you have using the slit beam estimation technique. We really have to be fitting scleral lenses with precision. And really what we're shooting for is that 200 micron level of vault. So the first two images that we take are line scans through the center of the lens, one horizontal and one vertical. But then we're taking line scans at the haptics, or you know, something that shows us the limbal clearance, like Milay showed us in a few slides ago, and the haptic alignment. And we're doing that in 4 quadrants at least. And you can see I kind of highlighted where the line scan is on the InFOS image. So each of these images has the OCT image above, and then it has an NFOS image, which is basically just a straight ahead image of where you are on the eye. And that helps to figure out in each major meridian of the scleral lens, because most of us should be fitting toric haptics at this point. What we know also from the research is that 95% of eyes out there call for toric haptic lenses. And so if you're fitting a toric haptic lens, that means there's 2 meridians. There's a horizontal meridian and a vertical meridian. And so when we're taking the line scans, we're looking to try to image the major meridians of the lens. And I think something that's really important to point out here is that you don't just have that patient looking straight ahead in primary gaze and then take each quadrant of the lens. You actually have the patient look opposite to the side that you're trying to image. If you'll go back one, please, Emil. Basically what we're doing is we have the patient look in the opposite direction of where we want to image. And by doing that, you'll see the line scans that we're taking here. The line scan is basically perpendicular to the infrared beam. And that's how you get the best quality image that shows the least warpage of the image. Next slide.
So Jeff, you'll sometimes even too then tilt where you're actually measuring depending on where those major meridians are, correct?
There are some times that I will take not just those 6 images that I showed you, but we will take 4 more that are in the major meridians if those major meridians are not at 3 and 9 and 6 and 12 or close to it. Because we want to find where the flattest part of the haptic is and where the steepest part of the haptic is. And those are really what we're interested in. But then if you really want to get fancy and you want to get creative and really get some interesting shots, there is a full field image that you can take with the Solix, which shows you limbus to limbus how this lens is sitting. And I love this example that I picked out because it shows you really a great idea of what decentration of a lens looks like. On the image to the left, that's a horizontal slice, right? And this is a left eye. And so to the left of your screen is nasal, to the right of that image is temporal, and you can really see how this lens is temporally decentered. But then again, we flip this around 90 degrees, and you can see in the image to the right, that's a vertical slice. And now look how inferiorly decentered this lens is. And so if you see something like this, you know you have to make some pretty radical changes to the scleral lens. Next slide.
Jeff, one of the things I love about this this image too is when you look to the bottom of each of these images, you see a blue circle and a smaller green circle. Those are intended and they're manipulable, so you can actually measure the horizontal visible iris diameter without actually guessing it. And you can also measure the pupil size on that patient as well too, which is for some people more important than other individuals. Now, Jeff, I want to do a deeper dive into one of the scans that you were talking about, because 2 things are important with the Solix. So if you have it, make sure that you're having patients turn in the different directions where, like Jeff described. But it's also important to identify the limbus, because the reason why we do these scans is to make sure we're clearing the limbus and make sure we're landing the lens appropriately. So one of the trickiest things with these scans is to identify the limbal region. Now, when I kind of introduce 2 regions, you can see very easily the white arrow is pointing to corneal epithelium, and the blue arrow is pointing to conjunctival epithelium. And you can see, like, when you compare those 2, they look very, very different. But at some point in between those 2, you're going to get the transition from cornea to sclera with overlying conjunctiva. So the question becomes, where does that happen? Well, there are a few landmarks that we can look for. The first one I've just identified, you can actually see when you look really closely with that one arrow that I just introduced from the superior region, where the epithelium from the cornea actually transitions and changes into the conjunctival epithelium. And you can see how it looks different to the right side of that arrow than it does to the left side of the arrow. But there's another anatomical marker, and I'm going to draw it in here. It's this small little angle of tissue that comes from the sclera into the cornea. And I'm going to take it away here just for a second, and then I'm going to reintroduce that. This really gives us guidance on where to look initially so that we can start doing a deeper dive and identifying the limbal region. And what we've just identified right there is where that limbal region is. So again, remember some of those anatomical landmarks to help guide where you're viewing that limbal region, because we have to make sure that when we're fitting scleral lenses, we are in fact clearing it. Jeff, what's the guidance on how much or how little we should be clearing the limbus?
This is one of those kind of amorphous questions, which there's no great answer to. And the way that I describe this to students and to my associates is that you just have to kind of extrapolate in your mind, is this lens that you put on and you image right when you insert that lens, is this lens by the end of the day going to touch the limbus? And if you feel like as that lens settles, it's going to hit the limbus, you have to make changes.
So here's the cool thing about the technologies that we're fitting nowadays is they've just changed so much. And most of the contemporary scleral lens companies have actually created limbal lift zones, or regions that are lifting up away from the limbal region in a very kind of strategic way. So what I've highlighted here with the first yellow arrow is the landing zone of the lens. You can actually see there's a reverse geometry curve that occurs that lifts the lens away from the surface of the eye. But if they didn't change the trajectory of that, the lens would just have massive amounts of central clearance. So what a lot of the contemporary scleral companies have done is they've actually added a secondary curve or a secondary reverse curve to control that lift over the total cornea. And what this gives us as a clinician is the ease and purposeful fitting to clear the limbus 360 degrees, which you can see exactly in this scan that is in fact happening in this patient or this individual. And that's exactly what we want in these individuals. We want that limbus to be physically cleared. Now, when you're looking at the landing zone on these patients, there are several things that I want you to keep in mind. You know, when we look at this scan right here, for example, and you can see this is the left eye, so the patient's looking to the one side and we're getting the scan. But when they do that, the OCT's measuring the image partially through a lens, which is plastic, and partially not through a lens, which is not plastic. So what we'll inevitably get is an image shift that occurs right at the edge of where the lens ends and the other tissue begins. So I want to pull this one arrow away. So when you first look at the outside edge of this lens, it almost looks like the lens is digging into the tissue, when in actuality, there's just simply a subtle image shift that's occurring that's making it look like that lens is digging into the tissue, when in fact it isn't. So be cognizant of that. One of the things that we do want to pay attention to is where I put the second arrow. As we kind of go back into the landing zone, so the more proximal portions of the landing zone, not the distal portions, which are on the right-hand side of the screen, but the more proximal portions, you can see how the toe is subtly, which is the most distal portion, it is subtly resting more weight on itself than in the heel part of the more proximal portion. And you can see this through this subtle little lift that's occurring in the landing zone right here. So those are things that we need to be cognizant of. And this gives us indication that the toe on this lens, or the most distal portion of this, the most distal portion of this lens, will likely need to be lifted or elevated just a little bit. And this is another example of a situation where the most distal portion of the landing zone is just a little bit of what we would refer to as toe down, and the heel is just a little bit up. And we really want that consistent landing zone along the whole profile of the landing zone on a scleral lens when we're fitting it with a patient. So the way we would communicate that to the lab is whatever meridian we're looking at, we just want to bring the toe up just subtly in that patient. And this is what we're looking at when we're looking at more of an aligned fit. you can see that the trajectory of the landing zone very evenly distributes its weight all across the actual foot of that landing zone with plenty of room for limbal clearance. Again, this is ideally what we're looking for in these individuals or patients. Now, Jeff, I'd love for you to go through the flow here and what you're doing with the flow.
So, obviously, if I'm seeing 25 scleral lens patients a day, this is not something that I can do on my own. And so in my practice, we have a very tech-driven process. And the beauty about this technology is that it is so dang easy to use that my technician, who I've trained for one day, on the second day that they're with me in practice, they're able to run the OCT. It's very easy. And so when we have a new patient that comes in, if they arrive wearing scleral lenses, we have the tech take anterior segment OCT of the patient's lenses. We then do visual acuity with the lenses. The tech then removes the lenses. They take topography, pachymetry, retinal imaging, and do a refraction. And then they bring that information to me, and that's when I go in the room and discuss kind of the plan. And the beauty of this is that, with a tech-driven process, it allows you to see many, many more patients in the interim. Now, if that is a follow-up, and we do this at every single follow-up or dispense of a scleral lens, we'll have the tech insert the lenses. The tech will do anterior segment OCT. They do wavefront aberrometry on top of the lens, and then the tech does an over refraction. And I think the reason why this is important is that a lot of optometrists just don't want to invest a lot in their technicians. And the perfect example of why you should this was a great, instance that happened to Steve Jobs. One of Steve Jobs' lieutenants came to him and said, "Oh my God, Steve, we are training all of our people and they're going to be leaving us. They're going to be going to other companies. And what are we going to do about this?" And he just looked at his lieutenant and he said, "What are we going to do if we don't train them and they stay?" So I'd encourage you to really get your technicians, doing the bulk of this work. That they're there to help you.
I love that quote, Jeff. Absolutely love it. This is one of the things that you'll run into when you're fitting these patients. This is some conjunctival prolapse that you'll see under here, but you're seeing adequate limbal clearance in this region right here. So in the presence of conjunctival prolapse, we simply monitor it and watch it over time to determine if there's any level of negative influence on it. Jeff, take us through a few things with respect to just some of the things that we need to be thinking about with respect to insurance companies and how we're utilizing these technologies.
Yeah, look, there's a whole world of what you need to be doing with your charting in order to be bulletproof when you're audited. Mile knows that I'm audited by every insurance I take every single year because of the numbers that we post. And so one of the things that OCT helps you do is stay pristine with your audits. Obviously your charting has to be pristine too. So anytime you do ancillary testing, whether that's topography, pachymetry, or anterior segment OCT, all of that ancillary testing must have an order, a date, a justification for the order, and an interpretation and report. And that has to be visible within your electronic medical record. And so you just come up with a script for that, and you copy and paste it and modify it for each patient. But then if you are audited, what you want to do is you want to print every single test for which you bill. And so when I get audited on some of these patients, they may have 30 pages of testing because we're printing out every single OCT that we're doing. And what that shows the auditor is that you're not just billing for medically necessary lenses like out of the blue. There's a reason why, you can justify the cost of these things, which is it's a significant cost to the insurance company. And when they get 30 pages of testing back on each audit, they're like, oh, okay, this doctor knows what they're doing. And so the Solix that we're talking about tonight has all these main tests. And as Mile said, the pachymetry and the topography, that's done with one click. But each of those is printed out on a separate a separate scan. And so you are able to bill for those things independently, even though it is the same button we're pressing. Next slide.
Let's finish it off with this case, Bud, and then we'll take some questions.
I think it's a great idea. So just a real quick case showing you kind of how we do this in clinic. This is a 39-year-old white male with a history of PRK. He was coming in for his annual scleral lens exam. His complaints were redness, poor comfort, poor wetting with his current scleral lenses. In those lenses, he came in seeing 20/30 -2 in the right eye and 20/25 -2 in the left eye. When you look at the scan of the central cornea, whoever fit this person, it looked like it was a pretty good fit. You know, if you look real closely, you can see there's 213 microns of clearance horizontally and about that vertically. So this person at least knew a minimum of what they were doing, but you can tell by these OCTs that the person that fit them was just a real jackass, and they just didn't. No, I'm just kidding. This was actually my patient. So this was a former lens that we fit on this patient.
No, you're right. You're right then on the first description, Jeff. You were dead on.
So, you know, look, our ideas about how to fit scleral lenses have evolved over time. And this is a patient that came in like 4 years later after being fit with these lenses. And if you look really closely at the horizontal images, and it's a little bit tough to see, but if you look at the image all the way to the right here, you can see that this lens is just slamming the heck out of the limbus. I mean, it's just, oh, now we can see your cursor, Neil. It's just slamming the heck out of the limbus. And that's why this patient is red. What you'll notice is as you get off of limbus on patients, they will have less redness and they will have greater comfort. And that's a lock. Let's go to the next slide.
Jeff, I just want to point out one quick thing here too. You can even see that a little bit on the other side horizontally, but when you look superiorly and inferiorly, there does seem to be a little bit more limbal clearance, and you'll find that because you oftentimes find that the horizontal visible iris diameter is slightly wider than the vertical visible iris diameter in a lot of these people, and the scleral lenses really accentuate that fact as well too.
So what is the main problem here? Obviously, we are on the limbus and we have to get off the limbus. And so we refit this patient. You can see the horizontal scan here. This is the trial lens that we put on the patient. And we have decent central clearance horizontally. Vertically, there was, ooh, this didn't come out well. Vertically, you see superiorly, there is a little bit of touch there. And you can see some inferior decentration. So that's something that we're going to have to clean up in this fit. We can go to the next slide. Ooh, it didn't go real well. But you know what? The only reason these are overlapped is because I overlaid the 4 haptic scans. But what you can see here is in these 4 haptic scans, there is plenty of limbal clearance in these images. And just because of that, the patient said immediately that the trial lenses were more comfortable than his previous lenses. Next slide.
Yeah, Jeff, you can really see that nasally and temporally as well too. Like there's just so much area right here and right here at the limbus. I love this second fit that you did.
Let's open it up to some questions, man.
Well, guys, I think we are. Yeah, let's open it up. And Adam, I think you've been collecting the questions throughout the discussion. If anybody does want a virtual demo, again, as well.
Yeah, well, thank you guys for this. This has been, action-packed and very informative. So we do have some questions here, and we'll open it up and we'll see what we can do. So let's see. So first question. Oh, interesting. So. One question here, and again, for either of you guys, you can just take it. Are you using the Solix exclusively now for monitoring keratoconus, or do you also use other instruments?
So Adam, I'll take that one first. From measuring the cornea, Adam, it is the only technology we're now using because of the advent of the topography and the anterior and posterior surface measurements, it's the only measurement that we're now using to monitor the cornea over time.
I'm kind of angry at Visionics for introducing that topographer, because it caused me to buy another device before this came out. So I have like another topographer that I don't use anymore because now I just use the Solus. So I've got this thing collecting dust in my practice.
Good answer. A question here: do you always take a full range AC and corneal line scan for all scleral lens assessments?
I'll take that one. The answer to that is no. I don't do it all times. Really, I'll take that image when I'm concerned about decentration to try to figure out exactly how much decentration that I have. But if you notice, like in that full that full range scan, the patient is looking in primary gaze. So you're going to want to take those individual images, those individual line scans of each of the major meridians of the haptics, in addition to doing the full range line scan.
Hey, Adam, and just from my perspective, I love taking that on a new fit, because what that full range scan gives us is just a quick view of what the cornea actually looks like from the horizontal perspective. And you can get a full map of it, but sometimes it's difficult for patients to keep their eyes open that wide. But the thing I love about it is you can get a horizontal visible iris diameter measurement, and you can also get a pupil measurement as well too on those individuals. But the HVID is important because that plays a role into what initial lens diameter we'll select for that patient.
Right. Question here. So this is kind of a basic question, I guess, but you know, you guys can try to answer this. I'm surprised my dad didn't ask this actually, because the question is how what's the process like of actually creating one of these lenses these days, right? So gone are the days of slapping mold on someone's face, I would assume, and sending it off to a lab and seeing it 3 weeks later. So what's the actual process of getting a lens made?
Jeff, you want me to start?
Yeah, go ahead.
So Adam, we have a diagnostic set, and then what we'll do with that diagnostic set is we'll pick what we think is the best initial lens. We'll place the lens on the eye and then make sure that it's clearing the cornea. And as long as it's clearing the cornea, we take the 6 scans that Jeff was talking about, those central 2, and then ones in the 4 major meridians, showing or demonstrating the limbal region and the landing zone. And then what we do is we do an auto refraction over the lens, do a manual or manifest refraction over the lens, and then with all of that information, we'll have what the lab needs then to create the lens. So we'll take all of that information, determine where the lens needs to be manipulated to create that final lens for the patient, and then we'll put that order into the lab.
Got it. And question here, I guess this is a related question, question about remakes. So how frequently do you have to remake a lens, and what's the turnaround time usually when it happens?
To remake a scleral lens?
Yep.
It depends on the lab that you're working with. Every single lab has a little bit of a different time frame, but we're pretty good at getting our lenses within 7 to 10 days from when we order them. And then it depends on the patient. So we'll have some patients where the first lens we make for them is the final lens. Sometimes it takes 5 lenses to get the right lens, and then we have all the patients in between. So it just really depends on the patient. It really depends on the landmarks around the cornea that we're fitting, and it depends on how well we're conveying what we're seeing to the laboratories that are creating these lenses.
I'm going to take that question, I'm going to spin that around into what you tell the patient, right? So if you have a patient that comes in that's not familiar with the fitting process, like how you describe this to somebody. And I rely on a wonderful paper that Melissa Barnett published way back that showed that the average scleral lens takes 4 to 6 visits to perfect. And I'll tell the patient that. I say, look, it's going to take us 4 to 6 visits to get this right the first year that we do this. But once we find the formula that works for you, in subsequent years, it's going to be 1 or 2 visits as we just kind of modify what we already have created. And that immediately gets their mind right into, okay, this is going to take a number of visits. It's not like a soft lens where you just come in and you get fit and you're, one and done. And when you do that, when you set the patient up with that expectation, then if you get it in sooner than 4 to 6 visits, then you're a genius, right? And then the patient is never angry with you if it does take 4 to 6 visits.
Right.
You're a hero, Jeff. And if it takes longer than 6 visits, you're 0.
Interesting question here. So we've been focusing on keratoconus, obviously, right, because this is a primary application of this lens. But have you seen this lens used for other indications in your own practices so far? Like, I know that I've seen people try to make multifocals, right? Have you started sort of down this path with any other conditions?
Adam, there are several conditions that a new surface over the eye would benefit. Some of those are pellucid or any other ectasias that the patient may be experiencing, irregular corneas after LASIK or RK, any type of EBMD. These individuals oftentimes are floating around in our practices with reduced best corrected visual acuities. These individuals do remarkably well with these lenses. Those patients who may have had a previous infection, whether it be infectious or some other type of issue with the cornea that's now left them with a deformity, oftentimes these lenses will make those patients better. And certainly for the severe ocular surface disease patients, the graft versus the host disease, individuals with severe dry eye, they create this shell that retains moisture on the surface of the eye, and in doing so, oftentimes preserving the viability of the cornea for these individuals. So there are a lot of things that we can use these lenses for.
Great. All right, and it looks like we are just about at the end of our hour, but do you guys want to leave us with any sort of parting thoughts before we go?
Jeff?
I'll just say that I think a lot of optometrists are afraid to kind of venture into new territory when it comes to scleral lenses. Unless you graduated within the past, 3 or 4 years, none of us learned this in school. And so it's a scary thing to jump into something new and quite frankly complex, like fitting scleral lenses. But I'll tell you that it is the most rewarding thing that you can possibly do in practice as an optometrist. You take patients from a very bad quality of life with whatever condition they have, the ones that Mile mentioned, and you take them to the limit of what their eye can do. And routinely you'll get patients crying in the chair. And these are not, tears of anguish, these are tears of joy. And when you see that day in and day out, you kind of get numb to it. But I love it when my students and my techs and my associate doctors see that, because you really are changing lives with scleral lenses.
And Jeff, one thing I would just add to that, as you start becoming more comfortable with this and as you start doing it more frequently, I would really tout the fact that consistency is king with this. Create that process in your practice and make sure you set up systems within your practice that facilitate the consistency of those processes. Jeff and I, we talk about these 6 scans that we take. That's not sometimes, that's not when we're troubleshooting. That's every single time we see the patient, because we feel that these measurements are that important to really create the best fit and best visual outcome for those patients. So again, make sure that as you get more comfortable with this, you are creating those patterns in your practice that create consistent care for these specialty lens patients.
Great. Well, Mile, Jeff, thank you so much for doing this tonight. And for everyone who wants to see a demo of the tech in action, if you go to visionix.com/ODwire, you can see it up there on the screen. that you can get a great demo right online, and an archive of this webinar is going to be posted up on ODwire within the next couple of days. So definitely head on over there. You'll get an email about it, and you can ask follow-up questions there as well. So again, thanks to our speakers, and thank you everyone for showing up tonight. And I guess I'll see you again online.
Hi, everyone. I'm Gretchen Bailey. I am with ODwire, and today I have the pleasure of talking with Dr. Nate Lighthizer, and he is the NSU College of Optometry Dean. And thank you so much for talking with me today, Nate.
Hey, glad to be here, Gretchen.
I know we're going to talk today about what you do in clinic with instrumentation from Visionics, and I know that you can talk about them from a couple of different perspectives. So why don't you just take it and run with it and tell me what you do there at NSU?
Sure. It'd almost be easier to answer what we don't do in clinic with it because the thing can do so many different things. So it has a soft spot in my heart, the Visionics, the Solix, OCT angiography. We've actually had it in our clinic since 2019, which is well before the FDA approval because we were part of the normative database, the reference database. We were one of 5 trials to help establish the normative database for that device. That was in 2019, right before COVID. And then in 2021, we were part of the repeatability and repeatability study and reusability study to basically determine is everything working well with this. So we've been part of 2 FDA trials before approval. So it has a soft spot in my heart. I use it all the time for glaucoma and retina, a lot of posterior segment stuff. You know, the OCTs and OCT angiography, getting that data that is now so necessary in our diabetic patients, our other retinal disease patients, and our glaucoma patients. So we use it a lot for posterior segment stuff. There's a fundus camera on it as well, which is nice to have all of the different features in one device. Obviously, footprint is expensive, so if we can save on footprint and have an OCT, an OCT angiography, and a fundus camera all in one, that's certainly a win for our patients. So we use it a lot for posterior segment stuff, but some of the newer stuff is exciting for anterior segment.
Tell me a little bit about that, what you're using for anterior segment, even though I know that is not your personal sweet spot.
Yep. I use it for dry eye and for mapping the epithelial irregularities. So I've been using that for a long time. But our contact lens experts have been really excited over the course of the last year as Visionics has developed their new software for mapping from the front of the cornea to the back, both front surface and back surface, central, mid-peripheral, peripheral. And that's really good for keratoconus. Right. Diagnosis, earlier diagnosis, you know, some of the earliest changes are on that back elevation map showing changes, the earliest diagnosis of keratoconus with that. Historically, many people have used a Penacam. Now we have the software on the Visionics Solix that gives you that type of data. So our contact lens experts are using that for keratoconus early diagnosis, as well as for scleral lens fittings to be able to assess the fit of that scleral lens. So that's not my world. It's my wife's world. She's a faculty member as well. So she uses it, Dr. Pack, Dr. Tackett. They are experts in anterior segment and are using it for a variety of things in the contact lens world. And again, I still use it for dry eye epithelial mapping, pachymetry, you know, all that good stuff, looking at angles when I'm doing laser peripheral iridotomies, measuring the anterior chamber angle both before and after to gauge success. So bottom line is you can use it for a variety of things. I haven't even mentioned mybography. You can take pictures and do mybography. So it's a device that you'll utilize in your dry eye clinic as well.
Let's talk a bit about students. So students are getting their hands on this pretty powerful device. How do you explain it to them? How do you introduce it to them? And what are their thoughts about having one instrument to gather all this information?
So they're a huge fan of having all of that at their disposal in one instrument. And we don't overcomplicate it. He's going, here's our OCT devices. We have 2 of them, 2 of the Visionics Solixes. And here's your OCT. And they're so familiar with it at this point in optometry. They've been trained from year 1 on how to do OCTs. And so we tell them, here's your OCT, macula, retina, optic nerve. But here's the other features that is in this device as well, from fundus photography, all the anterior segment stuff. So we don't overcomplicate it, but we introduce it to them early, and they are big fans of the power of that Solix OCT.
Power is a good word to use to describe it. Absolutely.
Yep.
Let's talk a bit about OCTA. That is a bit of a newer concept for doctors to be able to address that within their own clinics. For those who might be on the fence about integrating that into their practices, what do you say to them?
Well, I would say, it's the writing is on the wall what's going to happen. I travel around a lot lecturing, as you know, and I poll the audience and say, what percent of you have OCT in your practice? And when I poll a group of 150, 200 optometrists at a random state association lecture, I will tell you the answer is almost always now between 80 and 90% of optometrists have OCT in their
That's
practice.
quite a big jump in the past few years because I know that was a device that a lot of people wanted but weren't really jumping on. And now it seems like it's almost a mainstream piece of equipment, as it
Yeah,
should be.
as it should be. Well, yeah, when I asked that question 10 years ago, it was probably between 30 and 50%, somewhere in there. So you can see what's happened to OCT over the last decade. OCT angiography, when I asked that question 7 or 8 years ago, there was 1% or 2% or maybe 5% at the most that had OCTA. When I've been lecturing this summer in Virginia and other states, and ask what percent of you have OCT angiography in your practice, I will tell you the answer is now coming back between 20 and 30%. So from
Really?
single digits, yes, it's growing and growing and growing. So the doc that's thinking about it, you can see a lot of people are thinking about it and starting to incorporate it into their practice. One of the big pushes forward is going to be there's now a code for OCT angiography as of January 1st. So we can bill for OCTA. And I would encourage docs to look at this in diabetes and diabetic retinopathy. When your patient has retinopathy or maybe uncontrolled diabetes, or maybe they have visual problems, their vision is down, get that OCT angiography of the retina. Do they have enlargement of the fovea vascular zone? Do they have capillary dropout? It is a very useful and meaningful clinical tool. Well, what am I going to do differently? You're going to follow them more closely if their capillaries look abnormal. You're going to educate them better. Maybe you start them on a nutritional supplement. The same thing, Gretchen, if you had an abnormal angiography of your heart, I bet your doctor would follow you more closely, maybe start you on a medication, maybe do additional testing. Same thing here as well. So I encourage docs, look at this in diabetes and macular degeneration. Those are the two kind of biggest areas that we're utilizing right now, and it's been very clinically meaningful.
In your travels and speaking with ODs across the country, I'm sure you're getting a lot of questions from them about OCTA. What are the most frequent questions you're getting from doctors?
Most frequent questions are when will I utilize it? What conditions? And can I bill for it? Well, fortunately, now the answer is yes, we can bill for that. So that's the answer, yes. Hold on just a second. You good? Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, I'm sorry.
You're a busy guy.
Yes. And the second most common answer or question that I get is, when do I utilize this? And we kind of just went over that of it's the diabetes, diabetic retinopathy, macular degeneration. Those are the two biggest ones. We're starting to learn more in glaucoma. I don't think it's standard of care yet in glaucoma to do OCTA, but it's like the chicken or egg. What goes first? Does the retinal nerve fiber layer drop out first, or is it the vascular density around the nerve? We're kind of learning more, so more to come on that with glaucoma.
Interesting. Well, it sounds like there are lots of great things out there for doctors to be looking at with Visionics, and you're using them all within your clinic at NSU. Nate, thanks so much for talking with me today.
Thanks, Gretchen. Have a good day.
You too.
Hey everyone, it's Adam Farkas. Welcome to another ODwire webinar. Thanks so much for coming out tonight. Tonight we have Dr. Julie Rodman here with us again to talk all about Solix and Solix OCTA. So if you've watched any of our webinar series over the past year and a half since Solix came to market, you'll know that Julie's spoken a lot about the device and what it can do and how it can help you diagnostically. And tonight we're going to drill down a little bit on that as well, showing you the kinds of things that you can discover with the Solix. So it's going to be sort of an action-packed, very visual webinar tonight. And Julie scarcely needs an introduction to our audience. She's the chief of the Broward Eye Care Institute at Fort Lauderdale, Florida, a professor of optometry at Nova Southeastern University. She literally wrote the book on OCTA. So, and you can get that book on Amazon. It's there. I've seen it. She is the perfect person to tell you all about Solix and how it works. And I hope we can cover a bunch of ground tonight. And again, if you have any questions as the talk unfolds, feel free to type in the question box and we'll get to them at the end. So with that said, Julie, why don't you take it away?
Thank you, Adam. Let me get started here. Okay, so thank you so much for having me. I'm always so excited to do these presentations on the Solix because it's probably one of my, I want to say my favorite thing to work with in the clinic. So I'm asked all the time, you know, Julie, there's so many OCTAs out there on the market, and I'm having trouble deciding exactly what I want to bring into my practice. I want to try to maximize my space, get the most for my money. So why would you recommend the Solix? How can you sell it to me? And honestly, I think everyone that has heard me speak about this has heard me say that the Solix is not an OCTA. It is a multimodal imaging device. It has so much stuff packed into one little machine. It's actually quite impressive. So I'm going to run through some of my top reasons here why I feel like this is such an amazing device. And there are more things that will come up as we move through this presentation. So starting with the full range anterior segments, when we hear that verse full range, essentially what that means is that this technology will allow us to visualize from the anterior surface of the cornea really through the lens. It says here anterior surface of the lens, but you could actually visualize the entire lens just by moving the scan, you know, up and down, which I'll show you as we move through this. You can visualize the angles. You can visualize the all parts of the cornea, all parts of the lens. So really a full depth assessment. Full range retina. So what does that mean? It means that the scans are taller and wider. 16 by 6.25 millimeters, which might not mean very much to anybody when you're looking at the metrics, but I'll show you what that looks like. And we all know that high myopes are extremely difficult to image because their retinas are so stretched out. Well, this technology makes it actually very easy to image them. The Solix has a new glaucoma protocol with excellent repeatability and reproducibility. They have a new scan pattern, which makes it so much easier to detect glaucoma and to pick it up at an earlier stage. We all know and love OptiView for their angio. You know, if you were to ask me what my favorite thing about this device is, or all of the OptiView devices are, is really the angio. To me, the images are unsurpassed in quality. And it's the first company that has FDA approved analytics. So for those of you that are just learning how to interpret OCTA, the analytics really make it a whole lot easier. I like to quote my friend Greg Caldwell, where he says, you know, OCTA use is like vanilla ice cream. And then when you add in OCTA, the angio analytics, it's now vanilla ice cream with sprinkles, or whatever he says. And it really is the truth. It just makes it that much better. The Angio Wellness platform and the good old-fashioned eye wellness platform that many of you are familiar with. Again, OptiView brought these wellness platforms to the market. They're an amazing way to pick up disease. I have a lot of colleagues that run these scans on all of their patients, and if they find something, then they go ahead and they start to order more specific advanced testing. So really a great way to pick up disease. And then the new thing, which you guys are going to be blown away with, is the topography module. I mean, who would think of a topography module being on an OCT device? And if it was, who would have thought that it could be so amazing? And you're going to see here that this topography, I would say, can match up to the Pentacam for those of you that are familiar with it. So really some incredible stuff. And this machine does photos as well. So just a lot of really amazing things in one little machine. So I'm going to go through some of these features, and then at the end, I'll go through some cases of mine that I really feel like drive these points home. So starting off with the full range anterior segment, I mentioned before that you can visualize from anterior cornea really through the lens, anterior surface of the lens, posterior surface of the lens. You can see cataracts in here. What WTW means, white to white, you're looking sclera to sclera. This is your anterior chamber depth if you wanted to measure to see how shallow or deep it was. And something super cool about the new update on the Solix is that it now automatically measures angles for you, which you can see right here. You know, one of the things that I hate, my colleagues hate, is lining up the calipers, making sure that you have your everything in the right positions, that you're accurately measuring the angles, because you don't want to mess up. And do I have it on the limbus, and are there obscurations or aberrations? You no longer have to worry about that anymore. I mean, this just makes everything so foolproof for you. In fact, I've gotten to the point where I don't even really look at the numbers. I kind of just look at the recess between the posterior aspect of the cornea and the anterior aspect of the iris, and I see, well, how big is this? You know, in this particular case, you can drive a truck through this side, and maybe this side's a little narrower. So really just looking at it from that perspective and not even looking at quantitative measurements, it's super easy to use, and probably my second favorite feature of this device. This was one of my patients that I imaged a anterior chamber implant on, anterior chamber IOL. You can see here that I took an external color photograph, which you see on the left. They're really nice quality. You can see the IOL, you can see the LPI there. And then you can see it, this full range anterior chamber scan on the right, where the IOL is right here. Really funky and neat to look at. And then down here, just an en-face image. So 3 different ways of visualizing the same pathology. Here's a patient that had an anterior synechia. This was another one of my cases. Down here, you can see the photo of the patient. And then over here, you can see this adhesion between the posterior cornea and the iris. So just beautiful demonstration of, if you need more kind of visualization of something, if you're not sure exactly what you're looking at, super easy to get the scan and look at the quality of the image. So this is a nice example of what we call the corneal map. The corneal map will give you a corneal scan on top here. You can see the layers of the cornea. And underneath it, we have 3 different maps. We have a pachymetry map, we have a stromal map, and an epithelial map. I'm not a corneal expert, but I will tell you that if I'm trying to figure out where a corneal abnormality is, this is a really nice way of isolating. Is it in the stroma? Is it in the epithelium? What is the dystrophy? Is the pachymetry affected by it? So nice color metrics. There's quantitative measurements on here, super easy to read. Here you can see a pachymetry trend analysis. This is nice if you have a patient that has, let's say, keratoconus or pellucid marginal degeneration or something like that, and you're trying to determine over time, is this patient progressing? What's happening to the corneal thickness? What's happening to the epithelial cells? So here you can look at this over time. It gives you the date of the scan. And again, you can just look at the colors, the different microns, and see what's happening. I like this picture of, this is another full range anterior chamber scan, because I just finished telling you before that it's super easy to look at angles and determine if a patient's safe to dilate or if they have a shallow chamber. This is a patient with a plateau iris. You can essentially see here that there's no area in the angle that's open. The iris is completely opposed to the posterior aspect of the cornea here. So this is a patient that we would not want to dilate. And you can actually begin to see the formation of a cataract here as well. So beautiful images here. Some other features of this technology, still talking about the anterior chamber, anterior surface. The left is the epithelial map, which I just showed you. You can visualize tear meniscus if you do a corneal line scan. So for patients that you're trying to assess dry eye, you can do an en-face surface scan looking essentially at the tear film there. So what you're seeing here is you're looking at the tear film quality. And then you can also visualize meibomian glands using their external IR image feature. So I know a lot of practitioners that do this to look for atrophy of the glands. Gray is not good. So really nice, again, beautiful way of looking at different parts of the anterior aspect of the eye. So this is the new module that I hope you guys are all as excited about as I am. This is the topography module. And what you'll see here is what we call a customizable report. You can visualize up to 6 different maps. And what you're seeing there is you can visualize anterior axial, posterior elevation, epithelial, pachymetry. You can select, there's drop-down menus here with so many choices of what part of the cornea you want to evaluate. It's really fascinating. I wouldn't, this is so beyond my level of expertise. I use this to try to pick up on keratoconus or patients with pellucid or other corneal abnormalities. It's a great diagnostic tool. But if you're one of those people that's doing really heavy duty cornea, this is amazing stuff and provides an excess amount of information. This is also part of the topography module. We call this the corneal map topography Zernike. So for those of you that are familiar with Zernike, basically it's an aberration page where it shows you what kind of aberrations the patient is, suffering from. And if they do get some type of treatment, you can actually show them what their vision will look like post-treatment, getting rid of these aberrations. You can use this for screening for laser, for intraocular implants. So again, stuff that's so beyond my scope of expertise, but so ingenious and all part of just this topography module. Okay, so moving in through just some of these other features of the technology, we have full range retina. Again, full range is essentially meaning that you're getting a taller and wider scan. So 16 by 6.25, which honestly is massive. If you look at the comparisons of some of the other devices, this is essentially what they get in a scan. So going back to the size of the scan, if you have a high myope, which we're looking at here, they have a posterior staphyloma, they have a very large axial length, it's difficult to image the nerve, the macula in one cut. I mean, we're lucky if we can get just a piece of the macula in one cut. This technology, this scan gives you, again, such a high, wide scan. And not only does it do that, the quality of the image, you can visualize the vitreous interface here beautifully. This is the staphyloma here. So thinking about, what's the easiest for the patient, just capturing one image and allowing you to see everything in that one image. And of course, the angiography speaks for itself. The angiography images are just tremendous. You can get anything from a 6.4 to 6.4, meaning what this means is you're visualizing 6.4 vertically, 6.4 millimeters by 6.4 millimeters horizontally, 9 by 9, same idea, 12 by 12. And then if that's not big enough for you, you can do a montage where you can actually put together different pieces and look at this. And I want to just emphasize here, for those of you that haven't worked a lot with OCTA, I'm lucky enough that I've been using this technology for really since it came out. And in the good old days of angiography, it used to be that you have to get the smallest scan, because if the bigger you get, you're going to lose resolution. It's no longer the case. Now it doesn't matter how big the scan is, which is what you're seeing here. Take a look at the clarity of the image here and look at the capillary beds and the areas of capillary non-perfusion. I mean, if you've played with other ones, other instruments, you'll see what I'm talking about. But this patient here that has geographic atrophy, look at the choroidal vasculature that you're visualizing in here. I mean, really, I can't tell you just in words, because I've looked at all of them. The quality of these images really are outstanding. And remember that this platform is the only one that has metrics. So what does metrics mean? Essentially what it means is, let's say you're trying to figure out if a patient is ischemic. You're trying to figure out, do they have poor perfusion to their retina? And you're not really sure. Well, there's many ways that you can look at it. I mean, I'll skip this one for just a minute and go back to this box, but no flow means you can actually take your mouse, tap on any area on the angio, and it will color code or fill up for you how much area is not being perfused. That's just a nice representation. So if you're having trouble visualizing where there's areas of ischemia, it'll do it for you. What about foveolae vascular zone? What if you want to measure it so that you're trying to determine if a patient is staying stable over time? Oftentimes, just eyeballing it, it's very hard to see subtle changes in FAZ size. So what this technology does is, if you can see up here, it's very small. It's showing you not only the FAZ size, but the perimeter, which is the second circle around the FAZ, and it's giving you a metric. And the beauty of that, like I said, is that in a diabetic patient, if you're trying to figure out if there's stability of the FAZ and perimeter over time, the only way to accurately do it without guessing is to have a quantitative metric. And then if you want to look at vessel density, that's giving you a color-coded way of assessing for vascular non-perfusion. So dark means these patients have non-perfusion in those areas. So another really cool way of assessing for patients that have disease, maybe this patient has a wedge defect from glaucoma. So really, again, I can't say it enough times, a nice way of making it a whole lot easier for somebody that might not be very good at analyzing these images. And the first one here, the flow area, is for a patient that has a choroidal neovascular membrane. So if you want to measure it and see if it gets better after the patient had treatment, or if you want to just see if it's staying stable, you can actually just take your mouse and click on the borders of the CNV and assess it over time. So these are the new and improved, I want to say, reports on the Solix. So for those of you that are OptiView customers and have had old machines, they don't look anything like this. This is because this technology allows so many new features that when we put them together onto one platform, it's overwhelming how much is actually here. So I'm going to kind of just run through what's on this. I want to start off just by introducing that the Solix has this new color-coded metrics. And the beauty of this is that a lot of times you're looking at patients and you're trying to determine, are they falling in this statistically significant range? Are they abnormal? And unfortunately, a lot of us rely on color maps, which I don't really recommend. But that being said, this new technology kind of gives us these vertical hatch marks. And at first I was like, well, what is that going to do for me? How does that help me? But it actually is helpful in trying to determine if a patient is kind of falling in that, they're in the high end of the 99%. Maybe they're more statistically significant or worrisome than someone that maybe falls within the yellow. Same as the blues. So it really, you don't know where a patient's falling in that percentage range. When you have those hatch marks, it shows you they're more towards maybe the danger zone. So back to the printout here, if you're taking photos, which you can do on this camera, the machine will put the photos in the top two corners here, left and right. Underneath it, you'll get a B-scan map. Underneath that, you'll see your GCC thickness map and your retinal thickness map, and those are going to be on a micron scale. So what you're noticing there are, again, the metrics that I just showed you here. You can see the colorations. Underneath that, you have your quantitative measurements. So the superficial vessel density and the deep vessel density are going to correlate with the angio platform in the middle. So this is amazing because not only do you have your B-scan or your structural information, and you have some quantitative metrics on your retinal thickness and GCC, but you also have information now on your angio. So if you wanted to see the size of the FAZ all on this printout, here it is. If you want to see the perimeter on this printout, here it is. If you want to see the foveal density and percentage, here it is. And you can actually scroll through any different slab that you want of interest here. So it shows you have superficial, deep, outer retina, and choriocapillaris. So just, to me, a one-stop way of assessing the retina in completion. You don't have to be switching from screen to screen to try to visualize different parts. And obviously you can move these lines up, down, wherever you want, and the B-scan will move appropriately with it so you can visualize any abnormality. For glaucoma, I did mention before that there is a new scan pattern that's going to allow us for better and earlier detection of glaucoma. It has repeatability and reproducibility. It's 3 times better than the Avanti that we had before. And just to make it super simple, because that's the way that I like to think about it, they have a new way of scanning the area around the optic nerve head. They're using cube scans, and the cube scans are drawn in such a way that the area between the cuts are so small that they can pick up on the minutest amount of change. And I'm going to show you a picture demonstrating that in just a minute. So if you could, the important column here is really right here. On the Avanti, let's say it took 2.2 microns, or there were 2.2 microns between cuts. Now we're down to 0.7. So what that means is it's going to take much less time to pick up on an abnormality because you're scanning and you're getting so much finer cuts than you were before. Another thing to keep in mind with all OptiView devices is that the GCC complex is not just the top 2 layers of the retina. It actually includes the nerve fiber, ganglion cell, and interplexiform. So you get a very complete analysis of the ganglion cell complex. So what I was trying to get at before is in the older machines, if you had a cut that was 2.2 microns, it would take about 1.5 to 2 years to pick up on a change over time. Now, because the cuts are using this cube scan and we're getting more definition, I should say, between the cuts, it's taking much less time here, between half a year and a year, to pick up on any signs of progression or change. And this is the reason why. So this is the good old-fashioned way of doing it. You can see how big these cuts are. So if a patient had a defect that was falling somewhere within one of these larger cuts, it was much harder to pick up on it because we weren't getting right at that level. Now, look at how skinny these lines are. It is picking up on the most subtle, minute changes, thus allowing us to detect glaucoma much faster. And this is what the glaucoma printout looks like. So similarly to the retina printout, if you do an optic nerve head photo, you're going to get them on the top of the printout. You're going to get next to it this area showing you where this patient falls compared to the normative database. So if the patient has a wedge defect, you're going to see here that these are showing up abnormal in color. You have your GCC thickness and RNFL thickness here underneath. You have a quadrant and a hemi map underneath that. You have your B scans on the bottom. You also have your angio of what we call the radial peripapillary capillary network, which shows you the blood vessels feeding the optic nerve head. You have your T-SNP maps. You can see your intersymmetry, your inter-eye maps here, and then all of the data that you're used to seeing on the Avanti or any other device, your RNFL numbers, your optic nerve head numbers, GCC numbers, and this quantitative map here correlates with the angio. So tons of information. It takes some time to kind of go through it and work your way through it. But the beauty of this is that you have 1, 2, 3, 4 ways of really assessing for damage or changes in a patient instead of scrolling through multiple pages or scans. This is the trend report. It's so much improved over the past. On top here, you can see the RNFL. Again, what this is doing is it's showing you the date over time, and then you have your GCC. You know, if there's a change, you'll see it on the normative map here. This is a micron scale. You have your T-SNP maps here with all of your dates in different colors. And then what's new to the Solix is down here. What it does is a really nice analysis of every part of the retina. Instead of just showing you a trend report and saying, oh, this patient is stable over time or not, it's actually breaking down for you every quadrant. And this is something new that the Solix is doing, which is really, really helpful. So if you're worried about the superior fiber layer, you'll see a trend down instead of just saying, oh, you know, overall this is trending downward. And then you don't really know which part of the eye is trending downward. And on the right-hand side here, you can see here that every single parameter, it's going to show you the first visit and the last visit in a quantitative fashion. So again, if you like metrics, you can see them here. This over here is a trend report of angio, which I'll show you one where there's more scans. But again, if you do a vessel density map on the radial peripapillary capillaries, you can see how the scans change over time. And it does the same thing. It breaks down the vessel density map by area, so you can specifically see which part of the scan is changing. Another trend report, if you don't use the vessel density and you just want to look at the patient compared to the normative database, you can see here how these numbers fall compared to the population based on a color-coded metrics. And again, the same thing on the bottom here. And just a couple more trend reports. I don't have to go through each of these in detail. I just wanted you to see how really impressive these trend reports are, how everything's lined up so nicely, and it's really easy to see if this patient is changing over time. And this is another example of that vessel density map of a patient that's had multiple scans done, and how nicely you can assess these using vessel density. So, you know, let's say, I always like to say, you know, if you have a patient that you're on the borderline, should I treat, should I not treat? I need more information. You have so many ways on this technology to assess patients that if you're not sure based on one metric, you can use another metric, which might help you to make a decision in one way or the other. Okay, so let's go through some case examples. These are cases I've had, things that I feel, if you were to ask me why Solix, why do I need this technology? These are some of the reasons that I would throw out there. So this was a 78-year-old Hispanic male, history of floaters and photopsia in the left eye, which were worsening. And, you know, I know that all of us as practitioners, we think about these symptoms of floaters and flashes, and we automatically think peripheral retinal disease. Does he have a retinal detachment? Does he have a traumatic PVD? But I can't emphasize enough how important it is to look at the posterior pole. You know, this patients in this demographic and this age group, think about diseases of the vitreomacular interface. You know, are there tractional changes? And OCT is really the name of the game for diseases of the vitreomacular interface. And looking at this photo, you can see that there's definitely some kind of shiny stuff going on here. Maybe you're not sure what it is. And so you go and you get one of these full range retina scans where you have 16 by 6.25 millimeters, full range. You can see the optic nerve, macula in the same cut. And what you're noticing here is that this patient has a significant amount of both syneresis and synchesis, liquefaction, contraction of the vitreous face. There might actually even be some tractional forces. Hard to say without scanning through it, but I really wanted to highlight the beauty of the vitreous here. You can visualize this big lacunae or fluid-filled space. This patient likely has some symptomatology because of what's happening at the vitreomacular interface. And I wanted to share some beautiful images that this machine produced. This is a patient that had significant vitreomacular traction, broad. I mean, there was traction really coming in so many locations, resulting in what we call foveal schisis. There was vitreopapillary traction, and I can't say enough times, I mean, if you didn't have a full range scan, you might only see a little piece of this missing the extent of this traction. There's fluid here as well. So you have your en-face cut here, you have your full range retina over here, really emphasizing and highlighting the extent of the disease. And some other images here, just once again, highlighting the beauty of this the vitreomacular interface. This is a patient that has a partial thickness macular hole. They also have a choroidal membrane, but just pay attention to the vitreous here, and you know, look at them and say, man, this would answer a lot of questions in patients perhaps that came in with some of these symptoms. This here was a 79-year-old Black male, diabetic for 30 plus years with a blood sugar of 133. A1C of 7.3, so not the best A1C, diabetic for a long period of time. And if I were to look at the fundus photo, I would say he probably has moderate NPDR. It doesn't look terrible to me. You know, he's got some scattered dot and blot hemorrhages, maybe a cottonwool spot here and there. The macula certainly doesn't look bad to me. So, you know, this is somebody I would say I'll bring back, you know, 3 months, 4 months. but always, always get an OCT, better get an OCTA if you can, because I can't tell you how many times we're uncovering things that we're not seeing clinically. And this is a perfect example. Here's this patient. Guess what? He's got significant macular edema, which you can see on the B scans on the bottom. And I'll just, kind of scroll back just to show you the macula probably looked like the best part of the picture to me. So macular edema, but even more so, look at the areas, all the dark areas on this image here, which are areas of capillary non-perfusion. This was a patient that had significant amounts of macular, I don't want to say macular, just capillary non-perfusion ischemia in a patient that I thought, just not that moderate's fantastic, but this certainly looked worse than what I saw fundoscopically. Another example here of a 57-year-old white male, 28 years diabetic, fasting blood sugar of 131, A1C again a little bit elevated. Again, I would probably call this moderate. There's dot and blot hemorrhages, some exudates, cotton wool spot, bordering on maybe severe, but I would stick with moderate. Didn't look terrible to me. And man, you look at this and look at this. First of all, look at the beauty of this angio. I mean, look at the capillary network here, but look at all of these areas of darkness here, especially down here. I mean, this is a patient that has significant amounts of capillary non-perfusion. I mean, this was the right eye, and this is the left eye, even worse. Okay, and there's some edema here, but I can't emphasize, I put these side by side to show you. This is the patient that I probably would have said, you have moderate NPDR, I'll see you back in, 4 to 6 months, whatever you guys like to do. Having this picture changes my whole management plan. This is a patient that is going to go on to develop proliferative disease sooner rather than later. There are significant amounts of capillary non-perfusion here, moving out towards the equator. This is a 12-millimeter scan, and look at how gorgeous the scans are. So it changes management, it changes patient education. There are a lot of things that, sorry if I don't know if you're seeing my text messages pop up. A lot of things here that we need to change based on what we're seeing on the angiography. Here, another one, 54-year-old Black female, another diabetic, doesn't know her blood sugar, doesn't know her A1C. And I put there in a question mark, is this PDR? Is this a patient that is this proliferative disease, or does she have some type of tractional component from the vitreous? Sometimes we look at these patients and we really don't know exactly what we're seeing. And OCTA has been really a game changer in these situations to help me determine if there's proliferative disease. Just look at this scan. I mean, there's a lot going on, but what I wanted to show you was on the right-hand side here, this is a neovascular frond here. You can see it extending right over here, this part kind of coming off of the OCT here, but this is a neovascular frond. So if I go back and you look at the, the OCT scan here, I don't know how many people would look at this and say, yeah, this patient's got some proliferative disease. That's neovascularization. A lot of times it's super difficult to tell clinically, and the OCT just really helps to drive the point home, the OCTA. Patient also has significant cystoid macular edema here. Here's a patient, another diabetic, 61-year-old Black male, 11 years diabetic with 273 fasting blood sugar, doesn't know his A1C. Here's a patient that at quick glance, 100% has severe NPDR until proven otherwise. If you look extremely closely at this left eye, there's something funky going on here. Right eye wasn't as, there's definitely retinopathy, but I wasn't convinced this eye had proliferative disease. But of course I got angiography, and I love these angiography images because they're just really incredible what they show. The right eye, again, had quite a bit of capillary non-perfusion. The left eye not only identified this pretty frond, which I showed you on the photo, but there was another one up here. And I'll kind of go back just to show you how easy, do you see anything up here? I don't. So how easy it would be to miss these more subtle areas of neovascularization. And I can never get enough of looking at these images, and I'm always so blown away by how much they pick up and the quality. And there it is side by side. Do you see this area of neovascularization? It's definitely not as apparent as this one down here. This one's kind of a fun case. This was a 45-year-old glaucoma suspect. You can see he's definitely cupped. He's also a diabetic of 5 years. And he's told me, he's like, I'm having trouble with my blood sugar. I can't take any of the medications that my doctor puts me on. I get sick. and his vision's decreased. And, looking at this, I really didn't understand why his vision was decreased. He's a younger gentleman. His macula looked fine. He didn't have barely any retinopathy. He was only a glaucoma suspect. This is a great example of where angiography helps to kind of put together puzzle pieces in cases that might not make perfect sense. So I go ahead and I just to kind of blow up, just to show you here, there is really nothing going on in that macula. This is a quiet eye. You get angiography, and what do you see here? This patient has an irregular foveally vascular zone. There's significant areas of capillary non-perfusion in the paramacular area. So what does this mean? Is this equating to this 20/40 vision? And we know now that angiography has kind of helped us to bring attention to something called macular ischemia, which we see in patients that sometimes don't have retinopathy because the macula or the retina is so ischemic that we don't have visualization of anything abnormal going on. However, at the subclinical level, they have so much ischemia that their vision is actually compromised. So I argue to, people that are saying, why do I need OCTA? Well, what if you had this patient? I go back and I say, he's a 45-year-old. You don't really see very much clinically here. What would you do with this patient? Are you going to sign off on the chart on a 20/40 eye that you can't clinically understand? And so having this technology to kind of look at that foveally vascular zone tells you and explains to you, in this particular case, why the patient's vision is decreased. And this is a similar patient, 55-year-old African-American male, same idea. He's got 20/50 vision and don't know why. Fundoscopically, he had a microaneurysm or two, which you can see here, but this guy almost has, you can't even see the borders. This is a worse case of the foveally vascular zone. This is another case of capillary non-perfusion, macular ischemia. And remember that macular ischemia does not present with edema. It's a totally different pathophysiology. It doesn't respond very well to anti-VEGF. It does cause reduced vision. So something to keep in mind, if you don't have this technology and you're struggling with some of your diabetic patients trying to figure out answers in the absence of edema, it may be macular ischemia, which is very well identified on OCTA. This was another cool case of mine, another diabetic patient who on quick glance really did not look too impressive. 50-year-old diabetic female, 10 years, A1C of 5.9. I mean, really the numbers looked pretty darn good. Vision was 20/20 in both eyes, and I was, I always try to get OCTA now on the diabetics if I can. And I blow this up because if you look very closely, she actually had some interesting stuff going around the macula. And the OCTs didn't show anything. I wrote, looks pretty good, right? Because, most of us have OCT, we do images, we don't see anything going on in the macula here. And the pictures didn't look too bad. But wait until you see this. OCTA showed these kind of funky little abnormal vessels all around the fovea here. And these were little microaneurysms. This patient had tiny little bulbs all the way around the macula. And, I can go back here and show you, it was really hard to see. Fundoscopically, just a quick glance, I would have missed it. Definitely was hard to see. That's the superficial, and this is the deep plexus, showing you that those little paramacular microaneurysms just of both eyes here, a lot of the same image there. And I brought the patient back, a couple months later, just to see if there had been any change. And interestingly enough, the area around the fovea looked similar. She did have this kind of new area of capillary non-perfusion over here. So she was changing over time, and then just her left eye. So just nice examples of things we may miss. The B scans, unimpressive. We all have B scan, we all have OCT, but what can OCTA add to the picture? It's all about taking the best care of the patient. It's all about explaining to them that if we have these changes now, what are you going to look like in a year? Another patient here, 56-year-old white male, no pertinent medical or ocular history. This photo was taken on the Solix. I'm pointing to with my orange arrow to an area that you're probably thinking doesn't look very funny, and it doesn't. There really was not a whole lot going on. But yeah, guess what? I did OCTA, and you're going to see what I found. Started off with OCT, and certainly there's some fluid-filled spaces here. And this is not a diabetic patient, just kind of a random area of little fluid-filled spaces. Look at the OCTA. I mean, this patient had an infarct. This patient, something happened. Maybe they had an old little vessel occlusion there, but who would have thought? I'm just going to roll back here looking at the fundus photo. Nothing really clinically visible there. Arguing to the importance of maybe getting screening imaging, taking OCTs on patients if, just to get some information to try to figure out, does the patient have pathology that maybe I'm missing? And this is an example, if you do take the photo on the machine, how you can put the photo alongside the B scans, and you can actually move this green kind of box here, this tri-segmented green box. You can move this to visualize any area of the posterior pole, and the B scan will move with it. Just a more magnified view here of that. This guy I just had the other day, I apologize for the blurry picture. It was a 76-year-old female. She had had cataract surgery in, I think it was December. She came in with some pseudophakic pallor, which is normal after cataract surgery. The nerve looked a little bit pale, but fundoscopically, everything looked pretty darn good. But just showing you how I utilize OCT/OCTA, I go ahead and I get an OCT/OCTA, and I'm like, what the heck is going on here? She ended up having Irvine-Gass syndrome, which is where you have CME, post-cataract surgery. But, would I have picked up on this? No, unless you're super, super good. I don't know that there's so much visible on the photo here or fundoscopically, but certainly there were some fluid-filled pockets here. Another patient here, 59-year-old black male, comes in for routine exam. And again, I'm pointing to this area that looked anomalous to me. He's African-American, so I was not suspecting that he had macular degeneration, but certainly there was something kind of funky looking in the macula there. There were some depigmented areas around it. So I go to my handy dandy OCT/OCTA, and this patient had, I don't know if you can appreciate, he had some increased flow here. He had a little CNV there. Who would have thought? I'm in the choriocapillaris slab there. How many of us, would have missed that? And so these are just cases that I'm seeing every day. These are just different representations. This shows you a thickness map. It's almost like a little elevated bump there that correlates with this PED, but adjacent to the PED, he had this membrane. And this is a picture, an idea of how you can put that again, if you put the fundus photo alongside with the images, and you can move this up and down to visualize the area around it. This is not my case, but I found this in the literature and I wanted to share it because I thought it was a nice representation of different examples of B scans and what the OCTAs look like next to them. This is a patient here that had geographic atrophy. If you suspected maybe that this area looked a little funny, or maybe you were worried, did this patient have a membrane? Didn't look like anything too significant. This one had a choroidal neovascular membrane, just to show you how beautiful the quality is. Another patient here with GA and another CNV over here. And here another example just of how you can look at a choroidal neovascular membrane over time, baseline 2 months and a year later, perhaps post-treatment, seeing how these lesions change, showing it to the patients, trying to explain to them what's going on. I just wanted to talk for a minute about eye wellness for the last little bit that we have left here, because eye wellness is really exclusive to OptiView, and I think it's a fantastic feature that optometrists should be using if they're not. Talked a lot here about, why do we need screening exams? I don't like to use the word screening, but really in order to find disease, you have to be looking for disease. And a lot of times things are difficult to see just looking clinically at a patient. The angio wellness exam is a combination of eye wellness now with angio also. So you have advanced visualization both structurally and functionally. So just some examples here of where we could utilize this. This was a 45-year-old African-American female with an A1C of 7, lots of diabetic patients. And, this patient certainly looked normal on photo and B scan. If you were to do an angio wellness, this patient, what does it show you? And so basically what the wellness does is it gives you a couple of B scans on the top here. It gives you a horizontal and a vertical cut. It gives you retinal thickness maps. It gives you ganglion cell maps. It compares everything to the normative database. And it also includes now angio, which is the new feature. So if you might look at this and say, well, the patient looked pretty good to me, right? There's really nothing going on here. You get the wellness scan and yeah, the B scans look fine. Retinal thickness map looks fine. But if you're good at this, and you will get good at this, these wellness maps or these angio wellness maps don't look the best. And let me explain to you why. Normal should look like this, right? Normal, you should have a good amount of coloration around a dark central area, which is your foveally vascular zone. Our patient looked like this. So what does that mean to us? Well, it means that despite the fact that fundoscopically and on B scan, she's not showing any abnormality, The Angio Wellness platform is showing us that this patient has capillary non-perfusion. Remember, these vessel density maps show us amount of saturation of blood. There is not a whole lot there, right? A lot more navy or darkness compared to the norm. So this is a perfect example of the disease that you may pick up if you were running Angio Wellness. How would you talk to the patient differently than if you didn't have the Angio Wellness? How would you talk to the patient's primary care provider versus what you would have said before? Just some examples of things you would see in a diabetic patient. I've kind of ran this point home, but an enlarged foveal avascular zone, areas of capillary non-perfusion, microaneurysms. Just want to show you some more. I already went through this. What does angiography show us? So, lots of areas here of capillary non-perfusion, perhaps some microaneurysms as well. So taking the best care of our patients. And this is really what we want to avoid. If this is the patient at inception, because we did this after the wellness exam, we went and we got more specific tests. And let's say we didn't have this device and we told the patient, you're doing amazing, come back in a year. We certainly would not want to see this a year later, right? That is what we're trying to avoid. We're trying to grasp this at the roots so that we don't have this a year later. That is the importance of the angiography testing. For glaucoma, here's a patient that the B scans look normal. Retinal thickness maps look a little navy, right? Especially down here, it looks like this patient might have a wedge defect. This is the wellness scan can pick that up. Look at the difference between the two eyes. This eye looks normal. This eye looks like it has a little wedge defect inferior. And certainly on the angio, take a look inferior here. This is correlating with this wedge area here, this horizontal area of abnormality that we see underneath the fovea here. Beautiful example of how the wellness scan can pick up a patient with glaucoma. And here it is, just pointing at all of these areas of abnormality. Another example of wellness, 57-year-old Caucasian, decreased vision in that right eye, 2025, relatively young patient with a mild vision reduction, no cataract, no blatant reason, not a fantastic picture, but kind of a little washed out, but certainly doesn't look like anything too crazy there. And this patient had an epiretinal membrane. So once again, and this is just an OD report, that's why it looks a little bit different, but running these wellness scans, picking up on abnormalities that perhaps you don't see fundoscopically, and then bringing the patient back for more advanced testing if necessary. And this was, bringing the patient back here, showing you once again the B scan with this OCT, with this ERM, and nothing going on the angiography there. Another one here, 78-year-old Hispanic female, vision 20/25 in both eyes, a little bit of NS in both eyes, consistent with the mild decrease in visual acuity. This one was really cool. Patient wasn't complaining of anything, 20/25 vision. If you're really good and you notice, you're looking at these pictures, you'll notice that there's something going on here, some kind of little green lesion there. So we get the wellness scan, and what does the wellness scan show us? It picks up that this patient has a choroidal neovascular membrane. This could save you. This could save your, I don't want to say, it could really help you. It can help you be a better diagnostician. If you're not getting fundus photos on patients and you ran this scan, it would totally alert you to the fact that this patient has something going on. And certainly you would hopefully bring the patient back, then get angiography, and bang, bang, there is my choroidal neovascular membrane. So again, if you don't screen for or if you're not looking for the disease, you certainly can't find the disease. A lot of times, things like I keep saying are difficult to see clinically. I have trouble a lot of times. Patients are not great fixators. They're moving around. Easy to miss stuff. Beautiful picture of how the Solix you can use color-coded map to look at different layers. So essentially what you're seeing here is I'm looking all the way down to choroid, and you can see here the yellow is my membrane. It's just a nice way of, just a different way of looking at a membrane there. We're winding down. Here is another patient, a 40-year-old African-American, who says that the vision in her left eye is off, 20/25. She's young. So you look at this, and if you can appreciate that it looks like there's a big bubble here, but you're curious, what could that be? Is there something wrong? You get your wellness scan, and this patient has central serous choroidal retinopathy. You can see the elevation here on the thickness map. So we would hopefully bring that patient back, which we did. Here she is. Always check patients that have CSR to make sure that they're not developing anything, any choroidal neovascularization, especially if it doesn't resolve over time. 35-year-old, routine exam, 20/20 vision. These are the fundus images, and this was a challenging one because, you know, this patient was young, vision was okay, but yet fundoscopically, if you look very closely, there were these little hyperpigmented areas. There looked like some areas here where it looked kind of washed out, looked irregular. Similarly on this side, and if you're really good again at looking at photos, you might notice that there's some anomalous vasculature, but I'll tell you the God's honest truth, we're all so busy, who's sitting and looking specifically at the vasculature? But there were some problems in the macula here. So we go and we get a wellness scan, and this patient had macular telangiectasia, ILM drape, some innervation of the outer retinal space also. So this patient is going to eventually have some decreased vision. You can see it in this eye as well. And then we brought the patient back, we got some more testing, and we had that typical area of grabbing or pulling of these telangiectatic vessels temporally, which was very well visualized on OCT angiography. And just look at the beautiful images here. Here's your ILM drape. You can see the cavitations running through the retina here. You can see the temporal dragging, just beautiful imagery here of typical MACTEL on OCT angiography. And this is the deep plexus. And this was a montage. We put together the optic nerve and the macula. Just pay attention to the capillary network here. Again, try out different machines. You will not see this resolution of the capillary bed. So Adam, that is it. I don't know if anyone has any questions. I wanted to try to get through all the cases.
Thank you, Julie. That was a really incredible overview. I mean, I can't believe the sheer number of cases that you were able to go through. So thank you for doing that this time around. So we have a bunch of questions here. Let me maybe I can do them in reverse chronological order. Person writes, I have a unit from 2023. When you talk about the glaucoma and retina modules, would their unit be current, or do they need to update to a newer unit?
So if it's a Solix, if it's not a Solix, then they would have to upgrade. Because the new scanning protocol is completely different, they don't mesh together. So just to kind of expand on that for a moment, what I'll do is, you know, I have a lot of patients on the Avanti. I've have that machine for 20+ years, so I will continue to scan on them and start on the Solix. So I start a new, like a new family of pictures on the new technology, really just the first time. And then once I have them on both machines, I'll flip them over. You can transfer your data if you wanted to from the Avanti over there. They don't mesh though. In other words, you won't get a trend analysis from the old and the new. But really all it takes is one visit where you're doing both, and then I switch over.
Right. Question here about technique. So do you have any hints for obtaining better quality scans on angio for older patients that maybe can't keep their eyes still for the longer scans?
It's hard. You know, angiography is definitely patient dependent. I will say that the way that the Solix works is you go, so I don't know if for those of you that have the Avanti angio, it did 2 separate scans. It did a horizontal scan and then a vertical scan, and in between it kind of gave the patient a break. The Solix does it all in one scan. So what I'll do is when I get to the 50% mark, which is usually the first set, I'll say to the patient, relax for a minute, don't move, and then I'll pick up again. You have to see what I'm talking about. You have to use the machine to see. But it's difficult, I'm not gonna lie. Older patients are challenging. You should never do angiography undilated on an older patient. It's just not gonna work. But try to give them breaks, use artificial tears. You know, listen, there are plenty of cases where I just can't get it. My technician will try. That's gonna be true on any machine you use. This is a very motion dependent technique. So we can only do the best we can do. That's it.
All right, great. Oh, here's an interesting question. So more of a practice management question. So with your diabetic cases, how do you report capillary dropout to the primary care doctor or endocrinologist? And if the report says capillary dropout, do you assume that the PCP will actually understand what that means?
Yeah, I don't write that. What I will tell them is that despite the fact that there's no visible retinopathy, you know, we have this technology where we are able to visualize what's happening at the vessel level, and that we're seeing signs that the vessels are not getting good oxygen supply, something like that. just indicating that there are these subtle changes happening kind of underneath that are not visible clinically, just in case they're picking up an ophthalmoscope and they don't see anything. That we have this technology that's allowing us to, visualize these vascular changes before we see them, through our exam. So I don't use those words. I just explain to them exactly what I'm seeing.
Right. And interesting question here. So there's a doc who's watching us tonight who actually has a Solix. He's had the unit for a year, and he feels like he's only sort of scratching the surface of the machine's capability. Are there more detailed training videos on how to do the scans and do interpretation, so he feels like he can maybe get a little bit deeper with it?
There are, and I'm not sure if somebody on here wants to chime in, but I'll tell you my 2 cents. There is an academy. If you go on to Visionics, there is an academy where there are many videos that multiple doctors have done on various parts of the machine and acquisition and stuff like that. So if you don't have an account, you should make an account. If I'm leaving something out to any of my Visionics friends that are on here, please chime in, but that's my best advice. I've done a ton of videos. My friend Nate Lighthizer has done a ton of videos. They're all on YouTube, but they're also all accessible on the OptiView Academy or Visionics Academy.
Right. Question here, a person says that they've noticed that the GCC reading from the eye wellness doesn't match the same GCC we get from doing the angioretina scans. Do you have any idea why that would be?
Yeah, I mean, they're different. They're totally different platforms. They're not gonna mesh. They're different databases. The reference and normative database that I was part of that for the Solix is totally different than for the eye wellness. So they're not going to be the same. It's all going to be compared to who was involved in the reference database study, and they're not the same patients.
Right. Question here from someone who has an Avanti, so it's just like you, so early adopter wanting to move to Solix. Question is, what did you do with the old data, and how does it compare to the new scans that you're getting?
Well, I still have both machines because I'm still in the process of transferring. If you don't keep them all, I think that they can, and again, maybe somebody can chime in here from the company, but my understanding is that they could probably somehow keep that data for you. Is someone on here that could answer that question better?
So we can keep the data does move forward. What will be different is your trend analysis. Because of the updated scan pattern, that's going to be your difference.
Right. So you can keep it, and then I think the second part of the question was how does it compare? There's no comparison. The angio is I used to think the Avanti was good. This is, I mean, I'm not using angio on the Avanti anymore. There's no comparison. And the glaucoma protocol, you're going to pick up, like I said, it's going to take a little bit of time once you transfer everybody over, but you're going to be able to pick up more subtle abnormalities earlier on than you would with the Avanti.
Right. And circling back to the question about the eye wellness and the angioretina, the doc who mentioned that before also just said, back to the eye wellness scan, we're doing that test on the Solix. Mm-hmm. So, and I guess she's getting different results. So I don't know why that would be.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if they use the exact same protocol to form. In other words, there's scan patterns that they use to make the different printouts. I'm not sure that it's the same algorithm. And if we can get your email at the end, somebody from the company can email you, because I don't want to give you the wrong answer, but that would be my guess, is that they're using different, the scan patterns are going to be much more advanced for the angio program than they're going to be for the eye wellness. So I don't know if they overlap, but perhaps if we can get your email, we can answer you better on that.
And Dr. Rodman, that is accurate. It is different scan patterns, so it's different areas covered. But again, as you've mentioned, if you want to send us an email, you can also log on to Academy and ask the expert, which is Dr. Rodman, and we can look at the scans and see as well how we can help you.
Great. And I think we have time for one more question, but this is a good one. Topography. So Rachel, this might actually be directed right at you as well. Sure. In terms of pricing, so does topography come with the unit? Is it an add-on module? How does that actually work?
So it is an upgrade. So I can absolutely walk whomever needs to go through the software upgrade if you just fill out the contact us, and then I can give you some pricing.
Right. And is it a software upgrade, or is there any hardware extra required, or can you guys do it remotely? How does that actually work?
So it's dependent. If you have a current Solix and you would like to get it upgraded, we will calibrate the unit and we will go on site, calibrate the unit, and then it will be upgraded to the software.
Awesome. All right. Well, thanks.
There's nothing extra that you need if that was your, it's once they calibrate it, it's all part of the same like the same,
Yep.
It looks the same. They don't add anything to it.
So there's nothing hanging off of it. It's just the same.
Yeah, right. An added appendage.
Yeah, got it. Okay, great. Well, Julie, thank you so much again for doing this tonight. We're out of time here, but we're going to post a copy of this webinar on ODwire, of course, as usual. And if there are any more questions, everyone can feel free to stop on over and continue the conversation online. So Julie, thanks again. And I guess we'll catch up with everyone either at CEwire next week or at the next time we do a webinar. So thanks again.
My pleasure. Have a good night, everybody.
Okay. Hey guys. Damn, I think I'm all by my lonesome. Well, we are back for a few moments, and hopefully Gretchen and Steve will come back. I think Steve's actually going to be in his talk, so he's probably gone. But Gretchen should be back, and hope the conference is going well for folks if you're still there. And there's been only a couple little glitches. Oh, there's Gretchen. How you doing, Gretchen? Wait, I can't hear you. I think you're muted. I think you're still muted. Did I do that to you?
Go.
Oh, there
yeah,
we go.
I'm here. I just didn't realize that our webinar had stopped.
It stopped. We were so busy doing other stuff and helping people online. So only that one tragedy with Vimeo. So
you know what? Although it's damn annoying, it's also in some ways remarkable that that's the only time that we've had something really not great happen like that, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of predicted that this was going to happen. I told you how nervous I've been getting over the past few weeks with what's been going on with our video provider.
Yep.
And so, you know, Jake took immediate action, though, and thank God he was so fast because he was able to get us from completely dead until I think it was the 8-minute mark where he was able to get the video running again so people could still get credit, right? Because they didn't miss very much at all. So
and all hail Jake, hail.
Yeah. So it was a challenge, but he did it. So anyway, other than that, there's a couple of minor things. There was one person who just had a little problem with the video, which actually wasn't our problem. It was the video's problem. The source material had that little fluttering in the beginning. It sounds like it's better now, but I can try to clean that up as best I can. It gets difficult to do when the source had that. The first like couple slides, he had a little bit of trouble with his audio. Not worth having him re-record it, but I can try to fix that. So yeah.
Well, it's also good to know that that's there if on our next live event people comment on it. At least I know, because when you have a couple of people comment, and especially when it's a varying level like that, like a low.
Yeah, it's really annoying. Yeah.
Well, and also too, that isn't something that is necessarily somebody's own internet connection, as it is just with video, for example.
Yep. So we'll get that fixed. So yeah, there's not other than that, everything's running really smoothly. Everything's going well. So I thought what we would do is maybe just put together, you know, a few more webinars and just go back to helping people out if we can. I've had, you know, some people who were new to the conference who registered while we were away, and I had to help them get started and get in. But otherwise, it's been pretty smooth sailing.
Yeah, absolutely. And we had some folks who were new who didn't know how things work. But as always, the CEwire community steps up and helps their colleagues, which I think is great. So I don't know how to keep saying this, but each iteration, it gets more and more smooth. I mean, last year, we almost didn't have anything to do.
Yeah. I mean, it was pretty quiet, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And that means that everybody's here taking their classes and getting done what they need to get done, and all is well.
Yep. So yeah, let me actually just pull a couple of videos here for people if they want to, watch some stuff. So who would be
And
some
I
good
think
ones here?
there's only, well, there's only one new name that I haven't seen in the lobby all day. Some of them have been here, so I think there's really nobody here. People are popping in when they need to for questions, and of course, we'll remain here for questions through the end of the conference. So where are we? It's almost 6 o'clock Eastern. So we've got in room one more class with Melissa Barnett about presbyopia. And then rooms 2 and 4 will be dark. And Cecilia Ketting will continue with her class in room 3 about ocular pharmacology. And then at 7:45, so in about not quite 2 hours, we'll start our last 2 courses of the night. Room 2 will have traumatic brain injury. And then room 3 will have glaucoma progression. And that's it. We've got only 3 more classes that will begin after right now till the end of the night till we do it again tomorrow.
Yeah, so I'm going to start a couple more webinars here. I think that might be the useful move. And we'll go and do that. And I think that'll be, another couple of hours of webinars, and we'll, sort of sail into the sunset. And then tomorrow we'll be back early. We'll do our little tribute to Paul and have more fun in games. So
shenanigans will ensue.
Indeed they will. So why don't I get this going here, and I will turn this off. And so thank you guys, and I will catch up with you tomorrow.
All right, everybody have a great evening, and we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning.
All righty. See you later.
Awesome. Good evening, everybody. Thanks, Adam, for that all too kind introduction. I hope everyone is doing well tonight, and it's my pleasure to be here. Nate Lighthizer, faculty member and dean at the Oklahoma College of Optometry in Tahlequah, Oklahoma. Yeah, it's hard to believe that we have had OCTA in our practice it's been right at a decade now. It was either late 2015 or early 2016 that we got OCTA. That's just shocking to believe that it's been a decade already with OCTA. And, we continue to learn more and more and more about OCTA. How do we utilize it? One example that, again, I'm not going to talk about tonight, but is in, central serous chorioretinopathy. I was reading an article recently, and, we think of central serous chorioretinopathy as this benign condition, and you do an OCT and you educate them, you observe, and you're all good. And then come to realize that we now know that it's about 10 to 25% of those cases have a choroidal neovascular membrane, especially in the recurrent cases. So it's now our standard that we do an OCT and an OCT angiography in our central serous chorioretinopathy patients. We continue to learn and evolve with this technology. It's just wonderful for the practice, but most importantly, wonderful for our patients as well. So this is Advancing Retina and Glaucoma Detection and Management with OCTA. If you've been to my lectures before, you know I like to poll the audience. This is a fun thing to do. You don't have to do this, but grab your phone and scan that QR code. Scan that QR code, and when you scan that QR code, that will open up my Poll Everywhere page. And when that opens up, you don't have to download anything. You don't have to sign up for anything. If it asks you to sign up for something, just hit skip for now. Skip for now, but scan that QR code with your phone or anything that's connected to the internet. And again, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions right at the start here. Let's gauge, how many of you have OCTs in your office? How many of you have OCTA? I think it's always interesting. So again, scan the QR code. It's completely anonymous. Nobody will know what you put. I won't even know what you put, but just a nice way to poll the audience in an anonymous fashion. Again, you don't have to download anything. You don't have to sign up for anything. Hit skip for now if it asks you to do that. But again, just a fun way to poll the audience there. So again, I always have a couple of intro questions. Do you have an OCT in your office? Again, if you missed the QR code, it's still in the top right corner. It's been fun to see this evolve over the course of the last 10 to 15 years as I've been lecturing on OCT technology, whereas this used to be like 50%, 40%. Now when I ask this question, the answer is routinely between 75 and 90%. Let's see what you guys think. There you go. 88% of you have an OCT in your practice. The vast majority of docs, again, this is almost always between 80 and 90%. Here's just as an interesting question, all right? Do you have OCT angiography in your practice? Yes, I do, or no, I do not. So 88, 89% of you have OCT in your practice. Again, same kind of answer here, or same kind of question, but now it's for OCT angiography. And, you know, I think, well, it's interesting, as Adam said, like OCT 25 years ago, where maybe 20% of docs or 30% of docs had it in their practice, okay? We're 50-50 now, okay? 52-48, and this is certainly an OCTA lecture, so we're probably gonna have more docs that have OCT angiography. They're interested in this topic. When I ask this question at a state association with 150 docs in the audience, it's usually about 20 to 25% of docs have OCTA in their practice, and about 75 to 80% do not. So, but the stats are going up, which is amazing. And you guys know there is now a code for OCT angiography starting in 2025 that pairs with the 92132, 92133, and 92134. We have an OCT angiography code, which is 92137, OCT angiography of the retina. You can see the payment there, about $57 for that. Again, you're familiar with the other OCT code. So, you know, we now have a code, long overdue. We have a code for OCT angiography, and I love the fact that I think that's gonna drive more people to get OCT angiography, and they will realize all of the benefits that we have with OCTA. So, you know, this is the next chapter in posterior segment imaging. Again, it's 11 years in the making now. Our OCT has evolved from time domain to spectral domain, and OCT angiography has evolved as well. Images the retinal microvasculature without a dye injection, and we can then see things that we can't see otherwise. We can't see those choroidal neovascular membranes with the naked eye oftentimes. We can't see capillary dropout, enlargement of the foveolae vascular zone. To be able to see things like that is just so beneficial for our patients. We'll talk about all those benefits here in just a little bit. How does this work? You know, this works via on-FOS imaging. You know, slice, 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 slice through the retina from the very superficial retina, and it goes deeper and deeper and deeper. And we'll get into that more in just a second. But it also uses motion contrast to detect flow. There's multiple scans, multiple sequential B scans, and the only thing that should be moving is red blood cells within the vasculature. So when you take, you know, multiple different scans, the difference between those two B scans is the only things that are moving, which is red blood cells, and that is motion contrast. So flow, blood flow. Flow is the difference in between sequential B scans, and that's how it images that. Here's the on-FOS imaging that I was talking about. Again, slice, 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 slice. Again, we're looking at motion contrast, but we're starting at different layers of the retina from the very superficial layer, the superficial plexus. Notice internal limiting membrane to inner plexiform layer. Then we go to the deeper plexus, internuclear layer to outer plexiform layer. Then we go to the outer retina. Then we go to the choriocapillaris there. So just different slices through the retina, that on-FOS imaging. And this is not new. You can do on-FOS imaging on your OCT. You know, this is a quick case. I'm not going to spend much time on it at all. Unexplained decreased vision. Patient sent in from a retina specialist trying to figure out why we're 20/60 in this right eye. You know, you take a look at this right eye OCT on the left side here, and that's not a 20/60 retina. Yeah, we've got a mild epiretinal membrane, but you know, if you told me that patient was 20/20, I wouldn't argue with you. Certainly they should be 20/30 or better, but yet this patient is 20/60, trying to figure out why. Again, mild epiretinal membranes, right eye and left eye, you know, again, looks pretty good. But when you image this in a different way, we were talking about right before this went live, it's so fun, you know, the Visionics folks, their Solix OCT, which I've been using since 2019, just a phenomenal device. It has features that we uncover all the time. Go, man, I didn't know it did this. Yeah, it's awesome. You know, this is one of those features that you go, on FOSS imaging, slice, 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 slice. And this is not OCT angiography, but this is, you can do this for your regular OCT, and it looks at the internal limiting membrane, and look at how much better it images this epiretinal membrane compared to this picture right here. You can get just an idea of the extent of this ERM and the vastness of this ERM, and well, maybe that's is responsible for this patient's symptoms. So remember, on FOSS imaging, that's those different slices through the different layers of the retina there. So, and we're going to go through this in just a second. OCT angiography. You can't know what abnormal is until you know what normal is. You got to know what normal is first. So what is normal? Again, back 8-9 years ago, looking at OCT of the retina, and you take a look at this, and this is a very, very normal OCT angiography image of a healthy optometry student. And notice this beautiful superficial capillary plexus, the deep capillary plexus, the outer retina, which is largely avascular, and then the choriocapillaris. Very, very normal. Notice there's no numbers on here. It's not quantifying the size of the foveal avascular zone. It's not giving me the density in different areas of the capillary network. This is what we started with 10 years ago. And again, it's a beautiful image. We just, wow, look at those capillary networks, both superficial and deep. But it was beautiful. It was a qualitative image, and we had no numbers, okay? And then you could blow up each image, or the superficial capillary network and the deep capillary network and the outer retina, which is largely avascular, and then the choriocapillaris as well. So again, beautiful images, perfectly normal. This is exactly what it should look like. But again, this was 8, 9, 10 years ago, before we had analytics. Give me some numbers. You guys want numbers on your OCT. You don't just want that B scan. When you're scanning the optic nerve in glaucoma, give me my overall retinal nerve fiber layer thickness and the quadrant analysis and the segment, the sector analysis. Give me numbers. And while this image was great, give me numbers and analytics. And that's what OptiView, now Visionix, has done so very, very well. So, we're going to go through a few conditions. Let's start with maybe one of the flashiest ways to use OCT angiography before we get to glaucoma, and that's macular degeneration. You take a look again, we've been using this for close to a decade now, and here's a 71-year-old Native American female referred in, for this left eye, this pesky left eye, 20/70. And isn't this ultimately our job in retina? Am I going to refer this, or am I going to hold on to this? Has this going south and I need to send it on to a retina specialist, or am I going to observe this? I'm going to watch this. I'm going to monitor this. I'm going to educate, and I'm going to follow this patient closely. It's risk assessment. Unlike anterior segment stuff, dry eye, red eyes, swollen lids, we treat ourselves. When it comes to a lot of retina, it's like, am I just going to monitor and observe and educate, or it's time to punt this out the door? Am I going to refer this, or am I going to watch this? So again, that's a lot of our job in macular degeneration, diabetic retinopathy. Again, 20/70 in this left eye, 20/70 in the left eye, Amsler grid defect. There's the back of both eyes. Again, we're 20/20 in the right. We are 20/70 in the left eye in this particular patient. All right, OCT. You take a look at the OCT in this case. OCT in the left. OCT in the left. Here's my question for you. Again, I'm going to poll the audience about 4 of these quick cases. Concerned, slightly concerned, or not concerned in this. Again, polling is open. Encourage you. Again, it's completely anonymous. Nobody's going to know what you put. I won't even know what you put. Go back to the 71-year-old female. She's 20/70. There's the back of the 2 eyes. 20/70 in the left eye, 20/20 in the right eye. OCT, OCT, and again, OCT. Again, I'll get you the OCT angiogram in just a second. I want to know, are you concerned, slightly concerned, or not concerned in this 71-year-old female? We're leaning towards, yeah, I'm kind of concerned, slightly concerned. Most of you have some degree level of concern. So, let's add in. I wouldn't fault anybody that said, Nate, I don't know if I'd even need OCT angiography on this one. I take a look at that OCT and look at those outer retinal changes. We got a little bit of subretinal fluid there. I'm sort of grid changes, vision is down. Yeah, I'd probably pull the trigger on referring this one even without the OCTA, and I wouldn't argue with you on that one. This one's pretty darn obvious, but the beauty is when you add in the OCTA, and this is the right eye, the 20/20 eye, there's nothing here, this is normal. Very, very, very normal. When you add in the left eye, there's the left eye, and take a look at this beautiful image of this choroidal neovascular membrane right in this area. To be able to see that, to find that, to show the patient we are growing abnormal blood vessels here and we need to get this taken care of, that's a powerful image for the doctor and for the patient as well. So again, you may have said, Nate, I knew there was a CNVM even without that. Yeah, you're correct, but boy, it's nice to be able to image this and image it one step sooner than we could before. And I'll drive that home here in a couple of cases here. So again, there's that one. Here's another one. Referred in for OCT change due to vision changes. We're 20/20 in the right eye and 20/40 in the left eye. All right, coming in for OCT. We've got some vision changes in the left eye. Again, 20/40 minus. There's the back of the right eye. And the back of the left eye. Back of the right eye, back of the left eye. Remember, we're 20/20 in the right, 20/40 in the left. All right. OCT, 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 OCTs, and regular OCT. So unlike the last case, that was a little concerning in one eye in the last case, we've got a couple of OCTs here in a 20/20 right eye, 20/40 left eye patient. Looks not bad at all. But here's my question for you. Once again, concerned? Slightly concerned or not concerned at all? And again, I'm not leading you on this one, just based on what you're seeing here, based on this information. Again, the OCT, the photos, 20/20 in the right, 20/40 in the left. What do we think? Last one, about 2/3 were concerned and about 1/3 slightly concerned. This one, it's kind of like, yeah, we're kind of right down the middle. You guys are perfectly evenly split there. Perfect even split there we were for a second. It's never wrong to get more data, more testing. Knowledge is power. So OCT angiography in the right eye. And again, we're taking a look here at this outer retina and macular degeneration. Again, diabetes and diabetic retinopathy and retinal vascular disease. I'm looking at these two on the left. This one here, I'm looking at for this in the choriocapillaris, and we are imaging an atypical membrane in the right eye and maybe the early starts of an atypical membrane in the left eye here. This is raising a red flag. My concern level went up just a little bit. And to me, this is the beauty of OCTA. To image this before we're leaking fluid, before we have intraretinal fluid, before we have subretinal fluid, makes it very, very nice to have that. So again, I'm more concerned. Maybe I don't send this to retina. Maybe I just follow more closely. I educate better. I see the patient more often. I do additional testing, things like that. Maybe I pull the trigger on an earlier referral because of this information. Here's another one, 71-year-old female, again, referred in for OCT for glaucoma and AMD, 20/40 right eye, 20/30 left eye, was 20/20 minus on the referring exam. There's the back of the right eye. The back of the left eye, again, we're 20/30 to 20/40. OCT. OCT of the right. OCT of the right and the left. Okay, I'm just taking a look at these OCTs in different ways here. Okay, different ways. Back to the photos. Let's open up the polling here so you guys. Okay, this case, concerned or not concerned? Same question. Am I concerned? Am I slightly concerned? Or you know what? Not concerned at all. Let's see what you guys are thinking here. Come on, question, open up. There we go. Polling, there they come in. All right, OCT. Again, OCTs, go back to the fundus photos. Fundus photo left eye, fundus photo right eye. Vision's 20/30 to 20/40. I don't see any major intraretinal fluid there, but let's take a look. What do you guys think? Again, we got 6% not concerned, 24% slightly concerned, 71% concerned. again, to be able to image this, I was a little concerned with this area here, outer retina. Is that the development of a choroidal neovascular membrane? And we absolutely can say yes, 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 yes in this patient here. When you take a look at that outer retina and see this, again, beautiful image of the outer retina in this particular case here. So yes, absolutely, to be able to image the outer retina for the detection of abnormal blood vessels, that is significant and that is key. I show you 3 cases in a row where it was net, 3 choroidal neovascular membranes. Way more often than that, it's this. We've got a patient with macular degeneration. It looks dry, and you do an OCT angiography, and you see this, and all looks good. I'm not really seeing any developments of any abnormal blood vessels here. Again, no subretinal fluid, no intraretinal fluid, and the OCT angiography is not picking up any abnormal vasculature. So this gives me the confidence, one extra layer of evidence that I can hold on to this in this particular case here. So more often than not, it comes back normal like this, and we have no presence of choroidal neovascular membranes. I'm going to skip through, just for time purposes, on to our next category of disease here. So we covered macular degeneration. Okay, looking at that outer retina, that choriocapillaris, for the development of vessels that should not be there. You don't want a CNVM there. You're looking for the presence of abnormal blood vessels. So how about glaucoma? And we're still learning about OCTA in glaucoma, having images that look like this, that we can image that peripapillary vasculature, the vessel density as it occurs around the optic nerve. We all know that 35, 40 years ago, we didn't measure retinal nerve fiber layer. We waited until there was a visual field defect, and now we can detect it sooner with retinal nerve fiber layer loss. But now we can look at the vessel density, and I still believe it's a chicken or egg argument. Does the vessel density go first, and then that leads to RNFL, or is it RNFL and vessel density? It's hard to say, but if you made me pick, I'm starting to believe more and more that it's the vessel density that goes first. Those peripapillary that vessel density around the optic nerve there, and to be able to image that now is so very valuable. And we're going to show you some printouts that look like this, that allow you to image the optic nerve and have your retinal nerve fiber layer readings. Again, the hemi analysis and the quadrant analysis, and you've got all the printouts that you're used to, but it's also got vessel density in there as well. And we're still learning on this. We are still learning what this should be and what this shouldn't be. Let me show you a case here. 61-year-old male. And this patient was sent in to me by one of the what I'll call the big dogs at Cherokee Nation. Our partners said, can you take a look at my father and take a look at him and take good care of him? He's a glaucoma patient, but doesn't really take his medications. He was diagnosed with glaucoma in 2016, started on a drop, had an SLT, and then it had no care from 2017 to 2021. You go, that's just not what I want to see. I saw this patient in August of 2021 for the first time. 2025, both eyes. There's the pressure. I'm like, all right, that's not terrible, not bad for the pressures. I actually was pleasantly surprised when we had no care for 4+ years that the pressure is still hovering where it should be. I'm kind of saying under my breath, thank you OCT, or not OCT, thank you SLT that held the pressure probably in that range, because we're not still taking our drops, okay? Grade 1 nuclear sclerotic cataracts. There's the back of the right eye. There's the back of the right eye again. And you go, all right. Significant cupping of that right nerve. There's the back of the left eye and a centered view of the back of the left eye. And again, both eyes together there. And you go, whew, we certainly have significant asymmetry. Gonioscopy has to be done in this particular case, although I will tell you it was non-contributory. There's the visual fields. Give you a couple of seconds to digest these visual fields. Obviously, we have a significant visual field defect in the right eye, outside normal limits, defects within 5 degrees of fixation. This is a picture of a severe visual field defect in the right eye, and again, borderline in the left eye. But again, I wasn't overly concerned with the nerve in the left eye. The good news is here's a visual field from 2017. So at least we haven't seen rapid progression in the last 2-3 years. That's good news for potentially the long term of this patient. It has remained relatively stable from February of 17 through September of 2021. So again, I think we say thank you SLT in this particular case. Here's our OCT. Again, OCT, and you take a look again, matches the asymmetry with of the nerve appearance, matches the asymmetry of the visual field defect. I mean, you can see the significant asymmetry in retinal nerve fiber layer, right eye compared to the left eye, ganglion cell analysis, right eye compared to the left eye. Frankly, it will look fairly normal in the left eye with significant damage, significant thinning and changes in that right eye. Let's add in the OCT angiogram. You know, when you add in the OCT angiogram, again, get used to your scans. Get used to your scans, and you take a look at this right eye and left eye, and we're seeing, you know, what we saw with our previous version of the OptiView Avante OCT here. Now we have the Visionix, the Solix, and you know, gives you these just beautiful printouts. We've got the retinal nerve fiber layer thickness. Okay, we got that. And if we checked this box here, and understand your device and all the features. Why aren't there colors in this retinal nerve fiber layer plot? Because we haven't checked that box here. If we had checked this box, then we'd have colors here. So if you're ever wondering, maybe the box got unchecked accidentally, why are there not colors here? Check that reference database box and that will add the colors here, okay? But notice the numbers are significantly different in the right eye compared to the left eye, significant thinning, right eye more so than the left eye. But again, you knew that from the previous version of the Avante here. Now we have the Solix, and we're imaging those vessels around the optic nerve. I mean, you can clearly see it follows the nerve fiber layer pattern. It follows this pattern, and we've got our RPC vessel density down here, and you take a look at this. Look at the difference between the right eye and the left eye. It matches the asymmetry that we saw with visual fields and with the optic nerve appearance and with the regular OCT. So, you know, we're seeing this, how this correlates so very, very nicely. I would encourage you guys, as you're looking at your glaucoma patients, your glaucoma suspects, you're already getting this scan. You're already getting the retinal nerve fiber layer. You're already getting the ganglion cell analysis. Again, here's your ganglion cell analysis in here as well. This is your one-stop shop printout. You got fundus photos, RNFL, ganglion cell analysis, and go ahead and do that OCT angiography of the nerve. And I think you're going to start learning more and more and more about how well this correlates between RNFL, just like we have learned that RNFL correlates with visual field defects as patients progress in glaucoma. So, you know, do these scans. Your optic nerve head, your RNFL analysis is in the top box. Your optic nerve and head analysis is in the middle box or the second box. There's your ganglion cell analysis. And lastly is your vessel density around the nerve, superior, inferior, average, and for the entire image. Again, it's not hard to qualitatively and quantitatively see the difference in those vessel densities, both superior, inferior, on the average, and for the entire image as well. So yes, you can do the printout. If you didn't have that, this is what your printout's going to look like. Okay, here it looks like without the OCT angiography image in it. You might as well add it in so you can have that extra piece of data in these glaucoma patients. And if you start to see changes in that vessel density over time, we watch glaucoma for so many things over time: progression, 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 whether it's visual field, OCT, ganglion cell, IOP, or OCT angiography. Get that scan over the nerve and watch those numbers over time. Watch those numbers over time. And if you're seeing changes, that's going to tip me towards we need to intervene in this patient. Or if we've already intervened, we need to add some therapy, repeat therapy, lower their pressure more than it already is. So again, and obviously this patient was actually diabetic as well, and we can get OCT angiograms of the retina, of the macula as well. And we're going to go into this in just a little bit, of getting those FAZ measurements, those capillary network measurements. You still get all your regular fovea stuff. Look down bottom right, retinal thickness. You've got the retinal thickness. You've got all of that area here. but now we've got FAZ measurements, we've got perimeter measurements, we've got vessel density maps, so we can follow this patient over time. There's different ways that you can look at this. I'll show you one of the other ways that I like to look at it here in just a little bit. Again, cornea map in this patient, take photos. It's the beauty of this Solix OCT. You've got a fundus camera in there, you've got anterior segment stuff, topography and tomography now with this OCT. So I'm skipping through this because, again, for time purposes, we've only got about 9 minutes left, and I want to get into the diabetic stuff as well here. So I encourage you to start looking more and more and using your OCT angiography in your glaucoma patients. You're going to learn a lot. And again, we are still learning. OCT, we're pretty well versed. OCT angiography, we're learning more and more. We're a decade in. We've used it more in retina than we have in glaucoma. We're maybe in the with OCT, we're a middle-aged adult now. We've had it for a while. It's not been around for 70 years. We're not elderly at this point and like 95 years old. But OCT, it's kind of its middle life. It's been around for quite some time. It's mature. OCT angiography, we're kind of a teenager. We're kind of a teenager with OCT angiography. It's been around for 10 years now, maybe a little longer. But for retina, it's been around, again, teenager. For AMD, for diabetes, glaucoma, OCT angiography, I'd still say it's in its first decade of life. It's of your kids. It's an 8-year-old. It's not a newborn. We know a decent amount about it, but we're still going to grow a lot. We're still going to learn a lot with OCT angiography. Get this piece of data. Their chin is already in there and their forehead up against the forehead rest. Go ahead and get those OCTs and get the OCT angiography as well there. Okay, I'm skipping through this because I want to move on to another condition. We talked about glaucoma. Let's talk on diabetes in our last 7 minutes here, okay? This is very important. I would encourage you guys to scan your diabetic patients. We are seeing more and more and more diabetes, and we take pictures, and it's awesome. You can do that with your Solix, that device that so many of you know very, very well. Take pictures, but this is not imaging the capillary networks. This is not imaging the foveal avascular zone. You are not getting that information, and especially as you start to see diabetic retinopathy, okay, we need to get this information there. Remember, the macula can go both ways. It doesn't just go that way. It doesn't just swell. It can be ischemic as well. It can be thin. You can get diabetic macular ischemia, which is a predictor of diabetic retinopathy progression, can be tied to vision loss. So don't just do your OCT to pick up thickening. Do your OCT angiography of the macula to look for ischemia, to look for signs that, things are not going well in the eye here. Obviously, way less invasive than OCT, than fluorescein angiogram, okay? What does this do? This detects enlargement of the FAZ, the foveal avascular zone, and there is literature as far back as 1984 that show abnormalities of the foveal avascular zone in diabetic retinopathy, the FAZ enlargement of this. And again, got ramped up in the 2010s as OCT angiography came about of enlargement of the FAZ, enlargement of the FAZ. When you see changes in that FAZ, as it gets bigger, again, your FAZ should not be getting bigger. That's a sign of capillary dropout. As you're seeing that, that's a sign of changes and maybe the earliest signs of diabetic retinopathy. So I expect the FAZ somewhere between 0.15 and 0.25. 0.15 and 0.25. I'll show you some printouts in just a second. And if it's getting bigger than that, watch this over time. Just like we watch RNFL in our glaucoma patients. And if you see this increasing over time, it's a poor prognostic indicator for that patient. You look for capillary non-perfusion, assessment of capillary dropout in the superficial and deep capillary plexus. This is what the vessel should look like. This is what the vessel should look like. And if you start to see things like this, notice the enlargement of the foveal avascular zone, irregularity of the foveal avascular zone, capillary dropout, capillary irregularity in both the superficial and the deep capillary plexus. Again, there's no numbers here. That's how it was 8, 9, 10 years ago. Now we have numbers, as we'll talk about in just a second. Boom, there it is, your FAZs, your FAZ measurement from 0.17 to 0.24 to 0.305. You know, as those are getting bigger, that's a bad sign. That is progression of diabetic retinopathy. We have trend analysis. You know, you look at this over time. Your device does so many different things. You can watch. This looks just like an OCT printout for glaucoma, whether it's ganglion cell or RNFL, letting us know, you know, is the FAZ area getting bigger? Is the perimeter getting bigger? You've got the numbers here. Watch this over time, hopefully for stability or for progression, in which case we need to educate better, follow them more closely, they may recommend nutritional supplements, etc., etc. Okay. All right. So again, I want to go through this quickly because I want to get to a couple of cases at the end here. Again, ideal for managing patients here. Okay. So can't know what normal is until you can't know what abnormal is until you know what normal is. We've covered this already. OCT, very, very normal. Looks great. Notice the difference in the FAZ between normal and abnormal. Once again, normal and abnormal. Now the image, the B scan is bigger because notice the auto zoom button is clicked here. Normal, once again, and abnormal. FAZ is bigger, it's a little bit more irregular. We've got some capillary dropout again, and we haven't even added the numbers in yet, which we're going to do here in just a few seconds here. So let's add in, you know, it's great to have a perfect picture, a great picture, but we've got to have numbers. We've got to have that those vessel densities. So let's look at these angiolytics. You know, from OptiView, now Visionics. You know what normal is. We've covered this already. Let's add some numbers. Okay, flow or non-flow. Flow in areas that shouldn't be there. This is choroidal neovascular membranes. Clinical applications, again, choroidal neovascular membranes. The development of abnormal vessels that should not be there. Abnormal blood vessels that should not be there. Again, I'm looking at the outer retina and the choriocapillaris. Are they developing flow that should not be there? There's a CNVM. Or non-flow. Capillary dropout. Now we have blood not flowing as you have capillary dropouts. This is your diabetic retinopathy, your artery and vein occlusions, other vasculopathy. Again, looking at FAZ measurements, as we talked about already. Clinically, I consider normal between a 0.15 and a 2.5. And again, there's your FAZ measurement, 0.315. That is abnormal in our clinic. That is abnormal in our clinic, the FAZ of 0.315. Vessel density maps, again, but ultimately at the end of the day, let me show you the actual print. I love this printout, okay? Gives you the qualitative data at the top. You got your slice, 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 slice. Again, AMD, I'm looking over here. AMD, I'm looking over here. The superficial capillary network, the deep capillary network, okay? And bottom left is where I really look, the OCT angiography, so we can see these numbers. And again, there's lots of different ways that you can do this. You can slice it in so many different ways. Your FAZ measurements, measuring your FAZ. Now we've got it in different kind of quadrants or, you know, areas that you can look at that vessel density, giving you numbers. And we already looked at this in our patient. We already looked at this in our patient, and you can see all of this on one printout, from the retinal thickness to the FAZ measurements, to the deep vessel densities, to the superficial vessel densities, and then we've got our maps here as well. So again, following this over time. I'm going to finish in my last 5 minutes. 3 quick cases. 54-year-old Native American female. She's a pre-diabetic. Okay, pre-diabetic, not diabetic, but strong family history. Strong family history. Thinks she's probably going to develop diabetes pretty soon. I'm like, why do you think that? Because everybody else in my family developed diabetes. Got some systemic symptoms that make me concerned. But she's pre-diabetic at this point. She's 2025. Anterior segment's unremarkable. There's the back of the right eye and the back of the left eye. Okay, back of the right eye, back of the left eye. We're pre-diabetic. Back of the right eye, back of the left eye. OCT. OCT. OCT angiogram. And OCT angiogram here. You take a look, and again, that bottom left plot in this type of printout, I love to look at that, and I'm looking for, I hope my capillary networks are in the greens and yellows and oranges, kind of thick, you know, nice thick. As you get capillary dropout and this falls into the blues, that is loss of capillary density. That is the loss of that capillary network. So I'm a little bit concerned that I'm seeing this already in a pre-diabetic patient. We didn't talk about ERGs tonight, but this patient had an abnormal handheld ERG as well, which, just like OCT angiography, it can be a sign of progression, sign of things that are not going well in this patient. So we had a reliable and unreliable and abnormal ERG. Because of that, and because of the OCT angiography, I went, you know, I just don't quite like how this looks. Strong family history, some systemic symptoms that make me concerned, and the A1C was 8.4. I sent this patient for lab work. Is this patient pre-diabetic? No, this patient isn't pre-diabetic. They are a diabetic patient, A1C of 8.4. My question for you is this. When you didn't have this data, this patient was just diagnosed with diabetes here and here. That's what their OCT looks like. That's what their OCT looks like. When would you see this patient back? And you would have answered, and I would have answered, a year. And because of the OCT angiography and the ERG, when you look at this OCTA, because of that, this patient is much more likely to progress. This patient needs to be seen in maybe 4 to 6 months. Another opportunity to educate this patient and let them know that you are fairly young and you're already showing some signs of abnormalities in the eye. So remember case number 2. Case number 3, 48-year-old Caucasian male in for his annual diabetic exam. No complaints, no concerns. He thinks he's doing well. He thinks he's doing well. Type 2 diabetic for 16 years, and he's fairly well controlled at 6.6. 20/20 in both eyes. Back of the right eye. Back of the left eye. OCT of the right. OCT of the left. Yeah, looks pretty good. OCT of the right and the left look pretty good. Back of the eyes look pretty good. We're 20/20, A1C 6.6. And hey, look at the OCT angiography in the right eye. And note that plush capillary network, right eye, and the left eye matched it as well. Color vision was normal. ERG was normal. Our functional testing all looks good as well. You know, so which case would you be more concerned about? Case number 2 or case number 3? The pre-diabetic or the 16-year diabetic? Generally speaking, it would be the 16-year diabetic, but yet the ERG was way better in the 16-year diabetic, and the OCT angiography was way better in the 16-year diabetic. So I'd be more concerned with the newly diagnosed diabetic. Last one, 77-year-old male, type 2 diabetic for 19 years, last A1C 8.9. He's frustrated with his vision in the left eye. I can't see as well in the left eye anymore. There's the back of the right eye. A couple of small MAs, small MAs here and there in a 77-year-old male, 20/20 minus in the right, 20/30 in the left. OCT of the right, OCT of the left. It looks pretty good. OCT angiogram. You take a look at the OCT angiograms in both eyes here. Okay. And the reason I did these 3 cases in a row are the newly diagnosed diabetic, case number 2, the 16-year diabetic, case number 3, and the 19-year diabetic. You can see the difference, and guess what? ERG matched it as well. ERG, I have seen that, your ERG matches your OCT angiography. These capillaries are so very important to be able to image these and see these, and then to see the functional. They go hand in hand. Your OCT and OCTA and your ERG, they look at completely different things, structure and function, and there's nothing else that we have minus a fluorescein that gives us the beautiful pictures of this. To be able to show, and I encourage you, take a picture. When you guys get OCTA in your practice, you've already have it, you should have a laminated photo of every printout, your OCT of the macula, your OCT of the optic nerve, your retinal nerve fiber layer, your OCT angiography, your favorite printout of the macula, OCTA, and your favorite printout of the optic nerve as well, of normals. your technician, maybe it's you, whatever, of a very, 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 very normal. And so you can show them this is normal. In this case, it'd be the middle image. This is normal, and this is what we're seeing here. We're seeing some of your blood vessels that are not there anymore, that are dying out. We're seeing some capillary dropout, Mrs. Jones, and this is very concerning to me with your diabetes and specifically your diabetic retinopathy. And we need to watch you more closely and maybe perform some other testing and communicate with your doctor and lower your A1C and maybe consider nutritional supplements. There's a lot. Don't think that there's nothing that you're going to change. You absolutely should change something if you see an OCT angiogram like the one on the left or the one on the right compared to the normal in the middle. You know, if you had a terrible angiogram of your heart, your doctor's going to be having some serious conversations with you, following you closely, sending you to a specialist, maybe putting you on a medication. Shoot, you might have a stent or something else done. Lots of things can be done when we get this information with OCT angiogram. So, you know, again, I encourage you guys to look at this over time. Your FAZ measurements in your diabetics, those vessel densities, looking at them over time as we've done. We have trend reports that look at this over time. So lots of avenues to use OCT angiography. We went through these very, very quickly. I have reached about 45 minutes. So Adam, I'm going to pause here for questions.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Nate, for that broad overview. And again, if anybody has any questions, you know, feel free to type them in the question box for Nate, and we can sort of review all of it. So I'll take the questions in the order in which they are given. So a question here, I guess this is a coding question. So starting off with practice management. So again, so you mentioned before right at the beginning that OCTA now has a code. That's a relatively recent development. I guess it happened just in the beginning of the year. But this person was asking, in a diabetic patient with no visualized retinopathy, can you still do an OCTA and bill for it?
So my understanding currently, we are not doing that. If you have a 20/20 patient with no diabetic retinopathy, again, if somebody knows otherwise, correct me wrong, but I've been told that you cannot. However, if they have an abnormality on the OCTA, maybe it's an enlargement of the FAZ, maybe it's capillary dropout, you now have an abnormal OCTA, and I would consider that patient has now some degree of retinopathy based on my clinical opinion, and you bill that from there on out. So I've been told that if they're perfect, you know, no hemorrhages, no retinopathy, perfect vision, well controlled, you know, you might struggle getting paid on the 92137, but if they have any vision changes, any vasculopathy, any retinopathy, you know, anything at all, abnormal functional testing, then you can.
Great. Question here, more of, I guess, about the nuts and bolts of a scan itself. I don't think you were able to too much get into it, but the question is, this person says they were familiar with the older technology, I guess when this was, you know, brand new, that's got to be over a decade ago. The scan acquisition time, can you speak to that at all with the more modern units?
Yeah, the scan acquisition time has just gotten quicker and quicker and quicker to be, and the software is just so much better to be able to, you know, remove artifacts and, you know, different things that you can get as you're scanning there. We used to have to take a scan with OCTA in one direction, like horizontally, and then you'd have to take it vertically. Now it does it all in one scan with a little mini blink in the middle. So acquisition speed has increased tremendously. You know, if they have small pupils and they have significant lenticular opacities and they have SBK everywhere, you're going to struggle just like a regular OCT is. And there's a variety of different tricks that you can do to get the best scan possible. But yeah, acquisition speed has not been an issue at all. If your patient can sit there and get an OCT, they should be able to get an OCTA as well.
Right. Question here, I don't quite understand this one, but maybe you can make sense of it for me. Did you say that for diabetes and vascular conditions, you're looking at the two images on the left, angiosuperficial and angio-deep?
Correct, yeah. For retinopathy, I'm going to try to get a printout here so you can see, you know, when you're looking at this, and actually I'm going to go quicker through this so we can get back to, when I'm looking at those en face images in retinopathy, okay, when you're looking at retinopathy, you want to look at the two images on the left. Okay, I'm looking at the superficial capillary plexus and the deep capillary plexus. And then when you're looking at AMD, you are looking at the two images on the right, which is the outer retina. And come on here, we'll just do this one. These two, there's the superficial capillary plexus. Look at all those retinal vessels, those retinal capillaries. This is what diabetes affects, is the retinal vasculature. So I'm looking at these two on the left. Am I developing non-flow? What is non-flow? Enlargement of the fovea vascular zone and capillary dropout. There's a lot of flow in these capillaries in this very, very normal 2 scans on the left. This is a normal optometry student, and there's a lot of flow there, okay? So I'm looking for in retinal vasculature, diabetes, diabetic retinopathy, vein occlusions, artery occlusions, things like that. I'm looking at the 2 on the left. When we look at our outer retinal conditions, like the development of choroidal neovascular membranes and macular degeneration, histoplasmosis, pathologic myopia, things like that, we're looking for the development of abnormal flow. A choroidal neovascular membrane shouldn't be there. Obviously, it's a choroidal neovascular membrane. It's got blood in it, so it's abnormal flow. So outer retinal conditions, AMD, I'm looking at the 2 on the right, and retinopathies like diabetes, I'm looking at the 2 on the left. But again, this is the scan from 8-9 years ago. You still look at it this way, but look at those analytics as well. But yes, that's how we look at those.
Right. Interesting question here. So I guess to preface this, I'll just say, before this sort of non-invasive technology, most of us were not sitting around all day looking at angiograms, right? This is not something that you do routinely. But now with this technology, you can actually start looking at angiograms every day in your office, using OCTA. The question is, for folks who actually have never done any interpretation before, how hard is it to actually get up to speed with this? And how did you actually do it to learn to do the interpretation?
Well, it's been a slow process for us because we've had this for a decade. And again, we started with, like I said before, we started with images that just looked like this. This is exactly how I did it. And I just learned going, okay, this is a nice looking image. And I had to kind of eyeball it 10 years ago, 8 years ago. Okay. And that's where the numbers, the analytics, the angioanalytics, and Visionix has been the world leader in this to take you from printouts that look like this, which were beautiful. Okay, and again, I looked at just kind of qualitatively ballpark, how does the vessel density look on this one? I skipped through this case, but you guys, everybody look at those 2 scans on the left. That's a beautiful superficial capillary network and deep capillary network. And if we go back here to cases that I skipped over, here is a long-standing 30-year diabetic. How do those 2 scans look on the left? They look horrible. They look absolutely, that capillary network looks nothing like this. Looks nothing like, so that's how I learned, was just doing a lot of cases and seeing this and having to go, all right, that's certainly very normal. And it's very, very abnormal in a 30, 40-year diabetic. And in between is cases that look like this. And you go, okay, the FAZ looks bigger, it looks a little remodeled, looks a little atypical. It looks like we maybe have some capillary dropout in this area, but it completely changed when we have numbers. When you go to the analytics, like I'm, going back to here, and you start to have printouts that look like this, and look like this, and you have FAZ measurements, and you can follow them over time, like I showed you guys, after we went through these cases. So how do you learn over time? Number one, you learn by doing. You learn by just doing this, and you learn that the things that I looked for were, just like I said, those images that I just showed you guys, like back here, like there, like this. It started with just the 4 on the top, and then we have this plot down here, which is great because then we at least had some colors here and some changes. And if it got into the blue, that means we got some capillary dropout, and then we could measure, the FAZ like this and the capillary networks. And so that's how it's evolved over time. And that's how I've learned over time. Start with, I look at the 2 on the left for diabetes and retinopathy and the 2 on the right. And again, you're going to learn very, very quickly and pick this up very, very quickly.
Right. Question here, I'm not even sure you can answer this. Maybe some of the folks at Visionix can. How were those quantitative analytics actually derived? Right, so you're seeing things with red and blue and green and so forth. How did they actually figure that out, to determine abnormal versus normal?
I will let the Visionics folks chime in after I answer in case they need to correct me. Back in 2019, we were one of 5 sites for the reference database study. We had to scan 115 patients, some of them in their 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, and 80s. We have a lot of normals. Again, this is the reference data, or the normal database, the reference database. Well, as an optometry school, we have a tremendous amount of normals, especially in their 20s, 30s, 40s, with all the faculty, staff, students, loved ones, etc. So me and one of my colleagues, we scanned about 115 subjects in 2019, all normals. You can't see me, but air quote, all normals, because it was the normative database or reference database. There was 5 sites, and we had to do all these scans on normals. How did we know they were normal? We did an eye exam on them, and they had no pathology, no retinopathy, and we did all these OCT angiogram scans, and that establishes your reference database, your age-matched reference database. That was in 2019, and then the FDA requires repeatability and reusability studies. Repeatability and reproducibility, repeatability and reproducibility. So in 2021, post-COVID, we had to recruit 150 subjects that had AMD, diabetic retinopathy, both proliferative and non-proliferative, like I said, AMD, dry and wet, and all these different retinal conditions, glaucoma conditions, some normals, and we had to scan them with 3 different Avantes and with 3 different Solixes, with 3 different operators. They went from my room, where I scanned them with an Avante and a Solix, to another doctor's room where they scanned them with a different Avante and a different Solix, to a third doctor's room where they got scanned again with a different Avante and a different Solix, to make sure that these measurements are reproducible and they are repeatable. So I learned a ton during that, going, holy smokes, the hoops that these companies have to jump through to make sure the data that you get is an age-matched reference database, and it's reproducible and repeatable.
Wow. So for the person who asked the question, they got it from the horse's mouth, the person who actually generated the data.
If the Visionics folks want to chime in and add anything or correct me, but that would be my long-winded answer of how you know, through 2 big studies, the reference database study and the repeatability and reproducibility study.
Excellent. So yeah, I don't think anybody from Visionics is going to come up with anything better than that. That was fantastic. So I had no idea that you were actually involved with deriving that data. That's great.
It made you be really good at scan acquisition. You can imagine, Adam, I'm scanning this 83-year-old with wet AMD that can't fixate, because we got to scan a certain number of wet AMD patients. She's 83, doesn't dilate well, and most 83-year-olds have floaters, and we're trying to scan through all that so we can get good scans to show it's reproducible and repeatable. Woo! We got good at scanning.
Holy smoke. Okay, so we have time for one more question here, because I think we're just about at the top of the hour. And again, this is another practice management question. You may or may not have any insight into this in terms of the actual cost of implementation of the device.
The cost of the device?
Yep, and implementing it in practice. So essentially, I guess you have to obviously buy the device, but then how does it actually, actually getting the staff up and going and getting them trained on it as well? I think, soup to nuts, what does that process actually look like?
So I'm going to encourage you guys to reach out to the Visionics folks. They will take good care of you. I'm in such a unique setting at an optometry school. We don't have technicians. Our technicians are our students and residents. And our ROI is very different than your ROI. So, we have these devices and we purchase them for learning for our students and training our students and residents. So I would encourage you to get into contact with the Visionics folks, and they will take good care of you of how to, what the cost of the device is. I'm not even going to guess on, I don't want to misquote it. Cost of the device, talk with them on that, and then getting your staff trained. They will take care of all of that for you, of getting your staff trained. How do you scan patients? How do your technicians do that? So they'll be a tremendous resource for you.
Right, and in fact, when we've had when we had private practitioners come and talk about the Solix before, they've all told me, I think to a person, that they don't ever really do the scans themselves. So
No.
that they would not be the person to ask, like, how to, hit the buttons and stuff. They literally don't know, because Visionics trained up the staff, so they actually just, focus on interpretation and let their staff actually do the acquisition.
Yep.
Great. All right. Well, I think we are just 1 minute over. So Nate, thanks again for doing this tonight. I think we all learned a lot, and thanks everyone for showing up tonight. If you have any more questions, an archive of this webinar will be available on ODwire probably within the next 48 hours. We'll have it up there. And if you have any further questions, just feel free to answer questions in the discussion thread with the archive, and I'll make sure to pass them on to Nate, and we can keep the conversation going. So Nate, again, thank you so much for doing this tonight.
Thanks, everybody. Appreciate it, Adam. You guys have a great evening.
Have a good night. Hey everyone, it's Adam Farkas. Welcome to another ODwire webinar. And tonight is all about the OptiView Solix. And we've had a great series about Solix over the past year on the website, exploring all of its different functionality, talking about its use in different disease states, both the OCT functionality and the OCTA functionality. And tonight we're going to be talking about a brand new topography module that just came out. And fortunately tonight we have two experts to walk us through how it all works, Dr. Nate Lighthizer and Dr. Aubrey Tackett. You obviously know Nate if you've seen past ODwire webinars. You've heard him speak before about Solix, and he's going to continue on tonight to tell you a little bit more about it. And Dr. Tackett is Dr. Lighthizer's colleague at the Northeastern State University Oklahoma College of Optometry. So they work together, and she's also an expert in Solix. She's been using the device extensively, so she's going to help walk us through all of its functionality tonight as well and show you the new topography module. So with that said, we're doing a little differently tonight. We're not going to actually do it live. We actually did this recording with Drs. Lighthizer and Tackett previously, because, as you'll hear in the presentation, Dr. Tackett has a newborn at home, and for all of you with newborns, or if remember having newborns, you know that they can be somewhat unpredictable. So we wanted to make sure that we were able to actually get through the presentation uninterrupted, but Nate and Aubrey will be here at the end to answer questions live. So here we go.
All right. Good evening, everybody. Hope you are doing well, and welcome to the Introducing OptiView Solix by Visionics. My name is Dr. Nate Lighthizer, and it is my absolute pleasure to share the stage, the virtual stage, with Dr. Aubrey Tackett this evening, one of my former students and residents and now colleague here at NSU Oklahoma College of Optometry. Really looking forward to this next 45 to 50 minutes, where we're going to talk for 35 or 40 minutes on all of the wonderful technology that is in the Solix by Visionics, the OCT angiography, and we're going to unveil some new toys inside this machine tonight that just really makes us such a well-rounded clinician from front of the eye to the back of the eye, anterior segment to posterior segment. So Dr. Tackett, awesome, just so very excited to chat with you tonight and hear about all of your expertise.
Yeah, super excited to be here. This is definitely my favorite piece of equipment we have, so I'm really excited to share with everyone else kind of all the great things it gets to do.
Yep. A little bit about me. Come on, slides. I am, again, a faculty member at the Oklahoma College of Optometry. Hard to believe, been here for 15 years. Pacific University graduate, and did my residency here in Oklahoma in 2009, 2010, and now I serve in a variety of roles, including our dean of the College of Optometry here. Love all things ocular disease, from front of the eye, back of the eye, lasers, injections, dry eye. Dr. Tackett's going to lead us through an area that really is not my forte, which would be contact lenses and anterior segment. I'll offer color commentary on that. But I just love all things ocular disease. You can see my wife and I in the bottom left, and our two wonderful children, Adeline Grace and Camden Luke, are now 12 and 9. Dr. Tackett.
Yeah, so my About Me page got a lot more fun and cute about a month ago with the addition of our little baby Hayes, who has really kind of shifted our life's focus. My old About Me page had pretty big pictures of dogs and pretty big pictures of my alma mater. NSU-OCO, where I completed my cornea contact lens residency. And then whenever I wasn't in the contact lens clinic, spent a lot of time with Dr. Lighthizer in our specialty care clinics, learning a lot about dry eye, laser procedures, lumps and bumps removals, things of that nature. And so we're just really excited about this new addition, and made our dogs a little bit smaller, and they're not too happy about that, but they'll get over it pretty soon, I'm sure.
That's awesome. What a beautiful baby boy that Hayes is. So, all right, what we're going to cover, we're going to talk about the OptiView Solix by Visionix. And this is a machine that Dr. Tackett and I are very, very familiar with. We're really going to emphasize and spend a lot of time on what's new. You know, the Solix has been around for, you know, a couple of years now with OCT and OCT angiography, and it's got beautiful fundus photos built in. But what's new? The topography module, being able to use this in the contact lens world, anterior segment, keratoconus diagnosis, as Dr. Tackett will so eloquently cover here in just a few minutes. And, you know, how are we familiar with this? It's hard to believe it's been 5 years since myself and a couple of our colleagues were asked to do some of the FDA trials for the OptiView Solix OCT and OCT angiography. We were one of 5 sites in 2019, pre-COVID, to do the reference database. So one of 5 sites, we got to see over 100 subjects. Again, normals are a reference database, and we collected that data for OptiView in 2019. Fast forward a couple of years into 2021, 2022, we were asked to be the sole site for the R&R study, the reproducibility and repeatability study, to show how does this compare device to device to device, Solix to Solix to Solix, and compare it to the Avante, which is its predecessor. So lots of experience with the OptiView Solix in 2019 and 2021, 2022 through those FDA trials. And then fast forward to earlier this year, Dr. Tackett, along with a couple of her colleagues, they got to do the anterior segment stuff, the topography, tomography module, and that's really what she will be highlighting. Phenomenal device, all of this packaged into one OptiView Solix, now by Visionix. So we're looking forward to covering what's new, that topography module in the anterior segment in just a little bit. But before we get there, you know, why OptiView Solix? Again, as I just mentioned, this thing, full range anterior segment to full range retina to glaucoma to exclusive angioanalytics. When you've got OCT angiography, to be able to have that data, the numbers that analyzes this, looks at this, flow, non-flow, we'll talk about it in just a second. They do a phenomenal job in terms of their angiolytics exclusively by OptiView and Visionix. We've got the wellness scans, the eye wellness, and again, the new topography protocol, complete comprehensive assessment of the anterior and posterior surfaces of the cornea, distinguishing epithelial cells and stroma. Again, this is a full range device from very front of the eye, top layer of the cornea, the epithelium, to back of the eye and everywhere in between. Awesome, awesome device there. So there's your full range anterior segment. You know, Aubrey, these images just phenomenal. This is, you know, this is your baby, what you just completed in this. Look at these images. I mean, look at the resolution, the angle. I mean, we could use this for peripheral iridotomies and laser clinic to scleral contact lenses. Your thoughts on this image?
This is probably my most run image, I would say, and this has been around on the Solix device, but with some updates that we'll get to talk about here in just a little bit. And it just really, like you're saying, it's such a versatile image. We use it a lot in laser clinic to assess the angle and have a quantitative analysis of what that angle looks like pre and post peripheral iridotomy. And then just the scleral lens image that you can capture on this device is really unmatched and looks really great for clinical care as well.
All right, so again, and even ocular surface, you know, you think about, oh, it's an OCT, we're using this for glaucoma and retina. No, we're also using this for dry eye, epithelial disruption. You know, how's the ocular surface look? Look at the tear meniscus, get an en-face images of the surface. What type of disruption is there? And I cannot emphasize enough the importance of mybography. A picture is worth 1,000 words, and we all know that dry eye is getting younger and younger and younger, and we're on our digital devices from very early in life, and we're seeing more and more meibomian gland dropout. And you may have a relatively asymptomatic patient, or at least they think they're asymptomatic, but yet you take a picture of the meibomian glands and you're seeing extensive meibomian gland dropout, as you see on those images on the right there. This device will do all of that, from retina to nerve to extensive retina to all of this ocular surface stuff as well. So just, again, just a tremendous tools in your toolbox when you have that. Full range retina. You know, you take a look at the full range retina and the depth of this scan and the width of this scan and this 2 millimeter window competition. You just got all of these structures that you can see here, and it just gives you the resolution that is very, very nice that we expect to see. OCT angiography, to be able to build these bigger and wider images, stitch them together to have a montage, to be able to see capillary dropout, vein occlusions, neovascularization. Again, the OptiView AngioView OCT angiography has been the leader in this space for analytics, image quality, and it's just getting better and better and better there. So it's the only FDA cleared OCTA metrics. And again, depending on the condition we're looking at, if we are looking at macular degeneration, conversion from dry macular degeneration to wet macular degeneration, we are looking for abnormal flow. We don't want to see flow. That is a likely choroidal neovascular membrane, and you can highlight and measure areas that are abnormal flow, as you can see on the left. So this would be more of your macular degeneration. You come over here, and now we're looking for non-flow areas. This is more diabetes, diabetic retinopathy, vein occlusions. We go back a slide here. I mean, look at this big montage. Look at the top half of this image versus the bottom half of this image, and look at all of the non-flow in that inferior arcade. Again, so non-flow, I'm thinking more diabetes, diabetic retinopathy, vein occlusions, you know, vascular disease where capillaries are dropping out, signs of ischemia, and we now know the literature guides us that these things will likely happen before venous beating and before microaneurysms and before hemorrhages. So can we pick up diabetic retinopathy even sooner? So look for areas of non-flow. Look for FAZ metrics. Being able to measure that foveal avascular zone should usually be somewhere between about 0.15 and 0.25, the size of the foveal avascular zone. And as that FAZ gets bigger and bigger and bigger, as you're seeing that enlarge over time, that is a sign of DR progression, diabetic retinopathy progression, retinal vessel density, going along with that non-flow, even disc vessel density. Looking at this before that we can see changes on the retina. That's the beauty of OCT angiography. And then you combine this all together into the report. And OptiView Visionics now has done such a tremendous job of putting everything together on one report, from your fundus photos. Remember, this OptiView Solix by Visionics not only has OCT and OCT angiography and all the anterior segment stuff, but there is a fundus camera in there as well. So you take pictures, you've got that on the report. This would obviously be an OCT angiography of the macula, and we're getting our different layers: superficial capillary network, deep capillary network. This is the outer retina that should be avascular. This is where choroidal neovascular membranes would show up in macular degeneration if it's converting wet, and then down into the choriocapillaris, which would also show signs of choroidal neovascularization. And you know, you'll notice here that they have a new color scale. It's not just the green and the blue on the thin side and the red on the other side. There's now new reference database colors to help reduce red disease, to help, you know, just because something is in the red doesn't mean that it is abnormal. What does red mean and what does blue mean on the other side? They are a statistical deviation from normal. Doesn't mean that they have pathology, but not all normals fall between 5% and 95%. Most of them do. 90% of normals fall between 5% and 95%, but not all fall in that green range. There are some normals that fall in the red and fall in the blue, and us as doctors, we see red and we think, ooh, that's abnormal. To have you know, something in between yellow and red helps to give us just another layer of data, another layer of interpreting data and analyzing this. So that's our new retina report. Awesome. Gives you your vessel density numbers, as you can see: superficial density, vessel density, deep density, and there's our FAZ measurements. Again, I like to look at that area. Is it somewhere between 0.15 and 0.25? The bigger that number gets, the more abnormal it gets. So lots of numbers that we have now, that's more data for us, and data is power. Data is power for us. How have they done this and made this better and better? We've got new advanced glaucoma scans and retina scans as well, but specifically on the glaucoma side. As the resolution gets better and better and better, and they take the new scans in different patterns, better resolution. You know, notice when you do all these radial scans here, it's hard to tell what that picture is, the resolution behind it, but when you take these scans and apply them in a better resolution, quicker, tighter pattern, now again, we got more scans there, and now you can see it's the same picture behind both of them, but you can see much better what's going on with the new advanced scanning pattern versus the way it's done previously. You are less likely to miss something. Did you see those two small little fish down at the bottom in this kind of diagram here on the left side? I missed it the first time, but you can clearly see what's going on the right one. And then, you know, as this gets better and better, and this was part of the R&R study, we want repeatability and we want reproducibility. And we want things to be repeatable and reproducible, machine to machine to machine, scan to scan to scan. It's repeatable and it's reproducible. And Visionix OptiView, they've done a tremendous job. And notice they've taken this 3 times better than it was before and twice as good as most other OCTs. You're taking the R&R from 2.2 microns down to about 0.7 microns. How have they done that? By, again, just what we talked about before, different scanning, better resolution, different scanning patterns, so we can see everything going on in this scan, as we've already talked about, and there it is blown up there. Our R&R is down to 0.7 microns, down to 0.7 microns. That means when you have change over time in glaucoma, when you have those microns changing by 2, 3, 4 microns, you can now have more confidence that says, you know what, a 2 to 3 micron change, 2 to 4 micron change, that's just not the, it's just repeatability, scan to scan, reproducibility, scan to scan. We now know the R&R is down to less than 1 micron. So when you're seeing 2, 3, 4, 5 microns of change, you now have the confidence as the doctor to say, you know what, I think we are seeing progression on this patient. It's just not scan variability. That's the confidence we want with our scans. Here's your glaucoma report. You know, Aubrey, I know you look at these as well. I just love that everything is here from fundus photos. You've got your RNFL deviation pattern here. You've got the comparison to a reference database. You've got your ganglion cells, OCT angiography. You've got the tables here to give us the numbers. You know, your thoughts on this printout. Just nice to have everything together, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. It's nice to not flip back and forth.
And you can control this. You can control this, like you said, you know what, I want to see the deviation map for the ganglion cells. You can click this on the right side here. You can click this deviation map, and then it will show you what's the deviation from the ganglion cells compared to an age-matched reference database. So one-stop shop for everything here, from photos to OCT to ganglion cell to OCT angiography. And we're still even figuring out how to utilize OCT angiography in glaucoma. We have a pretty good grasp on it in retina, AMD, diabetes, diabetic retinopathy, vein occlusions. In glaucoma, there's more and more data emerging, and we're still kind of figuring that out, but we know that vessel density very likely has a role in these patients there. So, and then you look at trend analysis. You look at trend reports over time. You know, the definition of glaucoma is a progressive optic neuropathy, and we have to watch this over time, progression over time, whether it's ganglion cells, OCT angiography, and the software can follow this over time and help us to identify, is there progression happening there. Again, lots of different ways that we can do this. And then don't forget the eye wellness and the angio wellness when you're running this on your patient and maybe they don't have significant pathology, but we want a quick wellness scan, whether it's eye wellness, the angio wellness. We've got OCT angiography, the retina, we've got ganglion cells in here just to pick up any early changes. Some of the earliest changes in glaucoma, ganglion cells, some of the earliest changes in diabetic, maybe capillary dropouts, a little wellness scan to help us identify changes sooner. So, all right, that's your review on the posterior segment stuff. Again, most of that has been around for 1, 2, 3 years at this point with the OptiView Solix by Visionix. This is the exciting stuff now, the anterior segment stuff, new pachymetry, full range anterior stuff, and I'm going to pass it to the expert, Dr. Tackett.
Perfect. Yes, so I, like Dr. Lighthizer mentioned, had the honor of being able to be part of the R&R study. So I got to play around with a lot of this stuff quite often. We had several patients that we ran several scans on. And one of the really neat things that we discovered was added to the machines is the red-green crosshairs. And that is just to help us get a more consistent, high quality, high resolution scan. Whenever you are trying to scan your patient, it helps you with centration without having to look to the left at the image of the front surface of the eye and then back over to the right at the signal strength. You know that if you are aligned well within the green, you're probably going to get a better signal strength on that image. We work a lot with students in my setting. I know a lot of private practice docs work a lot with technicians, and it's just helpful to have something that can be used across the board and help us to get a more consistently good scan quality. We've had the corneal map scan, and historically this has had 2 maps on it instead of all 3, and now Visionix has added the 3rd map onto this display for us, which is really beneficial. Whenever we're looking for things like corneal ectasias, we want to be able to see the overall corneal thickness as well as the thickness of the stroma and the thickness of the epithelium to be able to correlate those all together and see how they play with each other. We know now in the literature that early ectasia shows epithelial remodeling, so being able to see that epithelium specifically in tandem with the pachymetry and the stromal thickness maps is really helpful whenever we're looking for things like ectatic disease. As Dr. Lighthizer mentioned, trend analyses are very important in a lot of things in eye care, and the front surface of the eye is not excluded in that. So this is a bilateral trend report that is new to the Solix device. We can run this report for several different scans. So you can run it for pachymetry, you can run it for stroma, you can run it for the epithelium, and it's very beneficial for following different conditions. Things like ectasia. We know that ectasia over time, if it is progressing, will show a thinning of the corneal surface. And as that thinning happens, that will show up then on this trend analysis. We also know that it is, although asymmetric, a bilateral disease. So being able to see the trend with both the right eye and the left eye on the same screen helps us to compare efficiently there. You can also see the stromal trend analysis. This could be beneficial in ectasia again, or even monitoring pre-refractive surgery to post-refractive surgery, seeing the change of the stromal thickness over time. And then, like we said, the epithelium is going to change in early ectasia as well. You're going to see that epithelial remodeling with thinning over the corneal apex and a circumferential thickening of the corneal epithelium. And that would be shown here on this trend analysis as well. The other thing I think this trend analysis would be really helpful for with the epithelium is looking at things like orthokeratology fits, trying to see where is that tissue moving and are we getting the effect that we want with the treatment that we have implemented there. Did I go the right way? Let's see, there we go. All right, so I mentioned earlier that this is my probably most run scan out of every scan on this machine, just because I do a lot of scleral lens fittings. I have been in the laser clinic a little bit as well, trying to look at the angle before and after a LPI. And one of the most cool things to me is that this scan, whenever you take it, will now have automatic placement of several different calipers. Whenever that automatic placement happens, you're going to be prompted to confirm the measurement values. You can either accept those, you can edit them or delete them. And I think it's really beneficial for a lot of us in the clinical setting because we're trying to be very efficient. This gives you one extra tool in your toolbox, one less thing that you have to go in and manually put on the scans, because the Solix is now going to be doing that for you, and all you have to do is check them to verify they are accurate. If you're looking for a white to white or a pupil size, you can manually add those on as well, which can definitely be beneficial in different contact lens fittings. But as far as your cross section of the anterior chamber, this will auto-populate for you, which will be very, very beneficial and help improve efficiency in your clinical care.
And Dr. Tackett, I was just going to comment, if you go back that slide, to me, this is just such a huge thing because, I do a lot of lasers and, narrow angles and things like that. And, I was never a huge fan of the OCT and the calipers because when you manually place it, you can make the angle look as wide open as you want or as narrow as you want, depending on where you put the caliper. So to have some guidance and have that to automatically put in there to help eliminate at least some of the subjectivity, to me is very, very nice. Let it automatically place it before a PI, after a PI, and to show the improvement. I think that's very cool to have.
Definitely. Yeah, added consistency for sure.
Yep.
So this is kind of my bread and butter. What I absolutely love is ectatic disease. So whenever we start looking into some of these cases, we're going to look at the corneal map and see how that appears with an ectatic cornea. And then we'll kind of get into what we're really here to talk about today, and that's the topography modules and how that will appear with different conditions. So first off, just looking at what already is on your Solix device with the software update is the corneal map scan. And so like we said, we have the pachymetry map, the stroma map, and then the epithelial map. And I mentioned how it's really important that we look at the thickness values across all of these metrics at the same time to see how they compare with each other. So we have in this very great example that classic inferiotemporal thinning of the cornea that you can see in the overall pachymetry map. That then is seen in the stromal map as well, with stromal thinning there in the same area. And then we mentioned that the epithelium is going to start to remodel in early ectatic disease. You'll see that thinning over what we presume to be the corneal apex and the inferiotemporal aspect of this cornea, with that circumferential thickening of the corneal epithelium that you can see there as well. One thing that Solix has also had added to it is the highlight tool that you can see, that little checkbox that they marked right here, if my mouse is showing up there. And that just helps to change the scale and make that epithelial difference pop out a lot more apparently to the eye whenever you're looking at the scans and just visually looking for the color change on the map. So talking about ectatic disease, that leads us to our topography module, which is really what we're here tonight to talk about and what we're really excited to reveal to you guys. And I think before we really get deep into the topography module, I think it's really important for us to talk about tomography versus topography. And Visionics very strategically named this a topography module because that really is the term that most of us use in our clinical day-to-day lives. But whenever we really start looking at this device and what information it gives us, it really is more of a tomographer. And that's really important for us to understand the value of this module, because not only are we getting the anterior surface information, the anterior elevation, the anterior axial map, but we're also getting information about the posterior surface, which we know is very, very important in detecting early ectatic disease. Now that we have treatment options like the advent of cross-linking, it's super important that we are finding these ectasias very early on in the disease process so we can work to slow the progression of the disease before the patient experiences worsening of their day-to-day life and their activities of daily living related to their condition. So the other thing that's beneficial with a tomographer versus a topographer is that it is tear film independent. A lot of us have the topography machines that we rely on mostly in our clinical space, which is very tear film dependent because it relies on that placido disc image reflected back at the machine. Whenever you're using an OCT to develop these maps and to gather the data, you do not need to worry about your tear film, which is often very disrupted in the case of ectatic disease. So it takes one factor out of the scan acquisition and helps you to get a better scan more consistently. So as you can see, there are several scans available for your interpretation, and this is the main report, the first report that will pop up whenever you click into the topography module on your Solix device. And this report specifically, you can change all of these maps independently. So you can really set this up to have whatever maps you prefer to look at whenever you're looking for ectatic disease, whenever you're looking for if someone is a candidate for cross-linking, or if someone is a candidate for refractive surgery. You can decide what maps you feel are most beneficial to you in your clinical decision making. So as you can see, this is a really great example of an ectasia, an ectatic cornea. We have on the left-hand side our axial maps of both the anterior surface and the posterior surface there on the bottom. And we talked about how you're going to see that steepening and that elevation on the posterior surface first, which you can see there as well. In the center, we have the pachymetry on the top, where we see that thinning that is characteristic of ectasia. We know that ectasia is not by definition a steepening of the cornea, but rather a thinning of the cornea. In that middle bottom map, we have that epithelial map that we talked about. We'll have that thinning and thickening. And then in the right-hand side, you have your elevation maps. And like we said, the posterior surface is going to show that elevation change before the anterior surface. So it is very, very important that we have a device that is able to give us information about the posterior surface of the cornea and not just being solely reliant on an anterior surface map. This is another report that will populate if you ask it to. It's called the refractive map. And this one is set. You cannot change these maps, and that is intentional to prevent any error in the operating room if you were to use this in the OR. It is set for you to know exactly what you're looking at in what position on the page. That way there's no error based on a map getting changed without your knowledge. This is another report. You can have it populate, and it's just the crystalline lens report. And the difference here is that you have the cross section of the anterior chamber in the bottom right-hand corner. All of the other maps and squares are editable. You can change those to be what you would prefer to see if you populate this report. And you can change that in your user preferences. All right, there we go. This is basically like we talked about, where you're going from one eye in all of those last reports to a bilateral report. We talked about how ectasia, while it is asymmetric, is bilateral, and it's really important to assess both eyes together to see how they compare with each other. Maybe one eye looks completely normal, but the other eye has ectatic disease that we need to be able to detect. This is a really good way to do that. It also gives you more metrics there in the center of each eye, telling you the location of the pupillary center, the location of the thinnest point on the cornea, the K-max, things of that nature that are really beneficial whenever we are looking at diagnosing ectatic disease and trying to set a baseline for our patients moving forward. There we go. This is a comparison map, so I think that this would be really beneficial in things like refractive surgery, pre and post, things like orthokeratology, pre and post. It will populate a difference map for you there on the right-hand side, and that will show you the exact difference in power or whatever else you want it to populate, epithelial change maybe, or stromal change, and that is beneficial for monitoring these patients pre and post these treatments, and will give you a good idea of, is your treatment working? Did you hit the mark that you were hoping to hit? And what your result was after the treatment was initiated. Back to a trend analysis here, we can see the single eye trend analysis, and you can have two different options or two different maps, excuse me, to monitor over time. So we can look at the baseline, and then as they progress over time, is the corneal thickness changing? Are we having progression in our ectatic disease? Are they a candidate for cross-linking? And I think that's where this is most applicable and most useful to us in our clinical care. Not only can we do a single eye trend analysis, but we can do the bilateral trend analysis as well. And like I said, you can monitor 2 different metrics at the same time. You can also use that highlight tool for the epithelial power to, or excuse me, the epithelial thickness to really let those colors draw your eye to the changes and to the abnormalities. And then, like we said, elevation is very important, especially on the posterior surface of the cornea. That's where we're going to see change most early on in the disease process with corneal ectasias, keratoconus and pellucid, even post-refractive ectasia. And so when we look at the posterior elevation maps, we know that there is a point where we are no longer considered to be in our normal ranges. Just like we talked about with the posterior segment things, there is a point where we're not in that 5% to 95%, and that is where we start to be concerned and want to look a little bit closer. And with this map, that posterior elevation maximum for non-diseased eyes is about 28 microns over the best fit sphere. So it's important for us to be paying attention to those numbers and looking to see, do we feel like that is rising above that point? Do we feel like we need to look closer for any kind of ectatic disease in this case? This device also has the ability to show you the aberrations that a patient has in their eye. I think this is really useful for patient education. You can toggle between what their eye sees versus full correction, and that's really helpful to show a patient, this is what you see and this is what we can do to try to make it better. And using this for patient education, I think is really beneficial whenever you're talking about maybe refractive surgery, maybe using scleral lenses, things of that nature, to really get that patient buy-in that you need before you go into such an extreme either scleral lens fitting process or going into a refractive procedure or anything like that. Dr. Nate, anything that you would like to add on this?
No, I just think, the ability to have this available to talk to a patient, really education for the doctor, knowledge for the doctor, and to be able to show this to a patient, and to help them understand, well, you're seeing well on this chart, but okay, this is why you're not seeing as well as you think you should be seeing, even despite the numbers on Snellen or other things saying you're pretty well. So I just think this is just another feather in the cap of this Solix device of all of the different things that it can do.
Yeah. All right, the last thing here that we wanted to kind of talk with you guys about tonight is just a few images from the R&R study that we collected for the anterior segment portion. This is an example of a post-refractive topography here. You can see on the Solix device, you can see that kind of flattening of the central cornea, steepening of the peripheral cornea, the epithelial remodeling just a little bit there as well. And then the anterior elevation is much less than the posterior elevation just because we have kind of shaved down that stromal thickness to give the patient the power correction that we desired in this case. The other case I loaded up for us is a keratoconic case. We've talked a lot about this tonight already, but just to reiterate, we're looking here at the anterior axial map to see that there is that inferior steepening happening here. The posterior axial map also has that inferior steepening. When we look to the central column, we see that epithelial remodeling that we have mentioned several times before tonight, with the thinning happening right near that corneal apex and that thickening happening right around that point as well. Then we look at the power of the cornea. And then over on the right-hand side are elevation maps. These are some of my favorite maps to look at for ectatic corneas to see where is that elevation and what does the posterior surface look like compared to the anterior surface. Is there a large difference there? And is the posterior elevation much more significant than the anterior elevation? Those are all things that we take into account. The other thing to look at is the peak of the cornea in the same area as the thinnest point of the cornea. And honestly, if I were to populate this myself, I think I probably, instead of true net power there in the bottom middle column, I would probably put the pachymetry map there to see, is the thinnest point of the cornea in the same location as the steepest point? And that will help me to decide, is this truly an ectatic cornea? I don't think any of us would have an argument here to argue that this was not an ectatic or diseased cornea, but it's a great example just to see how well this topography, dare I say tomography module, it will show these conditions and how valuable that information is to have the posterior surface as well as the epithelium and the anterior surface as well.
Well, and Aubrey, wouldn't you say that, it's pretty much it's standard of care at this point to get these types of scans in any refractive surgery candidate? And
absolutely,
really, we need to have this data for a lot of our contact lens patients as well, whether they're sclerals or other, to have proper fits and understand what's going on. So, so having this data and being able to manipulate this, as you said, you would change that true net power to a pachymetry map just to give you more insight on exactly what's going on.
Well, and now that we have corneal cross-linking as well, I think that that even gives us more reason to need to be able to see the posterior surface of the cornea, to really catch those ectasias earlier on in the disease process before they're affecting the anterior surface. So,
yep, absolutely.
This is the last case I wanted to share with you guys, and this is one of my favorite things about the Solix. We mentioned that full range anterior chamber scan. And one thing that Visionix has added to the Solix device is the radial anterior chamber full range scan. And this is so beneficial. Beforehand, before this was on our device, I was taking 4 scans per eye on my scleral lens fits. Now I hold the lids and I press the button once and it gets me all the information I need on my scleral lens fits. I can see the landing zones, I can see the limbus, I can see the central clearance, and I can see that not only in one slice, but in 8 slices around the eye. So just like we talked about before with the posterior segment things, you're less likely to miss things the more data you have. Same thing here, you're less likely to miss an area of touch, you're less likely to miss an area of edge lift that's bothersome to the patient if you have more scans. And the fact that you can capture all of these scans in one click really is so beneficial in your scleral lens fittings as you are trying to master the fit and really get the patient the best vision and the best comfort that you can out of that lens. This is something that my students have loved. The resident this year has really loved getting to use this because it really does make you so much more efficient as you're comparing your OCT scans to your slit lamp exam to really fine tune that scleral lens fit. So just something I wanted to share. We hadn't hit on it yet, and hopefully that's beneficial for you guys as well.
Awesome, Dr. Tackett. That was just great. We're going to open it up for questions here in just a second, but just to sum up, you guys, I'm sure know the OptiView Solix by Visionix and OCT and OCT angiography, whether it's the nerve, the retina, taking fundus photos, but everything that Aubrey covered tonight, from fitting scleral lenses to earlier diagnosis of ectatic disease, dry eye management, everything involved with this anterior segment module, the topography and really tomography, as she so beautifully outlined. You now have all of this in one device. You got a mybographer for dry eye management. So Visionix has just done a tremendous job of putting all of your tools that you would want into one device from front of the eye to back of the eye, and just commend them for this amazing device. And let's now open it up to any questions.
All right. And thank you to Nate and Aubrey for that. Let me pull up the question screen here. So on your screen right now, this is the time. Feel free to ask some questions, and Aubrey and Nate are both here, and they can answer your questions here in real time. So
Can you hear me, Adam? Good evening, everybody.
Yes. How's it going?
Good. How you doing?
Excellent. So great presentation, and the questions are rolling on in. So let me answer, or I'll ask them in the order in which they came in, right? I'll be really fair about this. So first question, is this being recorded? The answer is yes. So because someone has staff that they want to view this video, yes, this will be available on ODwire, and you guys will all get an email when it's ready to be viewed, when the archive is up on the site. And question here, a person set up on the screen during the video, they saw a label that said antaxial. So does this have any measurements for axial length to use for myopia management?
No, so this, the anterior axial was referring to the axial topography map. So rather than being like a tangential map, it's an axial map, just meaning like the way that it's measuring the steepness of the cornea and the way that it's populating the map. So not related to axial length there, just the kind of a topography image that it's showing.
And follow-up question here, this person's trainer who trained them on the device didn't know the answer for this one, but maybe you guys will. Is there any way to take measurements from the radial AC scan for scleral lenses?
The radial AC scan, so like the full range radial AC scan maybe? I use that often, like the last case that I had mentioned for scleral lenses. And yeah, I just have the scleral lens on the eye and I'll have the patient look down, I'll hold the upper lid, and then I'll actually have the patient come around and pull down their lower lid for me. That way my other hand is free to man the joystick. And then once I get it centered between the two lines, I'll have the scleral kind of maxing out at the top line on the capture screen. And I wish I had a picture of what the capture screen looks like, but I don't. And then I'll just, once that scleral, top of the scleral, I should say, I guess, anterior surface of the scleral hits that top line, I go ahead and capture, and it takes it really, really fast, all of those B scans. So
question here, is a map of scleral lens clearance over the cornea either available or forthcoming?
A map of scleral lens clearance. So I'm interpreting that to mean like it would auto-populate the clearance in all of the different areas. And to my knowledge, that doesn't exist. But you can go into that radial full range AC scan and manually put in your clearance measurements wherever you feel like you want them. And you can do that on all 8 B scans that it takes. And then you can pick, which ones you want to display on the screen. You can do up to 4. You can do as little as 1, I believe. And you can also view them all individually. So you can manually kind of create that, I suppose. But to my knowledge, something that auto-populates along those lines doesn't exist yet. I'm not sure if it's in the works. I would imagine that would be pretty technical to figure out, but.
Sure. And in fact, this person had a follow-up question. Is the corneal topography tomography mapping capability truly a replacement for Scheimpflug for a Scheimpflug tomographer?
I don't know that Solix is necessarily trying to replace, but I think if this is giving you that posterior surface and the pachymetry information that you need, and you feel confident in managing your keratoconic or ectatic patients with this, you're getting the information that I believe is standard of care. So I feel like, you would be validated to do that.
Right.
100%.
Dr. Lighthizer, any?
100% agree with that answer. Yes.
And a question here, will Solix give anterior chamber depth?
So that, I believe, would be part of the auto-populating calipers that are placed on the full range AC scan, as long as you're centered, I suppose.
Question here about setup and training. Actually, this would have been my first question. Seeing all the functionality of the device, what is the training steps, that one goes through when one actually gets a Solix installed? I guess the very first question we had was a person who's, getting set up with the new module. But in general, what's the process look like when you're getting onboarded with a Solix?
I think this is another question that's probably directed towards the Visionics folks. I mean, both Dr. Tackett and myself are in a unique situation of we were trained on this device as we were going through the FDA trials, whether it was the posterior segment stuff, the repeatability and reproducibility study, the normative database study, or again, what Dr. Tackett just went through this summer with all of the anterior segment stuff. So our situation is a little bit unique in terms of it wasn't buying a brand new instrument once it's post FDA approval. It was going through all of that. So I would kick that one to the Visionics folks going, what's the typical training and implementation process that they prefer to implement?
Yes, so when you purchase the device, our clinical application specialist team will go out and install it. They'll also that day train your staff. So, you know, we always encourage you to have, you know, as much staff there as possible that day. And they'll go through and they'll walk through the different reports with them and exams and how to do the acquisition. And then we will give them the information to be able to log onto the academy. And every single person at your practice can log into the academy and they'll be able to look at all the different acquisition videos on how to take any of the scans. And then we also have some videos and that are on there from doctors as far as interpreting and videos like this, webinars, previous webinars, so you can learn more as well.
Got it. So the academy is like a portal that people log into?
Yeah, it's like an online portal, and for all of our devices, it's also where you can get your manual from if you need it as well.
And question here, which I'm fairly sure I will not get an answer to directly right now. So, but Sarah, since I have you here, someone wants to know about pricing and how is it actually priced? They were talking about the individual module here tonight, but in general, what does pricing look like for the Solix? How does that work?
Yes, so for the Solix, everything is usually included with a full Solix that you see, except for the topography module. The topography module is an additional upgrade. Right now we have some great introductory pricing on it since it just came out. So something you're interested in, if you go to that visionix.com/US/ODwire and fill out a form there, one of our team members will get you in touch with your sales consultant and they will talk to you about the options and how much pricing is currently, and especially with our end of year specials.
Excellent. So I got a comment here from someone who owns a device but does not know about the Academy. What's the easiest way for this person to actually get set up with an account in the Academy and to log in to look at the videos?
Yes, so if you go to the website, on the top of our website, there is a link to the Academy, and then you register with the Academy with your customer number, which is on your invoice. And if you do not know that, you can reach out either directly to your sales rep if you know who that is, or again, just you can go on our website or the Academy itself and just fill out a form and we will get you your customer number to sign up.
Great. And if you're totally befuddled, remember, you can always email me after this because I'll be shooting you guys emails. And if you really need help figuring things out, I'm always around too. So feel free just to fire it off to me. Just respond to the email that you'll get from the webinar. So happy to help out. Here's an interesting one. Does Solix give a risk score or any analysis for keratoconus?
I'm not aware of any risk score where it gives you like a number for the keratoconus. Dr. Tackett, are you?
No. One thing that the Solix does have, though, that like Scheimpflug imaging does not have is that epithelial map. So it doesn't give you a risk score or anything like that, but you do actually get a little bit more data than you would a Scheimpflug image. So a little bit of a trade-off there.
Okay, so I think we're just about out of time here, but if there are more questions, you know, about the device or anything at all, this webinar will be archived up on ODwire. There'll be a discussion thread running beneath it as well. Feel free to ask questions there. Or again, as I mentioned before, you know, if you have any questions and you just need to reach out, respond to the emails that the system will be sending you, and those will go straight to me and I could forward them to the right person to answer your questions. So again, thanks again, Nate and Aubrey for showing up and doing this tonight. It was actually chock full of information and I hope everyone, you know, really got a good look at the device. So again, thanks everyone for showing up tonight, and I guess I'll see everyone online.
Thanks everybody. Have a great evening. Hope you enjoyed it. And again, come in. Thanks to Adam for putting this on, and Visionix for having a product like the Solix that just does so many things and has, you know, so many tools in our toolbox all in one instrument. Just a phenomenal device. And a special thanks to Dr. Aubrey Tackett. Isn't she amazing? Awesome. You know, pick her brain. She is just a true expert with this device, especially on the anterior segment. So it was a pleasure to share the stage with her.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It's nice to be here.
All right, thanks so much, guys, and have a great evening, and I'll see everybody online.